the marvelous golden eyes, guided by an extraordinary individual from a young age, endowed him with a remarkable intellect that allowed him to learn swiftly. With the aid of these wondrous golden eyes, he excelled in appraising antiques and treasures, as well as in the intricate arts of stone gambling and jewelry. His deft hands could alleviate even the most perplexing ailments, embodying a benevolent heart. In an era rife with material desires, he endeavored to live a life distinct from the ordinary. Chapter 1. The first glimpse of the golden eyes. From primary school through to high school, his academic performance consistently shone with brilliance, ultimately achieving the distinction of being the top scorer in the county's liberal arts college entrance examination, securing a place in the archaeology department at Yanjing Jinghua University. Zhang Yixing was resolute in his decisions upon seeing his exam results. He disregarded the counsel of his school, teachers, and family, and unhesitatingly chose to pursue archaeology at Yanjing University. His university life was rather simple, revolving around classrooms, cafeterias, and libraries, alongside physical exercise. Apart from mandatory school activities, Zhang Yixing dedicated himself earnestly to his studies. His diligence bore fruit as he completed 4 years of study with excellence in all his courses, culminating in a smooth graduation this year. Initially, he intended to pursue further studies, yet familial circumstances thwarted this ambition. With aging parents in declining health and a younger sister preparing for her own college entrance examination the following year, he felt compelled to forego his aspirations. As the saying goes, dreams are lush while reality is stark. Zhang Yixing harbored aspirations of wealth to alleviate his family's burdens. He diligently absorbed theoretical knowledge. However, the job market proved challenging, particularly in his field, making it arduous to find a position that aligned with his ideals. Over the past year, Zhang Yixing had contemplated seeking a suitable job, yet his submitted resumes seemed to vanish without a trace. Reflecting on his stagnant situation, he felt that waiting indefinitely would yield no miracles. With a heavy heart, he departed from the international metropolis he had called home for 4 years, purchasing a train ticket southward. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, he boarded the train, took his seat, and closed his eyes, attempting to map out his future. Yet, the more he pondered, the more troubled he became, ultimately deciding to abandon his thoughts. Zhang Yixing hailed from a quaint village, Zhangjiawen, located in Bailing Town, southwest of Linqing. Despite being a small rural community in Jianghuai province, transportation was quite convenient, with trains and buses connecting directly from Pengcheng to Linqing. Nevertheless, Zhang Yixing preferred the train journey from Pengcheng to Linqing. Linqing, steeped in history as the site of the ancient battlefield of Gaixia during the Chu-Han contention, is celebrated as a cradle of folk culture and arts, the hometown of Zhongke, and renowned for its exquisite Lingbai stones, often regarded as the foremost among China's 4 admired stones. The area is famously lauded for its Yuji, its stones, Zhongke's art, and Lingbai's 3 unparalleled treasures. Thus, whenever he reflected on his hometown, Zhang Yixing felt a flicker of pride. The train sped along, and after several hours, it reached Pengcheng, the city at the crossroads of Su, Lu, and Yu. Since his university days, Zhang Yixing had not revisited Pengcheng. Upon disembarking and inhaling the familiar air of his homeland, he recalled that although his hometown was in Linqing, it was merely a short distance from Pengcheng could almost say that being in Pengcheng felt akin to being home. Carrying only a backpack, Zhang Yixing sought a budget hotel for his stay. That evening, as he lay in bed, he resolved to explore local attractions such as Yunlong Lake, Yunlong Mountain, Pengzu Garden, Pannan Lake, and Dalong Lake, eager to learn about historical figures like Pengzu, Liu Bang, Sun Quan, Liu Yu, and Li Yu. Zhang Yixing approached his plans with earnestness. Initially, he believed he could visit all the attractions in a single day. However, as the days swiftly passed, he realized he had only managed to see half. Thus, the following morning, he rose early, checked out of the hotel, and ventured to a local eatery, indulging in a bowl of spicy soup and 2 crispy fried dough sticks for breakfast. Perhaps due to 2 consecutive days of relentless sightseeing, or perhaps from sheer exhaustion, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into an unbidden slumber. After leaving his room and exiting the hotel, he strolled along the road in front of the establishment, inquiring about nearby night markets and food stalls. With the assistance of a kind gentleman, he meandered to a bustling food stall. Navigating the streets of Pengcheng required a certain finesse. One must be polite when asking for directions, as rudeness might lead to misguidance. While some may argue that navigation apps render such inquiries obsolete, they often falter in the nooks and crannies of reality, where human interaction prevails. In this city, addressing a middle-aged man as master or a younger man as brother was customary, while a middle-aged woman could be addressed as Annie and a young woman as beauty, an approach that rarely failed. Yet, Zhang Yixing, in his haste, had missed an opportunity to inquire with a middle-aged woman or a young beauty and instead approached an older gentleman smoking by the roadside. Upon finding the food stall, Zhang Yixing settled at a table, greeted warmly by the hostess. The menu offered a delightful array of fresh seasonal dishes. Dining alone, he ordered a cold dish of cucumber with spicy cold noodles, a hot dish of spicy chicken, and a braised crucian carp, accompanied by 2 bottles of snowflake beer. The food arrived quickly, and as he savored the traditional dishes of his homeland, his spirits began to lift. Pengcheng boasted a rich culinary heritage, though Zhang Yixing believed that one could not fully appreciate its essence without a fondness for spice. He had heard of the Minfu Garden Night Market, yet its distance from his current location had deterred him from visiting. He promised himself that on his next trip to Pengcheng, he would explore the market, rumored to be brimming with delectable offerings as night fell fried skewers, frogs, lotus seed, porridge, seafood, grilled squid, assorted meats, fried rice, fried noodles, and rice noodle soups. He also knew that dog meat could be found in abundance throughout Pengcheng. As he dined and drank, the 2 bottles of beer quickly vanished, leaving him satiated. With a modest tolerance for alcohol, the combination of the crucian carp and the spicy dish was utterly delightful. Thin wheat pancakes, crisp and flavorful, adhered to the sides of the braised carp pot, soaking up the essence of the fish broth, creating a dish that was both fragrant and enjoyable. Returning to the hotel, he washed up briefly and lay down, glancing at the time on his phone and scrolling through videos. Just as he intended to book a ticket for the earliest train the following day, he suddenly remembered that he had yet to visit the antique market in Pengcheng. Thus, he booked a ticket for a train to Lingcheng at 3:30 in the afternoon, knowing that a bus would suffice as well. After finalizing his arrangements, he drifted into a peaceful slumber. The next morning, he awoke, checked out of the hotel, and returned to the same eatery for breakfast, ordering the same meal as the day before. After breakfast, he hailed a taxi. "Master, to the antique market, please." Upon hearing the destination, the driver struck up a conversation that it is often said that drivers in Yanjing are chatty, yet Zhang Yixing found that the drivers in Pengcheng were equally engaging. Upon arrival, he paid the fare and stepped out of the car, hearing the driver call out a cheerful wish. "Hey buddy, may you strike it rich today." "Thank you, my friend." Zhang Yixing strolled into the antique market, accompanied by the blessings of his elder brother. As he entered, he was greeted by an array of antique shops flanking both sides, with numerous stalls lining the pathways. Rather than perusing the shops, he chose to meander through the stalls, stopping intermittently before settling at one particular vendor stand. The vendor displayed an eclectic assortment of items, yet nothing captured Zhang Yixing's interest. Over the past few years, he had acquired considerable theoretical knowledge and devoured numerous books on antiques. Just as he was about to rise, his gaze fell upon a slightly damaged jade pendant at the back of the vendor's stall. It intrigued him, as he sensed a faint aura emanating from the piece. This was the first time he had experienced such a sensation since practicing Tai Chi under the tutelage of a secluded master. He picked up the pendant and inquired, "What is the price for this, good sir?" The vendor, eyeing Zhang Yixing with a glint of cunning in his squinted eyes, replied, "Ah, young man, you hold a fine piece of ancient jade in your hands. Your discerning eye is commendable. How about this? I won't deceive you, you can take it for 5,000." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yixing promptly placed the damaged pendant back on the stall and prepared to leave. The vendor, realizing he had failed to swindle the young man, quickly added, "Wait, can you offer a counter? What price would you consider?" Zhang Yixing, not particularly intent on acquiring the damaged jade, was merely curious. After years of martial practice, he had never encountered an object with such an aura. Perhaps it was due to his previous life as a mere student, or perhaps his abilities had yet to mature, he could not say. The vendor, now visibly displeased, retorted, "No, young man, you cannot haggle like this." With a smile, Zhang Yixing responded, "If you sell this jade pendant for 200 yuan, I shall buy it, otherwise, I shall take my leave." Realizing the pendant could not fetch a higher price, the vendor reluctantly conceded, "Very well, young man, I will sell it to you for 200 yuan. After the transaction, Zhang Yixing retrieved a napkin from his backpack to wrap the dirty pendant, placing it carefully in a compartment of his bag as he continued his exploration. He wandered and listened to the vendor's monotonous boasts about his wares. Zhang Yixing observed many stalls without making further purchases. His primary aim for the day was to gauge the antique market, perhaps intending to delve into collecting in the future when finances permitted. Noticing the time, he realized it was nearing the hour to head to the train station. He needed to manage his time wisely to avoid disrupting his travel plans. After departing the antique market, he took a taxi to the train station and grabbed a quick meal at a fast food restaurant. He refrained from drinking alcohol, fearing it might induce drowsiness and lead to missing his stop. Once seated in the waiting area, he soon felt an urgent need to relieve himself. realizing he'd spent the entire morning engrossed in the antique market without a toilet break. After attending to his needs, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Approaching the sink, he washed his hands and suddenly recalled the dirty jade pendant he had purchased earlier. Taking it out, he gently rinsed it under the faucet, aware that the damaged pendant held little value otherwise. He would not dare to clean it with tap water. While scrubbing, he pondered how he would explain this acquisition to his parents. In a moment of carelessness, the jagged edge of the pendant cut his finger, causing bright red blood to stain the jade. Zhang Yixing grasped his injured finger, momentarily disregarding the pendant, as a flash of blue light shot into his eyes and vanished. He felt a sharp pain in his eyes and, disregarding the cut on his finger and the pendant, hastily removed his glasses, rubbing his eyes with his other hand. After about half an hour, the pain in his eyes dissipated, replaced by an exquisite sensation of coolness and relief. Gazing into the mirror, Zhang Yixing blinked, noting no discomfort. He looked up, inspecting his reflection, and discovered there was nothing amiss with his eyes, allowing him to relax. Suddenly, he realized he was not wearing his glasses. How could he possibly see clearly? His vision had deteriorated since the beginning of high school, due to excessive reading. To his astonishment, he found that he could see more clearly without his glasses than with them. Filling him with excitement, he suppressed his exhilaration, noting that the cut on his finger had ceased to bleed. As he reached for the pendant resting on the sink, something even stranger occurred. The damaged piece had transformed into a lustrous, translucent jade pendant, adorned with an intricately carved, five-clawed, golden dragon. The dragon appeared to come to life, and as Zhang Yixing gazed intently, it gradually returned to its still state. His attention then shifted to a woman seated nearby, clad in a delicate green gown embroidered with light blue peonies, silver threads tracing wisps of clouds, and a hem adorned with intricate blue oceanic patterns. Her movements were as graceful as the wind caressing willow branches. Zhang Yixing was struck by the girl's beauty, which exuded an air of vitality, truly radiant like spring blossoms in the snow, and her presence akin to autumn orchids glistening with frost. Chapter 2. Homecoming. The train sped along, hurtling towards Lingsheng, which lay a little over 100 kilometers from Pengcheng. In less than 2 hours, Zhang Yixing arrived at Lingsheng railway station. He often recalled the saying, "Even the finest cabbage can be trampled by swine." In this age, devoid of wealth, power, or a good spouse, the youth often found themselves entangled in trivial pursuits. At that moment, Zhang Yixing silently vowed to strive diligently in the days to come to earn more money, purchase a car and a house, and marry, thereby leading a remarkably vibrant life. Upon exiting the train station and arriving at the square, he took a taxi to the bus station, for his home was in a village beneath Bailingtown, north of Lingsheng. He needed to first take a bus from Lingsheng to Bailingtown. Speaking of the pickled radish, Zhang Yixing firmly believed that his mother made the most delectable version. Times had changed. Radishes were available year-round, yet the tradition dictated that they be pickled only after the onset of the frost. This method allowed for enjoyment well into the summer of the following year. In the past, when life was more challenging, the radishes harvested after the frost were typically smaller, as the larger ones were reserved for sale, bringing in necessary income. The small radishes were meticulously cleaned, cut into quarters, and then sun-dried for several days until they softened and shrank. At that time, nearly every household possessed 1 or 2 ceramic jars, not antiques, but functional vessels. The cleaned and dried radishes were layered in the jar with salt, repeating this process until they were properly pickled. After 2 to 3 days of pickling, the radishes were removed, kneaded on the cutting board, and again sun-dried. As dusk approached, the sun-kissed radishes were returned to the original pickling jar, undergoing this day-to-night routine for about a week. When the time came to enjoy them, one could simply grab a few, rinse them in warm water, slice them thinly, and serve them on a plate with a dash of soy sauce, a sprinkle of vinegar, ginger shreds, and chili. A touch of sesame oil completed the dish. Paired with plain rice porridge or millet congee, the pickled radish offered a satisfying crunch, delivering a delightful sensation of both refreshment and flavor. Just as he picked up his chopsticks and lifted his bowl, his father, Zhang Guodong, inquired, "Shall we have a drink?" Zhang Yixing replied, "Perhaps just a little." Thus, his mother rose to fetch a bottle of Si Te Te Chu. Zhang Yixing accepted the drink from his mother, pouring a generous glass for his father before filling half a glass for himself. As they sipped and conversed, his father asked, "Sure to, now that you have graduated, what are your plans for the future?" Zhang Yixing responded, "It's difficult to say at this moment. I do like to explore and see the world. If a suitable job presents itself, I will take it. If not, I shall navigate one step at a time." Observing the worry etched on his parents' faces, Zhang Yixing felt a surge of emotions, yet he also sensed a profound helplessness. He refrained from elaborating further on his mother's words, unable to provide any explanations. His father, too, remained silent, choosing instead to drink in solitude. As my younger sister is a boarding student and now in her second year of high school, she seldom has much time to rest. Hence, dinner is usually shared among my parents and me. After we finished our meal, my mother, Wang Fengxia, remarked, "Sure too, you should take a shower and get to bed early. It must be exhausting after a day of travel." Zhang Yixing replied, "Mom, I actually don't feel tired at all." After his shower, he donned a pair of knee-length shorts and a loose-fitting round-neck t-shirt, feeling refreshed and comfortable, especially at a height of 183 meters. I recall that during dinner, my mother had asked, "Sure too, wear your glasses. I haven't seen you wearing them." Zhang Yixing had joked in response, "Mom, don't you think I look even more handsome like this? Perhaps it will help me find a beautiful wife." Lying in bed, his thoughts drifted back to the peculiar jade pendant from earlier that day. He rose to retrieve his backpack and took the pendant into his hands, feeling its smooth warmth, though he could discern nothing more. After a few minutes of concentrated observation on the dragon's eye etched on the pendant, he suddenly sensed an inexplicable connection between his mind and the jade. He attempted to divert his gaze from the dragon's eye to other areas, only to discover, as he had that morning, that he could see through the clothes in the wardrobe and the contents of his backpack. He inspected his own body and eyes, feeling no discomfort, and decided not to dwell on it further. As he lay down to sleep, thoughts danced in his mind. As Zhang Yixing gradually slipped into slumber, he experienced an extraordinarily strange dream. Unbeknownst to him, while he slept, several strands of blue light emanated from the pendant, penetrating his consciousness. Upon awakening, he felt invigorated, yet slowly recognized an influx of knowledge he had never encountered before: a technique, dragon ascendance, a medical text, examination of the 8 extraordinary meridians, and a set of acupuncture methods, 13 ghostly needles. At that moment, Zhang Yixing found himself a loss for words to describe his emotions. He wanted to shout, to leap with joy, yet ultimately did nothing. Instead, he calmed his mind, quietly contemplating his future and the path ahead. His primary focus became earnest study of the future bestowed upon him by the heavens. What Zhang Yixing did not realize was that this gift was actually a remnant of the soul of BNK, who had awaited a successor for many years before fading into oblivion. However, within the pendant space, remnants of BNK's teachings and medical skills remained, perhaps to be unlocked only once Zhang Yixing reaches a certain level of cultivation, a matter for another time. Zhang Yixing had previously received guidance from eminent individuals and had diligently practiced over the years, refraining from displaying his abilities publicly. He understood the reality of his situation. There are always greater talents beyond the horizon. Until he could adequately protect himself and his family, he would continue to keep a low profile, living within his own world. Zhang Yixing then sat cross-legged on his bed, diligently practicing the techniques of the Longting-Ju, gradually immersing himself in the cultivation. With years of martial arts training as his foundation, he found that his efforts in mastering the Longting-Ju yielded remarkable results. Time swiftly passed, and by the time he completed his second cycle of energy flow, it was already 9:30 in the morning. His mother, Wang Fengxia, assumed her son was still resting due to fatigue, and thus refrained from waking him for breakfast. Zhang Yixing slowly concluded his meditation and rose from his bed, making his way to the bathroom for a brief wash. Just as he was preparing to head to the dining area, he spotted his father, Zhang Guodong, entering their yard. The yard, unplanned and spacious, typically characterized rural homes, featured 3 rooms facing south. On either side of the main house were 2 smaller structures, the east and west wings, each a tad shorter than the main dwelling. The walls stood over 2 meters high, topped with a jagged array of glass shards for added security. The expansive yard boasted a cemented floor, with 4 ginkgo trees planted on either side of the path leading to the main entrance, totaling 8 trees. During the sweltering summer months, the lush foliage of the ginkgo trees provided ample shade, transforming the yard into a cool refuge. The wide entrance was obscured by a sturdy gate made from iron sheets, round steel pipes, and angle iron, all coated with an anti-rust primer followed by a layer of paint in a color of choice. With such protection, the gate could last for generations with minimal maintenance. As he gazed upon his home, Zhang Yixing realized that while it could not compare to the opulence of urban condominiums or grand villas, it held its own unique charm. One could argue that both had their merits. The allure of wealth might draw one to a grand estate. Yet he aspired for a time when he could earn enough to acquire a piece of prime land to construct his own villa, a dream he held close to his heart. At that moment, his mother, Wang Fengxia, called out, "Shit, his father, Hurry and wash your hands so that we can eat together. She served a bowl of congee for both Zhang Yixing and his father. This morning's breakfast consisted of pickled radish, stir-fried small fish with green peppers, and a local specialty, pancakes. The pancakes, wrapped around the fish and peppers, created a delightful symphony of flavors. The spiciness of the peppers, the savory essence of the fish, and the wholesome aroma of the wheat mingling together, stimulating the palate. Some might break into a sweat from the heat of the peppers, while those accustomed to spice might crave even more intensity. If one were to experience a sensation so potent that it made the tip of their nose perspire, their ears ring, and their mouth feel as if it were spring water, it would be an extraordinary culinary experience. Such peppers would entice spicy food enthusiasts, with many willing to pay any price for a taste, as each bite transported them to a realm of bliss. Chapter 3. Unexpected Delight After Breakfast. Zhang Yixing informed his parents, "Mom, Dad, I'm going to explore the mountains behind our house." His father, Zhang Guodong, replied, "Go ahead, but be careful." Exiting the house, Zhang Yixing ambled along a narrow road behind his home, steadily making his way towards the mountains. The mountain behind the house is steep and perilous, seldom frequented by visitors. However, in recent years, many individuals ventured into the mountains in search of the valuable Lingbai stones. At that time, the government had yet to recognize the significance of this place. As Lingbai stones gained fame, a spontaneous trading market emerged in a vacant area not far from the town. The popularity of Lingbai stones ignited the market, yet regrettably, certain areas of Qinglong Mountain, which had been cherished by generations, had transformed into desolate heaps of rubble. Subsequently, with the implementation of national policies and regulations, governmental oversight over all mining activities intensified, effectively curtailing the villagers' reckless excavations. Walking along the path once traversed by those who transported Lingbai stones down the mountain, Zhang Yixing gazed at the remnants left by the villagers over the years. Some parts of Qinglong Mountain had become sheer cliffs, while others had morphed into deep pits. This year, abundant rainfall had filled a vast pit, spanning several acres, with water. He settled in a relatively flat area not far from the pit, facing it and sitting cross-legged as he once again recited the cultivation mantra of Longtingju, gradually circulating his energy. Time flew by, and as noon approached, Zhang Yixing concluded his practice, his heart brimming with joy, for he had finally sensed the flow of energy within him. This was a sensation he had never experienced in his dantian before. He shed his clothing, leaving only a pair of shorts, and cautiously entered the water, once again spotting the Lingbai stone he had discovered earlier. With a determined dive, he submerged to retrieve the stone, emerging triumphantly to the surface. Utilizing the buoyancy of the water, he exerted considerable effort to drag the Lingbai stone to the edge of the abandoned pit. Upon returning home, he found only his mother, Wang Fengxia, present. "Mom, where's Dad?" he inquired. "Your father just went to work in our fields. Did you find something with the stone?" She replied, offering no further elaboration. "Dad, the stone is enormous. One person cannot possibly carry it," Zhang Yixing exclaimed. "I see. I'll go fetch a few more people," his father responded, turning to seek assistance without uttering another word. As Zhang Yixing watched his father's retreating figure, he mused, "When will my cultivation reach a level where I can easily lift such a stone?" After contemplating this, he decided to take a shower. Once refreshed, he reflected on the Lingbai stone he had seen earlier, feeling increasingly astonished. It was as if the majestic beauty of the landscape was encapsulated within that single stone, conveying a sense of grandeur and vastness. The peaks within the stone seemed to embody the principles of gathering and dispersing, heights and depths, thickness and thinness, roundness and sharpness, all in a harmonious interplay of opposites. Zhang Yixing sensed that the Lingbai stone he had retrieved from the water possessed remarkable qualities, exuding an enchanting aura. Its dynamic presence and intricate form were thought-provoking, embodying the essence of balance and unity, a manifestation of the profound energy of mountains and rivers, rich and unpretentious, weighty yet ethereal, humble yet exquisite, embodying the principles of strength and elegance. The main peak rises prominently in the background, while the secondary peaks and accompanying ridges grace the foreground, creating a harmonious scene where the front is lower and the back is higher, layered in a staggered fashion like stars surrounding the moon. They complement each other, each unique yet part of a whole. The 12 peaks of Wei exhibit a dynamic interplay of reality and illusion, with their energy flowing seamlessly, making the distance seem near, undulating in rhythm, showcasing the exquisite beauty of the mountains. After approximately half an hour, Father Zhang Guodong summoned Uncle 2 and Uncle 3. Thus, Zhang Yixing, along with his father and 2 uncles, collectively maneuvered an old flatbed cart, heading toward the back mountain. Upon arriving at the mine pit, the three men marveled at the stone lying on the ground. Uncle Three remarked, "How could such a marvelous stone have gone unnoticed?" Father shot him a glance and replied, "Isn't that a redundant question? If it had been discovered back then, we wouldn't have anything to do with it now." Together, the four of them exerted their strength for over 10 minutes to hoist the Lingbai stone onto the flatbed cart. Uncle Two estimated, this Lingbai stone must weigh at least 800 pounds. Mother Wang Fengxia was equally astonished upon seeing the stone. Zhang Yixing distributed a pack of Lichio cigarettes to each of the three men, his father Zhang Guodong, Uncle Two Zhang Guoyang, and Uncle Three Zhang Wukai. He then expressed, "Thank you, Uncle Two and Uncle Three. Once we sell the stone in a few days, I will invite both of you and your wives over for a meal." Hearing this, father and his two brothers chuckled. The three brothers shared a strong bond, perhaps due to their upbringing or the absence of conflicting interests. When grandfather was alive, he served as a secondary school teacher and imparted much knowledge to Zhang Yixing throughout his youth. From the age of 3, grandfather insisted that he practice calligraphy, and by the time he entered first grade, he had also taught him Go and chess. Reflecting on grandfather evokes a deep sense of nostalgia. Without his foundational education, Zhang Yixing might not have achieved his excellent academic performance and good habits. His journey through primary, secondary, and university was smooth sailing, and had it not been for the current difficulties at home, he might have pursued further studies. He recalls Professor Liu encouraging him to apply for graduate school just before graduation. As he bid farewell to his uncles, Zhang Yixing said, "Thank you, Uncle Two and Uncle Three. Take care on your way back." Watching their departing figures, he then turned to his parents and stated, "I will go to the Lingbai stone market to check the current market trends." Father Zhang Guodong replied, "That's a good idea. It might help you be more informed and not be deceived when selling." Zhang Yixing rode his electric bike out of the house, heading towards the town. Having traveled less than 500 meters from home, he encountered a girl approaching him. From a distance, she appeared with long, light golden wavy hair cascading down her shoulders, an oval face, a high nose bridge, and a fair complexion that accentuated her graceful swan-like neck. She was clad in a beige dress and wore nearly 10-centimeter high heels. From a distance, one could estimate that the woman stood over 7 meters tall, her long legs accentuated by high heels as she traversed the uneven rural road. Her rounded figure swayed enticingly, leaving the men who beheld her in a state of daydreaming. To Zhang Yixing's astonishment, the woman approaching him was none other than his classmate from primary through high school, Ouyang Qian. Since their graduation, they had not crossed paths, and now, for years later, Ouyang Qian was equally taken aback. Despite their long history as classmates, perhaps their singular focus on studies during their youth had subdued any budding feelings, relegating their connection to mere camaraderie. However, this serendipitous encounter hinted that their feelings might have evolved since then. Ouyang Qian's mother hailed from the same village as Zhang Yixing. She had once been accepted into a university in another province and later, it was said, married a soldier. At that time, Zhang Yixing had been but a toddler, learning of these events only through the tales of adults as he grew. Ouyang Qian was her parents' only child, as her father served in a challenging environment, while her mother remained behind, allowing Ouyang Qian to live and study with her grandparents until she secured her university admission, ultimately leaving Zhangjiawan village. Over 2 decades had passed, and it was later learned that her father had risen to a prominent position. Ouyang Qian's grandmother remarked, "My daughter has finally married well. Both she and her husband have settled in Jinling." Upon their reunion, the old classmates exchanged greetings and shared a knowing smile. Zhang Yixing, having experienced remarkable changes in his life and currently mastering the dragon rising technique, appeared far more handsome than in the past. Ouyang Qian inquired, "Brother Shurtu, you must have graduated as well. What are you doing now?" Zhang Yixing shyly glanced at her and confessed, "Sister Qian, I have yet to find a job." "What about you?" Ouyang Qian replied, "Brother Shurtu, I have opened a jewelry store in Jinling. It's just starting, not yet big or strong." Zhang Yixing encouraged her, "With your talent, you will surely excel." Ouyang Qian continued, "My parents are quite busy and my grandfather's health has declined, so I came to visit my grandparents today." Zhang Yixing was aware of her grandfather's recent health issues, likely due to his advanced age. He then asked, "Sister Qian, could we exchange phone numbers and WeChat IDs?" Ouyang Qian responded, "Of course, we've grown up together and have been classmates for over a decade. There is nothing to prevent us from sharing." They exchanged their contact information, and she asked, "What are you planning to do now, Brother Shurtu?" He replied, "I intend to visit the Lingbai stone market." "Then you should go," she said. "Let us keep in touch by phone for future matters." "Goodbye, Brother Shurtu." "Goodbye, Sister Qian." Chapter 4. The Lingbai Stone Trading Market. Zhang Yixing rode his electric bike and arrived at the entrance of the Lingbai Stone trading market in less than half an hour. He glanced around, found a spot to park his vehicle, secured it, and strolled into the market. He noted the convenience of transportation and the advantageous location. The market, covering an expanse of over 600 acres, filled Zhang Yixing with a sense of awe. Upon viewing the layout of the market, he felt momentarily perplexed about where to begin. As the market featured various sections including the loose stone market, the rare stone exhibition hall, the rare stone cultural park, and the rare stone garden, among others. Observing the scale and vibrancy of the bustling Lingbai stone trading market, Zhang Yixing felt optimistic that his stone might fetch a good price. He first visited the loose stone trading area before heading to the rare stone garden for a closer look. Soon, he began to draw comparisons in his mind. The rare stone garden primarily dealt in exquisite and premium stones, prompting Zhang Yixing to enter a boutique named Stone Emperor. Upon entering, he was greeted by a plethora of stones, each adorned with a tag detailing its characteristics and price. Just as Zhang Yixing intended to inquire about the owner, he noticed a middle-aged, plump man seated at a tea table who stood up with a gentle smile and asked, "Young man, how may I assist you?" Zhang Yixing observed the proprietor, whose kind demeanor and cheerful countenance exuded warmth, as he introduced himself. "My surname is Su, and my given name is Huazhong." Zhang Yixing responded courteously, "No need for formality, Boss Su. My name is Zhang Yixing, and I live not far from this market." He then inquired, "Boss Su, do you buy stones in your shop?" Zhang Yixing retrieved his phone and displayed various angles of his Lingbai stone for the owner to view. Upon seeing the photographs, the owner felt a surge of astonishment, but maintained his composure. Su Huazhong promptly replied, "I need to see the actual stone to discuss pricing." After a moment's hesitation, he readily agreed, as he was eager to acquire the Lingbai stone. Su Huazhong briefly instructed his staff and drove his pickup truck to accompany Zhang Yixing to inspect the stone. Before long, they arrived at Zhang Yixing's residence. Su Huazhong examined the Lingbai stone from every angle for several minutes before finally pausing. He then asked young Zhang, "What price do you have in mind for this Lingbai stone?" Upon hearing the owner's offer, both Zhang Yixing and his parents felt delighted. Admittedly, Zhang Yixing had no experience with Lingbai stone pricing and could only grasp a general understanding. Of course, once the stone reached the owner's shop, underwent further processing, and was mounted on a base, its value could potentially double. However, it was unlikely to fetch a high price in Zhang Yixing's hands. After a brief discussion with his father, Zhang Guodong, and mother, Wang Fengxia, they nodded in agreement with Su Huazhong. Zhang Yixing stated, "Boss Su, let us go with your price. I prefer not to complicate matters further." Su Huazhong responded, "Young Zhang, please provide your bank account number, and I will transfer the funds to you." Boss Su promptly transferred 380,000 yuan to Zhang Yixing via his mobile phone. Upon receiving the notification of the transaction, Zhang Yixing felt an overwhelming sense of joy. This marked his first significant earnings since graduating and entering the workforce. How could he not feel gratified? Zhang Yixing then summoned his two uncles to assist Boss Su in loading stones into the bed of the pickup truck. Meanwhile, Boss Su, with a cheerful demeanor, exchanged pleasantries with everyone before starting the vehicle and setting off with Zhang Yixing towards the Lingbai stone trading market, both filled with excitement. Driven by curiosity, Zhang Yixing quickly maneuvered through the crowd of onlookers, pressing forward until he reached the front. To his dismay, he discovered a group of over a dozen individuals mercilessly assaulting a single person. Upon closer inspection, he recognized that the victim was none other than his dear friend, Li Zhuang, a companion since their elementary and middle school days. At that moment, rage surged within Zhang Yixing. Marking the first time in his life, he found himself unable to contain his fury. How could he not be incensed at the sight of these shameless ruffians attacking his cherished friend? The surrounding spectators watched from a distance, wary of becoming collateral damage in this chaotic scene. Seizing his belt, Zhang Yixing charged into the fray. With a swift flick of his waist, he lashed out with his belt and delivered powerful kicks, quickly forcing back two of the assailants. Before long, another thug brandished a baseball bat, swinging it towards Zhang Yixing's face. In a remarkable display of agility, Zhang Yixing dodged the blow, spinning deftly to evade and reposition himself behind the gang of ruffians. He then unleashed a flurry of strikes, employing years of martial arts training alongside his newly honed dragon rising technique, feeling remarkably effective in combat. As he watched several thugs fall within moments, Li Zhuang stared in astonishment. Zhang Yixing flashed a triumphant smile. Li Zhuang, who had been tense with worry, immediately relaxed. Embracing Zhang Yixing tightly and gazing at him with gratitude, tears welling in his eyes. "Brother, this is what true friendship is," he exclaimed. Li Zhuang had come to the city for business today and, while on the bus, noticed two thugs attempting to steal someone's phone. As a former soldier with years of service, he could not turn a blind eye and intervened, only to find himself besieged by a group of unprincipled thugs. Had he not sustained injuries to his hands and feet, along with facing double the number of assailants, he would have been more than capable of handling them. Together, Zhang Yixing and Li Zhuang went to the police station to file a report detailing the incident, leaving their contact information behind. The officers allowed them to leave after taking their statements. Once outside the police station, the two friends took a taxi to the bus stop that would take them back to their town. Shortly thereafter, the bus arrived, and during the ride, the two friends exchanged stories from the years gone by, both reflecting on the challenges of life. Approximately half an hour later, the bus reached their town station. After disembarking, they exchanged contact details. Zhang Yixing said, "Brother, in a few days, I would like to treat you to a drink." Li Zhuang remarca, "Al-Riyit. Let us find an opportunity in a few days to sit down and share a few drinks." After exchanging a few polite words, they parted ways. Although Zhang Yixing and Li Zhuang hailed from different villages, their villages were in close proximity. Upon returning home, Zhang Yixing presented the bank card he had obtained in the city to his mother, Wang Fengxia, informing her, "Mom, there are 200,000 yuan in this card." Wang Fengxia smiled at her son as she casually accepted the bank card. She then said, "Sure to, dinner is ready. Wash your hands quickly and come to eat." Zhang Yixing replied, "Mom, I want to take a shower first before dinner." To this, his mother urged, "If you're going to shower, hurry up and don't dawdle." Zhang Yixing recognized that after a long day, including a fight, he felt uncomfortable without a shower and a change of clothes. He completed a shower and changed within 10 minutes. That evening's meal was similarly simple: a bowl of spinach with vermicelli, a plate of stir-fried chives with tofu, a dish of small dried fish with green peppers, and a household staple, salted soybeans drizzled with a touch of sesame oil. The staple food was still pancakes accompanied by porridge, and without any alcohol, the meal concluded swiftly, taking less than half an hour. After dinner, Zhang Yixing announced, "Mom and Dad, I wish to take a stroll. You enjoy your television and don't mind me." While waiting, Zhang Yixing recalled the story of salted soybeans. Chapter 5. Remembering Dreams of You. Each time Zhang Yixing savored his hometown specialty, salted soybeans, he occasionally felt a twinge of melancholy, mixed with amusement. The same item, referred to as natto by the people of a small island nation, had been given a rather mundane name, salted soybeans, by our ancestors in China. Zhang Yixing was unaware of the distant lands, as he had not conducted any research. As the greats say, without investigation, one has no right to speak. Nevertheless, he was aware of several places known for this local specialty: Gushi, Xinan Town, Xixiang, Suining, Huaibei, and the southwestern region of Shandong, among others. According to tales passed down through generations, this distinctive dish of salted soybeans originated during the conflict between Liu Bang and Xiang Yu's armies. At that time, both armies had battled for days without resolution. Regardless of the war, sustenance was necessary. One side as soldiers were preparing to eat freshly boiled yellow soybeans when, suddenly, the opposing army was about to launch an attack. With no choice, they could not continue their meal. The cooks hastily placed the freshly boiled soybeans into their bags. Perhaps due to the urgency of the situation or the sweltering heat, by the time there were no pursuing enemies, several days had passed. When the cooks retrieved the boiled soybeans from days prior, they discovered the beans had sprouted long, sticky threads and had become foul-smelling clumps. During that time of scarcity, despite the unfortunate state of the boiled soybeans that had gone uneaten, the cooks, who were of humble origins, still had a resourceful mindset. The fireman ultimately could not bring himself to discard the spoiled boiled soybeans. In a moment of inspiration, he decided to enhance the unpalatable beans with simple seasonings such as salt, scallions, and ginger. After a rough yet thorough mixing, he distributed the concoction among the starving soldiers. The famished men showed no disdain for the spoiled soybeans, eagerly devouring the dish. Old Li chuckled, remarking, "If you all find this preparation delightful, then I shall continue to make it for you in the future." In his heart, he mused that since the soldiers responded positively to this method of cooking, it seemed more appealing than his previous attempts. Thus, he resolved to prepare the soybeans in advance, ensuring they would develop a pleasant stickiness, even during the frigid winter months. "No need, brother sure to. I drove here. It's quite convenient," said Zhang Yixing. "Time flies, doesn't he, at Qianqian? We've grown up so fast," he continued. "Indeed, I was quite excited to see you today. How about you?" "Likewise. I never expected to run into you." "Brother sure to. I'm majoring in archaeology at university, so finding a job is tough." "What about you?" Ouyang Qian replied. "I studied fashion and jewelry design. That is a great field, certainly better than mine." After graduation, I chose to start my own business and open a jewelry store. You must come visit my shop in Jinling when you have the time. Absolutely, Qianqian. I will definitely visit when the opportunity arises. The two then reminisced about their school days, childhood, and amusing events from their youth, losing track of time until nearly midnight. Qianqian, it's getting late. You should rest early. You need to take your grandparents to Jinling tomorrow. Please be safe on the road, he advised. Thank you, Brother Shirtu. I hope you don't mind me calling you by your nickname. Otherwise, you can call me Ouyang Qian, and I shall refer to you as Zhang Yixing, she teased. Reflecting on their earlier meeting, Zhang Yixing found sleep elusive. He resolved to practice the Longting technique instead, sitting cross-legged on his bed. He closed his eyes and gradually entered a meditative state. Time slipped away as he completed one cycle, then another. Suddenly, he sensed a rush of vital energy swirling rapidly within him, culminating in a powerful surge that shattered his limitations, allowing his cultivation to reach the first level of qi training in just a few days. After concluding his practice, he took a shower and brushed his teeth before lying down once more. With dawn approaching, he soon fell into a deep slumber, perhaps due to his overactive thoughts. Zhang Yixing dreamt of embracing a long-known beauty, the intoxicating sensation leaving him weak and euphoric, nearly causing him to faint from overwhelming bliss. A surge of warmth coursed from his lower abdomen to his forehead, igniting a fiery sensation throughout his body. He tightly embraced the beautiful woman he had known for years and leaned down to kiss her luscious red lips. They surrendered to their desires, entwined in a passionate embrace. The woman, overwhelmed by the kiss, felt her strength dissipate, leading them both to lose control over their fervent emotions. Suddenly, the crowing of a rooster shattered Zhang Yixing's enchanting dream. He rose from his bed and donned his usual practice attire. The refreshing morning breeze accompanied him as he jogged, eventually arriving at the abandoned mine he had visited the previous day. Looking towards the east, he witnessed the sun slowly rising on the horizon. Zhang Yixing began his long-practiced Tai Chi, a discipline he had been devoted to for over a decade. This particular martial art had been imparted to him by an elderly traveler who had sensed Zhang's innate talent during his childhood, urging him to diligently hone his skills for the sake of his health and self-defense. However, the Tai Chi Zhang Yixing practiced now was far from the leisurely forms often seen in parks, performed by the elderly. His movements were fluid and dynamic, embodying the essence of yin and yang, with intention guiding his energy and energy animating his body. As he practiced, Zhang Yixing felt a transformative shift. Unlike before, he now harnessed true energy within his movements, amplifying their power significantly. Having reached the first level of energy cultivation, this enhanced Tai Chi brought about a profound metamorphosis compared to his past capabilities. With the insight granted by his golden eyes, he devised a rough plan for his future endeavors. Over the following days, he diligently practiced the Dragon Ascend technique at night, performed Tai Chi at dawn, and spent his days researching recent antique auction prices online, exploring forums dedicated to collectors. He also dedicated time to studying medical texts and acupuncture techniques, gradually developing a foundational understanding of treating common ailments. Zhang Yixing resolved that his first step would be to explore the vast expanse of his homeland. For it is often said that traveling thousands of miles is more enlightening than reading countless volumes. Thus, one evening, he approached his parents, Zhang Guodong and Wang Fengxia, and expressed his desire to travel and gain new experiences while he was still unencumbered by work. His mother, Wang Fengxia, agreed, albeit with concern, reminding him to take care of himself and stay safe while away. With no other recourse, his parents reluctantly consented to his journey. The following morning, Zhang Yixing packed his belongings, slung his backpack over his shoulders, and departed from his home, ready to embark on his adventure. Chapter 6. Discoveries at the Antique Market in Pengcheng. With a heart filled with trepidation, hope, and dreams, Zhang Yixing bid farewell to his parents and his hometown. He contemplated his journey and decided that his first destination would be Pengcheng, for it was a place of fortune for him, where he had acquired his treasured jade pendant. After departing from Pengcheng, he would then choose any city that beckoned him. The uncertainties of the road ahead loomed large, yet he felt compelled to forge ahead, striving to carve out a niche for himself through sheer determination. Zhang Yixing boarded the train bound for Pengcheng, a journey not yet graced by high-speed travel. After a bumpy 2-hour ride, he finally arrived at the East Railway Station of Pengcheng. Upon disembarking, he made his way directly to the antique market by taxi. He was acutely aware of his limited funds, with scarcely 200,000 yuan to his name. Without a solid plan, He knew he could not afford to wander aimlessly or squander his resources. It is often said that while home is a comfort, stepping out into the world can be fraught with challenges. Indeed, when one is devoid of money, the old adage that a penny can thwart even the greatest of heroes rings true. Zhang Yixing was determined not to find himself in such dire straits. As he strolled through the bustling antique market, his eyes darted from stall to stall. Suddenly, he made a remarkable discovery. While some items glimmered with a faint aura of treasure, others were devoid of any such light. This unexpected phenomenon piqued his curiosity, prompting him to investigate further by moving to several more stalls. To his astonishment, he found that the conclusion remained consistent across the stalls. Only the colors of the treasure light varied from item to item. Suppressing his excitement, Zhang Yixing meticulously analyzed what this phenomenon might signify. Until he fully grasped its implications, he refrained from hastily assuming that this newfound ability represented anything definitive. When he focused intently on a pile of ancient coins at one stall, he experienced another wave of surprise. He crouched down to inspect the collection closely and soon discovered a Ming Dynasty coin that shimmered with a faint yellow light, alongside a Qing Dynasty coin emitting a subtle red glow. Drawing upon his knowledge of coin collecting, he pondered whether he could unearth a valuable coin among the many in the vendor's display. Despite the seemingly dilapidated appearance of the coins before him, Zhang Yixing employed his discerning eye, enhanced by his unique ability, and effortlessly identified several coins radiating a rich yellow light. He gathered the glowing and non-glowing coins in his hands and placed them carefully in a corner of the vendor's stall. Zhang Yixing pointed to the few copper coins he had carelessly set aside and inquired, "How much do you sell these coins for, boss?" The proprietor glanced up at Zhang Yixing, noticing the young man's handsome features, and thought to himself that he could easily deceive him. "Ah, my young friend, your discerning eye is commendable. Among this heap of copper coins, these few are the only exquisite pieces of their kind. You have chosen wisely." Zhang Yixing chuckled lightly, replying, "Since that is the case, I shall refrain from purchasing. You may keep them as your treasured possessions or heirlooms. I cannot deprive you of your beloved items." With that, he feigned a gesture to leave. Seeing Zhang Yixing's intention to depart, the proprietor quickly resumed his persuasive chatter. "Travelers from the south and north, from Ice City to the Harbor Island, all who have transacted with me have praised my sincerity toward collectors. Please, young sir, do not be hasty to leave. Let us converse further. I assure you, we can reach a price that will satisfy you." Zhang Yixing retorted, "What more is there to discuss? I sense a lack of sincerity in your dealings." The proprietor insisted, "You are my first customer today. I shan't ask for much. Let us begin this venture auspiciously. How about a mere 1,000 yuan for each coin?" Upon hearing such an outrageous offer, Zhang Yixing internally scoffed. Goodness, this boss is truly unscrupulous. He raised an eyebrow at the proprietor, who suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment. Aware of Zhang Yixing's subtle taunt, the proprietor thought to himself, "I cannot believe this young rascal thinks he can play tricks on me. He has much to learn." Nevertheless, he recognized that these copper coins held little value, and if he continued to deceive, he risked losing his first sale of the day. Thus, the proprietor said, "Young man, why not propose a counteroffer?" Zhang Yixing countered, "You are quite ruthless, slashing my offer by 200 times. That is far too little. Today marks my first transaction, and I do not wish to let slip away, as it would adversely affect my future business." After several rounds of haggling, Zhang Yixing ultimately spent 40 yuan to purchase 7 copper coins, which the proprietor carefully placed in a plastic bag for him. Once the transaction was complete, Zhang Yixing wandered aimlessly through the ancient martial arts market. Not far from the proprietor's stall, a surge of joy overwhelmed him as he realized that among the 7 coins he had acquired, there was one he particularly desired. If he was not mistaken, it was a Qianqi Tongbao coin, featuring the inscription Jin Wu Qian on its reverse. Zhang Yixing was aware that only 2 such coins were held in the Kyoto Museum. Today, he had stumbled upon a rare find, potentially the 3rd circulating piece. His elation stemmed from the understanding that during the reign of Emperor Shizong, Zhu Youjiao, a plethora of currency types were minted in the Ming Dynasty. However, among the myriad of versions, those inscribed with Jin Wu Qian on the reverse were exceedingly scarce, possessing significant research and collectible value. Thus, Zhang Yixing's spirits soared as he ambled along, contemplating his discovery, until he reached a stall selling paintings and calligraphy. Zhang Yixing initially cast a cursory glance over the stall, discovering that it primarily showcased paintings and calligraphy from the Ming and Qing dynasties. Naturally, the authenticity was questionable, and after a brief observation, he discerned that most were evidently counterfeit. Thus, he refrained from employing his extraordinary ability to perceive the truth. As he contemplated moving on, the moment he turned to depart, he suddenly sensed two flashes of crimson and white light. Curiosity piqued, he exclaimed inwardly. Focusing intently on the artworks displayed by the vendor, one particular piece captivated him, emanating a gentle red and a rich yellow glow. After a moment of contemplation, the realization dawned upon him. He then pointed to another blatantly fake landscape painting and inquired, "What is the price of this piece?" "Ah, young man, you possess a keen eye. This painting," the vendor remarked, scrutinizing Zhang Yixing with a nod of appreciation. Upon finishing his statement, Zhang Yixing smiled broadly. The stall owner then asked, "How many paintings are you looking to purchase?" Zhang Yixing scratched his head, replying, "My room isn't particularly spacious. I can only accommodate 4 for now." The vendor explained, "These paintings are generally from the late Qing to early Republic period, and despite not being by renowned artists, they do possess a certain collectible value." After some back-and-forth haggling, Zhang Yixing ultimately acquired the piece that had first caught his attention, along with 3 others, for a total of 500 yuan. He settled the payment and picked up the 4 paintings, quickly departing from the vendor's stall. Without hesitation, he turned and made his way out of the antique market. En route, he encountered a trash bin and decisively discarded the 3 obviously fake paintings. A smile broke across his face as he clenched his fist in silent triumph. Upon exiting the antique market, he found a hotel not far from the venue and requested a standard room at the front desk. Another delightful moment for Zhang Yixing was his successful acquisition of a cord for his jade pendant that day. His foremost task was to securely fasten the precious jade, vowing to wear it close at all times, for without this treasure, he believed he would not have achieved his current standing. On his way back, he conveniently purchased a bottle of oxalic acid and purified water. He already possessed tweezers and a utility knife. Grabbing a cup from his room, he poured in the purified water, added a slight amount of oxalic acid, and submerged the gold coin. Approximately 10 minutes later, he retrieved the copper coin and gently wiped it with a soft, damp cloth. Before long, an exceedingly precious Tianqi Tongbao gold coin emerged before his eyes. His heart raced with excitement, and trembling hands signaled a moment of destiny about to unfold. Setting the copper coin aside, Zhang Yixing then picked up the captivating painting. Despite not being an expert in the intricacies of calligraphy and painting, his extensive knowledge guided him. With careful diligence, he spent over 2 hours, ultimately dividing the artwork into 2, revealing the hidden masterpiece within. Before Zhang Yixing lay 2 exquisite pieces of artwork, a floral and avian depiction from the Qing dynasty, likely the work of Ma Jiatong, characterized by skilled brushwork and rich, delicate colors, estimated to be worth around 200,000. The other, a Ming dynasty piece titled Twin Egrets in a Serene Gorge, presumably by Lu Ji, boasted distinct layers and lifelike representations, evoking a sense of vibrant motion and an exhilarating heart flutter at the sight of the elegant egrets. Based on past auction prices for similar artworks, this piece was anticipated to fetch approximately 10 million. After a careful examination of both artworks, confirming their authenticity beyond doubt, Zhang Yixing delicately tucked them away. Despite his elation, he knew the importance of rest, so he tidied himself up before reclining in bed. Chapter 7. The ingenious blue and white porcelain orchid. The night passed without incident. Upon waking the next morning, Zhang Yixing completed a quick morning routine. He then opened his laptop to search for prominent auction houses in Pengcheng. After some navigation, he found the promotional materials of a few auction houses that appeared promising. However, his unease led him to peruse several more, ultimately concluding that the first one he encountered was indeed the most favorable. He retrieved paper and pen, noting down the auction house's address and phone number. Once this task was accomplished, he made his way to the Hotel S Buffet, selecting his preferred dishes for breakfast. Having reserved a week at this hotel, he mused that it would suffice to earn a bit of initial capital before moving on to his next destination. Standing outside the hotel on the street, he glanced at his watch, noting it was nearly 9 o'clock. He then dialed the auction house S number he had found online. After a few rings, his call was answered. "Hello, is this the auction house?" he inquired. "Yes, this is the auction house. How may I assist you, sir?" responded a woman on the other end. "I have several items I wish to auction. Could you provide a brief introduction about your services?" "Certainly, sir. I am an appraiser here at the auction house, responsible for the initial evaluation of items we consider for auction. Only those deemed to possess auction value will be accepted." "I see. Please continue." "Our policy dictates that whether antiques or contemporary crafts, we generally do not accept items with an estimated value lower than 100,000 below market price for auction," Zhang Yixing proposed. Shall we arrange a time to meet and discuss? You may come to the auction house now. Please contact me upon your arrival. She concluded the call, summoning a taxi. He instructed the driver, please take me to Hanhai Auction House. The taxi veered northeast in response. This auction house was a branch of a well-known establishment in Yinjing located in Pengcheng. The woman had mentioned that they were preparing for a sizable auction in 3 days. Upon arriving at the auction house's building, Zhang Yixing dialed the previously mentioned number. Hello, I am downstairs at your auction house, he announced. Great, please hold on a moment. I'll be right down to greet you. Shortly, a beautiful woman appeared before Zhang Yixing. The woman stood tall, her height estimated to be no less than 1.7 meters, exuding a gentle and serene aura, as elegant as a lotus blossom. Her exquisite, flawless oval face framed by cascading black hair, complemented by eyebrows resembling willows and eyes that sparkled like the sea, suggested she was around 27 or 28 years of age. Her presence effortlessly bestowed a sense of tranquility upon those who beheld her. Upon entering the reception area of the auction house, the guests took their seats. The enchanting lady introduced herself. Hello, sir. My name is Lin Tongtong. May I inquire your surname? Zhang Yixing, blushing slightly, replied, I am Zhang Yixing. After regaining his composure, he presented the items, Jin Wuqian, Yu Jian Shuanglu Tu, and Huan Yao Tuesday Lin Tongtong, then called for the chief appraiser of the auction house. Approximately half an hour later, the appraiser nodded at Lin Tongtong, confirming the authenticity of the items. An initial assessment was made, and a standard contract was prepared. Their evaluations were as follows. Huan Yao Tu was estimated at around 250,000. Yu Jian Shuanglu Tu was projected to auction for approximately 12 million. And Jin Wuqian was conservatively valued at 3 million. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yixing, the market for paintings and porcelain had flourished in recent years, leading him to underestimate the value of his possessions. Consequently, he signed the auction contract with ease, which stipulated that even in the event of a failed auction, the sale price could not fall significantly below the appraised value. After providing his bank account number, he prepared to leave the auction house and visit the antique market. As he departed, Lin Tongtong smiled and said, Mr. Zhang, please join us for the auction in 3 days. Zhang Yixing felt a slight flutter in his heart at her smile, replying, certainly, I will be there, bidding farewell to her. Zhang Yixing walked along the road in front of the auction house, quickly hailing a taxi. Upon arriving at the antique market, he noticed a greater crowd than usual. Stalls and shops were bustling with people. Some were intently examining items, while others strolled about, creating a vibrant atmosphere of perpetual motion. Zhang Yixing briskly passed the stalls he had browsed the previous day, then leisurely perused both sides. Regardless of authenticity, he observed an array of bronze and jade artifacts, porcelain, paintings, and even corroded coins, presenting an illusion of boundless treasures. In the antique market, one could find everything imaginable. However, Zhang Yixing believed that 99 of the items were counterfeit. He casually scanned the wares on either side, occasionally catching a glimpse of a faint glimmer of white light, but found nothing worthy of his investment. A couple of items caught his eye, yet the sellers seemed aware of their true worth, pricing them above the current market value. Uninterested in starting a collection at this moment, he preferred to save his resources for future endeavors in pursuit of his aspirations. Thus, Zhang Yixing quietly mused. It seems that finding a hidden gem is unlikely. While possessing a discerning eye could make such discoveries easier, he remained undeterred, determined to continue his exploration. What a peculiar situation. A magnificent object described as a mere counterfeit. Zhang Yixing happened to overhear a middle-aged man muttering as he exited a shop. Observing the man's dejected demeanor as he approached, curiosity compelled Zhang Yixing to inquire further. Understanding the man's sentiments, he reassured him, Fear not, my friend. If it pleases my eye, I shall certainly purchase it. The middle-aged man, somewhat skeptical, found a vacant spot by the roadside, gently placing the object for Zhang Yixing to inspect, cautioning, Be careful not to break it. You cannot afford the cost. Feeling somewhat frustrated, Zhang Yixing merely rolled his eyes in response. Truth be told, if the man were to demand an exorbitant sum, Zhang Yixing would indeed find himself unable to compensate. Thus, he retrieved a pair of gloves from his backpack, deciding to forego his X-ray vision for the moment and apply the knowledge he had amassed over the years. As he meticulously examined the object before him, he noted that while everything else seemed authentic, the brightness was rather excessive, as if it had just emerged from the kiln. Zhang Yixing surmised that this exquisite piece of Ming blue and white porcelain was either freshly crafted and mistakenly offered for sale by an unsuspecting individual, or had been hidden away shortly after its creation, only to be rediscovered and misidentified as a counterfeit. Focusing intently on the item in hand, He was unexpectedly struck by a surge of deep crimson light that rushed towards him and vanished in an instant. Internally, he was brimming with excitement, though he maintained a composed exterior. The object he scrutinized was a Ming Dynasty blue and white vase, approximately 40 centimeters tall, adorned with a vibrant floral pattern, resplendent in its golden hues, a truly captivating sight. The vase's form featured an open mouth resembling an inverted trumpet, tapering down to a slender square waist, culminating in elevated circular feet on either side. Zhang Yixing recognized that such vessels were traditionally used for drinking during the Shang and Zhou dynasties. The overall design was stunningly elegant and grand. The more he gazed, the more entranced he became, silently resolving to acquire this antique. He turned to the somber middle-aged man and inquired about the price of the vase. The man raised 3 fingers. Zhang Yixing, raising an eyebrow in response, said, "Sir, I am also no expert on the authenticity of antiques, and you just emerged from a century-old antique shop. You know better than I what the shopkeeper said. Earlier, before I had seen your piece, I stated that if it caught my eye, I would certainly buy it. However, 30,000 is quite steep, wouldn't you agree?" The middle-aged man then asked Zhang Yixing what price he could offer. After contemplating, Zhang Yixing replied, "Sir, I can offer you 3,000. The man's immediate reaction was one of alarm at such a low offer. Thus, after an extensive negotiation lasting several minutes, Zhang Yixing ultimately agreed to a price of 31,000, successfully acquiring the exquisite vase. Chapter 8. Uncovering Treasures at the Auction. After taking a refreshing shower, Zhang Yixing felt a delightful sense of relaxation. He then focused his attention on the exquisite flower pot before him, its vibrant yellow glow unmistakable. Through several validations, he firmly believed his eyes could not deceive him. Thus he was certain that this flower pot must date back to the Ming Dynasty. Yet, he remained perplexed by the intensity of its luster. Suddenly, a bold idea struck him. He decided to pour purified water into the basin of his room, adding a small amount of oxalic acid, which he stirred gently with a disposable toothbrush. He then dipped a cotton swab into this newly concocted solution and swiftly applied a minute amount to the base of the flower pot. After approximately 1 minute, he examined the spot with a magnifying glass, and to his astonishment, the luster had significantly diminished. Overjoyed, he boldly proceeded to coat the entire exterior of the flower pot. After patiently waiting for another minute, he swiftly rinsed the pot with clean, purified water. At that moment, Zhang Yixing perceived the flower pot as nothing short of perfection. Such is human nature. When one encounters good fortune, it invariably uplifts the spirit, and Zhang Yixing was no exception. He picked up his phone and made a call home, a habit he had cultivated. Having graduated and ventured into the world, he felt it essential to reassure his parents with a daily phone call. Time flew by, and after storing the flower pot, Zhang Yixing felt the urge to take a nap. To his surprise, he awoke to find that it was already past 8 in the evening. After washing his face, he ventured out of the hotel in search of a clean eatery, where he indulged in beer and stir-fried dishes, relishing a satisfying meal. Once back in his room and having calmed his mind, he began to meditate, circulating his vital energy throughout his meridians according to the principles of the Dragon Ascension technique. He lost track of time, and when Zhang Yixing finally opened his eyes, dawn had arrived. After a night of cultivation, he felt invigorated rather than fatigued, with a sense that the energy within him had become even more substantial than the previous day. Subsequently, he practiced Tai Chi for over an hour at a nearby square. Today, he had no plans to venture out, dedicating the entire day to researching antique auctions both domestically and internationally, analyzing the auction prices of various artifacts and artworks, and exploring different valuation criteria for antiques spanning various eras. Simultaneously, he did not neglect his studies of medical texts. He found the insights from the 8 extraordinary meridians profoundly enlightening, as many case analyses left him astounded. He pondered how, if modern Chinese medicine possessed even a fraction of the ancient practitioner's skills, it could prevent the rampant exploitation by unscrupulous Western medicine practitioners. Thus, for 2 consecutive days, Zhang Yixing abstained from visiting the antique market, focusing intently on his studies and diligent practice. On the 3rd day, he remembered his intention to attend the auction and departed the hotel at 6:30 in the evening to make his way to the auction house, as the event was scheduled for 8 o'clock. After enjoying a meal, he arrived at the auction house by 7:40, only to feel disheartened upon realizing he lacked an invitation, which barred him from entry. Consequently, he had no choice but to call the enchanting Lin Tongtong once again. "Miss Lin, I am Zhang Yixing, and I have now arrived at the entrance of your auction house, but I am unable to enter without an invitation." Lin Tongtong replied, "I apologize, Mr. Zhang. That is my oversight. I am currently overwhelmed with tasks, and cannot come down to greet you personally. Would you mind making your way upstairs on your own? Zhang Yixing responded, "You are too kind, Miss Lin. As long as I can gain entry, there is no need for you to come and receive me." Before long, the security guard at the entrance received a phone call and permitted Zhang Yixing to enter. The auction was held on the 12th floor, and Zhang Yixing smoothly ascended in the elevator, arriving at the auction hall, which exuded an air of opulence. It was his inaugural experience attending an auction. The hall was bustling with activity. The dazzling lights illuminated the auctioneer's face, accentuating her porcelain complexion. As the auction was about to commence, the lights suddenly brightened, casting a brilliant golden hue. The auctioneer, adorned in a violet mini dress that flirted with her thighs, evoked a sense of allure, her soft golden locks cascading gracefully to her waist, accentuating her delicate waistline and enhancing her enchanting visage. With a radiant smile and twinkling eyes, she proceeded to the designated spot, and, as the lights dimmed, they flared back to life upon her arrival. With her hands clasped before her, she offered a slight bow and warmly greeted, "Good evening, everyone. I am your host, Lisiki. Thank you for taking the time to join us at Hanhai Auction House. This evening, we have 48 exquisite items for auction, so please seize this opportunity." Shortly thereafter, two elegant women donned in kippeos emerged from backstage, carrying a tray draped with red velvet, which they placed upon stage. Host Lisiki unveiled the covered item and announced, "This is the first item for tonight's auction. A Qing Dynasty Hatian Jade Guanyin statue, with a starting bid of 200,000. Each subsequent bid must exceed 10,000. The bidding begins now." After a moment of silence, an array of bids erupted. "I bid 200,000, twice at 200,000. I bid 250,000. I bid 500,000. Dream on. Do you think you can acquire this Guanyin statue for 500,000? I bid 800,000. After numerous rounds of bidding, the exquisite Hetian Jade statue was ultimately secured by a woman of remarkable grace for 5,800,000. Lisiki then continued, "We have a Duan inkstone used by the Tang Dynasty poet Li Bai, starting at 1,800,000, and a Ming Dynasty painting of ladies, starting at 12 million. Please place your bids." A variety of items were fervently contested, epitomizing the adage, "In prosperous times, antiques flourish. In chaotic times, gold prevails." All 48 items were successfully auctioned without a single failure. Zhang Yixing's 3 items fetched ideal prices. Moreover, there was one item that nearly went unsold. However, Zhang Yixing acquired it for 1,000 above the starting price. This item, a large-bellied Buddha carved from Wangwali wood, was of indeterminate age, with its patina marred and the craftsmanship lacking the lifelike quality typically associated with renowned artisans. The Buddha, with one hand pointing to the heavens and the other to its own belly, struck Zhang Yixing as an odd sight. Curiosity piqued. He utilized his X-ray vision for a closer inspection, which left him nearly speechless. He resolved in his heart that no matter the cost, he must acquire this statue. Those present were far from foolish. Upon witnessing the unique design and substantial starting bid of the statue, no one dared to bid against him. After he cautiously raised his offer by 10,000, the bidding fell silent, and thus he found himself fortunate once more that evening. Zhang Yixing reflected on how, without his golden eyes of perception, he would not have been able to secure this exquisite Buddha. Chapter 9. Unexpected Events. After the auction house deducted their 6th commission, the sum credited to his bank account amounted to 36 million Dragon Kingdom currency. Upon receiving the notification on his phone, a wave of joy washed over him. Returning to the hotel late, he first took a quick shower. Yet, thoughts of the Buddha he had just acquired lingered in his mind. Its distinctive form intrigued him, and he speculated that perhaps it was the fact that it was made of Vietnamese rosewood rather than the more common Hainanese that allowed him to claim it. In truth, Zhang Yixing understood well that at the auction, he had sensed the statue's unique design, awkward yet captivating, and he couldn't quite articulate what felt amiss. Thus, he had concentrated on the statue, discovering that something lay within its belly. This revelation solidified his determination to purchase it. As he examined the statue, he discerned that a mechanism to open it was located at its base. A wooden piece, approximately 1 centimeter thick and composed of the same material as the statue, had been affixed there. Perhaps the craftsman had concealed the seam too well. The edges appeared flawlessly tight, and despite the belly housing some space, there was no sound when the statue was shaken. The statue's secrets had remained undiscovered for who knows how long, and many who beheld its peculiar shape might have dismissed it outright. Zhang Yixing retrieved a utility knife from his backpack and cautiously scraped along the base's edge. 1 centimeter up, As the seam was invisible, he employed his X-ray vision to follow the faint edge, meticulously removing an unknown filling material. After about half an hour of labor, he had cleared the filling from the base's edge and gently pried off the thin wooden piece. To his surprise, he found a round opening at the bottom, roughly 10 centimeters in diameter. However, after considerable effort, he realized the hole was too small for his hand to reach into the statue's belly. With no other option, he stepped out of the hotel and found a nearby barbecue shop, where he purchased 10 skewers of lamb in exchange for an iron skewer. Although the base hole measured 10 centimeters, the space within the Buddha's belly was limited. It was filled with ample silk fabric, and the items Zhang Yixing extracted were nestled within the center, surrounded by the silken layers. The jade pendant resting against Zhang Yixing's chest emanated a faint warmth. Intrigued, he removed the pendant from around his neck and began to explore its contours with his fingers. The pendant sparkled with an ethereal glow, captivating his attention. What transpired next was even more surreal. He found himself suddenly transported to an unfamiliar realm, a modest expanse of roughly 10 acres, enveloped by a hazy sky. At the center of this space lay a small, crystal-clear spring. This spring, though not extensive, spanning approximately a dozen square meters, was accompanied by a thatched hut situated not far from its banks. In a state of bewilderment, Zhang Yixing gradually regained his senses and stumbled into the thatched cottage. Inside, the hut was impeccably clean, housing a jade bed, a mat, and a display shelf against the wall opposite the entrance. Approaching the shelf, he discovered a plethora of martial arts manuals, medical texts, and books on divination. Among these treasures, he noticed a jade slip alongside a collection of translucent objects, each approximately the size of an egg. Uncertain of their nature, curiosity compelled him to pick up the jade slip, yet despite several attempts, he could not decipher its meaning. Perhaps it was a reflection of the notion that sincerity begets understanding. As if performing a customary bow, he held the jade slip in his hands, moving it up and down. In this process, the slip inadvertently brushed against his forehead. At that moment, his mind was solely focused on uncovering its significance. With unwavering concentration, the jade slip touched his forehead, emitting a soft white light that penetrated his consciousness. An indescribable excitement surged within him as he realized that, in a world devoid of power, self-preservation was impossible without formidable martial skills. In this society, rife with material desires and unpredictable human nature, one could easily meet an untimely demise in the course of interactions. The ancient healer Bianke had sealed his life's mastery within the jade slip. In a bygone era, he was a practitioner of the arcane arts, harnessing spiritual energy more potent than that of the present day. He claimed to have cultivated the Dragon Ascension technique to the nascent soul stage, and, as the years passed, he found it increasingly difficult to advance further. Healing others was merely a pastime alongside his true pursuits. The jade slip conveyed that the bearer of the jade pendant would become his disciple, tasked with diligently honing their skills to fulfill the unaccomplished aspirations he had left behind. Alas, little did he know that the spiritual energy on Earth had dwindled to such an extent that even reaching the foundation establishment stage would be a formidable challenge. Chapter 10. Unexpected blossoms of romance. Zhang Yixing meticulously organized the skills swirling within his mind, discovering an array of martial techniques. By the time he had clumsily mastered a stepping technique and a palm technique, the clock had unwittingly crept past 5 in the afternoon. Realizing he had not eaten all day, he ventured out of the hotel and found a nearby restaurant where he ordered beer and stir-fried dishes, indulging in a satisfying meal. Not far from where he dined, he spotted a bar adorned with an array of luxurious vehicles. Despite his lack of automotive knowledge, he passed by with a fleeting glance. The road directly in front of the bar was narrow, illuminated by dim streetlights, contrasting sharply with the brightness of the thoroughfare he had traversed earlier. Undaunted by the shadowy ambience, Zhang Yixing, emboldened by his skills, walked confidently along the dimly lit street. As he turned into the alley and had barely walked 20 meters, he overheard voices. "Tonight, my friends are fortunate," one of them chuckled heartily. Another voice, grating like a duck's, chimed in. "Indeed, my friends have struck gold. They've found a stunning beauty." Upon hearing such remarks, Zhang Yixing comprehended the situation immediately. Evidently, the beauty was in a precarious predicament. She resembled a woman intoxicated, and given the circumstances, her fate appeared grim. He inwardly lamented the folly of a young woman frequenting bars and consuming excessive alcohol. After observing for a while, it became evident that the woman had indeed indulged considerably, her movements unsteady, her demeanor languid. In contemporary society, it seems that bars are rife with inebriated patrons daily. Perhaps inebriation offers a fleeting escape from the stresses of life. It is often said that drunkenness in bars can lead to unfortunate encounters, where unsuspecting women are approached and whisked away by ill-intentioned men. One wonders if they ever awaken regretting their choices. 3 nefarious men, witnessing the weeping woman, displayed no semblance of compassion. Rather, their excitement grew. One of them remarked, "The more she cries, the more enchanting she becomes. A gallant soul cannot resist such beauty." Their lewd laughter echoed in the air. Things took an even more infuriating turn when a particularly unsavory little man began to attempt to strip the woman of her clothing. Although Zhang Yixing had initially wished to remain uninvolved, the scene before him ignited a fury within him that could not be contained. Resolutely, he strode over to confront the 3 men. In his current state of mastery, they appeared as insignificant as ants, and without much effort, the once arrogant trio found themselves incapacitated. He delivered a kick to one of their bodies, contemplating that within an hour, they would be unable to rise. Perhaps the woman had been drugged while drinking at the bar, as she appeared dazed and disoriented. I, she attempted to articulate, yet her words faltered into incoherent murmurs. Before long, her face flushed, and her limbs began to regain some sensitivity, a clear sign that the effects of the drug were manifesting. In the dim light of the street, with no other recourse, Zhang Yixing decided to apply pressure to her acupoint to induce slumber. With a gentle tilt of her neck, she succumbed to unconsciousness. He then lifted her and returned to the broad avenue, hailing a taxi. "Driver, to the hotel ahead," he instructed. Upon arriving at the hotel, he guided the woman to his room, placing her on the sofa, pondering how to rid her body of the toxins. For the moment, he decided to cleanse himself first before attending to her. His shower was brief, lasting no more than 10 minutes, during which his thoughts wandered back to the sensation of holding the woman. Though Zhang Yixing was handsome and had attracted many beautiful classmates in university, he had never engaged in a romantic relationship, remaining steadfastly oblivious to such pursuits. The softness of the woman against him sparked a jolt of electricity within him. With her mesmerizing eyes shifting, Zhang Yixing felt an overwhelming urge to embrace the woman before him. Yet he refrained, recognizing that succumbing to such temptation would render him no different from the ruffians he had just encountered. He procured 6 silver needles, sterilized them with alcohol, and, drawing upon the techniques etched in his memory, deftly inserted them into the woman's acupoints. In a short while, her frantic demeanor subsided, and tranquility enveloped the room once more. The young woman turned her gaze towards Zhang Yixing, who reciprocated her glance, their eyes locking in silent communication. Previously preoccupied with the urgency of the moment, he had not taken the time to truly observe her. Now, under the bright illumination of the room, he beheld her striking beauty anew. She exuded an ethereal allure, her skin reminiscent of freshly fallen snow, while her dark pupils were as frigid as the Siberian tundra. Her elegant nose accentuated her sharp features, and her subtly pursed lips hinted at an enigmatic reserve. The delicate juxtaposition of her snow lotus-like charm and the stoic grace of the winter plum blossom radiated an air of dignified pride. Having experienced an extraordinary encounter, coupled with his relentless practice of the dragon ascendance technique, Zhang Yixing sensed a transformation in his mindset. No longer the reticent scholar lost in his studies, he found himself captivated by the presence of a beautiful woman, occasionally drifting into fanciful reveries about a brighter future, one where he might share flights of fancy with such enchanting companions. Although the events of the evening left him with a tinge of melancholy, he bore no significant regrets. "My name is Zhang Yixing, hailing from Sucheng, not far from Pengcheng. And where do you come from, beautiful lady?" Their extraordinary meeting, compounded by their unfamiliarity, rendered conversation elusive. Zhang Yixing sensed that the woman before him, Song Qianqian, was undoubtedly a person of depth and intrigue. "By the way," he ventured, "now that you have returned to your normal state and the hour grows late, shall I arrange another room for you? You could take a bath, rest, and awaken tomorrow to explore the many sights of Pengcheng. It may brighten your spirits. There is no need for you to book a room for me. I can manage that myself," she replied, asserting her independence. They exchanged contact numbers, and as Song Qianqian turned to leave, there lingered a moment of hesitation, a bittersweet reluctance to part ways. One could only hope it was not an illusion. Chapter 11. By the Yunlong Lake, after bidding farewell to the enchanting Song Qianqian, Zhang Yixing gently closed the door behind him, reaching for the jade pendant around his neck. With a mere thought, he watched as his backpack vanished from sight, only to reappear moments later atop the low table in the room. At that moment, Zhang Yixing felt an exhilarating rush of excitement. He sensed that perhaps this was the hand of fate. Removing the jade pendant, he willed himself into its inner sanctum. Upon entering the thatched cottage within the pendant's realm, he seated himself cross-legged upon the jade bed, channeling his vital energy through his meridians. In that sanctuary, he experienced a profound difference in the density of spiritual energy compared to the outside world. It was far more potent within this space. Determined, he resolved to dedicate more time to his training within this realm, aspiring to strengthen himself swiftly. Only by cultivating the power for self-defense could he hope to realize his grand ambitions. Zhang Yixing placed his backpack, the exquisite rosewood Buddha statue, and the treasure map discovered within the statue's belly into the space of his jade pendant. Suddenly, he recalled that there was something peculiar about the treasure map. With a mere thought, the map reappeared in his hand, revealing a few cryptic words in the language of a small island nation. The lines depicted on the map were somewhat unclear, and he could not make sense of them at that moment. Thus, under the influence of his mind, he returned the map to the antique shelf within the thatched cottage of his jade pendant space. Upon leaving the hotel, Zhang Yixing felt it was still early and decided to stroll towards Yunlong Park, which was conveniently close to his residence. Before long, he arrived at this beautiful locale, which had originated in the northern Song dynasty, bordered by Yunlong Mountain to the east, Hanshan to the west, Tianqi Mountain to the south, and surrounded by the enchanting waters of Yunlong Lake. As he gazed at the natural beauty of Yunlong Lake, he inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air that wafted over from the water. Instantly, a sense of tranquility enveloped him. Observing his surroundings, he meandered toward a grove not far from the lake's edge. There, he found a flat area of approximately a dozen square meters, where he began to practice a set of Tai Chi. After 20 minutes, he transitioned to the palm technique he had recently learned, swimming dragon palm, approaching it with heightened seriousness due to its novelty. Time passed swiftly, and he devoted nearly an hour to perfecting this technique. Finally, he practiced Lingbo Weibo, moving through the grove with astonishing agility, darting back and forth. Feeling a light sheen of sweat upon his brow, he concluded his training and began to walk back along the path he had just traversed. After walking about 300 meters, he noticed others practicing in the nearby woods. Among them was a beautiful woman, accompanied by an elderly man in his 70s, who observed her martial arts practice. Approximately 10 meters behind them stood a young man, around 30 years old, 6 feet tall, with a somewhat dark complexion, who appeared to be on guard. Zhang Yixing paused to watch the girl's graceful movements, shaking his head involuntarily. He then decided to leave, but the girl, blushing fiercely, confronted him, questioning his disdainful gesture. Concerned about provoking her further, he quickly withdrew his hand. This only escalated the situation, as the girl became increasingly irate, displaying an indomitable spirit. At that moment, Zhang Yixing felt awkward and frustrated, pondering why he had even shaken his head. However, the events had unfolded, and he had no choice but to face them. Just then, the tall man who had been standing at a distance approached the girl, seemingly ready to engage in conflict. The elderly man, watching his precious granddaughter practice, observed the unfolding drama with clarity, yet he remained silent, unaware of Zhang Yixing's earlier gesture until he heard his granddaughter's outburst. The girl, now firmly planted and seething with anger, harbored thoughts of vengeance against Zhang Yixing. The young woman, with her lustrous black hair tied back in a ponytail and adorned in a graceful training outfit, possessed a delicate oval face. Her intelligent almond-shaped eyes, when filled with anger, remained captivating. Zhang Yixing contemplated that in future encounters with this woman, he should maintain a respectful distance. The irate young lady insisted, "You must clarify your actions today. Why did you shake your head disdainfully while I was practicing? I won't let you leave until you provide a satisfactory explanation." Her name was Zheng Shengnan, and her grandfather, Zheng Changhe, had imparted his martial arts teachings to her, cherishing his beloved granddaughter deeply. The young man with the dark complexion was named Zhao Biao. The trio frequently gathered at this location to hone their skills. Now enlightened by the old man's introduction, Zhang Yixing noted Zheng Shengnan's relentless pursuit of an explanation. While her grandfather remained composed, he decided to offer the elder a few insights, addressing him respectfully. "Is it acceptable if I refer to you as old man? I am not from Pengcheng, and my presence here today is purely coincidental. I had no intention of ridiculing your granddaughter. Observing her technique, I feel is rather unsuitable for a young lady. If she continues to practice this style, in several years, her circumstances may mirror yours with little distinction." Zheng Shengnan thought to herself, "You're merely spouting nonsense. What does a mere youth know?" She dismissed him internally, contemplating that explanations were mere veils. and veils obscured the truth. She pondered, "If I'm not mistaken, old man, your cultivation has stagnated for many years, and you no longer sense any potential for advancement. You likely experience discomfort in your chest when you cultivate, and only after ceasing your practice do you feel a semblance of relief." Upon hearing Zhang Yixing's words, the elder was taken aback, studying the youthful figure before him. He sighed and replied, "You speak a truth. If you can perceive my condition so clearly, I must ask you, is there a remedy for my ailment? Should you place your faith in me, once I restore your health, I would request you share your martial arts principles, so I may rectify any discrepancies." However, he cautioned that she should cease practicing her current style, indicating Zhang Shengnan. The young girl became agitated, retorting, "Boastful words won't suffice. Do you have the courage to engage me in a proper contest?" Hearing her challenge, Zhang Yixing chuckled and replied, "Let us forego the competition for now." He turned to the elder and suggested, "It's getting late. Let us reconvene here tomorrow, and I will attend to your ailment." After speaking, he casually plucked a leaf and, with a flick of his wrist, made it vanish. Once Zhang Yixing had distanced himself, the dark-faced young man urged the elder and the young woman to observe. A leaf had embedded itself into the tree trunk. Chapter 12. Healing. Regarding chess, whether it be Xiangqi or Go, he was an adept player. When he witnessed others engaged in the game, he would pause to watch intently. The game of chess had just commenced, with only 5 or 6 moves executed. Nevertheless, the atmosphere was lively and vibrant. Both sides maneuvered their knights and pawns. Rooks and archers clashed, engaging in a back-and-forth struggle that was intricately balanced. An elder clad in gray, after skillfully moving his knight, promptly dispatched his vanguard. A rook and 2 cannons advanced boldly, penetrating the defenses of the elder in the blue Zhongshan suit. Yet, the latter proved to be a formidable opponent, employing a cunning strategy that blurred the lines between feigned and genuine threats. The lead cannon lay in wait, concealing a series of successive knights, while the rook surged forth to bolster the assault, resulting in a fierce melee where blades clashed and guns were drawn. Zhang Yixing, having been away from a chessboard for some time, found equal delight in observing the game unfold. The onlookers, a mix of familiar faces and strangers, were ever eager to impart their unsolicited advice on the gameplay. Encountering an irritable spectator could lead to heated exchanges, as the old adage suggests. A true gentleman speaks not while observing a game. After watching the 2 elders complete their match, Zhang felt a sense of ennui amid the surrounding clamor and decided to continue his stroll along the ancient Yellow River. He knew well that the Yellow River had numerous ancient channels, the most significant of which lay in Pengcheng. This city, the heart of the Huaihai Plain, boasted a glorious history as well as periods of obscurity. Proceeding further, he came upon a grand stone bridge adorned with inscriptions detailing the historical significance of the Yellow River's ancient course. The park nearby spoke volumes of the remarkable transformations Pengcheng had undergone in recent years. Observing the fresh vistas along the river's ancient path, he recalled the canal's trajectory at Wanzhegang and the expansive port area, as well as the northern convergence of the Pengcheng Canal with the Grand Canal of Beijing and Hangzhou. Pengcheng has been the birthplace of numerous celebrated poets, with the most renowned being Liu Bang's Song of the Great Wind, composed during his ascension to power, and Xiang Yu's Song of Gaixia, performed within the confines of Lingbai. The city provided the backdrop for the epic battles waged by Liu Bang and Xiang Yu. Additionally, the Yuan dynasty poet Sa Dula's nostalgia for Pengcheng reflects the city's rich literary heritage. The illustrious figures born in Pengcheng include emperors and generals, from Liu Bang and Liu Yu to Li Yu of the southern Tang, and the founding heroes of the Han dynasty, such as Shao He, Fan Kuai, Chao Can, Zhou Bo, and Zhou Yafu, all hailing from this notable city. Liu Xiang, whose ancestral home was in Peicheng, compiled works such as Strategies of the Warring States, Songs of Chu, Shan Hai Jing, and even new songs from the Jade Terrace, leaving an indelible mark on history. At this moment, Zhang Yixing was overwhelmed with emotion, reflecting on the ancient Pengcheng, now transformed into a bustling metropolis. The city has always been a cultural stronghold, a cradle of Huaxia civilization. Like Kaifeng and Shangqiu, Pengcheng has experienced tumultuous historical upheavals, often layered upon itself, leading to the loss of many historical relics. He reminisced about his university days, sharing a dorm with 3 others. He, the third among them, would casually sip alcohol during gatherings, opting to refrain from excess. Now his classmates had dispersed, each pursuing their own paths. The eldest, Li Feng, from northeast China, had ventured into business alongside his father and, during a recent phone call, mentioned that his endeavors were progressing well. The second brother, Gao Pengyu, hails from the ancient capital of Xi'an and has recently opened an antique shop there. The fourth brother, Qin Shaoxian, is from Jinling, and it is rumored that he has secured a position as a civil servant. It has been nearly a year since they last gathered, and a sense of nostalgia has begun to seep in. There's a saying that goes, "We have shared the same windows, faced the same adversities, indulged in the same vices, and shared in the same struggles. These are the four iron bonds of life." Perhaps this wisdom has been distilled from the experiences of hardworking individuals over the years. However, Zhang Yixing contemplates that success and failure often hinge on the same factors. In today's society, rife with material desires and fickle hearts, he finds it difficult to discern when things began to change. In truth, Zhang Yixing has also entertained thoughts of becoming a civil servant. Had it not been for a fortunate turn of events that bestowed upon him the extraordinary ability to appraise treasures, he might not have harbored such ambitions, nor pursued dreams of wealth. After a refreshing shower and brushing his teeth, he calls home to reassure his parents of his well-being, alleviating their worries. He also transfers 2,000 yuan to his sister via WeChat, leaving a message. "Dear sister, focus on your studies and strive to gain admission to your desired school. Do not hesitate to spend when necessary. Your brother will always be your steadfast support." He exchanges a few words with his classmate, Ouyang Qian, who is far away in Jinling, but soon finds himself devoid of other matters to attend to. He secures the door to his room, and with a mere thought, enters the mystical realm of the Jade pendant. The wonder of this space captivates him, yet he chooses not to dwell on its mysteries. He is resolute in his principle that the pendant's secrets must remain confidential, even from his own family, not out of distrust, but from a fear that their inadvertent slip of the tongue could lead to complications. As is his custom, Zhang Yixing sits cross-legged on the jade bed. Driven by curiosity, he practices his cultivation while idly handling a piece of stone, which he places on a display shelf without knowing its true nature. As he channels his energy, the vital essence flows through his meridians, solidifying the spiritual power reflected back from the jade pendant and propelling his cultivation to unprecedented heights. He accumulates an abundance of inner strength. The more robust his dantian becomes, the more formidable his prowess, allowing him to expedite his breakthrough to higher realms. After a night of focused meditation and cultivation, he awakens to find that the stone he held has turned to ash. Zhang Yixing is taken aback, and using his golden eye ability, he peers into his dantian, discovering a more concentrated vital essence swirling within. A thought crosses his mind. Perhaps he will soon reach the 7th level of qi training. With a flicker of intention, he departs from the jade pendant's realm, feeling that practicing the dragon ascension technique is more invigorating than sleep itself, leaving him devoid of fatigue. Glancing at the time, he descends the stairs and heads towards the familiar spot where he practiced yesterday. Everything remains unchanged, echoing the same content of his previous training. Sensing that he has sufficiently prepared, he proceeds to the designated meeting place agreed upon with the elder. As he walks through the woods, he soon spots the 3 individuals from the previous day. The elderly gentleman, his face lined with wrinkles, beams with joy. The young lady stands speechless, while the dark-skinned young man remains silent. Zhang Yixing understands that, just as he could not catch the lead from yesterday, the young lady has no grounds for frustration either. At that moment, her grandfather remarked, "Now you understand that there are always greater beings beyond our own, don't you?" In truth, there is not a woman who does not admire the strong. Zhang Yixing approached the elderly gentleman, Zheng Changhe, and stood before him. He then guided the old man out of the woods, and soon they arrived at the lakeside, where a long bench, typically reserved for weary travelers, awaited. Traditional Chinese medicine relies on 4 principles: observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. However, without further examination, Zhang Yixing was already aware of the root of the elder's ailments. Nevertheless, he began by taking the old man's pulse and asking a few questions. He then retrieved 6 silver needles, sterilizing them with alcohol, and instructed the young man with the dark complexion to assist in loosening the elder's clothing. Swiftly, he inserted the 6 needles into the old man's back at the points: Yaoyu, Neohud, Shang's, Shenting, and Fengfu. With a gentle flick of his fingers, the needles began to tremble incessantly. Time passed slowly in this waiting period, and after approximately half an hour, Zhang Yixing waved his hand, retrieving the 6 needles into his grasp. After sterilizing them again, he placed them into a needle pouch and encouraged the elder to stand and practice the martial arts he had long mastered. 20 minutes later, the elderly gentleman completed his set, though perhaps due to his age, he was slightly breathless. As he contemplated taking a brief respite, he failed to notice an unexpected occurrence. Zhang Yixing's palms pressed firmly against his back, leaving the old man astonished. Yet, he soon felt a warm current surging through his limbs. This sensation lasted for 3 minutes, during which beads of sweat began to form on Zhang Yixing's brow. Suddenly, with a decisive motion, he struck the elder's back. Chapter 13. Departure from Pengcheng. Zhang Yixing's strike was merely a gentle tap, yet the old man, Zhang Changhe, stumbled forward 5 or 6 steps before halting. At the same time, dark blood erupted from his mouth. The beautiful Zhang Shangnan and the young man with the dark complexion, Zhao Biao, immediately exhibited concern and rushed towards the elder. After expelling the dark blood, the old man felt an unprecedented clarity and comfort, perhaps the most pleasant sensation he had experienced in years. Drawing from the martial arts movements the elder had just performed, Zhang Yixing utilized his golden eye to discern the true flow of energy within, identifying the flaws in the elder's technique and prescribing a remedy to replenish his qi and blood. He then said, "Elder, our meeting is fated. Perhaps our paths will cross again in the future." The elder wished to offer Zhang Yixing money, which he graciously declined. Reluctantly, the old man requested the young man's contact number, and Zhang Yixing felt no need for reserve. Once he divulged his number, Zhang Changhe instructed Zhang Shangnan, "Remember our young brother's number. At my age, I fear I might forget." Zhang Yixing reciprocated by noting down Zhang Shengnan's number, and they exchanged contact information. Upon hearing Zhang Yixing's words, the elder was overwhelmed with emotion, his voice trembling as he expressed his gratitude repeatedly. He then earnestly told Zhang Yixing, "Young brother, should you encounter any difficulties in Pengcheng, do not hesitate to call me. Within my capacity, I shall certainly assist you." Zhang Yixing smiled gently and replied, "I will surely do so." He then bid farewell to the beautiful Zhang Shengnan and the young man, Zhao Biao, before turning back along the path he had come. When Zhang Yixing's figure was no longer visible, the elder Zhang Changhe firmly stated, "This young man will undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. Shengnan, you must also temper your character. One cannot judge by appearances, nor can the sea be measured by a mere bucket. No matter the circumstances, ensure you cultivate a good relationship with this young man, Zhang Yixing." Upon leaving the hotel, Zhang Yixing took a taxi to the Golden Eagle building. After perusing the sales guide for various merchandise categories, he ascended to the 8th floor, where the men's brand clothing counters were located. A typically astute young woman approached him with a warm greeting, saying, "Good day, sir. What type of clothing are you looking to purchase?" Zhang Yixing felt a surge of appreciation for her enthusiasm. Not all sales personnel looked down upon others, dressed in what could only be described as market goods. He would have never dared to enter an international brand store prior to acquiring the Jade pendant space. This transformation in his circumstances underscored a profound truth. Strength alters destiny, reshapes mindset, and perhaps in the future will transform other facets of his life, the specifics of which remain unknown. "Thank you, miss. I am interested in purchasing a formal outfit as well as a casual one," he replied. Instantly understanding his request, the young woman, considering his physique, effortlessly envisioned suitable styles and sizes, proceeding to recommend a selection. Ultimately, he spent over 78,000 Dragon Kingdom coins on 2 Armani ensembles. He then visited a counter selling belts and shoes, acquiring the items he desired, spending an additional 5,000. It would be disingenuous to say Zhang Yixing did not feel a pang at the expenditure. However, unlike his student days when every penny had to be meticulously budgeted, his mindset had shifted. Perhaps in the future, he would no longer feel the sting of spending. Amidst a sea of envious and longing gazes, Zhang Yixing departed the 8th floor, carrying several shopping bags. Finding them cumbersome, he entered the restroom on the 1st floor. In a moment of thought, he sent the bags into the Jade pendant space, placing them on the Jade bed within the thatched cottage. He contemplated how small the cottage was, deciding that in the future, he would procure a larger space to accommodate more items. Simultaneously, he retrieved his backpack, though its contents remained largely in the space. Now, carrying the backpack served merely as a prop, allowing him to remain inconspicuous, a prudent choice. Exiting the Golden Eagle building, Zhang Yixing hailed a taxi. "Driver, please take me to the flower, bird, fish, and insect market," he instructed. The driver activated the meter, shifted gears, and sped towards his destination. The entrance to the flower, bird, fish, and insect market in Pengcheng featured a grand archway crafted from wood, exuding spaciousness. Upon entry, he encountered a fork in the path and chose one direction, intending to explore the opposite side later. After walking a few steps, he spotted a vendor selling fish, turtles, and aquatic plants, glancing briefly before continuing onward. Ahead lay stalls offering flowers, plants, and trees, but upon discovering nothing to his liking, he ambled slowly, stopping intermittently. Having completed one half of his excursion, he beheld a vibrant marketplace teeming with vendors selling flowers, birds, fish, ornamental trees, as well as small creatures such as puppies and kittens. A veritable cornucopia of variety and color. Witnessing the bustling activity of the market, he pondered whether this was indeed the essence of an ordinary world and an unremarkable life. As he strolled to the other side, he purchased 2 golden arowanas, reputed to be quite fine, perhaps useful for his home in the future. The golden arowanas, adorned in splendid golden hues, sported elevated mouths and delicate whiskers drifting gracefully in the water, captivating him entirely. He spent 1,800 yuan on the 2, each measuring approximately 30 centimeters in length. The proprietor remarked, "Sir, the 2 arowanas you have chosen are perfectly matched, 1 male and 1 female." Zhang Yixing, not entirely discerning, opted to trust the seller's words. At the Aquarius establishment, he requested a plastic container, and the owner graciously filled it with an appropriate amount of water before placing the 2 arowanas inside. The owner also imparted knowledge regarding their care to Zhang Yixing. Carrying the container, he continued onward, and as he neared the exit of the flower, bird, fish, and insect market, he noticed a crowd gathered around a stall. He overheard someone exclaim, "Old man, what kind of bird is this?" Another voice chimed in, "Old man, how did you catch it? Surely it isn't a protected species, is it?" Intrigued by the commotion, Zhang Yixing sought a vacant spot and set down the plastic container. He edged his way to the front of the crowd, discovering that the injured large bird on display was a sea eagle. Refraining from revealing his knowledge of the bird's identity, he inquired, "Excuse me, sir, how did you come by this bird?" The old man replied, "My grandson found it while playing in the mountains. I figured rather than let it go to waste, I might sell it for a bit of money to help with household expenses." Now made sense. Zhang Yixing gently examined the sea eagle, assessing its injuries and concluding they were not too severe. Perhaps it could be nursed back to health. "What price do you seek for this bird, good sir?" he asked. A voice from the crowd interjected, "What a rip-off, old man. It barely weighs 2 kilograms. After slaughtering and plucking, what's left?" Zhang Yixing glanced at the onlookers and rolled his eyes, then declared, "I shall purchase this bird." He promptly produced 3 crisp banknotes and handed them to the old man. Upon seeing the money, the old man beamed with delight and quickly departed towards the market's exit. Upon returning to the hotel, Zhang Yixing entered the space of his jade pendant, placing both the golden arowanas and the sea eagle within. Noticing the water in the plastic container was somewhat low, he approached the spiritual spring and used a cup to add a touch of the ethereal spring water into the container. Shortly after the infusion of the mystical liquid, the previously listless golden arowanas suddenly exhibited signs of revitalization. Upon witnessing the vibrant golden dragonfish, Zhang Yixing immediately perceived the remarkable effects of the spiritual energy spring. Observing the joyful dragonfish and the lethargic heydonking, he promptly exited the spatial realm and ventured to a nearby pharmacy outside the hotel, where he procured some anti-inflammatory medication, followed by a visit to a butcher shop to acquire some beef. After glancing at the dragonfish and heydonking, he exited the space once more, tidied his belongings in the room, checked out at the front desk, and made his way to the train station, where he purchased a ticket for a westbound high-speed train, embarking on his journey away from Pengcheng. Chapter 14. A Day in Yiqing. After several hours of swift travel, the train finally reached Zhang Yixing's destination, Yiqing. Historically known as Yuzhou, Shimao, and Shindu, Zhang Yixing was aware that Yuzhou was the ancient name. During the Eastern and Western Zhou dynasties, Yuzhou was renamed Yiqing, serving as the capital of that era. Later, during the Chao Wei period, the ancient city of Yiqing was renamed Luoyang, a name that has endured through subsequent dynasties to the present day. Stepping onto this auspicious land that has been the capital for 13 dynasties, Zhang Yixing felt a profound sense of nostalgia. He was deeply aware that the illustrious culture of the Huaxia civilization stands apart from any nation in the modern world. With a history spanning 5 millennia, a testament to the passage of time and the weight of history. Eager to explore this reputed residence of the Luo deity and the cradle of Huaxia civilization, Zhang Yixing made his way to the taxi stand in the square in front of the station and hailed a cab. Upon entering, he instructed the driver to take him to the largest antique market in Yiqing. After about 20 minutes of driving, the taxi arrived at the ancient antique market of Yiqing. However, upon gazing at the market's quaint entrance, Zhang Yixing decided against entering. Instead, he found a hotel not far from the antique market, reserving a room for a week. After receiving his room key, he took the elevator to the 7th floor. Upon entering his hotel room, he first indulged in a hot shower, then, with a mere thought, entered the Jade pendant space. The sight that greeted him within the space took him by surprise. The golden dragonfish frolicked in a small plastic organizer, while the injured hay-donkey flitted about the spiritual energy spring pool. Noticing the sparse surroundings of the space, Zhang Yixing pondered the necessity of adding some items to the area, envisioning a resting place for hay-donkey and a larger pool for the dragonfish to thrive. As he indulged in these musings, he halted about 100 meters from the spiritual energy spring pool, wishing for the presence of a pond. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a miracle unfolded before his eyes. A rectangular pit, measuring an acre in size, appeared at an observable speed in the very spot where he had just stood. Zhang Yixing was astonished as he beheld the arid pit before him, a peculiar sensation washing over him. Consequently, he exited the Jade pendant space and hurried to the restroom. Turning on the cold water tap, he plugged the bathtub's drain with a stopper, immersing his hand in the water. With a mere thought, he directed the cold water flowing from the tap into the space, filling the newly formed pit. Connected to the Jade pendant, Zhang Yixing noted that after approximately half an hour, the 1-acre pit had nearly filled with water, its depth estimated to be around 2 meters. The speed at which the water entered the space was remarkably swift. After a while, feeling that the pit was sufficiently filled, he entered the space. With a focused thought, he commanded the water from the original spiritual spring pool to flow into the newly created water body, adding about 2 kilograms of the spiritual spring water. He then placed 2 golden arowanas into the newly formed pool. The sight of the fish, truly rejoicing in their newfound habitat, was beyond words. Witnessing their exuberance, Zhang Yixing felt a deep sense of satisfaction and resolved to acquire several more golden arowanas in the future. Glancing at the eagle, he summoned it with a thought, and it instinctively flew over to him. Could it be that in this space he wielded such control, rendering his wishes into reality? He retrieved the beef he had purchased previously, still remarkably fresh, suggesting that this Jade pendant space possessed preservation capabilities. After gathering some spiritual spring water, he soaked the beef to feed the eagle, which accepted the offering without hesitation. Zhang Yixing sensed that it must have relished the meal, especially since the spring water also had healing properties. Otherwise, the eagle wouldn't have healed so swiftly. Thus, he began to hum a tune within the Jade pendant space. With you, I possess. With the space, I thrive. Paying no further attention to the eagle, he allowed it to frolic freely. Having completed these tasks, Zhang Yixing settled onto the Jade bed, assuming a meditative position to practice the dragon ascension technique. The duration of his practice was brief, yet he felt invigorated upon concluding it, leading him to exit the Jade pendant space. Leaving the hotel, he noted the time was only 9:30 in the morning. He decided to take a taxi to explore the scenic spots of Luoyang ancient city before wandering through the antique market. The taxi delivered him to the Longmen Grottos, and after paying the fare, the cheerful driver departed. Zhang Yixing first visited Fengxian Temple, followed by Xiangshan Temple, the Jiangsong Villa, and other notable sites. By the time he checked the clock, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Upon arriving at a quaint little tavern he had spotted earlier, he entered to find a woman standing elegantly to one side. She was tall, with deep-set eyes and a prominent nose, her cascading hair resembling a waterfall, adorned in a graceful long dress. Her delicate oval face and wise almond-shaped eyes, paired with her composed and dignified demeanor, left Zhang Yixing feeling as though he were intoxicated without having taken a sip. Welcomed warmly by the enchanting hostess, he was delighted and, under her guidance, found a discreet corner to settle into. The proprietress served him tea, and in his state of happiness, he neglected to consult the menu for his meal choices. Casually, he said, "Madam, please bring me your 2 best dishes and a bottle of beer." The proprietress replied, "Certainly, sir, please hold on for a moment." Before long, the food and drink arrived. As Zhang Yixing savored the meal, he reflected that although the establishment was modest in size, the flavors were quite commendable. It seemed he would order a couple more dishes shortly. Just as he was halfway through his meal, he noticed a man entering the restaurant. The newcomer was approximately 1.6 meters tall, with slanted eyes, a hawkish nose, prominent cheekbones, thick lips, and a rather lecherous demeanor. Zhang Yixing found it amusing that such a peculiar man existed in the world. He then heard the man exclaim, "Wife, I need another 200,000 yuan." This statement provoked a furious reaction from the beautiful woman, causing her to tremble with anger as she retorted, "I owe you nothing. I repaid your loan years ago." The lecherous man, infuriated by her words, erupted in rage, insisting, "Either give me the money now or marry me immediately." At that moment, a waitress interjected, "Poor Hongjia, how unfortunate to encounter such a scoundrel." The waitress continued, explaining that Hongjia hailed from a rural background and that a few years ago, her father had fallen gravely ill. In their time of desperation, the lecherous man had lent Hongjia's family 30,000 yuan with the condition that she would marry him. After her father's recovery, Hongjia had moved to the city for work, enduring hardships and eventually establishing her own small eatery, which later blossomed into the current restaurant. Aware of Hongjia's location, the lecherous man would frequently harass her, and she had already given him over 800,000 yuan. Now, he had returned to demand more money. Even the bank would struggle to withstand such relentless torment. Hongjia had often felt despair in dealing with this wretched man. If he were to conduct himself honorably, she might have begrudgingly accepted the situation, considering her family's initial borrowing from him. After hearing the waitress's explanation, Zhang Yixing deemed the man utterly devoid of decency. As fate would have it, just as the man was lunging forward to seize Hongjia, he stumbled back, unintentionally colliding with Zhang Yixing's foot. Normally, Zhang Yixing would have let it slide, but given the circumstances, he now felt justified in taking action. He raised his foot and sent the vile scoundrel flying across the room. Chapter 15. A Trip to Laojun Mountain. With the lecherous man no longer causing a disturbance, Zhang Yixing resumed his meal and drink. Suddenly, a thought struck him. While he had momentarily dealt with the issue, perhaps once he left, the proprietress would face further troubles. He regretted intervening, but then he reassured himself. Approaching the lecherous man, he seized his collar and scrutinized him for a moment, ultimately resolving that this scoundrel had long deserved his fate. Zhang Yixing, having recently acquired knowledge of physiognomy, discerned that the lecherous man bore the mark of 3 impending deaths, some resulting from betrayal followed by murder, others from greed leading to lethal outcomes. Had it not been for the consideration that Hongjia was merely a source of funds for him, perhaps he would have acted sooner. Zhang Yixing exhaled a breath of frustration and casually struck the lecherous man a few times, urging him to leave. Having engaged in an act he was reluctant to perform, he had nearly finished his meal and called over the waiter to settle the bill before departing. The lecherous man would gradually succumb to his ailments. Zhang Yixing believed that the actions he had taken were undetectable by contemporary medicine, leaving no visible marks on the man's body. Upon returning to the hotel, Zhang Yixing refreshed himself with a shower and a teeth brushing before entering the space within his jade pendant. He summoned the eagle, Heidonking, and sat cross-legged on the jade bed, beginning to practice the dragon ascendance technique. Observing Zhang Yixing, Heidonking obediently settled beside him. Through several sessions of cultivation in the jade pendant's realm, Zhang Yixing discerned a pattern. Time flowed more swiftly within this space than in the outside world, and he resolved to conduct a thorough test when the opportunity arose. After an indeterminate passage of time, Zhang Yixing opened his eyes, sensing a slight enhancement in his cultivation. Exiting the jade pendant space, he noted that it was already past 8 in the morning. After freshening up, he left the hotel, eager for a new day of exploration. Upon arriving at Laojun Mountain, he visited the Zongshimen Square, known as the Little Zhangjiiji, where each step revealed a new vista. He traversed the suspended walkways, gazed upon the sea of clouds, and admired the Golden Ding Temple, the many Laojun shrines, the Jade Emperor Peak, the God of Wealth Temple, the Five Mothers Golden Hall, and the towering Funyo Mountain, which soars over 200 meters. The day passed in a whirlwind of sights, and after indulging his eyes, he decided that the following day would be dedicated to exploring the Luoyi Ancient City Museum and the Antique Market instead of the usual scenic spots. The taxi stopped near the hotel, and Zhang Yixing paid the fare. After walking a short distance, he entered a sizable hotel, evident from the lined-up vehicles outside that it was thriving. Without requesting a private room, he found a corner in the lobby to sit. A service attendant promptly brought him tea. He casually ordered 2 of the hotel's signature dishes, 2 bottles of beer, a soup, and a bowl of rice. As he waited, he observed the bustling activity within the hotel, a scene of vibrant commerce. The food arrived promptly, and Zhang Yixing, with his swift pace, quickly consumed his meal before calling the waiter to settle the bill. As he turned to leave the hotel, he was suddenly drawn by a commotion from upstairs. Out of curiosity, he paused his exit. Straining to listen, he discerned the chaotic sounds emanating from an upper private room. After a moment, he realized it was a family celebrating an elderly man's birthday. Perhaps the joy or the encouragement from his children had led to the unfortunate event of the elderly man's heart condition flaring up. Coincidentally, the only remaining medication he carried was an empty bottle. The hotel manager, visibly anxious, immediately dialed for emergency assistance. The family, too, was in a state of frantic disarray. Zhang Yixing understood all too well that medical assistance should never be a matter of expense. Yet, facing such a situation left him conflicted. Ultimately, rationality prevailed over hesitation, and he made his way to the private room. "Please make way. I am a doctor and can attend to the elder," announced the young man, radiating confidence. Surrounded by family members, diners, and hotel staff, the crowd found it hard to believe that this handsome, sunlit youth could possess the skills to heal. One patron scoffed, "Away with you, stop this nonsense. You haven't even grown all your hair yet." Nowadays, it seems anyone can claim to be a doctor. Feeling dejected, Zhang Yixing turned to leave, but paused to add, "Even if I choose not to treat him, who else will? We don't even know when the ambulance will arrive. Can you wait? Can the elder wait? Look at the current situation. Do you truly believe he can endure until help arrives?" The elder's eldest son, caught in his turmoil, suddenly became enlightened. "Indeed, we must treat this as a desperate gamble," he exclaimed. He then inquired, "Young man, how confident are you?" Zhang Yixing replied candidly, "If we wait any longer, I would have no confidence at all." With a sigh, he understood that they could only do their utmost and leave the rest to fate. After a brief discussion with the family, they reluctantly allowed Zhang Yixing to treat their father. He cast a disapproving glance at the gathered crowd before approaching the elder. Examining the elder's eyes and checking his pulse, Zhang Yixing quickly assessed the situation. He retrieved 18 silver needles, disinfected them with alcohol, and within half a minute, deftly inserted them into 18 specific acupoints across the elder's head and chest. With a gentle flick of his fingers at the needle tips, he watched as the needles began to quiver, the motion lasting for 3 minutes. With a swift movement, he made all the needles vanish. Concurrently, he tapped the elder's back thrice and his chest twice. A miracle unfolded as the elder slowly opened his eyes, eliciting a collective sigh of relief from his family. Just then, the ambulance arrived, and a flurry of personnel hurried to lift the elder onto the stretcher. The family, grateful yet overwhelmed, consented to the transfer. Once the commotion subsided and they wished to express their gratitude to the young man, he had already vanished from sight, having distanced himself from the hotel. Back in his own accommodations, he took a refreshing shower and brushed his teeth before entering the Jade pendant space. He first checked on the golden arowana and fed the golden eagle some beef. Afterwards, he settled onto the Jade bed, adopting a meditative posture to practice the dragon ascension technique. The night passed uneventfully, and the next morning, after a simple wash, he enjoyed breakfast at the Hotel's buffet before taking a cab to the Luoyang Ancient City Museum. Upon arrival, he queued to purchase a ticket, entering the museum just as the clock approached 9. Zhang Yixing felt pressed for time. If he were to examine each artifact in detail, the day he had planned would prove insufficient. Thus, he opted for a cursory glance, first spotting the Tang Roman coins, followed by the Western Zhou beast face pattern square ding, the pattern bronze ding, the Luoyang Jade figurine, the Han Jade ring, the Warring States bronze sword, the epitaph of the wife of Chai Shaoi, the Summer 7-hole jade knife, and the Summerdu Ding 1Jie. Strolling through the museum, I found myself captivated yet overwhelmed, having only glimpsed a fraction of the vast collection by day's end. Chapter 16. Observations from the Antique City. At the Luoyi Ancient City Museum, despite feeling no fatigue from the day's explorations, I was left with a profound sense of regret. The treasures were so numerous that to truly understand each artifact's narrative would require far more than just a day or two. After a refreshing bath and brushing my teeth, Zhang Yixing resumed his steadfast routine, first calling his parents to assure them of his safety. He then engaged in a brief conversation with his classmate, Ouyang Qian. "Ouyang Qian, how is business at your jewelry store? Is it thriving?" he inquired. "Oh, it's not as simple as you think. The current market is quite challenging, and since you're not involved in business, you wouldn't understand," she replied. "However, overall, things are looking decent. All right, if you come to Ruiqing, do give me a call. I would love to see you again and perhaps visit the Jade auction together. Don't underestimate it. You might just stumble upon a significant gem." After ending the call, with a flicker of thought, Zhang Yixing entered the Jade pendant space. He first observed the golden arowanas, noticing their colors had deepened to a richer golden red since his last purchase, and they had grown slightly larger. He then summoned the sea eagle, feeding it a bit of the spatial spiritual spring water along with some beef. The two, one human and one animal, began their cultivation together. Though cultivation might often be perceived as a monotonous endeavor, Zhang Yixing felt otherwise, firmly believing that effort would yield rewards. Throughout his school years, he had diligently focused on his studies, Although he had not secured his ideal job post-graduation, it could not be said that his academic performance was lacking. Rather, it was the lack of connections and the inherent challenges of his chosen field that hindered him. He understood all too well the difficulties faced by someone from an ordinary family in securing a dream job. He had submitted his resume to numerous institutions, from national museums to provincial and municipal cultural heritage departments. Even when he visited antique shops in Panjiayuan and Lulikang, explaining his intentions, he was gently turned away by the owners. Now, having encountered an extraordinary stroke of fortune, he felt emboldened and confident that he would no longer seek employment, relying instead on his expertise in archaeology and his unique ability to perceive through the golden eyes. It will be a challenge not to prosper. His current aim in diligently practicing the Dragon Ascension technique was to gain strength, alter his destiny, and safeguard the fruits of his labor. Zhang Yixing recognized that he might have been overthinking things and offered himself some solace, realizing that he was indeed in a good place. Thus, he set aside any distracting thoughts and concentrated on cultivating the Dragon Ascension technique. This time, he grasped a stone whose properties he had yet to comprehend, resolutely deciding to focus on its potential benefits for his cultivation rather than its attributes. In recent days, apart from honing the Dragon Ascension technique, Zhang Yixing had also practiced various martial skills and divination techniques found on the ancient shelves. Additionally, he discovered a set of acupuncture needles left by the legendary physician Bien Quebec. Zhang Yixing resolved to henceforth utilize the acupuncture needles that had been bequeathed by the esteemed physician Bien Quebec simultaneously. He intended to procure several sets of silver needles from the local apothecary to keep in his space for future exigencies. Time held no sway in his cultivation, and he was oblivious to how long had elapsed within the Jade pendant's realm. However, he sensed that the alarm clock in the outer room had already begun ringing for the dawn of the next day. Though he resided within the space, he remained acutely aware of the world beyond. Thus, he exited the Jade pendant's domain and materialized in his hotel room. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, he proceeded to the hotel's buffet to partake in breakfast. With no other matters occupying his mind, he departed the hotel and ventured to the nearby Luoyi ancient city, home to the largest antique market, the Tianzijia Lu Antique Market. As Zhang Yixing gazed upon the grand entrance of this market, he was struck by its majestic and antiquated charm, which evoked a plethora of imaginative musings. Most individuals might perceive the items within as genuine antiques and artworks. In reality, regardless of location, one could find a plethora of aged replicas, high-quality imitations, and modern artisanal creations. Zhang Yixing lingered at the entrance for a couple of minutes before stepping into the market. He strolled leisurely along the central thoroughfare, noting that antique markets across the nation exhibited similar layouts, featuring sections for boutique shops, stalls, and occasionally an area dedicated to jade and gemstones. Typically, Zhang Yixing refrained from entering the boutique shops, as the era of novice collectors had long passed. Over the past 4 decades since the reform and opening up, the standard of living had risen considerably, resulting in an abundance of affluent individuals and well-to-do families. It is often said, in prosperous times, antiques flourish. In chaotic times, gold prevails. Thus, the marketplace thrived with vitality. As he traversed past various stalls, he observed an array of antiquities on display: bronze artifact from the Xia and Shang dynasties, chime bells from the spring and autumn periods, gold and jade from the Qin and Han eras, Tang dynasty Sankai, Song dynasty porcelain, Ming dynasty blue and white ware, Qing dynasty enamel ceramics, purple clay teapots, calligraphy and paintings, bricks, gilded Buddha statues, and exquisite ancient stones and woods, all of which dazzled the eye. For one with only a fleeting understanding of antique appraisal, the vibrant assortment could easily ignite a yearning to acquire. Yet, Zhang Yixing swept past these offerings without pausing. Confident in his discerning eye, he would not activate his golden eye ability for mere fakes. Many stalls were surrounded by crowds, with individuals in traditional Tang attire, Zhongshan suits, casual wear, and even laborers mingling in and out. Among them were the opportunists and genuine treasure hunters. Within less than an hour in the antique market, Zhang Yixing had witnessed a myriad of human stories. After passing several more stalls, he finally encountered an object that warranted his attention. It was an imagined vessel which, had it not been for Zhang Yixing, might have remained forever obscured in dust. The stall owner, a middle-aged man of approximately 50, with a round face and small, nearly squinting eyes, exhibited a rather unsettling demeanor as he introduced his wares, his gaze darting around. Zhang Yixing assessed the man briefly, gaining insight into his character. He then engaged the stall owner in a casual exchange, inquiring, "How much do you want for this thumb ring?" The proprietor promptly began reciting his lines. "Young brother, you possess discerning taste, for you have set your gaze upon the treasure of my stall. To be frank, this piece is something I unearthed a few days ago while digging in the countryside. An expert has examined it and declared it to be an imperial ring of Emperor Qianlong." Zhang Yixing, amused by the proprietor's fanciful claims, merely smiled and replied, "Boss, just tell me your asking price, and spare me the embellishments." The stall owner, impervious to Zhang Yixing's jest, boldly stated if he were genuinely interested in purchasing. "How about 500,000? Just so you know, a similar imperial ring adorned with turquoise was auctioned at Christie's in Hong Kong last year for 800,000. Zhang Yixing retorted, "Boss, you truly have a knack for spinning tales. This ring is not the same as the one you mentioned." Upon hearing this, even the thick-skinned proprietor felt a tinge of embarrassment. He then inquired, "Why don't you propose a price, and I shall see if I can part with it?" The owner shook his head vigorously. No. You must offer more and more." Zhang Yixing thus handed the proprietor a red banknote. Just as he turned to leave, he feigned casualness and exclaimed, "Oh, boss, I just noticed that you have a vase here. My living room is in need of one. This vase you possess is quite lovely. Please name your price, and if it suits me, I shall buy it." Upon hearing such words from Zhang Yixing, the proprietor thought to himself, what a fool to praise such an ordinary vase. In truth, he had discovered this vase while rummaging through a neighborhood for antiques. Having found it next to a garbage bin, he replied, "This vase is an artifact from the Republic era. Just give me 5,000. Goodness, keep your 5,000 to yourself." Zhang Yixing retorted, preparing to depart. After some haggling, the vase was finally acquired by Zhang Yixing for a mere 500. Little did the proprietor know that within the vase lay hidden treasures. Had he been aware of its secrets, he would not have been peddling goods in the antique market. In Chapter 17, a delightful day unfolds. Zhang Yixing was all too aware of the vase's true nature. Upon first glimpsing the fanciful vessel, he found it amusing, prompting him to activate his golden eye ability, revealing two streams of treasure light, one faint, the other blindingly bright. The vase's contents materialized in his mind as if in a three-dimensional image, compelling him to acquire it without hesitation. This blue and white porcelain resembled a distant dream, embodying the elegance of the Tang dynasty, the ethereal quality of the Song dynasty, and the splendor of the Ming dynasty, merging the essence of various eras within its design. Embracing this peculiar porcelain vase, Zhang Yixing appeared to onlookers as a simpleton, utterly oblivious to the world of antiques, perhaps dreaming of fortune. Despite his handsome exterior, they dismissed him as a fool. Unperturbed by the chatter of the crowd, he remained resolute, walking with intent, pausing to examine intriguing objects, and when in doubt about their authenticity, employing his golden eye ability for clarity. Indeed, he stumbled upon a scholar's stone and a rusted iron chisel. These two antiquities, one cleverly disguised with an old city brick, appear to be a meticulously carved Duan inkstone, encased within a facade crafted from the aged brick. The craftsmanship of the concealment was so seamless that it had evaded discovery for many years. Perhaps this is where Zhang Yixing's exceptional insight lies. Those familiar with antiquities know that the Duan inkstone is renowned for its robust material, smooth texture, and delicate quality. It grinds ink effortlessly, releasing ink swiftly, producing a fine liquid that allows for smooth writing without damaging the brush, ensuring that the ink remains vibrant over time. A fine Duan inkstone, regardless of the sweltering heat or biting cold, retains moisture for an extended period, which led ancient scholars to develop the practice of breathing warmth onto the ink during grinding. The inkstone Zhang Yixing acquired today, if his eyes did not deceive him, was likely one used by the esteemed Tang Yin. On one side of the stone, there were cloud patterns, and on another, there were cursive verses. Etched upon it were the words, "Master of the Peach Blossom Abode." The poem inscribed read, "In the peach blossom abode, the peach blossom immortal tends to peach trees, plucking celestial peaches to sell for wine, awakening only to sit before the flowers, drunkenly returning to sleep beneath them, half awake, half drunken, day after day, as flowers bloom and fall, year after year." Amidst the trivial chatter of onlookers, Zhang Yixing found another stall to peruse. This modest stall boasted an array of blades and swords, with rusted bronze swords and artificially aged knives that lacked craftsmanship. His attention was drawn to a small bronze sword that piqued his curiosity. The corrosion on the sword was so extensive that the blade was scarcely visible, its form dulled, merely suggesting a vague shape of a sword. Yet, Beneath the patina lay a keen edge, the blade shimmering with an eerie blue hue, akin to the legendary Kunwu sword. Zhang Yixing was aware of the lore surrounding the Kunwu sword. It was forged from Kunwu stone, as noted in the historical text records of the 10 prefectures, which recounts how the Western barbarians presented the Kunwu Jade knife during the reign of King Mu of Zhou, a weapon said to slice through jade as if it were clay. However, this narrative remains shrouded in myth, and the true nature of Kunwu stone remains elusive. Much like the fabled He Sure Bai, a mystery that endures through the ages. As he approached, he inquired of a middle-aged man also drawn to the scene, seeking to uncover the unfolding drama. It turned out that a beautiful woman had accidentally shattered a piece of porcelain at the stall, and the proprietor insisted she compensate him with 2 million yuan. The young woman was taken aback. She was merely a junior in college, visiting the antique market to explore, hoping to uncover treasures, as she was studying archaeology herself. How could she possibly afford such a sum? Zhang Yixing noticed that the shattered piece was a square brush washer. This reminded him of the descriptions he had encountered in books regarding the square brush washer from the Ru kiln. A genuine Ru kiln square brush washer should possess distinctive features: a prominent folded edge, gently rounded walls, a glaze that envelopes the entire piece. Smooth to the touch like silk, warm as jade, and radiating brilliance, reminiscent of the soft, even luster of Hetian jade. Like agate, the crystals produced exude a unique array of colors, with the surface resembling delicate scales, rich in cultural and creative connotations, evoking boundless imagination. The square brush washer, glazed with agate, possesses a warm and lustrous surface. Under a high-powered magnifying glass, one can discern sparse bubbles akin to stars, the glaze resembling congealed resin, with a full and vibrant hue and clear patterns reminiscent of emerald peaks and verdant shades, resembling jade yet not quite jade. Zhang Yixing observed for a while as the onlookers murmured among themselves. Some remarked, "This girl is in trouble now. She's got the trouble somehow clinging to her." Others, unaware of the context, commented, "The young lady should quickly contact her family for assistance. It is only right to compensate for damaged goods." Some suggested, "Miss, do you need to call the police to handle this?" The girl's face turned pale as she repeatedly asserted that she did not break it. The boss, who was difficult to deal with, seized the opportunity, insisting that the girl had indeed shattered the Ru or square brush washer. Just as the boss reveled in his triumph, and the young girl felt isolated and helpless, Zhang Yixing could no longer stand idly by. Had it not been for the jade pendant space he acquired, he would not have intervened in such a matter. Perhaps after obtaining the jade pendant space and cultivating the dragon soaring technique, his character had undergone a transformation. Now, as a practitioner at the 6th level of Qi, he truly regarded most people as inconsequential. He approached the boss and said, "Sir, your Ruware square brush washer is broken, and you demand this young lady compensate you with 2 million. Let us set aside whether she is responsible for the damage. First, let me ask, is your brush washer genuinely a Ruware piece?" Upon hearing Zhang Yixing's words, some onlookers echoed, "Yes, is the brush washer a true piece from Ruware?" The boss, upon hearing Zhang Yixing, became irate. "Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? Get lost. My square brush washer is indeed from Ruware. I even have an expert certificate." Zhang Yixing glanced at the boss and recognized him as a cunning and shameless individual, with a disreputable appearance, sharp features, protruding teeth, and a voice that resembled a duck's quack. He proceeded to articulate some characteristics of authentic Ruware square brush washers, then inquired, "Sir, can you point out any feature of your brush washer that matches what I just described? Look, your brush washer is still hot to the touch, yet you insist it's a genuine Ruware piece. Conducting business without integrity truly suits your name. How Nanshan." After speaking, Zhang Yixing turned to leave, but not far off. He overheard the stall owner exclaim, "That young man is called Hao Songming, not Hao Nanshan." Chapter 18. A wish for treasures to reveal their true form. The stall owner was genuinely furious now, his eyes wide as saucers, glaring fiercely at Zhang Yixing, thinking to himself, "You wait, I will make you pay." Amid the spectators' murmurs and jeers, and in the antique market, the unscrupulous and despicable stall owner had no choice but to reluctantly let the girl go. The young lady deeply bowed towards the departing Zhang Yixing and exclaimed, "Thank you, kind sir." Zhang Yixing's ethereal voice reached the young woman's ears. "No need for gratitude. Just be cautious in the future. The antique industry is fraught with perils. Otherwise, one may fall into traps set by others, resulting in significant losses that are difficult to articulate. Nowadays, university students, sheltered within their ivory towers, often take too much for granted, suffering from dogmatic thinking. And without the harsh education provided by society, they remain oblivious to the complexities of life. It is better to possess one's own resources than to rely on others, and to be stronger than one's peers. Perhaps today's incident is a blessing in disguise, fostering the young woman's maturity and steadiness, enabling her to adapt to society and contribute meaningfully to her family and country. As Zhang Yixing continued to stroll along the other side of the market, some vendors, noticing him cradling an imagined ornate vase, perceived his ignorance of antique knowledge. One vendor remarked to his neighboring stall owner, Old Wang, "Look at that young man over there holding the vase." Isn't that the same one Old Li from the East District found by the trash bin during his last treasure hunt? Old Wang glanced over astonished. "Well, it seems someone actually fancies that vase. How peculiar. Strange things happen every year, but today seems particularly rife with them." Old Song chuckled heartily indeed. "Hey there, young man. Come take a look at my stall. Everything here is a gem. You won't regret it." Zhang Yixing paid little mind to their banter. In fact, when he purchased the vase earlier, the vendor had offered him a bag, which he declined. His refusal served as a subtle advertisement, suggesting he was merely an amateur enjoying the experience, and should something catch his eye, he might purchase it. The stall owners could hardly suspect they had lost a treasure. Encouraged by the two vendors, Zhang Yixing found himself at their stall, fully aware that finding a genuine bargain was no easy feat. In the early days of reform and opening up, there were few collectors. Not every item could be deemed a true antique. Nowadays, it can be said that nearly every piece is a counterfeit. In this treacherous landscape, the antiques he had acquired in recent days had been cleverly disguised to avoid detection, preventing them from being bought by others or collected by foreign opportunists. Without extraordinary luck or the ability to discern the true nature of objects, he would not have made those purchases. Who will buy something knowing it was fake? Vendors and shop owners may sell their wares as genuine, but customers must never take them at face value. The depths of the antique world are perilous. One misstep could lead to ruin, were it not for his extraordinary ability to perceive hidden truths. Relying solely on the theoretical knowledge of history and antiques gained during his university studies would make it exceedingly difficult to find genuine bargains. Upon arriving at the stall, he scrutinized the items for a while, but found nothing worth acquiring. Just as he was about to turn his attention to another stall, a small cup coated in green paint caught his eye. Perhaps having the power of perception had heightened his curiosity. He could not say for certain. Nevertheless, his intuition urged him to examine the object further, as it might yield an unexpected delight. Perhaps without his presence, the treasures he might have unearthed would remain hidden, waiting for another chance to re-emerge. Reflecting on his own thoughts, he chuckled, realizing that such objects were mere legends in this realm. Thus, he activated his extraordinary ability of the golden eye to perceive beyond the ordinary. Little did he know, upon closer inspection, he was taken aback by the discovery of a remarkable treasure. Concealing his astonishment, he feigned interest in various items, while the vendor continued his eloquent sales pitch. At that moment, Zhang Yixing's mind was consumed with visions of the Flower God Cup and its illustrious history. He casually picked up a plate and the verdant little cup, only to be met with the vendor's exorbitant demand of 3,000 for the two items. Amused by the vendor's insistent salesmanship, he replied, "Could you not offer a more reasonable price?" The rather greasy vendor insisted, "Young man, I cannot possibly lower the price any further." Zhang Yixing responded, "If the price cannot be reduced, then I must refrain from purchasing." Engaging in light banter with the vendor, he ultimately spent 300 to acquire the two antiques he had in hand. Adopting a facade of discontent, he requested the vendor to wrap his recent acquisitions, which he discreetly transferred into his Jade pendant space. At that moment, Zhang Yixing was immensely pleased, as visions of the Flower God Cup's historical significance flooded his mind once more. Yet, a tinge of regret washed over him, for he possessed only one. The Kanshi blue and white 12 Flower God Cups, each cup representing a flower and a poem, were simply exquisite, due to the delicate nature of their construction. The creation of the Flower God Cups was an exceptionally arduous task. Consequently, after the Kanshi era, complete sets became exceedingly rare, with only sporadic cups appearing from specific months. A perfectly preserved set is considered a rare treasure of unparalleled worth. Zhang Yixing recalled that each cup stood at 55 centimeters tall, with a diameter of 66 centimeters and a foot height of 27 centimeters. January's narcissus, spring breezes bring forth clarity, while the moonlight dances upon the riverbank. February's magnolia, golden blossoms hang with spring's chill, Amidst the yellow flowers, a few stand out. April's peony. Morning blooms reveal golden hands glistening with dew, while evening fragrances entice the winds of the Jade Hall. May's pomegranate. Dewy beads reflect the curtains, while fragrant breezes veil the pink walls. June's lotus, rooted in muddy depths. Its heart bears pearls beneath the dew. July's orchid. The grand hall exudes fragrance, while distant platforms echo poetry. August's osmanthus. Branches bear the moon's abundance, with flowers filling the autumn air. September's chrysanthemum. A millennium of white wine, a lifetime of fragrant maidens. October's hibiscus. Refreshing scents mingle with lingering rain, as beauty emerges from the clear mist. November's rose. Not swayed by the multitude of blooms, it alone flourishes in vibrant red throughout the year. December's plum blossom. Pure beauty amidst snow-laden branches, as the fragrance fills the air. Last year, a complete set of Kanshi's 12-flower god cups was auctioned at Poly Auction House, fetching nearly $1 billion, including all fees. Lost in reverie over the tale of the flower god cups, Zhang Yixing momentarily became entranced. The vendor's sudden call jolted him from his daydream. He then wandered to the neighboring stall of Old Wang, casually picking up and examining items without uttering a word to the vendor, not out of fear of being duped, but rather because he found the process of selecting objects immensely pleasurable. Without the journey, there could be no destination, despite the outcome being of great importance. At this stall, he discovered a porcelain bowl about the size of a rice bowl, adorned with patterns distinct from other household items. The bowl was embellished with blooming hibiscus flowers, radiating a striking beauty. It was a high white glaze, double-sided hibiscus flower display piece. Zhang Yixing mused to himself that this must be the esteemed bowl belonging to that elderly gentleman from years ago. Merely this bowl, if presented at an auction, would command a starting bid of no less than $30 million. Perhaps the proprietor had mistaken this bowl for a mere everyday item. Otherwise, a piece of such exquisite porcelain would never grace a stall like this. Why would one sell such a treasure instead of displaying it prominently? This illustrates how knowledge shapes destiny. The gem lies before him, yet he remains oblivious. Who can he blame? Zhang Yixing certainly could not kindly inform him that it was a treasure. Chapter 19. The joy of seizing a bargain. Zhang Yixing swiftly gathered 3 plates and 4 bowls. Setting them aside, he then inquired, "How much for these plates and bowls, good sir?" Upon seeing the items Zhang Yixing had selected, the proprietor nearly burst into laughter but quickly composed himself to spin a tall tale. "Ah, young brother, you possess an extraordinary eye. These pieces are freshly acquired from the son of a wealthy magnate. According to the young gentleman, these are part of his father's collection. He mentioned that he's a bit short on cash, his father is away, and his mother is out playing mahjong, so he secretly decided to sell these treasures." The proprietor continued his elaborate charade, with the neighboring stall owner occasionally chiming in. Zhang Yixing displayed no impatience, instead enjoying the proprietor's theatrical performance. Perhaps sensing that he had embellished his story too much, the proprietor revealed a toothy grin, exposing 8 large, yellowed teeth, and shamelessly stated, "How about you offer me $500,000 for these pieces, young brother?" The proprietor, upon hearing Zhang Yixing's response, thought to himself, "Goodness, I called him a fool. Yet I am the fool." He feigned a distressed expression and exclaimed, "Young brother, these are antiques. How could they possibly be compared to mere supermarket plates and bowls? Be honest with your offer." Zhang Yixing, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, "I assure you, I am not trying to shortchange you. How about 50 yuan for these plates and bowls?" The proprietor, taken aback, firmly replied, No, that won't do." Sensing it was time to conclude the negotiation, Zhang Yixing remarked, "I truly wish to avoid the hassle of shopping at a supermarket. How about 70 yuan? If not, I shall walk away." Despite the proprietor's cunning and years of experience in deception, he found himself unable to sway Zhang Yixing, who, while appearing simple-minded, possessed a discerning eye and an unyielding will. The proprietor, now somewhat defeated, pondered, "Even a mosquito's leg is meat." He reluctantly accepted a bright red bill from Zhang Yixing and added, "Young brother, I want to charge you for the 30 yuan difference. Take a small item from a stall as well." Zhang Yixing glanced at the proprietor, choosing not to say much further, and casually picked up a copper coin that had just caught his attention. Initially, he had intended to finalize the bowl and plate deal before mentioning the coin, but this way, it was all the more convenient. He also purchased several packs of silver needles, nitrite reagents, a rechargeable electric grinding tool, and other items he deemed necessary for the tasks ahead, successfully acquiring everything he needed. Upon returning to his hotel room, he first proceeded to the bathroom for a shower, and then made his way to the hotel's buffet restaurant for dinner. Abstaining from alcohol this evening, he He also took a moment to call home and assure his family of his safety, as well as to exchange brief pleasantries with his classmate, Ouyang Qian. Then, with a mere thought, he transported the items he had acquired today, along with some tools, into the Jade pendant space. His first task was to dismantle the fabricated vase, revealing the true nature of the vase within. The reason for labeling this vase as fabricated was straightforward. The creator had first crafted a larger vessel to encase the genuine vase, ensuring that its mouth would remain inconspicuous. To further obscure the truth, the creator fashioned a false neck, wider at the top and narrower at the bottom, which enveloped the genuine vase's opening, thus creating the illusion of a slender inner diameter. The outer appearance of the fabricated vase gave off an impression of a hefty body with a thick neck and a delicate opening. Zhang Yixing perceived that the creator must have employed multiple steps to accomplish such a masterpiece. The authentic vase appeared to have a mouth that seemed seamlessly connected. Apart from the opening, the rest of its body was entirely encased within the fabricated vessel. Zhang Yixing carefully wielded a cutting tool to slice through the base of the fabricated vase. Marveling at the approximately 1 centimeter gap between the genuine vase and its deceptive outer shell, which was tightly wrapped in heat-resistant material. He then proceeded to delicately cut around the circumference of the fabricated vase's neck, just below the lip, and suddenly, the outer layer fell away like a small mushroom cap, fully unveiling the vase beneath. Utilizing his golden pupils to perceive through illusions, Zhang Yixing meticulously dissolved the filling material between the fabricated neck and the genuine vase's opening. Thus, after over an hour of dedicated effort, he successfully extracted the authentic vase. Once the heat-resistant material was removed, a stunning vase emerged before him. After a moment of admiration, he placed the vase upon the antique shelf within the Jade pendant space. Since all of this was taking place within the confines of the space, he was unbothered by the noise of the cutting tool. With no further objects requiring cutting, he decided to preserve the integrity of his Jade pendant space by removing other items. He then placed the green cup into a diluted solution of nitrous acid to see if it could shed its outer layer. A miracle occurred. After approximately 5 minutes, the solution changed color, revealing a beautiful Marchflower cup. Zhang Yixing, filled with excitement, immediately rinsed the cup several times in pure water. Once thoroughly cleaned, he dried the Marchflower cup with a soft paper towel, ensuring all moisture was removed. Admiring the copper rust enveloping the sword-like stick once more, Zhang Yixing placed both the ancient coin and the stick into a diluted oxalic acid solution. As he observed the external changes of these artifacts, he contemplated how to handle these rare treasures. Time flew by, and before long, the two items had soaked for 15 minutes. Even though he utilized his golden eye ability to discern their true nature, he still eagerly anticipated the forthcoming revelation of their condition. Chapter 20. The Genuine Masterpiece of Zhang Yixing. The outcome was assured. Both treasures were in impeccable condition. He first attended to the coin, and upon inspection, he was overwhelmed with excitement. This coin turned out to be a Qing Dynasty Xianfeng reigned Baoquan 500 engraved mother. Holding the exquisite coin in his hand, with its clear and elevated inscriptions and perfectly proportioned design, Zhang Yixing felt he had struck gold today. If all went well, it could fetch over 10 million at auction. Gently, he placed it on the display shelf in his Jade pendant space. He then picked up the blade, which resembled a sword but was, in fact, a knife. After examining it several times, he discovered 2 ancient characters inscribed on the not overly thick handle. Kunwu. The blade gleamed ominously, casting a chilling light. Legend had it that the Kunwu knife could slice through jade as if it were mud. He decided to use it as a carving knife henceforth. He had also heard that Lu Zigong's exceptional carving skills stemmed from acquiring this very Kunwu knife, which was said to be worth a fortune. Pondering whether he could find a mentor to learn carving techniques, Zhang Yixing recognized that his current self, having cultivated the Dragon Ascension technique, possessed a level of true energy far superior to his past. While he could not claim to be invincible, he had no trouble dealing with ordinary individuals. His memory had also become remarkably sharp, exhibiting an ability for total recall. He discovered that the older the antiques, the more varied the radiant glow they emitted. Presently, he discerned that antiques from the late Qing and early Republic typically emitted a faint white halo, while those from the mid-Qing era radiated a moderate red aura. Antiques from the late Ming to early Qing period exuded a rich red glow. He had learned that Ming dynasty antiques generally emitted a yellow light, while the Kunwu knife he had just acquired emanated a bold purple brilliance. It seemed that Lu Zigong had also come into possession of a Kunwu knife left behind by predecessors. As the ancients often remarked, The luster of jewels is indeed a reflection of an antique's inherent quality. Zhang Yixing understood that he had only recently obtained the Jade pendant space, and perhaps in time he would be able to analyze the antiquities more accurately. After tidying up the acquired antiques, he cleaned the battlefield, feeling a sense of fulfillment from today's fortunate finds, and decided to take a stroll. Exiting the hotel, he ambled along the streets nearby. After an unknown duration, he arrived at a T-junction, where he noticed 5 individuals approaching from the front and 6 from behind, gradually converging upon him. The leading thug bore a sinister expression, with a hawkish nose, piercing eyes, and a long scar on his horse-like face resembling a large centipede. His long black chest hair was exposed, and a fearsome wolf head was tattooed on his shoulder. The sight of him would send shivers down the spine of an ordinary person. Alas, Zhang Yixing is no ordinary individual. He remained silent, standing still as the ruffians prepared to make their move. Are you going to take action yourself? Or shall we assist you in resolving this predicament? One of the thugs taunted. If you sever a limb and present 50,000, my friends, and I might spare your miserable life. Zhang Yixing listened to the leader's bluster, feeling utterly bewildered as to how he had offended anyone. Thus he inquired, what is it that you do? Are you not afraid of your own bravado backfiring? Could you enlighten me as to the reason behind this hostility? You remain oblivious even as your demise approaches, the thug retorted, still unaware of his own folly. Zhang Yixing, not wishing to dwell on the confusion any longer, decided it was prudent to act first and inquire later. He boldly declared, must you persist in your posturing? In this day and age, such arrogance can attract misfortune. Brothers, let us proceed. Just ensure you don't kill him. With that, a dozen thugs lunged forward. However, with a mere flick of his wrist, Zhang Yixing effortlessly sent them crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. The leader was left trembling in terror. In a swift motion, Zhang Yixing closed the distance, grabbing the leader by the collar and lifting him before his eyes, demanding, who sent you? The leader, still defiant, averted his gaze, unwilling to divulge anything. Zhang Yixing seized his hair and delivered several resounding slaps, causing a few teeth to scatter. Will you speak now? Seeing his continued silence, Zhang Yixing applied pressure at various points on his body. Within moments, the leader was howling, I confess. Please, spare me. I will never cross you again. After a minute had passed, Zhang Yixing pressed him again, and the leader fell silent. How does it feel? Quite pleasant. I assent it. Now, tell me who sent you to trouble me. The leader's face twisted in discomfort before he revealed the puppet master behind the scheme. It turned out to be a vendor from the antique market who, feeling wronged by Zhang Yixing's interference in his deceitful dealings, had enlisted the thugs for revenge. One of them had been tailing Zhang Yixing ever since he left the antique market. Zhang Yixing reflected on the difficulty of doing good in these times, where malevolent individuals could easily retaliate against the virtuous. Those lacking power and influence are often the ones who suffer the consequences of meddling in the affairs of the unscrupulous. It is a reminder that one must always think twice before acting. In no time, the thugs had scurried away, and Zhang Yixing continued on his leisurely stroll. He pondered over his days in Luoyi ancient city, resolved to venture out once more tomorrow. If that did not yield results, he would depart the historic city the following day, setting his sights on another ancient locale. There remained much to accomplish, yet he felt a lack of direction. With a sigh, he reminded himself that it was premature to dwell on future matters. Not every situation is suited for meticulous planning. After all, there is wisdom in the adage that a path will reveal itself when one reaches the mountain or the bridge. Upon returning to the hotel room, I first made a call to my family. After a brief conversation with my old classmate, Ouyang Qian, I entered the space of the Jade pendant. Within this realm, the golden arowana had grown even larger, and the eagle had undergone significant changes as well. The eagle had become quite affectionate towards Zhang Yixing, who, having provided it with delightful treats daily, had transformed its demeanor. Now it boasted smooth, lustrous feathers and vibrant, expressive eyes, endearing itself to all. Upon arriving at the antique market of the Three Holes, Zhang Yixing learned, through inquiries, that there were as many as 48 antique markets in Luoyi ancient city. He had no intention of visiting each one, deeming it unnecessary. After all, a single day spent in each market would require over a month to complete the tour. With a resigned smile, he acknowledged his predicament. He refrained from displaying the green-skinned walnuts he had selected in front of the vendor, wishing to avoid any unnecessary complications. Having learned the outcome, there was no need to flaunt his findings. He felt fortunate to have acquired 2 pairs of well-matched green-skinned walnuts, one pair named White Lion and the other Starry Sky. After settling the vendor's fee of 3,000 for the walnuts, he continued to meander through the market, occasionally stopping to purchase a few inconsequential trinkets that caught his fancy. Without needing to scrutinize closely, he recognized a piece that was a copy of a painting by the esteemed Master Dakian. His attention was drawn not by its authenticity, but by the faint luminous aura emanating from the scroll. After some haggling with the stall owner, he finally secured the artwork for 700. As Zhang Yixing's cultivation advanced rapidly, there were times he could sense the authenticity of items without relying on his golden eye ability, perhaps aided by his heightened consciousness. With a heart full of excitement, he accepted the carefully wrapped painting from the vendor, though he could discern the owner's disdainful glance. Chapter 21. Departing Luai Ancient City. Upon returning to his hotel room, Zhang Yixing took a shower and then ventured to the hotel buffet for a light meal, subsequently initiating his familiar routine. Setting his phone aside, he retrieved the 2 pairs of green-skin walnuts and, using a utility knife, began to open them, opting not to use his kunwa knife. Feeling it unnecessary to employ such a significant tool for a simple task, he then placed the copied painting by Master Dakian on the table, removed the ends of the scroll, and crumpled the original paper used for the artwork into a ball, discarding it into the trash bin. Carefully unrolling one end of the scroll, he extracted a painting that he examined meticulously, confirming it to be Master Dakian's Tai. Observing the spring, he was soon met with a source of frustration. From his previous online browsing, he knew that this painting had been auctioned off over a decade ago for more than 40 million Dragon Kingdom coins at a Guo auction. How then? Had it resurfaced within the scroll, now in his possession? Could it be that treasures possess a consciousness seeking out new owners? Upon further inspection, I discovered that this painting has not been framed. Perhaps Master Dakian initially created this piece, felt dissatisfied, and subsequently painted another, an identical rendition of the Tai viewing the spring. The one he deemed worthy may have circulated beyond, while the one considered flawed was obtained by someone and subsequently stored within a scroll imitating Master Dakian's work. It perplexes me, prompting me to set aside my thoughts, gazing at the authentic masterpiece of Master Dakian before me. This calligraphy and painting depict lofty cliffs and towering temples, crafted with a delicate touch, capturing the lush essence of summer mountains, the serene blue waters, undisturbed by ripples. This clearly demonstrates Master Dakian's unique artistry. I placed the Tai viewing the spring alongside a walnut carving on the antique shelf in the Jade pendant space, then glanced at the golden arowana, beckoning the hawk to join me as we settled on the jade bed in a meditative posture, commencing the practice of the Dragon Ascension technique. I arose the following noon, brushed my teeth, washed my face, tidied my belongings, and proceeded to the hotel front desk to check out. With my backpack slung over my shoulders, I departed the hotel. At present, Zhang Yixing carries his backpack as a prop, aware that no traveler ventures out empty-handed. I found a fast food restaurant where I had a simple breakfast, then hailed a taxi directly to the train station, my heart brimming with hope for the next station to surprise me. After retrieving the ticket I had booked online, I awaited my train in the waiting area. Approximately half an hour elapsed before the 1314 train began ticket inspections. I joined the throng, queuing to enter the station and board the train. After completing the necessary procedures, another 10 minutes slipped by. Upon boarding, I located my carriage and seat. The young woman who had just settled in beside me appeared somewhat surprised and intrigued. She might have recognized Zhang Yixing as the handsome fellow she encountered on the train previously. It is often said that men are struck by beauty, but whether a beautiful woman can remember a handsome man remains unknown to Zhang Yixing. The lady across from him wore a light coffee-colored dress, with a creamy white Indian silk scarf peeking from her open neckline. A large ruby brooch adorned her attire, complemented by a deep purple cloak with black checks. Her figure tall and dignified, Zhang Yixing found himself momentarily spellbound, grateful that he did not drool. He recalled that he had not been this way before. Throughout high school and university, he remained oblivious to women, focusing solely on his studies. Whether this transformation stems from practicing the Dragon Ascension technique, he could not say, although he remembered the legendary dragons were known for their amorous nature. By the way, beautiful lady, my name is Zhang Yixing. Might you share your name with me? I have no ulterior motives. I simply feel a remarkable connection between us. Perhaps we may encounter each other a third time, sharing the same train and sitting across from one another once more. Having spoken this all in one breath, a slight sweat broke out on Zhang Yixing's back. It was his first time so boldly initiating a conversation with a beautiful woman. If she chose not to reveal her name, he would indeed feel like Zhu Beiji gazing into a mirror, inviting ridicule upon himself. Upon hearing Zhang Yixing's lengthy discourse, the enchanting lady seated across from him felt a tinge of bashfulness. With a delicate smile, she softly replied, "I cannot claim to be as comfortable as you, freely wandering about. I am merely here for work. Business is quite challenging at the moment, and my friend and I have established a cosmetics company in this bustling metropolis. The competition is fierce, compelling us to travel extensively in hopes of enhancing our company's performance." Zhang Yixing, filled with admiration, expressed his envy, exclaiming how impressive it was that she had her own company. He sincerely wished for her enterprise to flourish and perhaps even become a publicly traded entity. His compliments elicited a delightful giggle from the beautiful Zhao Shuya. "Please refrain from calling me beauty so casually. I appear to be a few years your senior. You may address me as sister, which feels more comfortable. I do not have a younger brother," she said, bursting into laughter once more. "If sister does not suit you, you may simply call me by my name, Zhao Shuya. Alternatively, Sister Shuya would also be acceptable." As they conversed, time slipped away, and before they realized it, the train arrived in Shijing. Upon disembarking, Zhang Yixing noticed that Zhao Shuya had no luggage requiring his assistance. After they exited the station, he inquired if she had checked into her hotel. "I have," she replied. "What about you?" "I reserve a room online in advance," Zhang Yixing responded. "I booked a stay at the Crown Plaza. And you?" At that moment, Zhao Shuya chuckled lightly. "Coincidentally, I too am at the Crown Plaza, in room 521. Zhang Yixing laughed as well. "What a coincidence. I'm in 520, right next door." Since they were staying in the same hotel, it was only natural for them to share a taxi. After hailing a cab, he gallantly opened the door for Zhao Shuya, allowing her to enter first. Initially intending to close the door and sit in the front passenger seat, he suddenly decided to join her in the back seat, shutting the door behind him. Zhao Shuya, witnessing Zhang Yixing's bold maneuver, found herself both amused and exasperated. As a strong professional woman, she deemed it trivial, yet she opened her mouth, only to fall silent, choosing not to voice her thoughts. During the ride, Zhang Yixing, with unabashed boldness, asked, "May I have your phone number and we chat?" Zhao Shuya, feeling somewhat resigned, reluctantly provided him with her contact information. As Zhang Yixing relished this small victory, the taxi arrived at the Crown Plaza. Upon reaching the front desk, they each proceeded to check in. The attentive receptionist cast a curious glance at the pair, silently pondering their peculiar arrangement. Two individuals arriving together, yet each occupying separate rooms. Such extravagant behavior was indeed a sign of wealth. Zhang Yixing, oblivious to the receptionist's musings, remained unfazed. After completing the check-in procedure, he took the room card and ascended to the 5th floor via the elevator. Just as the enchanting Zhao Shuya was about to open the door to her room, Zhang Yixing spoke up. "Excuse me, beautiful lady, may I invite you to dinner shortly?" Zhao Shuya glanced at Zhang Yixing, smiled slightly, and replied, "How could I refuse an invitation to dine with such a handsome man? However, I must first freshen up and change my clothes after several hours on the road. I feel quite uncomfortable otherwise." Zhang Yixing agreed, saying, "That is perfectly fine. I too wish to take a shower and change." Thus, they made arrangements to meet shortly. Upon reaching his hotel room, Zhang Yixing set down his backpack and shed his clothing before retreating to the bathroom for a relaxing hot shower. While bathing, he pondered whether the beautiful Zhao Shuya was also enjoying a shower, his mind wandering to her alluring figure, her fair complexion, and her voluptuous curves. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he felt a stirring of desire. Zhang Yixing summoned his courage several times, but ultimately refrained from employing his golden eye ability to peer at the bathing beauty. To be honest, since acquiring the Jade pendant space and the power of the golden eye, he had never used it to gaze upon a woman's form. He felt it was unethical, a desecration of a beautiful woman. After approximately half an hour, Zhang Yixing heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was utterly astonished. Standing before him was an exceptionally beautiful woman, exuding grace and depth. Having changed into a soft blue dress post-bath, her tall, slender figure moved with an ethereal lightness. In their initial interaction, she conveyed a sense of refined elegance and poise. With lustrous black hair, skin as smooth as jade, and captivating eyes that sparkled with life, her every smile and frown radiated an indescribable charm, akin to a peony poised to bloom, beautiful yet not garish, alluring yet not vulgar. Truly a vision of unparalleled grace and charm. Zhang Yixing inhaled sharply, overwhelmed. Zhao Shuya, observing his reaction, felt a sense of triumph, thinking to herself, with such limited experience, "He dares to set his sights on me?" In the hotel's Western restaurant, they found a table and took their seats. The waiter approached and handed Zhang Yixing the menu, which he promptly passed to the lovely Zhao Shuya, saying, "Choose whatever you like, beautiful. I'm not short on funds." After uttering this, he chuckled. Zhao Shuya, showing no hesitation, ordered a steak cooked medium rare, a vegetable salad, a serving of pasta, and a dessert. She then pushed the menu back to Zhang Yixing, who, after glancing at it, ordered a medium rare steak, a portion of caviar, and a bottle of Romanicani. Before long, their orders began to arrive. Sipping red wine, savoring steak, and enjoying the company of such an exquisite woman, Zhang Yixing felt an indescribable sense of contentment. He relished each sip of wine and bite of food, engaging in lively conversation. As they neared the end of the first bottle of Romanicani, Zhang Yixing called the waiter to request another bottle, only to be gently declined by the beautiful Zhao Shuya. A bottle of Romanicani was nearly half consumed by the enchanting Zhao Shuya. She feared that should she indulge excessively, she might find herself in an awkward situation with Zhang Yixing, which would certainly be to her detriment. Zhang Yixing harbored no ill intentions. He merely wished to treat the lovely Zhao Shuya to a drink for the first time and was concerned that if he did not provide her with a delightful experience, she might label him as stingy. Since Zhao Shuya declined any further offerings of wine, Zhang Yixing chose not to press the matter. Thus, their dinner gathering concluded pleasantly after a little over an hour. Zhang Yixing summoned the waiter to settle the bill. When Zhao Shuya observed him spending a considerable sum without a flicker of hesitation, she speculated that he might be a wealthy heir. Upon exiting the restaurant, they took the elevator to the 5th floor. With a chime, the elevator arrived. As they stepped out, Zhao Shuya suddenly doubled over, clutching her abdomen. Zhang Yixing was taken aback. Moments ago, she had seemed well. He worried that perhaps she had suffered some ill effect from a meal, which would surely tarnish the kindness of treating her to dinner. Noticing the beads of sweat forming on her forehead, Zhang Yixing rushed to support her and inquired, "What has happened to you?" Zhao Shuya managed a wry smile and replied, "It's nothing to worry about. This discomfort will pass shortly." Understanding dawned on Zhang Yixing, and he suggested, "I possess some knowledge of medicine. If you permit me, I could check your pulse. Perhaps it might alleviate your pain, allowing you to enjoy a restful night and wake up free of troubles." Zhao Shuya's cheeks flushed slightly as she agreed. "All right, you may give it a try." They proceeded to Zhang Yixing's room, where he invited Zhao Shuya to sit on the genuine leather sofa, while he settled into a chair opposite her, grasping her right wrist. Within half a minute he discerned her condition and said, "It seems you are afflicted by an old ailment. Is it not true that you experience this pain each time your relatives visit, rendering you nearly incapacitated?" Zhao Shuya's face turned crimson, her allure only heightened by the blush. She responded, "It's not a grave issue. I simply need to avoid cold foods in the future. A few acupuncture needles should suffice." Zhang Yixing retrieved his needles and, after sterilizing them with alcohol, expertly inserted 9 silver needles into various acupoints, including Qihai, Senyanjiu, Taishi, Shuahai, Guizhong, Shenxiu, Zusanli, Higu, and Taichong. He then flicked the tails of the needles, causing them to vibrate at differing frequencies. After a few moments, with a swift motion of his hand, he removed the 9 needles, leaving him momentarily speechless as he found himself in an unexpected predicament. He then grasped Zhao Shuya's hand again, and as she instinctively recoiled, he reassured her, "Allow me to massage the acupoints on your hand. It will expedite your recovery." Grasping the delicate, boneless hand of the enchanting Zhao Shuya, Zhang Yixing found himself momentarily captivated. He swiftly recited the calming incantation and then earnestly pressed her hand at the location of the Higu acupoint. Approximately 5 minutes later, Zhang Yixing announced, "It is done." Zhao Shuya, upon sensing her body, discovered that the pain had entirely dissipated. With genuine gratitude, she thanked him. After a few moments, Zhao Shuya remarked, "Little brother, I need a rest now. You should also retire early. Thank you for treating me and for the meal today." Zhang Yixing replied, "It was nothing. No need for thanks. Please go rest now. Good night." He had no intention of keeping Zhao Shuya any longer. He understood clearly that there was no reason to detain such a beauty at this moment. Shortly after her departure, Zhang Yixing locked the door, called home, and then, with a focused thought, entered the Jade pendant space to continue his cultivation of the long tongue technique. Chapter 23. Classmate Gao Pingyu upon entering the Jade pendant space. Zhang Yixing, as per his routine, glanced at the golden dragon fish and summoned the sea eagle to feed it some morsels. He then settled on the jade bed, sitting cross-legged, clutching a piece of spirit stone. Over the past few days, through various resources, Zhang Yixing had learned that such stones were referred to as spirit stones within the realm of cultivation. As he operated the long tongue technique, he observed the surging spiritual energy within the stone flowing through his meridians, circulating according to the method of the long tongue technique. Time passed in space. Though he could not tell how much, while outside, a new day dawned. After breakfast, Zhang Yixing contemplated and decided to call his classmate and roommate, Gao Pengyu. It was nearly 9 o'clock when he dialed, and after a few rings, the call was answered. Who is this? Disturbing my dreams so early in the morning. Seriously? It's early? Just tell me where you are. I'm coming to find you. I arrived in Shijing last night. What the heck? You call yourself a friend. You got to Shijing last night and didn't even give me a call? I am truly astonished. Zhang Yixing didn't want to prolong the conversation and urged Gao Pengyu to quickly send his location. After hanging up, he took a taxi towards the location Gao Pengyu had sent him, which turned out to be the Shijing antique market. Through online resources, Zhang Yixing had long been acquainted with the history and business operations of the Shijing antique market. This market had been established quite early, even before the concept of antique trading had emerged elsewhere, which explained its status as a cherished site in the ancient capital of 13 dynasties. Upon arriving at the antique market, Zhang Yixing called his good friend Gao Pengyu. Shortly thereafter, he spotted a portly figure rushing towards him, waddling like a duck. The two brothers embraced warmly upon meeting, sharing laughter as they made their way to Gao Pengyu's antique shop. This shop was owned by Gao Pengyu's father, who had previously served as the deputy curator of the Shijing Museum. After retiring, he opened the antique shop, and it was only after Gao Pengyu graduated from university that he began assisting his father in the business. Having heard from his friend Gao Pengyu, he mentioned that the business at his antique shop is just passable. The days of thriving in the antique trade have dwindled. The initial wave of enthusiasts has aged, and through the continuous payment of tuition in the form of experience, they have come to possess a certain understanding of authenticity and forgery. The younger generation, for the most part, exhibits little interest in antiques, while the older generation has ascended to the status of masters. Thus, it is no longer easy to find unsuspecting patrons within the current antique market. However, nothing is absolute. Perhaps some individuals may still encounter a lucrative opportunity. The two friends arrived at an antique shop named Bugutongjian. The shop is housed in a two-story building, with the first floor displaying small antique items, predominantly crafts. Gao Pengyu remarked that only truly valuable items, worth tens or even hundreds of thousands, are exhibited on the second floor. Accompanied by his classmate, Zhang Yixing, they ascended to the second floor. In the hall, slightly to the left, there was a Wangwali wood tea tray, around which several individuals were seated, including an elderly gentleman and a middle-aged man with a fair complexion, small but bright eyes, and a face reminiscent of Amitabha Buddha, who were engaged in conversation while savoring fragrant tea, appearing quite content. Gao Pengyu first introduced his father to Zhang Yixing, saying, "Dad, this is my classmate Zhang Yixing." Zhang Yixing, feigning haste yet maintaining politeness, shook hands with Gao Pengyu's father, Gao Zheng, and said, "Hello, uncle. I apologize for the trouble." Gao Pengyu then introduced an elderly gentleman in a tang suit, saying, "Zhang Yixing, this esteemed elder is Guo Debong, a distinguished collector of antiques." He continued, "This middle-aged gentleman is Zhao Yukai, who is in the coal business." He added, "Uncle Zhao is here today to consult my father regarding the authenticity of an antique." Zhao Yukai, with his keen small eyes, scrutinized Zhang Yixing and found him to possess an air of nobility, his demeanor exuding elegance. Although he was not skilled in face reading, he was adept at discerning character. Thus, he warmly shook Zhang Yixing's hand and proactively exchanged phone numbers, stating, "Young brother, if you come across any remarkable items in the future, please inform me first. Price is no concern." Zhang Yixing replied, "Uncle Zhao, you are too kind. I will certainly think of you first if I find something good." Gao Pengyu then addressed the gathered gentlemen. "Esteemed uncles, this is my classmate Zhang Yixing, who has come to visit me." He filled Zhang Yixing's teacup to the brim and inquired, "Zhang Yixing, what brings you to Shijing all of a sudden?" Zhang Yixing briefly shared what he could, refraining from mentioning his treasure hunting endeavors, merely stating that he was currently unemployed and had ventured out to explore the disparity between theoretical knowledge from school and practical life experiences. He mused, "I hope to find some hidden gems along the way. Perhaps I can live comfortably without working in the latter half of my life." Upon finishing his statement, the two friends lightly punched each other on the chest, followed by a hearty laugh. Thus, Gao Pengyu remarked to Zhang Yixing, "Since you are wandering without a specific purpose, allow me to serve as your guide for the next few days. We shall explore all the attractions of Shijing, and I assure you, you'll find it delightful enough to forget your worries." Zhang Yixing, unfazed by fatigue, managed to exhaust the rotund Gao Pengyu. The latter exclaimed, It seems I might shed a few pounds thanks to you, Zhang Yixing. Through 4 days of exploration, Zhang Yixing experienced significant transformations in both body and spirit, sensing that his cultivation was on the verge of a breakthrough. It is no wonder that some say, reading thousands of books is not as enriching as traveling thousands of miles. Furthermore, even those on a path of cultivation require experience in the mundane world. That evening, as Gao Pingyu indulged a bit too much in drink, he boisterously proclaimed, "As long as Qingdao stands, I shall not falter. If the snowflake does not drift, neither shall I." Zhang Yixing, eschewing pretense, responded, "The future is long. Perhaps we shall have a third chance encounter." They both laughed, cherishing the beautiful wish deep within their hearts, promising to discuss it when they truly meet again. Chapter 24. Strolling through Shijing Antique City. Your father is watching television. Be cautious outside, and do not worry about matters at home. I understand, mother. There's nothing to concern myself with. Let's end the call. After hanging up with his mother, he chatted with his classmate Ouyang Qian on WeChat for half an hour. Just as he intended to inquire about the lovely Zhao Shuya, his phone rang unexpectedly. "Hello, who is this?" "It's your sister, Zhao. What is up, little brother? Have you forgotten me after just a few days?" "No, of course not. I've been thinking of you, sister. At least you have some conscience. Is there something you need? I can't call you without a reason." Zhao Shuya continued, "I called simply to ask if you are still enjoying your time in Shijing. When you arrive in Magic City, make sure to contact me. I'd love to extend my hospitality. However, if you're planning to visit, do hurry. I can introduce you to some lovely ladies. Our company is filled with many single beauties and affluent women." Zhang Yixing replied, "Thank you, beautiful sister, for remembering me. I'll make time to visit Magic City." After ending the call, Zhang Yixing entered the Jade pendant space, fed the goldfish, and summoned Xiaoqing. This was the name Zhang Yixing had given to the hawk a few days prior, and now Xiaoqing could understand the call. Recently, Zhang Yixing had purchased quite a bit of beef, which was reasonably priced in Shijing. He cut the beef into small cubes and soaked them in the space's spiritual spring water, and Xiaoqing devoured them with great enthusiasm. Now, Xiaoqing had grown significantly since the day Zhang Yixing brought it home, nearly doubling in size. The goldfish had also grown to over 60 centimeters in length. After tending to these little creatures, Zhang Yixing seated himself cross-legged on the jade bed, holding a piece of spirit stone in each hand. He circulated the dragon ascension technique, allowing the spiritual energy to flow continuously into his meridians, following the prescribed pathways of the technique until it surged into his dantian. The spiritual energy within the dantian began to condense and rapidly spin. As the speed increased, after about an hour, a series of explosive sounds erupted, marking the moment when the spiritual energy broke through the constraints of the 6th level of Qi training, elevating his cultivation to the 7th level. In an instant, Zhang Yixing was expelled from the space. Zhang Yixing found himself in a state of bewilderment, questioning how his once serene jade pendant space had unexpectedly ejected him. At that moment, he felt a sense of helplessness, silently pondering whether his newly acquired jade space would meet such an abrupt demise after such a brief interval. With a focused thought, he began to perceive the changes within the jade space, which only deepened his confusion. He sensed that the area had expanded to twice its former size, with a small hill emerging behind the thatched cottage. It became apparent that the spiritual spring had shifted to the left front of the new hill, connected by a gently meandering brook. As Zhang Yixing registered the transformations in his jade space, his mindset began to stabilize. He recognized that these developments were indeed fortuitous rather than detrimental. With a decisive thought, he instantly re-entered the jade space. Stepping out of this unknown realm filled him with immense joy. It dawned on him that the jade space could evolve alongside his cultivation. He called upon Xiaoqing for comfort, and then resumed his practice of the dragon ascendance technique, gradually circulating his energy to solidify his 7th level of Qi refinement. After halting his cultivation, he sensed the passage of time outside the space, realizing it was already past 8 in the morning. Upon exiting the jade space, he brushed his teeth, washed his face, and made his way to the Hotel S Buffet for breakfast. Subsequently, he took a taxi to the Shijing Antique Market. While exploring the market, he chose not to contact his classmate, Gao Pengyu, believing that their aspirations were too grand, even if they encountered valuable items. Making a purchase would be challenging, as they could easily be recognized by the vendors, making it difficult to negotiate a bargain. Sticking to his usual habits, he leisurely wandered through the roadside stalls of the antique market. Zhang Yixing observed that the offerings in Shijing's antique market were more abundant and diverse compared to those in Luoyi Ancient City. It could be said that there was nothing unimaginable that this market did not possess, yet an abundance could sometimes be deceptive. Vendors, Noticing the handsome young man with a backpack perusing the stalls, could easily tell he was a tourist from afar. As he passed each stall, enthusiastic vendors called out to him. However, Zhang Yixing remained unaffected by their entreaties. He utilized his spiritual awareness to scan the items on display, approaching only those that exuded a sense of age. He continued this process of stop and go until he spotted a corner stall featuring a string of copper coins fused together by verdigris. Employing his golden eyes ability, he discerned that one of the coins emanated a faint, red aura of precious energy. He squatted before the vendor's stall, engaging in a playful dance of selection, lifting and setting down various items, leaving the vendor quite flustered, uncertain of which piece had caught Zhang Yixing's fancy. Finally, Zhang Yixing picked up a jade pendant and inquired, "How much for this pendant, esteemed vendor?" The vendor, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, 3,000 yuan. Zhang Yixing scoffed, "Are you serious? You want 3,000 for this? I'd be willing to take it for 30. If not, I shall continue my search elsewhere." The vendor countered, "Ah, young brother, 30 yuan is far too little. Please, offer a bit more." After a series of negotiations, Zhang Yixing ultimately acquired the jade pendant for 150 yuan. Zhang Yixing produced 2 vibrant red bills and presented them to the proprietor. The owner accepted the money and remarked, "Young man, I currently lack the change to return to you. Would you consider selecting an item instead?" As Zhang Yixing stood there in surprise, the owner casually gestured toward the few items, suggesting, "Choose one of these, and you need not worry about receiving change." Zhang Yixing inwardly mused that the owner was essentially offering him a gift. He furrowed his brow, hesitating between picking one item and then another, only to set them down again. The owner, growing impatient, interjected, "Young man, a mere 50 yuan would suffice for any one of these. There's no need to dawdle." With a grin, Zhang Yixing swiftly picked up a string of copper coins. The owner paid little mind, as he had acquired those coins from a scrap collector for just 5 yuan. Both felt they had come out ahead in this exchange. Yet the true victor remained a mystery known only to the two of them. Zhang Yixing tucked away his 2 acquisitions and continued to stroll. As he neared the end of the roadside stalls and contemplated crossing to the other side, his attention was suddenly captured by a painting at the final stand. The artwork was rolled up, but the radiant green luminescence emanating from it startled him. Utilizing his golden pupils to perceive its essence, the painting unfurled in 3-dimensional clarity within his mind. It was The Pine Wind in the 10,000 Gorges, a renowned piece by Li Tang, one of the 4 great masters of the Southern Song dynasty. This work, crafted during the Southern Song's migration, skillfully emphasized the primary peak and cliffs through a near perspective, creating an immediate visual impact. The techniques employed in depicting the rocks blended the styles of Li Cheng, Fan Quan, Guishi, and others, showcasing various brushstrokes to illustrate differing rock textures. One could also discern the early forms of the small and large axe strokes he later pioneered. The application of brushwork in this piece was Li Tang's defining characteristic. As Zhang Yixing beheld the painting, he thought of Li Tang. However, the original piece now resided in the Taipei Museum. The artwork before him, too, did not appear to be a modern reproduction. A sudden thought struck him. Could it be a copy painted by his disciple, Xiao Zhao? He crouched before the stall, feigning casualness, and inquired, "Do you have any calligraphy or paintings? I noticed several scrolls here, yet they remain unrolled, leaving me curious about their content. Could you recommend one? My elder is approaching a birthday, and he has a fondness for such artworks. As a student with limited funds, I hesitate to venture into antique shops where items are notoriously overpriced. Do you have any reasonably priced calligraphy or paintings?" Upon hearing this, the proprietor's nostrils flared in indignation. So, the antique shops are expensive, and he hoped to unearth bargains here instead. "Young man, I assure you, I do possess a few ancient paintings, but they are not cheap." Zhang Yixing, sensing an opportunity, responded, "May I first take a look at the paintings? If I find something suitable, I shall purchase it." The proprietor of the stall gradually unfurled 4 exquisite pieces of calligraphy and painting. Zhang Yixing, feigning interest, scratched his head and inquired about the price of 2 of the artworks. The vendor, adopting a serious demeanor, proclaimed that both were masterpieces of ancient art, one from the Song dynasty and the other from the late Qing dynasty. With a hint of camaraderie, he suggested a modest sum of 500,000 for the 2 pieces. Feigning exasperation, Zhang Yixing retorted, "Do you truly dare to ask for such a price? This particular painting is an authentic piece housed in the Taipei Museum, while the other is an obscure work, likely from the Republican era." The vendor's eyes widened in realization. He had unwittingly encountered a connoisseur. Chapter 25. A fortuitous find of a Zisha teapot. Zhang Yixing remained unperturbed, reasoning that if the vendor genuinely believed his paintings to be authentic, he would not be selling them on the street. Thus ensued a protracted negotiation filled with banter and persuasion. Ultimately, he acquired the two artworks for the sum of 3,000. With the carefully packaged paintings in hand, Zhang Yixing meandered leisurely along the road, stopping at another stall where he spied a dark, enigmatic object. Guided by his intuition, he sensed its extraordinary nature. Employing his golden eye ability, he discerned a vibrant red glow emanating from the object. After some negotiation, he secured it for 500. Upon closer examination through his golden eye, he recognized it as a rhino horn cup, a remarkable find indeed. This exquisite cup, crafted during the Kanshi era, boasted a unique and elegant form adorned with plum blossom motifs. The handle was fashioned from the trunk of a plum tree, with intricate carvings of blossoms and branches on either side. As Zhang Yixing turned the cup over to inspect the base, he found it obscured by dark lacquer. Without the aid of his golden eye, he would have been unable to discern the markings beneath. Placing the rhino horn cup into his backpack, he continued his exploration. After passing several stalls without encountering anything noteworthy, he inwardly lamented the difficulty of uncovering hidden treasures. Finally, at the 23rd stall, he discovered a stone that, upon inspection with his golden eye, revealed an amber encased within. The stone, comparable in size to two adult fists, encased in amber of similar dimensions. Zhang Yixing reflected on the serendipity of his golden eye ability, recognizing it as a divine gift. Without it, this amber might have remained forever obscured. At this juncture, Zhang Yixing had transformed significantly. Through his studies of the medical texts left by BNK, he had come to understand the medicinal properties of amber. It is widely recognized in archaeological circles that amber is the fossilized resin of ancient coniferous trees, buried for millennia and transformed into a precious gem. Associated with various organs such as the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, bladder, and small intestine. It possesses the ability to calm the mind, disperse blood stasis, stop bleeding, and promote diuresis, among other effects. One could argue that amber is even more precious than gold. Zhang Yixing picked up the stone and inquired, "What is this, dear proprietor?" The owner hesitated, struggling to articulate any coherent response. Zhang Yixing discerned that the owner was likely unaware of the stone's true nature. Had he known it contained amber, he would not have sold it as mere rock. The surface of the stone was somewhat smooth, though marred by a few minor cracks. Weighing it in his hand, he noted it was not particularly heavy. Thus, Zhang Yixing remarked, "I find this stone quite appealing. Its surface is pleasantly smooth, and the color is to my liking. Had it been green, I would have passed." Upon hearing this, the owner smiled broadly. Zhang Yixing, however, was not easily swayed by the proprietor's flattery. Judging solely by the stone's appearance, it would likely be disregarded if left on the ground. Yet now, placed on the owner's stall, it warranted a price. After some haggling, Zhang Yixing ultimately purchased the stone for 120 yuan, completing the transaction via WeChat. Subsequently, he acquired 3 additional items from various stalls. Glancing at the time, he noted it was past 4 in the afternoon, and he had not contacted his classmate, Gao Pengyu. He suspected that after indulging too much the previous day, Gao was likely resting at home. Suddenly, a purple clay teapot at a nearby stall caught his attention. Utilizing his golden eye ability to perceive its true essence, he found it astonishing that such a teapot was displayed at the owner's stall. Upon further inspection through his enhanced vision, Zhang Yixing realized it was a layered teapot, thus obscuring its authentic bottom mark. The teapot was round-bodied, with a circular mouth, flowing spout, and a ring handle, standing approximately 10 centimeters tall with a mouth diameter of around 5 centimeters. One side of the body was adorned with lotus flowers, while the other depicted grapes, and the bottom was inscribed with the 4-character seal, Shi de Binji. Historical verification suggested that this teapot had once belonged to Emperor Kanshi. Bewildered, yet intrigued, he felt compelled not to let this opportunity slip away. He initiated a conversation with the owner, first offering him a cigarette, despite Zhang Yixing being a non-smoker. The owner accepted the exquisite redwood cigarette that Zhang Yixing had procured during his time in Pengcheng and began to smoke comfortably. "Little brother, what items have caught your eye? Just tell me, and I shall offer you a fair price," the owner inquired. Zhang Yixing grinned and casually presented 2 items before the proprietor. Noticing that one was the purple clay teapot and the other a white porcelain cup, the owner replied, "Both of these are antique pieces. This teapot dates back to the Republic period, and the cup may be even older. I'll let them go for 12,000 yuan." Zhang Yixing was taken aback, exclaiming, "Goodness, that is quite the asking price. Surely you can't expect that amount." He feigned an intention to leave, sensing the owner's urgency. Happy to let a cooked duck fly away. The owner hastily responded, "Brother, what price can you afford?" Zhang Yixing feigned indifference, though a hint of hesitation lingered in his demeanor. After a moment of resolve, he declared, "Boss, I can only offer you 500 for these 2 items." Upon hearing this bid, the boss could not help but grimace, exclaiming, "No way, my friend, 500 is far too little. It barely covers the costs." Following an extensive negotiation, a back-and-forth skirmish of prices ensued, resulting in Zhang Yixing acquiring the 2 items for 700. With a contented heart, he tucked away his newfound possessions, secretly plotting to dispose of the white porcelain cup in a trash bin once he found a secluded spot, his heart swelling with joy. Chapter 26. Inventory of Spoils. Zhang Yixing paid little mind to the trifles he had collected during the day. Instead, he focused on the rhinoceros horn cup, the purple clay teapot, and the ancient coins. As for the peculiar stone, he intended to leave it unopened until the time came for its use. The copy of Wanhua Songfeng II, attributed to the disciple of Li Tang, did not require any further sorting. Its authenticity was confirmed when Zhang Yixing, using his golden pupils, discerned a subtle mark left by the copyist, Xiao Zhao. He proceeded to immerse the string of ancient coins in a diluted nitrous solution. With a cotton swab, he applied a small amount of oxalic acid to the bottom of the rhinoceros horn cup. As he gently scrubbed, a dark, circular layer measuring approximately half a centimeter began to detach from the base. At that moment, 4 characters inscribed in seal script emerged, revealing the cup's provenance from the Qianlong era. Zhang Yixing chose not to remove the remaining dark residue on the cup's surface, fearing that such a valuable artifact, having endured centuries, might be irreparably damaged. At this juncture, the string of coins had fully unraveled. Zhang Yixing quickly identified the Jiajing sculpted mother coin among them. After immersing this coin in pure water and scrubbing it diligently, its true appearance was revealed. He scrutinized the remaining coins, setting aside those of any significant value, contemplating the prospect of selling them to a vendor in exchange for a bottle of Neo air. Absorbed in his task, beads of perspiration began to form on Zhang Yixing's forehead. He carefully arranged all the antiquities on the display shelf within the Jade pendant space, planning to keep only the Kunwu sword for future use while intending to auction the rest. Presently, he possessed the March Peach Blossom Flower God Cup, the Xianfeng Chongbao sculpted mother coin, Mr. Qi Baishi's Tai Iguanquan II, Xiao Zhao's copy of Wanhua Songfeng II, the purple clay teapot crafted by Shi Dabing, and the Jiajing sculpted mother coin. As he reflected on his collection, a sense of satisfaction enveloped him. The imagined Wang Wali-wood Buddha statue and the less valuable items he had recently acquired prompted him to consider whether his classmate, Gao Pengyu, might be interested in them the following day. Glancing at the time and feeling that there was little left to attend to, he entered the Jade pendant space to practice the dragon soaring technique. The night passed without incident, and by midday the next day, Zhang Yixing began reaching out to his classmate, Gao Pengyu. "Hey, fatty, are you at the shop right now? If so, I'll come by shortly." Gao Pengyu replied, "I'm still at home, but I'll head to the shop soon. Just wait a bit." After ending the call, Zhang Yixing hurriedly took a taxi to the Shijing antique market. Upon his return, he brought along several items for appraisal, including the painting titled Tai Guanquan II, hoping to consult his friend Gao Pengyu's father to see if it aligned with his expectations. When Zhang Yixing arrived at the shop, his classmate Gao Pengyu was already there. Zhang suggested, "Let us find a place to have a drink later this afternoon." Gao Pengyu shook his head and remarked, "Old 3, I've noticed you've changed. You've become like a weeble. No matter how much you drink, you never seem to get tipsy, while I can barely handle it." Zhang Yixing playfully retorted, "You, with your constant mischief, have exhausted your constitution. How can you possibly compare with me?" Gao Pengyu playfully swatted Zhang Yixing, saying, "Get lost." The two of them laughed as they entered the shop. Inside, only 2 people were seated by the tea table. One was Gao Pengyu's father, and the other was an unfamiliar middle-aged man whom Zhang Yixing had not seen before, as he had not attended the previous day. After greeting Gao Pengyu's father politely, Zhang Yixing chose to remain silent, as he had not been introduced to the other gentleman. He then said, "Uncle, I have a few items I'd like you to appraise. I also have some smaller pieces that I wonder if you might consider purchasing." Subsequently, he presented the 6 antique items he wished to sell. After approximately 20 minutes of careful examination, Gao Pengyu's father offered a price of 200,000. Zhang Yixing, without hesitation, gladly accepted the offer. Gao Pengyu requested Zhang Yixing's bank account number to transfer the funds, to which Zhang Yixing graciously complied. Once the transaction was complete, Zhang Yixing lifted his teacup and began to sip his tea. As he neared the end of his cup, a thought struck him. "Oh, Uncle Gao, I recently acquired a painting from Luoyang Ancient City a few days ago. Could you please take a look at it?" Gao Pingyu's father glanced at Zhang Yixing and inquired, "What painting?" "Let me see." Zhang Yixing retrieved a scroll from his backpack, which had served as a prop for the moment. He unfurled the painting by the esteemed Mr. Dakian. At this point, Gao Pingyu, his father, and the middle-aged man were puzzled by how the painting was contained within a scroll. Zhang Yixing placed the artwork on a long table not far from the tea set, where Gao Pingyu's father cautiously began to unfold it. After a brief glance, he was astonished, then took out a high-powered magnifying glass, scrutinizing the painting meticulously for nearly half an hour, examining it inch by inch from back to front and top to bottom, before finally exhaling a heavy sigh. "Isn't this painting housed in the Taipei Museum? How could it possibly be here?" Zhang Yixing smiled silently. After a while, Gao Pingyu's father, Gao Zheng, made 2 phone calls. Approximately 20 minutes later, Mr. Guo and Mr. Li arrived at the shop in a hurry, exclaiming, "What kind of painting are you still uncertain about? You called me to come and see it, so let him take a look quickly." Amidst a flurry of excitement, the 2 individuals dashed to the table, exhibiting the same earnestness as Mr. Gao, their heads nearly touching as they scrutinized every inch of the artwork through a magnifying glass. Approximately 20 minutes passed, and simultaneously they exclaimed, "Isn't this painting from the Taipei Museum? How could it possibly be here?" The 3 elderly gentlemen began to perspire slightly. Given the significance of such a painting, they felt ill-equipped to ascertain its authenticity. Thus, Mr. Guo inquired of Zhang Yixing, "My young friend, could you enlighten us about the provenance of this painting?" Without hesitation, Zhang Yixing recounted the entire process of acquiring the artwork from the antique market in Luoyang. The 3 gentlemen exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison, declaring, "Incredible, simply incredible." Noticing the tension in the air, Zhang Yixing suggested, "Gentlemen, might it be possible that Mr. Dakian initially painted this piece, perhaps feeling unsatisfied with some aspect, and thus created an identical version? The original might have been gifted to someone close to him, or he may have instructed that it be destroyed. However, that person chose to keep it hidden instead." After considering Zhang Yixing's explanation, the 3 gentlemen found some merit in his reasoning. Otherwise, the painting's origins would remain inexplicable. It was certain that this piece was not a modern imitation, as no one had yet succeeded in replicating the works of Mr. Dakian. The authentication concluded in a mood of profound frustration and restraint. Zhang Yixing, taking the initiative, remarked, "Thank you for your efforts, gentlemen. Allow me to treat you to dinner today. I may have more items in the future that could benefit from your discerning eyes." Thus, the group of 6 set off toward a hotel not far from the Shijing Antique Market. Chapter 27. Dinner at the Hotel. They had not walked far when they arrived at the hotel entrance. Zhang Yixing looked up at the sky, feeling as though the hotel towered into the clouds, its grandiose entrance adorned with an inscription from an esteemed calligrapher, Hanting Grand Hotel. Upon entering, guided by a waitress, they arrived at the Jushin Hall. As they pushed open the heavy door of the hotel restaurant, they were greeted by a lavishly styled expansive space. The ceiling was adorned with opulent crystal chandeliers, each angle refracting a dreamlike array of colors. Elegant European-style tables and chairs complemented the petite and exquisite bar, exuding an air of nobility. On the table stood a white porcelain vase, filled with blooming pink roses, harmoniously enhancing the room's elegant ambience. The 6 took their seats, with Zhang Yixing and his classmate, Gao Pingyu, inevitably occupying the last spots. The other 4 gentlemen's attempts at politeness were of no concern to him. Soon, the waitress began to take their orders. The 3 elderly gentlemen and the middle-aged man were reluctant to choose, leaving the task to Gao Pingyu. Zhang Yixing encouraged old 2, "Order whatever you like. Today is the first meal for me and the gentlemen, so let us ensure they are well fed and satisfied." With only a few diners present, Gao Pingyu opted for 4 cold dishes, 2 meat, and 2 vegetarian. Then, they ordered several signature dishes from Shijing: gourd chicken, goji berry stewed white fungus, chicken and sea cucumber, mushroom and peach kernel with twin crisps, fish and milk soup, stuffed money moss, 3 skin shreds, crystal lotus leaf cake, braised squid shreds, and warm mixed kidney shreds. Gao Pingyu said, "Miss Waitress, please fetch 2 bottles of Taibai wine." "Certainly, sir, please hold on." The polite waitress responded before departing to retrieve the wine. Before long, their order dishes began to arrive one after another. Gao Pingyu took it upon himself to refill everyone's glasses, opting to forego the waitress's service for the sake of conversation. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, the others became acquainted, and further introductions were deemed unnecessary. Gao Pingyu then addressed Zhang Yixing, saying, Yixing, this gentleman is Meng Hetong. He has come to Bo Gutong Jin today to purchase an antique as a gift. Uncle Meng is in the real estate business, and in these times, sometimes gifts are necessary to achieve one's desired outcomes. At this point, Zhang Yixing proactively stood up to shake hands with the middle-aged man, Meng Hetong, expressing, Thank you, Boss Meng, for gracing us with your presence. Following this, Zhang Yixing clinked glasses with Boss Meng twice. The gathering unfolded in a jovial and amicable atmosphere. During the meal, Elder Guo inquired, Young Zhang, what are your plans for that painting? Zhang Yixing replied, Elder Guo, I'm still uncertain. If necessary, I may need to have it appraised by an authoritative institution before determining the next steps. The three elderly gentlemen were somewhat helpless, fully aware that the painting belonged to Master Dakian, yet a similar piece resided in the Taipei Museum, posing an explanation conundrum. Unless, of course, the one in the Taipei Museum was a forgery. Contemplating this, they shifted their focus from the painting to the wine. Zhang Yixing offered a toast to each of the three elderly gentlemen, filling their glasses twice. Just as their meal was nearing its conclusion, a commotion erupted from the adjacent private room, filled with cries and anxious voices, creating a chaotic atmosphere. Zhang Yixing called out to the waitress, Excuse me, what is happening in the next room? It sounds rather tumultuous. The waitress replied, An elderly gentleman in the next room collapsed while dining. The ruckus is simply the voices of his family and friends. Rest assured, it is not a fight and will not disrupt your dining experience. Other staff members have already called for an ambulance, but perhaps due to traffic, it has not yet arrived. Upon hearing the waitress's explanation, Zhang Yixing stood and made his way to the next room, with his classmate Gao Pingyu following closely behind, casually asking, Where are you going, Lao San? Upon entering the adjacent room, Zhang Yixing pushed through the onlookers and instructed everyone, please step back and allow for ventilation. Approaching the elderly gentleman on the floor, he noticed the man's complexion had turned bluish. Just as he prepared to examine the man's eyes, a hotel staff member abruptly intervened, saying, What are you doing? Who allowed you to touch him? If something goes awry, will you take responsibility? At this moment, the hotel staff were solely focused on the urgency of having an ambulance arrive promptly to transport the ailing guest, as they certainly did not wish for the individual to succumb within the hotel premises. Such an incident would undoubtedly invite a myriad of unforeseen complications. Just moments prior, Zhang Yixing had entered the private room and assessed the elderly gentleman's features. Judging from his countenance, it was apparent that the old man was not inherently malevolent, which inspired Zhang to extend his assistance. Meanwhile, the family and friends of the elderly man awaited anxiously. However, at that juncture, a hotel staff member interjected, urging, Kid, make haste and leave this place. Your presence is merely causing chaos. A voice from the side chimed in, questioning, Young man, do you truly believe you can cure someone in the elder's condition? Zhang Yixing rolled his eyes and retorted, Is there any physician in any location who would dare claim absolute certainty in curing a patient? Upon hearing Zhang's response, the individual fell silent. At that moment, the elderly man's son finally spoke up, Brother, which hospital are you affiliated with? Are you trained in traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine? Before Zhang could respond, another voice interrupted, What era are we in? Traditional Chinese medicine is rife with charlatans. What ailments can it truly address? Some voices within the crowd countered, asserting, Traditional medicine can indeed be effective, but depends on the practitioner's expertise. Only those with decades of experience possess the requisite skill. The cacophony of voices left Zhang Yixing feeling burdened by his youth. As he glanced down at the elderly man lying on the carpet, a wave of sorrow washed over him. The sheer number of misinformed individuals was disheartening. The grand cultural heritage of 5,000 years of Chinese civilization, including the esteemed tradition of Chinese medicine, have been largely assimilated and brainwashed by Western influences over just a few decades. Thus, Zhang declared, if the elder's condition is not addressed immediately, within 3 minutes, even the mightiest of celestial beings would be rendered powerless. The elderly man's son checked his watch. 20 minutes had elapsed since they called for an ambulance, yet there was still no sign of assistance. Anxiety manifested as beads of sweat formed on his brow. In a moment of desperation, the son grasped Zhang Yixing's hand, pleading, Please, young brother, examine my father and determine the cause of his ailment. Just as Zhang was poised to act, another voice interrupted, cautioning, Brother Wang, do not act impulsively. Look at this young man. He appeared out of nowhere. How can we ascertain whether he is a good person or a charlatan? Does he even possess a medical license? The stout figure of Gao Pingyu could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, addressing Zhang Yixing directly. "Let us go, Lao San." Zhang glanced at the elderly man once more, murmuring, "Just one more minute." As he prepared to leave, the elderly man's son, sensing their last glimmer of hope slipping away, grasped Zhang's wrist tightly, refusing to let him depart. Zhang Yixing then spoke. "I have 3 criteria for treating patients. First, I do not treat those who lack faith. Second, I do not treat the malevolent. Third, I do not treat those who are beyond salvation." At that moment, the elderly man's son fell to his knees before Zhang Yixing. Zhang Yixing is a person of remarkable kindness, and no one dares to obstruct his healing endeavors any longer. With deftness, he produced 9 silver needles, sterilized them with alcohol, and, in a swift motion, inserted them into various acupoints on the elderly man's body. He then gently flicked the ends of these needles, causing them to vibrate incessantly. Simultaneously, his hands continued to circulate vital energy, massaging the man's back. As beads of sweat formed on Zhang Yixing's forehead, he worked diligently for approximately 7 or 8 minutes, before making a sweeping motion that caused the 9 needles to vanish. He then delivered a firm pat on the man's back, prompting a loud gasp from the elderly man as he expelled a foul, dark substance. Bewildered, the elderly man exclaimed, "Where am I? What has happened to me?" On the way, Gao Pingyu remarked, "Lao San, I had no idea you possessed such skills. Why didn't we see this side of you in school?" Zhang Yixing teasingly replied to his chubby friend, "You simply don't understand the world I inhabit." Chapter 28. Departure from Shijing. As they exited the hotel, the sound of sirens from ambulances echoed in the distance, finally arriving, albeit belatedly. Observing the urgency among the gathered crowd, Zhang Yixing felt an innate sense of tranquility. Perhaps it was a reminder that life is rife with unexpected occurrences. He paid little heed to the workings of the ambulance. Had it not been for his intervention, the elderly man would have certainly perished. After bidding farewell to Gao Pengyu's father and several other elders, Zhang Yixing hailed a taxi that took him back to his hotel. Upon arrival, he first indulged in a bath and changed his clothes before collapsing onto his bed. After resting for roughly 2 hours, he called his friend Gao Pingyu. "Fatty," he said, "I'm planning to leave Shijing tomorrow and head to Anqi." Gao Pingyu replied, "Lao San, that's rather inconsiderate of you, wanting to abandon us after just a few days in Shijing." Zhang Yixing countered, "Why don't you join me for a few days of fun in Anqi?" He continued, "Honestly, I would love to explore Shijing a bit longer, but time is of the essence and the tasks at hand are pressing. By the way, I want to be able to say goodbye to Uncle at the shop when I leave, so please convey my apologies to him. I wouldn't want him to think I departed without a word. We must keep in touch and maintain our bond as brothers." Unable to persuade one another, they ultimately ended the call and returned to their respective activities. Subsequently, Zhang Yixing remained in his hotel room, where he booked a flight from Shijing to the provincial city of Anqi online. His training within the Jade pendant space requires no elaboration. The following morning, he checked out of the hotel and took a taxi to the Shijing airport. Having purchased a first-class ticket, he naturally proceeded to the VIP lounge upon arriving at the departure hall. After a little over an hour, the time for security checks and boarding passes arrived. Before long, Zhang Yixing boarded the flight from Shijing to Anqi, locating his seat, a twin seat with the aisle-side position. Approximately 3 minutes ago, a stylishly dressed woman approached Zhang Yixing, informing him that her seat was inside. As Zhang raised his gaze to meet hers, he was struck by her captivating beauty, her high, regal nose, delicate and smooth skin, and exquisite features were mesmerizing. Her eyes, clear and luminous like black gemstones, were irresistibly alluring, with a devilishly enticing figure and cascading golden waves of hair that shimmered brilliantly. She wore a short, pale yellow mini-skirt that accentuated her flawless physique. Zhang found himself transfixed by her beauty, involuntarily swallowing hard, a flush of embarrassment creeping onto his face as he stood up, making way for her to take her seat. Once seated, the woman fell silent, closing her eyes to rest. About half an hour after the plane took off, Zhang felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he found himself face-to-face with a lecherous man with beady eyes, a face marred by acne, and a hairstyle favored by some in his country. Irritated, Zhang asked, "What do you want?" The man demanded, "Switch seats with me. You need to move to the back." Zhang chose to ignore him, remaining seated. Growing impatient, the man slapped Zhang's shoulder again with more force. Zhang turned, glaring fiercely at the man, and simply uttered, "Get lost." The man, incensed, retorted, "Do you know who I am? Just wait until we land. I'll make you regret this." Zhang dismissed him entirely, turning away to feign sleep. Throughout this altercation, the beautiful woman beside him remained silent, observing the scene with a detached air, perhaps relishing the consequences of Zhang's prolonged gaze upon her. The flight lasted 3.5 hours, soaring through the blue skies and white clouds, eventually landing in Dihua. This was Zhang Yixing's first visit to this theoretically familiar, yet practically foreign city. His primary purpose for traveling to Anxi and Dihua was to explore Jade, with leisure being a secondary concern. Ever since acquiring the Jade pendant space, he had longed to visit the source of Hetian Jade. The Chinese have a profound appreciation for Jade. Hetian Jade is renowned for its warm texture and rich cultural heritage, embodying a timeless elegance that has quietly captivated the ages. Like Jade, a gentleman is refined and gentle. Like Jade, a beauty is exquisite and delicate. Hetian Jade gathers the essence of heaven and earth, embodying the spirit of mountains and rivers. It is a national treasure, a reflection of the cultural spirit of the Chinese nation. Zhang intended to settle in before making further plans. He wished to explore the Kunlun Mountains for raw materials, visit the Yulong Cache River and the Karakash River in the Hetian region to examine the jade stones, and stop by the Jade Trading Center. He realized that his quest in Anxi and Dihua could take several days to fulfill. Thus, at the airport exit, Zhang decided to take a taxi to a hotel near the Dihua Jade Trading Center to settle in. After Zhang Yixing entered the taxi, he promptly instructed the driver to head to the Dihua Jade Trading Center. The taxi journey lasted over an hour before they arrived at their destination. Upon alighting, Zhang Yixing located a hotel nearby and completed the check-in process at the front desk. He then took the elevator to the 19th floor, room 1909. After taking a shower and changing his clothes, he left the hotel. As he walked approximately 500 meters away, two individuals suddenly emerged from a vehicle, positioning themselves before him. Frowning, he inquired, "What do you want?" "You've offended someone you shouldn't have," one of them retorted. "Brother Long wishes to see you." At that moment, Zhang Yixing, confident in his abilities with his cultivation at the 7th level, felt undaunted. He decided to entertain the situation, viewing it as an opportunity for practice. Taking a seat in the back of their car, he found himself flanked by the two thugs. The vehicle sped away, and after an indeterminate amount of time, they arrived at an abandoned factory on the outskirts. As the car came to a halt, one thug barked, "Get out, you little brat." Unfazed, Zhang Yixing exited the vehicle and caught sight of the lecherous man he had encountered on the plane, offering a disdainful smile as he awaited the man's decree. The man then spoke, "Do you remember me? If I don't eliminate you today, I'm no longer Brother Long." With a swift gesture, he commanded his gang to charge at Zhang Yixing. Calmly, Zhang Yixing evaded their assault, swiftly maneuvering behind them. One bald thug lunged at him, but Zhang Yixing countered with a powerful strike, sending the thug sprawling 5 or 6 meters away, incapacitated. No longer feigning modesty, Zhang Yixing surged into the fray, deftly delivering punches and kicks, incapacitating nearly all of the thugs in under a minute. At this juncture, Brother Long was visibly terrified. As an unknown liquid began to seep from between his legs, the foul stench wafting through the air, Zhang Yixing expressed his disgust at the sight of such pitiful creatures. Realizing they were no match for him, he had not even utilized his true energy or martial skills. Zhang Yixing then decided to assess Brother Long further, discovering him to be a depraved individual with multiple lives on his conscience, primarily those of outsiders seeking a livelihood in Dihua. Subsequently, he produced a set of silver needles not intended for healing and swiftly punctured Brother Long's body 7 times. Henceforth, Brother Long would be unable to engage in vigorous activities or commit further misdeeds, slowly fading from this world while continuing his wickedness in the afterlife. Chapter 29. Dihua Jade Trading Center. Upon returning to his hotel room, Zhang Yixing concentrated and entered the jade pendant space. There he observed his 2 beloved goldfish, which had grown significantly, and summoned Shaoqing. He settled onto the jade bed, meditating to practice the dragon ascension technique. Since acquiring the jade pendant space, Zhang Yixing had come to understand many previously elusive truths. Throughout his life, he had diligently practiced Tai Chi for over a decade, yet before obtaining the pendant space, he felt he could never truly grasp the sensation of energy, regardless of how hard he trained. Since the emergence of the jade pendant space, circumstances have undergone a profound transformation. One might ponder that if one were to neglect earnest cultivation and remain complacent, they would inevitably remain in their current state, and the jade pendant space may never evolve or expand. He harbors boundless anticipation. As his cultivation progresses, what remarkable changes might unfold within the jade pendant space. Having unexpectedly acquired this jade pendant space and practiced the dragon soaring technique, he has awakened the extraordinary ability of the golden eye, which grants him the power to perceive the authenticity of ancient artifacts. It is conceivable that as his cultivation deepens, even more extraordinary powers may manifest. The golden eye ability has already begun to alter his destiny, endowing him with the capability to discern the true age and authenticity of antiques. Perhaps he may soon embark on a radically different path. Yet, contemplating it excessively remains but a fleeting illusion, like the moon reflected in water or flowers mirrored in glass. Zhang Yixing believes that the path of cultivation involves seizing the essence of yin and yang, appropriating the forces of creation, undergoing a metamorphosis, and mastering life and death. If he could cultivate to the pinnacle of his potential, shattering the firmament and altering the cosmos would not be beyond the realm of possibility. Overthinking might lead him astray, so he cannot help but burst into laughter, a joyous release of the mind. Clutching the spiritual stone in his hands, wisps of ethereal energy flowed forth, entering his meridians as the dragon's soaring technique circulated through him, solidifying his 7th level of qi cultivation. Zhang Yixing left the jade bed and ventured to the area where he typically practiced his martial arts within the jade pendant space. After completing a sequence of exercises, he felt a thirst arise, rather than departing from the jade pendant space. He made his way to the ethereal spring water pool and cupped his hands to drink deeply from the space's spring water. To his astonishment, the spring water was not only delectable but also imbued with a faint spiritual energy akin to that of the spiritual stones. No wonder Xiao Qing cherished drinking the space's spring water. The golden dragon fish thrived splendidly and grew rapidly. Zhang Yixing could not help but mock himself. He had been foolish. From observing the golden dragon fish's exuberance in the presence of the space's spiritual spring water to witnessing its delight in the water pool. And even while feeding Xiao Qing the beef soaked in the space's spiritual spring water, he now grasps the true benefits of the ethereal spring water, an insight he has only just come to appreciate. Time passes swiftly, and he is unaware of how long has elapsed within the jade pendant space. Sensing the passage of time outside the jade pendant space, he realizes it is yet another new day. He wishes to find an opportunity to thoroughly test the disparity between the time within the jade pendant space and that of his reality. If the discrepancy is too great, he may not be able to cultivate there daily. It would be dreadful if the speed of his cultivation could not keep pace with the flow of time. Upon leaving the jade pendant space, he returned to his hotel room, showered, brushed his teeth, and donned a sports outfit paired with comfortable sneakers. With a backpack slung over his shoulders, he exited the hotel and, a short distance away, spent a modest sum on breakfast. He then took a taxi directly to the Anqi Jade Trading Center. Anqi boasts numerous jade markets, and he is aware of several prominent ones, including the Hualing Jade Trading Market, the Anqi Hatian Jade Trading Center, the renowned Antique Jade City, the Zhen Pearl Jewelry Building, the Anqi Jade City, the International Grand Bazaar, Anqi Min Street, and the Erdeo Bridge Market, among others. Zhang Yixing intends to visit only 2 places this time, disregarding others. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Anqi and Hatian Jade Trading Center, he reflects that today he shall first explore this trading center, followed by a visit to the Dihua Antique and Jade Market. After examining these 2 locations, he plans to venture to Kunlun Mountain to observe the stone materials found there. As for the riverbed where the jade is unearthed, he has decided against going, as excavators operate there daily and throngs of people relentlessly sift through the stones. Upon reaching Anqi and familiarizing himself with the current market conditions for Hatian Jade, both from river and mountain sources, Zhang Yixing gains a clear understanding of the situation. Inside the market, he encounters a sea of people, with jade vendors standing behind their stalls, which are typically set up on tables rather than on the ground. He notices that most of the displayed items are small pieces, while larger mountain stones are relegated to a designated trading area. As he observes the layout of the stalls, he finds it quite convenient. As he strolls along the row of stalls, he employs his golden eye ability to inspect the internal quality of the jade stones that catch his eye. There are approximately 200 stalls, all lined up in parallel rows. In keeping with his habit of browsing antique markets, he begins on one side of the stalls. Each vendor showcases a modest selection of jade stones, typically numbering in the dozens, with a few exceeding 100 pieces. It is indeed challenging to find exquisite pieces in such a trading market, as the finest jade has already been concealed by vendors for future high-price sales. Regardless of the external appearance of the stones, Zhang Yixing, with his golden eye ability, seeks those with promising internal quality, particularly those surpassing the grade of white jade. He decides to purchase these first. He is not interested in acquiring inferior jade, especially since he is not currently engaged in the jewelry business. He prefers not to invest in stones of poor quality at this time. Should he embark on a jewelry venture in the future, he would subsequently need to procure jade of varying grades. Thus, after exploring one side of the market, he spends over 1.3 million yuan on 7 pieces of jade, 3 the size of adult palms, 2 akin to infant fists, 1 weighing 5 kilograms, and another 2 kilograms. His pride is particularly vested in the 2-kilogram piece, for which he expended 550,000 yuan. Additionally, he purchases a small cart within the market, allowing him to transport the stones he has acquired. Continuing his exploration of the opposite side of the stalls, time swiftly passes, and by 4 in the afternoon, he has perused all available stalls. On this side, he invests over 1 million yuan, securing 17 stones of varying sizes. Zhang Yixing reflects that finding high-quality jade in the current market is indeed a rarity. Chapter 30. Understanding Hetian Jade Raw Stones. As Zhang Yixing departs the Hetian Jade Trading Center, he gazes at the 24 pieces of raw jade of varying sizes in his small cart, contemplating the rapidity with which money can be spent. In one day, he has disbursed over 3 million yuan, were he unaware of the internal conditions of the raw stones. Such purchasing would likely lead to substantial losses, leaving him with nothing. Dragging a small cart, Zhang Yixing left the Hetian Jade Trading Center and found a secluded corner nearby, devoid of both people and surveillance cameras. He carefully placed the cart containing the jade pendant into the space of the pendant, ensuring that the raw jade stones remained tucked away in a corner of the thatched cottage. Zhang Yixing was aware that this pendant space possessed a consciousness of its own. Any spiritually infused objects left outside the thatched cottage would be absorbed by it, while those devoid of such energy would easily turn to ash. At this moment, he remained uncertain of the reasons behind this phenomenon, speculating that perhaps there was an array of protective formations surrounding the cottage. Everything was just beginning. Once he amassed enough wealth to purchase a grand villa, he could release them to nurture as he wished. With a spirit stone in hand, Zhang Yixing sat cross-legged on his bed, practicing the Longting technique. Throughout the night, he felt no trace of fatigue. It was akin to his training within the pendant space, albeit without the acceleration of time. The following morning, after breakfast, Zhang Yixing returned to the Hetian Jade Trading Center. He had deliberated. With limited funds, he could not afford to spend without earning, lest he miss out on valuable finds. Using only his small cart, he dragged along 2 raw jade stones, one weighing 2 kilograms, the other approximately 5 to 6 kilograms. Before he could assess the 2 raw stones purchased the previous day, he spent over 10,000 yuan at a stall to acquire a stone devoid of jade meat. As he waited, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. It collapsed. He turned to see a raw stone that had just been broken apart, revealing nothing but a pile of rubble. A middle-aged man stood there, visibly dejected, uttering not a word as he glanced at the shattered remnants before retreating from the crowd. Another voice rang out. It has surged. A significant increase. Brother, are you selling this stone? I'll offer 500,000. Come on, Lao Wang. Do you really think you can buy this piece of white jade for 500,000? Dream on. The stone analyst ignored the surrounding debates, pausing the machine to inquire. Sir, shall we continue with the analysis? Before the owner of the jade stone could respond, another voice interjected. Do not continue the analysis. If it collapses again, it will be disastrous. How about this? I'll take this piece of white jade for 1 million. At this moment, the owner of the raw jade stone felt a stir of uncertainty. He pondered internally, and with newfound resolve, he declared, I have no intention of parting with it just yet. Master, please continue the analysis and extract all the white jade inside. The stone analyst promptly resumed his work upon receiving the owner's command, acutely aware that adhering to the owner's wishes would ensure his payment, while the opinions of others were mere distractions. After a laborious half-hour of operation, the analyst presented a white jade piece, roughly the size of a quail egg, to the owner. Instantly, those who had clamored to purchase the jade fell silent. The owner of the raw jade might have been filled with regret, for the jade now in his possession could fetch, at most, a mere 100,000, if he were fortunate. During this time, a few others had successfully obtained jade, while several raw stone owners left empty-handed. However, the few who had opened the jade stones did not unveil any specimens of remarkable quality. Some were elated, while others bore frowns. Zhang Yixing contemplated this as a true reflection of the adage that in the world of stone gambling, one loses 9 times out of 10. Had he not possessed the extraordinary ability of the golden eye to see through the stones, he too would not have dared to gamble boldly. The waiting period felt interminable. It was uncertain how much time had elapsed when he finally received his turn. He began by examining the stone he had recently purchased, and the outcome was as anticipated, merely a worthless rock. Zhang Yixing maintained a calm demeanor, unperturbed as he casually traced a few lines on the roughly 2-kilogram piece of jadeite and handed it to the stone appraiser, instructing him to follow his markings. Approximately 10 minutes passed before the first cut was made, washing away the dust that had settled on the surface. A miracle unfolded as the pristine, flawless jade emerged before the crowd. At that moment, a stir arose. "I'll offer 800,000 for that white jade. I'll go 900,000. 1,100,000. Bids echoed in rapid succession. Yet Zhang Yixing remained unfazed, instructing the appraiser to continue. After another 10 minutes, adhering to Zhang Yixing's drawn lines, the appraiser revealed a magnificent piece of white jade weighing about 1 kilogram. Zhang Yixing, being aware of its value, did not exhibit any signs of excitement. Instead, he looked up at the assembled crowd and declared, "Now, let the bidding commence. The highest bidder shall prevail," followed by a broad smile. After a competitive bidding war among several jewelers, the exquisite piece of white jade, weighing approximately 1 kilogram, was purchased by a jeweler from the bustling metropolis for 12,700,000. He requested Zhang Yixing's bank account details and promptly transferred the funds. Upon receiving the bank notification, Zhang Yixing handed over the freshly acquired jade to the jeweler from the metropolis. He then casually picked up another stone weighing around 5 to 6 kilograms. This time without drawing any lines. Zhang Yixing instructed, "Master, just focus on one area for polishing. We shall change the spot for further refinement afterwards. Rest assured, your labor will not go unrecognized." The stone appraiser, invigorated by this directive, set to work. Given the thin skin of the stone, after half an hour of diligent polishing, an exquisite piece of mutton fat jade, weighing approximately 5 kilograms, emerged before the spectators. The appraiser's hands trembled slightly as he stammered, "Little brother, look, this is a rarity. I haven't encountered such exquisite mutton fat jade in many years." Zhang Yixing took the jade into his hands, examining it closely and weighing it thoughtfully. At that moment, many onlookers, who were prominent businessmen, lost their composure. "Brother, how much for this mutton fat jade? Name your price." Logically, having acquired such a remarkable piece of mutton fat jade, Zhang Yixing should have held on to it. However, with the onset of his entrepreneurial journey, he needed to accumulate funds for future endeavors. In an instant, 7 or 8 businessmen expressed their desire to purchase Zhang Yixing's exquisite jade. Zhang Yixing surveyed the eager faces and calmly stated, "For those interested in buying, it shall be awarded to the highest bidder. I need not elaborate on the current market value of mutton fat jade." At that moment, one businessman procured an electronic scale, insisting that Zhang Yixing weigh the exquisite jade before the bidding commenced. Zhang Yixing placed the exquisite white jade on the electronic scale, revealing its weight with clarity. This piece, slightly larger than 2 adult palms, weighed a remarkable 455 kilograms. Upon learning the weight, bids began to emerge. "I offer 50 million, followed by bid 55 million. The price of this exceptional jade continued to escalate with each exchange. Zhang Yixing remained unhurried, fully aware of the true value of this extraordinary piece of white jade. As the bidding intensified, the final price reached an astounding 95 million. In that moment, Zhang Yixing felt a profound sense of satisfaction. A businessman from Hong Kong purchased the jade, requesting Zhang Yixing's bank account details to transfer the funds on the spot. Meanwhile, many who were unable to acquire the exquisite jade approached Zhang Yixing to introduce themselves, presenting their business cards. Zhang Yixing expressed his pleasure at meeting these esteemed individuals in the market, suggesting that their paths might cross again in the future. He shook hands with each of them, offering apologies and gratitude. After concluding the transaction with the Hong Kong businessman, Zhang Yixing turned to the stone appraiser and requested the QR code for payment. Upon receiving confirmation of 100,000 in his account, the appraiser was visibly elated. As the crowd dispersed, having witnessed no further excitement, Zhang Yixing made his way directly to the rough stone area, which was as vast as a football field. There, some vendors displayed piles of rough stone resembling small mountains, while others showcased just a handful of pieces aligned neatly in rows. Numerous heaps of raw stone were present, some with small openings revealing glimpses of jade flesh, while others were entirely opaque with only hints of potential jade characteristics. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhang Yixing felt a sense of awe facing the multitude of rough stones. Without the advantage of his golden eye ability, navigating this area could lead one to financial ruin overnight. The vendors had become shrewd. Each piece of raw stone bore a number, weight, and price, creating an atmosphere where haggling was typically absent, leaving buyers with the option to decide. Understanding the unwritten rules, Zhang Yixing approached suitable pieces without hesitation, opting to purchase them with his card. After spending over 2 hours, he invested over 27 million in 21 pieces of rough stone. These pieces varied in size, with the largest exceeding 100 kilograms and the smallest weighing several kilograms. He then procured woven bags from the market to store the stones, filling 9 bags in total. He placed them in front of a vendor whose shop he had recently purchased jade from, and the vendor gladly agreed to watch over them. Before placing the raw stones into the bags, Zhang Yixing meticulously photographed each piece, followed by capturing images and video of the 9 filled bags. This entire process consumed an additional half hour. After successfully concluding his business with the owner, Zhang Yixing meandered over to another pile of rough stones, examining each one with great efficiency. He swiftly assessed the materials, concluding his inspection in just over an hour without uttering many words or haggling over prices, thus expediting the process. Ultimately, he spent 39,800,000 on 27 pieces of raw stone. Once the payment was settled, Zhang Yixing noticed a particular stone that piqued his interest, marked with a weight of 2,700 kilograms and a price tag of 39 million. He did not pay it much mind and refrained from activating his golden eye ability for a closer inspection, as time was of the essence. He inquired with the owner about nearby car rental services. The owner responded affirmatively, stating that upon exiting the market, the rental companies would be easily visible, their signs quite conspicuous. Zhang Yixing then asked if the owner could recommend a familiar rental company to arrange for a 3-ton box truck. The owner hesitated momentarily before making a phone call. Before long, a representative from the rental company arrived at the Jade Trading Center with the vehicle, and Zhang Yixing completed the necessary paperwork, allowing him to use the truck temporarily. With the assistance of several raw stone vendors, Zhang Yixing loaded the 48 pieces of varying sizes onto the box truck. He had obtained his driver's license during his freshman year in college. It had not owned a vehicle until now. Now, as he practiced the dragon soaring technique and had developed spiritual awareness, driving was remarkably effortless. He opened the driver's door and settled into the cabin, ready to start the engine and depart from the Jade Trading Center. Suddenly, he sensed a warm sensation emanating from the Jade pendant space. Zhang Yixing had previously overlooked that whenever he encountered stones containing jade meat, the pendant space would emit a slight warmth. Perhaps it was the heat of the day, or perhaps he had simply been oblivious to such subtle changes. In that moment, a thought struck him. Could it be that the jade pendant space reacts to encounters with spiritually attuned objects, exhibiting minor fluctuations due to the low levels of spiritual energy or protective outer layers surrounding them? However, he decided not to dwell on it further, resolving to pay attention to such matters in due course. He then activated his golden eye ability to scrutinize the 2,700 kilogram rough stone. To his astonishment, he discovered that the stone was filled with jade meat. The owner had mistakenly opened the window at the wrong spot and, having not seen any jade, hesitated to proceed further. Before Zhang Yixing's golden eye, a 3-dimensional visualization materialized, revealing the stone's interior condition with clarity. Elated yet composed, he casually inquired of the stone's owner, "Might you be able to lower the price on this sizable piece? If the price is reasonable, I would like to purchase it for a trial." The owner, noticing Zhang Yixing's interest, began to calculate in his mind. He had purchased this rough stone for 8 million and had kept it at his stall for nearly a year without a buyer due to its unappealing exterior, marked by pits and cracks. The lack of visible jade from the window opening had deterred potential buyers, leading to its prolonged presence on display. Today, encountering Zhang Yixing, who impulsively purchased an abundance of raw stones, led many to perceive him as a frivolous spendthrift. They regarded him as a simpleton, believing that the raw stones he acquired were chosen without discernment, merely glanced at before payment. After pondering for a while, the vendor inquired, "Young man, have you taken a liking to this particular stone? I have had it examined, and the consensus is that it will appreciate significantly. Acquiring it is tantamount to profit." At this juncture, Zhang Yixing displayed impatience, retorting, "No need for further elaboration. Just tell me the price of this stone. I have not haggled over any of the raw stones I purchased today, yet I do not comprehend the value of this one, hence my desire to negotiate." The vendor, furrowing his brow and remaining silent for a considerable time, observed Zhang Yixing feigning annoyance as he turned toward his vehicle. Realizing he could not afford to be reticent any longer, after over a year of waiting for a serious buyer, he abandoned his insistence on the 39 million price tag, asking instead, If you're genuinely interested in purchasing, what amount will you offer? Upon hearing Zhang Yixing's offer, the vendor grew anxious, deeming it far too low, insufficient even to cover the original cost of the stone. Zhang Yixing responded, "You are well aware of the specifics concerning your raw stone. Just tell me, what is the lowest price you are willing to accept?" After processing the payment, the vendor summoned a forklift to assist Zhang Yixing in loading the stone onto his vehicle. Initially, Zhang Yixing had no intention of purchasing this raw stone. Thus, he had rented a 3-ton van. Now, he had to make do, simply aiming to transport the stone out of the Jade Trading Center and find a discreet, camera-free location to place the raw stone in the Jade pendant space. Subsequently, he placed his hands sequentially on the woven bag, the raw stone, and the hefty 2,700-kilogram stone. With a mere thought, all the raw stones vanished in under half a minute. Zhang Yixing smiled contentedly, radiating joy that unfortunately could not be shared with anyone else. Chapter 32. Antique Jade Market. Zhang Yixing had contemplated unearthing the 2,700-kilogram stone within a market, yet he comprehended a vital principle. A common man is not guilty, but possessing a treasure can lead to peril. If he were to unveil that stone in the marketplace, it would undoubtedly incite considerable commotion, potentially inviting unforeseen troubles. Utilizing his extraordinary vision, Zhang Yixing discerned that at least half of the stone comprised exquisite white jade, calculated at 11,000 per gram. An astonishing sum indeed. Zhang Yixing parked his vehicle in the hotel lot, resolved not to unearth the stone just yet. He intended to gradually reveal its secrets in due time. Lacking substantial influence at present, he recognized that selling it all at once would surely incite jealousy and invite complications. Having settled this matter in his mind, he proceeded to call home and then engaged in a brief conversation via WeChat with Ouyang Qian and Zhao Shuya. Entering the Jade pendant space, he fed the goldfish and the little green one. Upon gazing into the depths of the Jade pendant space, Zhang Yixing noted that although the edges of this realm remained shrouded in mist, it had expanded to more than double its original size since he first acquired it. He mused about his upcoming journey to Kunlun Mountain, where he would not only seek out exquisite stones, but also explore the possibility of finding vibrant flora, fauna, and perhaps even some fish and crayfish to cultivate, alongside planting an assortment of commonly consumed vegetables. His intention was to infuse the Jade space with life through the introduction of these animals and plants. The following morning, Zhang Yixing tidied himself before heading out for a meal. By 8 o'clock, he set off from the hotel in a rented cargo van towards the Mingjia Antique Jade Market. Although he was driving a commercial vehicle, the rental company had provided a permit for restricted area access, allowing him unimpeded entry into the city. Upon arriving at the market, he searched for a suitable parking spot. Inside, the layout resembled that of any typical antique market, yet Zhang Yixing, adhering to his usual practice, perused the stalls in hopes of uncovering a hidden gem. He was well aware that Hetian Jade is one of the 4 esteemed jades of China, alongside Lantian Jade, Xiao Jade, and Dushan Jade. During the unification of China under Emperor Qin Shi Huang, Hetian Jade was named Kunshan Jade due to its origin in Kunlun Mountain. Later, it was referred to as Yutian Jade because it was found within the borders of the Yutian Kingdom. It was not until the 9th year of the Guangxu reign in the Qing dynasty that it was officially designated as Hetian Jade, a name that persists to this day. As he ambled through the bustling market filled with visitors from across the nation and a few foreigners, Zhang Yixing observed that the antique items were scarce, with most offerings consisting of modern crafts or blatant forgeries. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a replica of the legendary 9-Dragon Jade Cup. The authentic cup, once used by Emperor Kangxi, is now lost to time. The genuine 9-Dragon Jade Cup, crafted from pure white jade, is renowned for its translucence when filled with wine. It reveals 9 twisting dragons as if frolicking in the sea, exuding an aura of elegance whether viewed from afar or up close. The cup measures 6 centimeters in length, 4 centimeters in width, and 3 centimeters in height, taking the form of a rectangular prism. Each corner is adorned with 2 dragons playing with a pearl, and a single dragon spirals around the handle, making a total of 9 dragons, hence its name. There is another interpretation of the 9-Dragon Jade Cup. The entire cup is decorated with 9 dragons, one of which has its head extending to the base of the cup, while its tail curves out to form a handle. The remaining 8 dragons are arranged in 4 pairs, with 1 dragon in each pair facing upwards and the other downwards. The 4 upward-facing dragons appear to drink from the cup when filled. When the cup is brimming with liquid, it flows through an inverted U-shaped channel inside the cup and is expelled from the mouths of the downward-facing dragons. Curious, he inquired, "How much do you sell this cup for?" The vendor looked up at Zhang Yixing and replied, 500,000. Zhang Yixing refrained from negotiating, for he recognized that this cup was not worth such a price. It was made of Russian white jade. Had it been true Hatian white jade, 500,000 would have indeed been a bargain. There exists a significant disparity between Russian and Hatian white jade. The former is sourced from Russia and Brazil, while the latter, particularly from Anchi, is far rarer and more precious. In terms of color, Russian white jade is typically lighter and has a drier texture. Anchi Hatian jade is notably more refined and delicate. Upon examination, Anchi Hatian jade bears a stone skin, which is absent in Russian white jade. Typically, Russian white jade is of a larger volume, whereas Anchi Hatian jade pebbles are comparatively smaller. The surface of Anchi Hatian jade displays a hue akin to that of mutton fat white, with a subtle yellow undertone, exuding a warm and elegant aura, complemented by distinct color roots. In contrast, the texture of Russian jade is rather dry, with a paler color that appears somewhat rigid. One need not fear ignorance of quality, but rather the comparison of goods. Deceit lurks, and a minority of unscrupulous merchants thrive in this era of rampant materialism and capricious fate, where one may inadvertently stumble into pitfalls. Departing from a stall showcasing imitation Julong jade cups, I meandered onward. Suddenly, an old wooden box at a nearby stall caught Zhang Yixing's attention. The box, exuding an antique charm, had a paint layer that was almost entirely worn away, rendering it seemingly a mere dilapidated container. The side of the box featured a convex surface, a hallmark of ancient mechanism boxes, simple yet notoriously difficult to open. Zhang Yixing approached the aged box and inquired, "What is the price of this box, good sir?" The vendor replied, 300,000. Sensing the vendor's attempt to deceive him, Zhang Yixing engaged in a playful counter-deception, ultimately acquiring the box for 8,000. After completing the transaction, he felt a sense of relief. Perhaps the box's shabby exterior had misled the vendor. In truth, it was a mechanism box crafted from small leaf red sandalwood. However, it proved challenging to open, requiring the right amount of force and warmth to unlock. Earlier, Zhang Yixing had utilized his golden eye to glimpse the contents within the box. Inside lay a small mutton-fat white jade tiger, measuring approximately 10 centimeters in length and about 3 to 4 centimeters in width. The jade tiger was securely wrapped in some material, ensconced in a dark compartment, and due to its immobility, even with vigorous shaking of the box, there was no hint of looseness or sound, showcasing the collector's meticulous care over the years. Countless years and numerous hands had passed, yet none had succeeded in unveiling its secrets. Today, fate had brought Zhang Yixing to it, and thus it awaited its destined owner. Overjoyed beyond words, he secured the box and continued on his journey. Chapter 33. Journey to Qimu. After a night of silence, the following morning began with the routine of washing, brushing teeth, and having breakfast. Subsequently, he drove to a hardware store, purchasing a shovel, steel pick, ropes, and other essentials, before heading to a supermarket for provisions, acquiring food, cookware, rice, oil, salt, and various seasonings, as well as a gas stove and canister, filling it at a gas station. Feeling adequately prepared, he departed from the supermarket. Zhang Yixing made these arrangements with the thought that if he ventured into the deep mountains and forests, they might come in handy. Convinced that he required no further items, he set off in the recently rented car towards Bazhou, Qimu County. Historically, Bazhou, Qimu County has been a significant hub along the Silk Road and the birthplace of the jade and stone trade. Zhang Yixing was aware that Qimu County is situated in the southern part of the Bengal Mongol Autonomous Prefecture of Xinjiang, nestled at the northern foothills of the Kunlun and Altan Mountains. It lies on the southeastern edge of the Darim Basin, approximately 280 kilometers east of Ruoqian County and over 300 kilometers west of Feng County in the Hetian region. To the south lies the Altan Mountains, with Tibet marking the eastern boundary, and to the north, the expansive Taklamakan Desert stretches out in view of Yuli County. To the northwest lies the Aksu region, encompassing an area of over 10,000 square kilometers. Zhang Yixing embarked on his journey from Dihua, driving tirelessly for an entire day until he finally reached the town of Qimu. He sought a place to rest, contemplating a peaceful night before ascending the mountains the following day. After a night's respite, Zhang Yixing located a gas station to fill his vehicle with fuel, then set off towards the ancient village of Kunlun. Upon arriving at Kunlun, he was enveloped by a sense of purity in the air. The sky remained pristine, the breeze refreshing, the waters crystal clear, and the flowers in full bloom. Nestled amid towering mountains and a sea of golden blossoms, the village presented a sky that sparkled like a translucent blue crystal, so vividly blue it seemed as if it might cascade down. It is often said that nothing is more beautiful than the azure of Chiemo. Gazing upwards, Zhang Yixing observed delicate white clouds drifting across the sky, devoid of any impurities, as if freshly washed, floating gently on the breeze. The sun hung high in the azure expanse, radiating warmth akin to fervent passion. He likened this fiery enthusiasm of the sun to the simplicity and warmth of the village's inhabitants. Only the snow-capped peaks provided a refreshing contrast, bestowing a subtle coolness amidst the sweltering heat. As he ascended and surveyed the landscape, he beheld the ancient village shrouded in lush greenery, vibrant flowers perfuming the air, and the majestic mountains framing the picturesque settlement, leaving him in awe. Welcomed by the villagers with open arms, he found a parking spot for his car. He felt a profound connection to this ancient village, rich in history and culture, where winters are warm and summers cool, an ideal haven for human existence and propagation. He sensed he had arrived at the right place, perhaps destined to uncover the unique classical beauty woven into its age-old legends. Choosing to stay at a local inn, he learned that Kunlun attracts numerous visitors, which in turn has inspired various entrepreneurial ventures among the villagers, rendering it a prosperous locale. After enjoying a delightful evening, Zhang Yixing awoke the next morning, organized his belongings, and set forth along the narrow paths often tread by villagers heading up the mountain. With the aid of his jade pendant, his burden was lightened. Equipped only with a backpack, he was now the epitome of a lightweight traveler. For Zhang Yixing, the ascent felt as effortless as a simple dish for a seasoned warrior. He meandered along the winding trail at a leisurely pace, occasionally encountering small groups of people, like him, seemed in pursuit of treasures hidden within the mountains. The stones, washed down by the rushing waters, often drew collectors, hopeful that among them lay a precious jade. However, Zhang Yixing's intent today was to explore the mountains for uncut stones embedded within the rock. Currently, the excavation of these stones involved digging into the mountains, with some employing mines for deeper exploration. As he climbed to the mountainside, the path became less discernible, yet this posed no challenge for him. He pressed on with an unyielding spirit. The further he ventured, the more he felt the grandeur of the mountains, with their lush foliage and the symphony of insects and birds resonating around him. Time flew swiftly, and by midday, he discovered a winding canyon between two peaks ahead. Upon closer inspection, the first sight that captivates the eye is a majestic waterfall cascading into a dragon's pool. The waters tumble down from the towering mountain peaks, plunging into the depths of the canyon below, forming a seemingly bottomless pool. Zhang Yixing estimates the width of the canyon floor to be approximately 300 meters. Despite the sweltering heat, a mist hovers above the pool, creating an ethereal atmosphere that feels as if one is suspended in midair, refreshing and exhilarating beyond words. Standing before the waterfall, a cool breeze flows from the rushing waters, providing a delightful respite even in the hottest of weather. After gazing at the waterfall for a considerable time, Zhang Yixing seeks a less treacherous path to the canyon floor. Utilizing his internal energy, he descends to the profound depths of the canyon in less than 10 minutes. Perhaps there lies an underground river beneath the pool, as the dryness of other areas at the canyon's base is inexplicable otherwise. As he walks along the canyon floor, looking up, he experiences a slight dizziness. The cliffs are not merely smooth and chiseled, but rather layered, adorned with verdant trees, showcasing nature's extraordinary artistry. Zhang Yixing is perplexed by the formation of such a canyon. Walking through the canyon, he notices a path strewn with stones of various sizes, while an array of unknown wildflowers and grasses compete for attention, presenting a unique and vibrant display. The natural scenery is a remarkable testament to elegance. Chapter 34, The Pool. Zhang Yixing retraces his steps and attunes himself to the jade pendant space, discovering no significant response, indicating that precious jade stones are likely scarce among the underground rocks. He cannot help but wonder where the jade from the mountain runoff has disappeared to. His journey to Chemo County is not without purpose. He has learned that the mountain's resources are abundant in both Chemo County and Ruoqian County. Thus, the stones at the canyon's base are largely devoid of jade. Returning to the edge of the pool, Zhang Yixing activates his golden eyes to peer into the water, but finds that the depths remain elusive, indicating the pool's considerable profundity. He removes his outer garment, wrapping it and his phone securely in the jade pendant space, and then plunges into the cool waters. Feeling a slight chill, he envelopes his body in internal energy and swims deeper into the pool. After some time, he again employs his golden eyes to scrutinize the bottom and discovers an array of stones, their jagged edges intermingling, while unfamiliar fish swim gracefully. The pool's floor is expansive, comparable to that of a football field. After a few more minutes, Zhang Yixing reaches the bottom and stands amidst the stones, using his golden eyes to examine them closely, and indeed finds those containing jade. At this revelation, Zhang Yixing feels vindicated in his earlier assessment, adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities rather than letting them slip away. He collects all the stones of various sizes into the jade pendant space. After gathering the stones from the bottom, he swims in the direction of the current. The underground river alternates between wide and narrow, and after a while, he discovers a hidden realm. Perhaps he has traversed to the other side of the mountain, or even to another world, as he now stands before yet another grand pool. Unlike the previous one, this locale lacks a waterfall, resembling a tranquil lake. At the end of the lake lies the base of the mountains ahead, while behind him flows the subterranean river that Zhang Yixing has just traversed. He gazes in awe at the breathtaking scene before him, finding it utterly astonishing. The two mountains cradle a lake, adorned with lush greenery that resembles a vivid landscape painting. The dark green waters of the lake appear akin to a basin of verdant lacquer. It is truly a place where reflections dance upon the lakeside. The heavens mirrored in the clear depths below, where clouds drift above, and one seems to walk amidst the ethereal. At this moment, Zhang Yixing senses a gentle warmth emanating from the jade pendant space, which tells him that there must undoubtedly be jade stones within this lake. Perhaps, upon arriving at this lake, the pendant sensed the presence of jade, but the feeling was too faint. Overwhelmed by the breathtaking scenery, he had overlooked it. Consequently, Zhang Yixing resolved to gather as many raw jade stones as he could carry into the space, allowing the pendant to absorb the jade's spiritual essence and thereby expand and enhance the pendant's capacity. With the aid of his golden eyes' extraordinary perception, he approached the area near the exit where the raw jade stones lay, collecting them and placing them at the periphery of the pendant's space so that it could gradually absorb their energy. Over the course of several days, aside from practicing the dragon ascension technique, Zhang Yixing diligently selected raw jade stones from the lake. He lost count of the number of stones he had gathered, but during this time his jade pendant space had expanded by over double its previous size. He also released his companion, Little Qing, allowing it to frolic freely among the mountains. During his rest periods, Zhang Yixing utilized his consciousness to control the jade pendant space, developing another pool in a different area of the fish pond housing the golden dragon fish. He drew water from the lake and caught numerous fish to place in the newly created pool, enriching it with some of the spring water from the pendant space. The fish, encountering the spring water, thrived with a joyous vitality, imbued with the essence of the spiritual water. This past few days, he also cooked meals, and the fish soup enhanced with the pendant's spring water was simply delectable. He paid no mind to Little Qing's activities, aware only that it soared and circled in the air. Perhaps because no one had ever tread this ground before, no traces of previous travelers remained. Above the forest, the branches intertwined densely, making it difficult for sunlight to reach the forest floor, and the rare beams that broke through resembled colorful insects crawling over the moss and dried leaves. As dusk approached, Zhang Yixing recognized the prelude to the night's arrival. He then sought a secluded spot and, with a thought, entered the jade pendant space to commence his practice of the dragon ascension technique. The following morning, Zhang Yixing concluded his training, refreshed himself with the spring water from the space, consumed some provisions he had prepared in advance, and then exited the pendant space. Following the sun-dappled path, where the dead leaves formed a thick carpet over half a foot deep, he ventured deeper, wary of encountering venomous creatures. He wielded a branch cut from the trees with his kunwa knife, using it to probe the way ahead. Thus, he persevered until midday when he discovered a valley nestled between two mountains, stretching endlessly before him. The valley was adorned with an array of unknown flora, some blooming with vibrant yellow petals, others with shades of purple and blue, creating a mesmerizing spectacle that captivated the senses. Zhang Yixing inhaled deeply, savoring the air of this enchanting locale, feeling as invigorated as if he had consumed a potent elixir. As he ventured deeper into the valley and gazed upward at the towering cliffs, he noticed a cluster of Dendrobium officinale, a sight that filled him with joy. He was aware of the myriad benefits of this remarkable orchid, known for its ability to enhance beauty and nourish the skin with its rich array of nutrients, including amino acids. The Dendrobium also aids in stomach health, promoting the secretion of gastric juices, thereby enhancing appetite and digestion. Additionally, it possesses properties that nourish the blood and mitigate the effects of anemia, making it highly effective for those afflicted with this condition. Its benefits extend to liver protection and blood sugar regulation, showcasing its multifaceted nature. Without delay, Zhang Yixing climbed towards the cluster of dendrobium, using a tool to uproot several bunches and transplant them into his jade pendant space, envisioning a future where he would plant them after exploring the valley. The once modest earthen mound within the pendant had transformed into a nascent mountain, albeit devoid of trees at present. After excavating the dendrobium, he resumed his search within the expansive canyon. Chapter 35. Departure from the ancient village of Kummel. Zhang Yixing walked purposefully in a singular direction, discovering a plethora of both familiar and unfamiliar plants to collect for his jade pendant space. Searching for useful treasures at the canyon's base was akin to striking a stroke of fortune. Approaching midday, the sun radiated brilliantly, illuminating a gentle stream that meandered quietly through the canyon, perhaps flowing underground towards the distant sea. The leaves overhead and the flowers below glimmered under the sun's embrace, while the melodious sounds of birds echoed from the depths of the dense forest beyond the canyon. Zhang Yixing felt he had reached the midpoint of the gorge. Standing still, he squinted towards the towering cliffs opposite him, where he spotted a seemingly flat expanse near the left side, adorned with rocks, trees, and blossoms. One particular tree captured his attention. Harnessing his inner strength, he ascended the steep cliff, taking approximately 7 or 8 minutes to reach the somewhat level ground. Upon arrival, he examined the tree closely. Its trunk was roughly the diameter of a bowl, branching out into several limbs, each adorned with smaller twigs that stretched gracefully in various directions. The leaves were vivid green, edged with delicate serrations. At this sight, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. This was undoubtedly a tea tree. Utilizing his observational techniques, he discerned that the area surrounding the tea tree was rich with spiritual energy. The illumination here is quite pleasant. A small, relatively flat area is adorned with a variety of flowers and grasses, which envelop the ground surrounding the tea trees, thereby aiding in moisture retention and providing the essential hydration that the tea trees require. He first transplanted the flowers and grasses from beneath the trees into the jade pendant space. Subsequently, he commenced the excavation of the tea tree. With the enhancement of his vital energy, the iron pickaxe effortlessly penetrated the earth, akin to slicing through tofu. Before long, a large, round pit encircled the trunk of the tea tree. Whenever he encountered roots, he deftly severed them with a kunwa knife as if he were cutting through tofu. Soon, with a mere thought, Zhang Yixing transported the tea tree into the jade pendant space, then planted it on a hillside not far from the spiritual spring of the jade pendant space. He felt a surge of delight, pondering that this tea tree would undoubtedly thrive better than it did on the precipice. Having discovered the presence of spiritual energy in this locale, which nourished the vibrant flora and fostered the robust growth of the tea tree on the cliff, he surmised that this might be the influence of the spiritual energy. He then utilized his golden eyes to perceive the surroundings from this modest area. To his astonishment, he discovered a jadeite vein in this place. At that moment, Zhang Yixing felt an exhilarating rush of excitement, contemplating that he had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. After a moment of reflection, he discerned his next course of action. Meanwhile, Shaoqing had mysteriously flown over and settled onto Zhang Yixing's shoulder, joyfully bobbing its head, perhaps due to the many days it had spent apart from him in the jade pendant space. Currently, Zhang Yixing paid little mind to Shaoqing. His thoughts were consumed with the extraction of raw jadeite. He began by slicing open the visible jadeite ores one by one with a kunwa knife, subsequently placing them into the jade pendant space. He believed this would expedite the absorption of spiritual energy within the space. The excavated earth and waste stones devoid of jadeite were also controlled by his thoughts and placed into the jade pendant space. Following this method, he traced the direction of the jadeite vein, delving deeper to locate more jadeite ores, cutting them open with his kunwa knife, and allowing the jade pendant space to absorb their spiritual energy. The waste stones and earth removed during the excavation were initially stored in the jade pendant space, and when he reached the front of the mine, he would extract the previously stored waste stones and earth with his mind to fill the void left by the extracted jadeite ores. Although Zhang Yixing did not feel excessively fatigued by this endeavor, the vein extended approximately 1 kilometer, and he could not bear to miss such an opportunity. Thus, for the next half-month, aside from practicing the dragon ascendance technique and eating, he frequently climbed the tall trees on the mountainside to establish a signal to contact his family and reassure them of his safety. Each time he called, he expressed the intention to acquire a satellite phone in the future secretly grateful for having purchased several portable chargers for his phone. Zhang Yixing dedicated himself to both cultivating and mining jadeite. The ores he had cut open and placed into the jade pendant space were entirely absorbed of their spiritual energy, quickly transforming into fine ash. The jade pendant space continuously absorbed spiritual energy, and finally, on the 10th day of Zhang Yixing's excavation of raw jade stones, the space underwent an upgrade. An overwhelming sensation filled the atmosphere, one that Zhang Yixing had grown accustomed to, having experienced it twice before. This time, the area of the jade pendant space expanded to 10 times its previous size, leaving Zhang Yixing utterly astonished. He pondered in admiration what kind of extraordinary being could create such a marvel. The jade pendant space had transformed dramatically. The mountains loomed higher, and the spiritual spring had evolved into a small lake. Nestled at the foot of the mountains, a newly formed river flowed gracefully towards the edge of the jade pendant space. Even more astonishing was the presence of trees and flowers adorning the mountains. The once humble ironclad dendrobium now thrived on the slopes, more robust than before its relocation into the space. The richness of spiritual energy within the space was palpable, bringing Zhang Yixing endless benefits. He felt a surge of satisfaction, reflecting on how fortuitous his journey to Anxi was. Otherwise, it was uncertain when the space would have upgraded. Having nearly extracted all the promising raw jade, Zhang Yixing realized he had spent quite a few days in Anxi, with poor signal reception in the mountains. He feared that if he delayed any longer, someone might come looking for him, and with the phone lines down, that would be troublesome. Consequently, he beckoned Xiaoqing to accompany him as they ventured out of the canyon, collecting beautiful flowers and plants to bring back to the jade pendant space. Before exiting the mountains, he took Xiaoqing into the pendant space once more. Thanks to the jade pendant space, despite spending over 20 days in the dense wilderness, Zhang Yixing appeared as radiant and handsome as ever. His clothes could be washed, and he could bathe daily. So if anyone were to discover that he had emerged from the mountains looking as pristine as before, they would likely be taken aback. As he departed the mountains, Zhang Yixing took a different route than the one he had entered. This led him to a site where mining operations were taking place, complete with rudimentary structures and equipment. Though the mountains they were extracting from were not particularly high, he estimated that this mining site was approximately 200 kilometers from the hidden water pool and Grand Canyon he had discovered, surrounded by treacherous, towering peaks that would deter most from venturing to such heights. After spending 2 more days, he arrived at the ancient village of Kunlun, settled several days' worth of parking fees, and then drove the rented SUV towards Dihua. Chapter 36. Journey to Sunlight City. After a day's drive, Zhang Yixing reached Dihua City just as night fell, casually selecting a hotel to stay. The following day, he returned the vehicle to the rental company. Upon leaving the rental agency, he hailed a taxi to Dihua City Airport to collect his ticket for the flight from Dihua to Sunlight City. After waiting approximately half an hour in the departure lounge, he proceeded through security to exchange his boarding pass in preparation for boarding. Following more than 2 hours of flight, the plane landed safely at Sunlight City International Airport. Exiting the airport, he took a taxi to find accommodation near the antique market. One after another, merchants adorned with a myriad of exquisite jewels, and those setting up stalls every few steps were left in his wake. Although he appeared to be casually strolling forward, he was actually employing his spiritual perception to sense the presence of any old artifacts imbued with spiritual essence. Through the passage of time, every antique carries the sediment of this essence, which could also be described as the quintessence of the sun and moon. Perhaps this is the origin of the luster that surrounds these treasures. Suddenly, a vendor in front, persistently calling out, caught his attention with a string of celestial beads hanging from his person. Utilizing his golden eyes to penetrate through the ordinary, he quickly discerned its true nature. This was a celestial bead containing an entire universe within. In the presence of the golden eye's discerning ability, the authenticity of objects became crystal clear. Thus, he began to engage the vendor in conversation, casually pointing at the string of celestial beads and inquiring about its price. Before long, he had asked about 7 or 8 items, and the vendor began to show signs of impatience. Slightly bewildered and annoyed, the vendor retorted, "Are you actually going to buy something? Or what exactly do you wish to purchase? Is it the celestial beads, turquoise, coral, or amber? You've inquired about everything I have here. If you're not buying, please don't interfere with my business." With that, the vendor shot a rather unfriendly glare at him. Hearing the vendor mention that this bracelet had even been blessed by a living Buddha, through his extensive treasure hunting experiences in the antique market, had grasped a fundamental truth. This industry is overwhelmed with modern crafts, with the populace increasingly engaged in collecting, and coupled with the fact that during the late Qing dynasty, the treasures of the Chinese nation were largely plundered by the Eight-Nation Alliance. He secretly vowed to leverage his abilities to journey to the West, reclaiming the treasures that were once stolen from China. Thus, while one cannot categorically label the crafts and antiques as fakes, it can only be said that they may not belong to the current era. The unwritten rules of this profession typically dictate that one must see through the facade without speaking it aloud. A novice who fails to recognize counterfeits demonstrates a lack of skill, and if one wishes to participate in this field, they must not fear acquiring replicas or new pieces. The antique market is indeed fraught with complexities, without a foundation in archaeology and historical knowledge, along with the enhancement of his golden eyes. Even the most astute individual would hesitate to venture into the antique market seeking bargains. During his university years in Yanjing, he had initially pursued a major in archaeology. In his spare time, he frequented the school library, delving into books on antique appreciation, covering jade, bronze, porcelain, paintings, and miscellaneous artifacts. He had essentially explored every relevant title available in the library over the years, gaining a solid understanding of the histories of the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties, largely through history books and the narratives of his professors. Moreover, he had become quite familiar with museums, having viewed numerous exhibited collections. Consequently, Zhang Yixing had developed a foundation of historical knowledge, augmented by the capabilities of his golden eyes. He was adept at discerning whether an item was a mere imitation or a genuine antique. Engaging in banter with the vendor was merely a customary practice within this industry, where each antique dealer possesses a keen intuition, capable of instantly perceiving every nuance of their customers' words and actions. To avoid being seen as an easy target for exploitation, one must adopt a semblance of ignorance. Through this psychological duel with the vendor, amidst jest and repartee, once the vendor appeared somewhat dazed, he successfully purchased 2 bracelets for the sum of 1,200 yuan. At this moment, the boss felt a profound sense of satisfaction, simultaneously berating Zhang Yixing as a fool. Spending 1,200 yuan on an item worth merely 100, was he not a simpleton? Meanwhile, Zhang Yixing was equally pleased, having invested considerable thought and time, ensuring the boss did not perceive him as an amateur. This perhaps exemplified the process of treasure hunting in the antique market, a journey Zhang Yixing also experienced. He could never divulge to the boss that the item was an ancient artifact of immense value. If he did, he would indeed be the fool. Zhang Yixing placed 2 bracelets into his backpack, waved goodbye to the boss, and exclaimed, "May your business flourish across the seas and your wealth prosper through the rivers." The boss, upon hearing Zhang Yixing's words, felt a wave of comfort wash over him, grinning broadly. However, just before leaving the market, an intriguing Qing dynasty gilded bronze statue of Vajrapani caught his eye. With his golden eye's supernatural ability, he discerned the red gem aura enveloping the statue. He thought to himself, "This is undoubtedly an ancient piece." Thus, employing his usual tactics of deft negotiation, he ultimately acquired the Qing dynasty gilded bronze Vajrapani statue for 8,000 yuan. Chapter 37, Jiakhang Temple. Gao Pingyu inquired, "Zhang Yixing, where are you now? I couldn't reach you by phone a few days ago." He refrained from mentioning the substantial amount of jade rough stones he had unearthed. The purpose of Gao Pingyu's call was to ask about the painting by Master Daqian, Tai Guanxuan too, as someone was interested in purchasing it and wanted to know if it was for sale. Another call came from his high school classmate, Ouyang Qian, who said, "Zhang Yixing, do you have time to visit Ruiqing? The jade public auction there begins in a month." Zhang Yixing pondered that after finishing his business in Sunlight City, he had no pressing matters to attend to, as any destination would offer leisure. So he replied, "I will definitely go. Let's connect once I arrive in Ruiqing." They exchanged updates about their recent lives before concluding the call. After dinner, Zhang Yixing recalled the gilded bronze statue and the celestial bead. He gazed at the statue of Vajrapani for a while, certain of its authenticity. He understood that traditionally, Tibetan bronze statues were often large and intricately designed, originating from various regions, including India, Nepal, Kashmir, and Han territories. However, the majority were local Tibetan creations. During this period, the bronze statues typically stemmed from the late Buddhist period in India, encompassing elements of Vajrayana, Kalachakra, and easy practice, while also integrating aspects of the original Bon religion of Tibet. Styles from Mongolia and Han territories further influenced Tibetan Buddhist bronze sculptures. In the early Qing dynasty, to avoid warfare, the government restricted the mining of copper by civilians, with most rights over copper and other rare metal mines held by the state. Nonetheless, during this period, the technique of bronze casting was quite advanced. After the Kangxi era, court sculptures predominantly utilized brass alloys, resulting in exquisite quality, substantial weight, and refined craftsmanship. Consequently, the court sculptures of the Kangxi period were meticulously crafted, with dignified forms, a thick layer of gold, delicate copperwork, a heavy feel, and high hardness, characterized by a substantial copper base. During this period, Buddhist statues typically exhibit a rounded and moderate facial structure, characterized by an exquisite appearance and realistic facial features. The eyes are rendered with a lifelike quality, the upper eyelids gracefully arching with a subtle upward inclination. In earlier representations, lotus petals adorned the base in abundance, whereas in later periods, the lotus petals became increasingly simplified, transforming into a single auspicious cloud motif. The color of the statues leans towards warm hues, with intricately carved garments, showcasing a refinement in craftsmanship. Traditionally, these statues were cast in copper or bronze, with a gilded surface, and were often movable, colloquially referred to as gilded copper Buddha statues. Such figures were primarily intended for royal courts and temples, originating in the Han Dynasty and flourishing during the Sui and Tang dynasties, continuing through the Ming and Qing dynasties. Even into the Republican era and modern times in Hong Kong and Taiwan, gilded Buddha statues remain in use. There exists a variety of gilded copper Buddha statues, the most common being those of Shakyamuni, Guanyin, Manjushri, Samantabhadra, the Heavenly Kings, and others. Reflecting on my knowledge of gilded copper Buddha statues, I observe the imposing Qing dynasty gilded statue of Vajrapani before me, standing over a foot tall, with intricate casting techniques and a formidable design. Its body substantial and its golden hue radiant. This statue epitomizes the exceptional craftsmanship of 18th century Tibetan gilded copper figures. Zhang Yixing subsequently placed the Qing dynasty gilded statue of Vajrapani in the Jade pendant space. He then picked up a string of sky beads, believed to be precious gems that descended upon Tibet and regarded as auspicious by the Tibetan people. It is said that only a person of pure virtue can wear such treasures. Although this is merely a legend, Zhang Yixing believes there is some truth to it. Otherwise, how could such tales arise? For those who do not embody such purity, wearing these treasures may not only fail to bring good fortune, but could potentially invite misfortune. Sky beads are treasured by the Tibetan people, symbolizing lifelong blessings and precious family heritage. In fact, Tibetans do not engage in the buying and selling of sky beads. They can only be exchanged as equal value items among those who are destined to have them. As Zhang Yixing observed in the antique market, sky beads are not evaluated based on authenticity, but rather on their age, with older beads being more valuable. Currently, most so-called sky beads on the market are modern crafts with no collectible value. Moreover, unscrupulous individuals fashion sky beads from plastic, and to balance their weight, they often add small lead pieces. These plastic sky beads are flammable and contain numerous tiny air pockets. There are also sky beads from Taiwan, made of serpentinite or grayscale agate, which are abundant and easy to process, particularly suited for artificial aging. However, such beads tend to gradually lose their luster over time. As for the modern baked agate sky beads, they are made from contemporary agate, which differs from the agate used in ancient beads. The ancient Tibetan sky beads were crafted using a floral etching technique, while modern agate beads are produced through acid-based corrosion or high-temperature baking. Zhang Yixing used a kunwa knife to slice open the sky bead he purchased during the day, revealing a slightly smaller, older sky bead hidden beneath a thin layer of protective material. Its cinnabar dots, elegant patterns, patina, and sheen unmistakably indicate its antiquity. Moreover, it is a nine-eyed Z bead. No wonder some individuals go to such lengths to safeguard this precious artifact. Perhaps they fear incurring fatal misfortune. Gazing at the Z bead in his hand, he observed the Dusha vermilion dots that gracefully adorned it, emerging from within. The weather patterns were irregular and varied in depth, reminiscent of fish scales or the claws of a phoenix. The patina on this nine-eyed Z bead, cultivated over time, is incomparable to the artificial aging techniques of modern craftsmanship. Typically, the ancient Z beads cherished by the Tibetan people are either worn on their person or offered at home altars. Thus, the surface patina is a natural amalgamation of acidic and alkaline molecules with the bead's own secretions, forming a layer that cannot be easily scrubbed away. This patina is smooth and natural. Furthermore, under the scrutiny of his golden eyes, a brilliant azure light seemed to flow from the bead. undoubtedly indicative of an ancient Z bead from the Tang dynasty. With a chuckle, Zhang Yixing tidied himself and entered the Jade pendant space to practice the Dragon Ascension technique. The following morning, after a brief wash and breakfast, he took a taxi to the Jiakhang Temple. As they approached the vicinity of the temple, the taxi came to a halt. The driver remarked that they had encountered a throng of pilgrims, and the vehicle could proceed no further. Upon disembarking and witnessing the scene before him, Zhang Yixing was momentarily taken aback. The square in front of the Jiakhang Temple was densely packed with pilgrims, their dark forms resembling a sinuous dragon. Among the throngs, groups of 2 or 3 moved along, and as he looked back along the road, an unbroken stream of people continued to arrive, prostrating every 3 steps and kneeling every 10, an endless procession. Chapter 38, Pilgrimage to Jiakhang Temple. Those who have traveled to Tubo may have encountered Tibetan Buddhist devotees, who perform a full prostration every 3 steps and kneel every 10, seemingly tireless in their devotion, unwavering in their progress. This is a deeply sincere ritual of worship known as kneeling prostration. Zhang Yixing understood that this practice emerged from the fusion of ancient Buddhist culture and Han culture in Tubo. It has its roots in the Han cultural practice of bowing, which evolved under the influence of Buddhism. Devotees, wishing to demonstrate their faith, transformed the act of kneeling into a full-body prostration, expressing their heartfelt submission. This profound act of humility and devotion may stem from the believer's desire to fulfill vows, seeking blessings and protection from the Buddha, along with other noble wishes. Typically, there are 3 forms of prostration in this practice. One involves long-distance pilgrimage, where devotees journey to major temples like the Sunlight City to pay their respects. Before embarking on such a journey from their distant homes, they must prepare protective gear for their hands and knees, as well as a fur garment worn across the chest. On the road, devotees stand upright, palms pressed together and raised above their heads before taking a step forward. At this moment, they bring their hands back to their chests and take another step, repeating this process. As they take their 3rd step, their hands extend in front of their chests, palms facing downward and parallel to the ground. Their bodies lean forward and the knees touch the ground first, followed by the rest of their body as they gently bow their foreheads to the earth. The pilgrims embark on their journey from home, engaging in a series of repetitive actions, the number of which remains unknown, until they reach their destination, a temple located in the Sunlit City. Zhang Yixing sincerely reflects on the unwavering faith and deep devotion that these Buddhist followers possess. The devotees prostrate every 3 steps, persistently chanting the 6-syllable mantra until they arrive at their sacred site. He holds deep admiration for their resolute spirit, embodying an unwavering commitment to their pilgrimage. Additionally, the followers circumambulate the temple, typically in a clockwise direction, proceeding around its periphery. Beginning at the temple's main entrance, they engage in this act of pilgrimage, prostrating every 3 steps while reciting the 6-syllable mantra. Another form of devotion involves prostrating in place, often within the temple halls, where a mat is laid down. They perform their prostrations, chanting the 6-syllable mantra, hands pressed together above their heads, before bowing down to the ground, repeating this cycle of worship. Zhang Yixing, having only heard of such practices before, is profoundly moved to witness the act of pilgrimage firsthand. Setting aside other thoughts, he is struck by the fervent spirit of the devotees in today's society, particularly among the Tibetan pilgrims. Having observed the indomitable spirit of these worshippers, he finds it difficult to remain composed. He turns away from the pilgrims and arrives at the entrance of the Jiakhang Temple, situated in the heart of Lhasa, a place with a history spanning over 350 years. Prior to his visit to the Jiakhang Temple, Zhang Yixing had prepared himself with knowledge about its historical significance. Recognizing it as a magnificent structure from the peak of the Tibetan Empire, built in 647 AD by Sonsen Gampo, Princess Wunsheng of the Tang dynasty, and Princess Jizuen of Nepal. Through numerous expansions over the centuries, it now occupies over 2,500 square meters. The Jiakhang Temple boasts 5 golden roofs and 108 chapels, encompassing the 5 major sects of Tibetan Buddhism: Bon, Nyingma, Sakya, Kagyu, and Gelug, along with the deities, bodhisattvas, and protectors revered by each sect. Despite the challenges faced during its construction, where the temple would collapse at night after being built during the day, Princess Wunsheng, after enduring great hardships, arrived from Chang'an. Hearing of her expertise in geomancy, Princess Jizuen sent a servant bearing a precious gift of gold powder to seek her counsel. Through her geomantic calculations, Princess Wunsheng discerned that the topography of Tibet resembled a grate which lying on her back, with the heart of the witch located in the City of Sunlight, and the Lake Watong representing her lifeblood. To quell the witch, it was determined that constructing a temple in this location would be essential. To restrain the limbs of the witch lying on the ground, 12 nails were driven into her body, which today correspond to the 12 pillars within the main hall of the Jiaqing Temple. Furthermore, 1,000 white goats were utilized to transport earth and stones from the northern hills of Gurgala to fill in Lake Watong, thereby completing the sacred task. In the present-day Jiaqing Temple, the revered shrine of Tashi Lunpo is dedicated to honoring the merits and sacrifices of goats. At its entrance stands a statue of a goat, and the temple's name translates to the Shakyamuni Temple formed by the earth born by goats. Before one reaches the main entrance of the Jiaqing Temple, 2 stone tablets are erected. These are the Tangbo Alliance Stele, also known as the Chongqing Alliance Stele or the Uncle-Nephew Alliance Stele, inscribed in both Tibetan and Chinese. Erected in the year 823 AD, this stele commemorates the alliance formed between the Tang dynasty and Tibet during the years of Chongqing. The inscription records the agreement between the 2 sovereigns, pledging unity in governance and the establishment of a great and everlasting alliance, witnessed by divine entities for generations to come. The inscription emphasizes the marriage of Princess Wensheng of the Tang dynasty to the Tibetan king, symbolizing the kinship between the 2 cultures and reflecting the long-standing, intimate relationship between the Han and Tibetan peoples, a valuable artifact in the annals of their shared history. The other stele, known as the vaccination stele, features an intricate design of 2 dragons playing with a pearl. During the Qianlong era, a smallpox epidemic ravaged Tibet, leading to numerous fatalities. In response, the resident minister and Lin Ming arranged for the construction of shelters in northern Tibet to accommodate those afflicted by the disease, facilitating the survival of many patients. They also urged the Dalai Lama and Panchen Lama to allocate provisions as a customary practice, leading to the establishment of this vaccination stele. Due to superstitions, locals often struck this stele with small stones over the years, resulting in significant wear and damage to the inscriptions, rendering much of the text nearly illegible. Behind a vaccination stele stands a blank stele devoid of any inscriptions or symbols, which is said to have been erected in memory of the artisans who constructed the Jiaqing Temple. Flanking the Tangbo Alliance stele are the famed Tang willows, also known as the Princess Willows, which boast a history of over 300 years and remain lush and vibrant. It is said that the willows in Tibet today are descendants of saplings brought by Princess Wensheng. Chapter 39. The Fortuitous Encounter at Jiaqing Temple. Zhang Yixing stood in the square before the Jiaqing Temple, observing the towering pillars on either side of the entrance. These are prayer poles, adorned with colorful prayer flags, intended to invoke prosperity and ward off calamity. Each corner of the square features a prayer pole, symbolizing power and status, correlating with their height. For countless years, the prayer flags have thickened around these poles, wrapped by successive pilgrims. Countless devotees now bow their heads in reverence to these poles, perhaps believing that everything in this sacred place possesses unparalleled blessings. In the square, some individuals engage in the practice of prostrating as a form of worship. Zhang Yixing gazed at this profoundly moving scene before reluctantly making his way toward the ticket booth at the temple's entrance. After purchasing his ticket and joining the queue, he embarked on a solitary journey through the Jiaqing Temple, free to explore unlike those in guided tours. His first destination was the Methriya Buddha Hall, where the main idol is a small yet exquisitely crafted statue of Methriya Buddha. On either side of this Buddha statue stand the figures of Manjushri and Avalokiteshvara, accompanied by a seated statue of Tara. Additionally, 4 fierce guardian deities flank the walls, safeguarding this sacred hall. To the right of the entrance is the King of Wealth, Vaishravana, while to the left stands the deity of fortune, Jambala. At the altar lies a seated statue of Jade Wabam Lama, who constructed a dam in the Sunlight City, thus protecting it from devastating floods. Upon entering, Zhang Yixing also noticed a small stone goat, perhaps the legendary sacred goat said to have filled Watong Lake with earth and stones. After leaving the Methriya Buddha Hall, Zhang Yixing proceeded to explore the Avalokiteshvara Hall, the 3 Dharma Kings Hall, the Tara Hall, the Hall of Tsongkhapa and his 8 disciples, the Magical Stupa, the 8 Medicine Buddha Hall, the Immeasurable Light Buddha Hall, the Padmasambhava Shrine, the Bandalam Protector Hall, and the Jiaqing Temple's Golden Roof. However, to access the Golden Roof of Jiaqing Temple, an additional ticket was required. Zhang Yixing purchased the ticket and ascended to the 2nd floor platform to take in the view, then continued to the 3rd floor platform. From this vantage point, The architecture of the Patala Palace shimmered brilliantly in the radiant sunlight. Overlooking, he observed the bustling crowds in the Jiaqing Square, along with the vibrant atmosphere of Barker Street, rich with Tibetan culture. Spotting a tea house, Zhang Yixing found a seat and ordered a pot of tea. The proprietor said, "Sir, this is wild tea from Sunlight City. Please enjoy." Noticing the time was already past 4 in the afternoon, with over an hour remaining before the Jiaqing temple closed, he leisurely savored the fragrant brew. After finishing 1 cup, he poured himself another. Initially, he refrained from continuing to drink, closing his eyes in contemplation. Unbeknownst to him, as he wandered through the great halls of the Jiaqing temple, the jade pendant in his possession began to react subtly, though he did not focus on it. As he practiced his cultivation techniques, a remarkable phenomenon ensued, centered around the spot where Zhang Yixing sat beneath the golden roof of the Jiaqing temple. The spiritual energy within a radius of hundreds of kilometers surged forth wildly. Above, a vortex of spiritual energy formed, coalescing into a tempest as thick as a tornado, sweeping in abundance of rich spiritual essence, akin to an ocean converging towards him from all directions. This energy was absorbed directly by both his jade pendant and himself, rendering Zhang Yixing momentarily motionless, as if in a trance. Such a concentration of spiritual energy is typically imperceptible to ordinary mortals. Could this be enlightenment? Could this be the principle that the human follows the earth follows the heavens follow the Tao, and the Tao follows nature? In this moment, Zhang Yixing released his mind, letting go of all distractions, allowing his cultivation to operate autonomously. The spiritual energy from all directions continuously flowed into his body, creating a sensation as if his dantian were on the verge of bursting. Perhaps there truly is a Buddha. Zhang Yixing's actions throughout his life have aligned with the principles of heaven and earth, conforming to the natural order. Otherwise, he would not be able to absorb such an abundance of spiritual energy. The profound essence accumulated over the years in Jiaqing Temple may very well have been nearly exhausted by him. Pure spiritual energy flowed through Zhang Yixing's meridians, guided by the incantations of his cultivation technique, coursing through his body before ultimately settling in his dantian. It was during this time, as the proprietor was nearing the end of the day, that he awoke. Fortunately, he came to consciousness on his own. Had he been abruptly awakened by another, it could have proven troublesome. Even without the risk of losing control, such an interruption could lead to one's downfall. At that moment, the spiritual energy continued to be absorbed by the jade pendant as space. In an instant, the shackles of his 7th level of qi cultivation were shattered, propelling him into the 8th level. As he prepared to leave the Jiaqing temple and head to his hotel, a middle-aged lama obstructed his path. Politely clasping his hands in greeting, he addressed Zhang Yixing with respect, stating, "Amitabha, I apologize for the intrusion. The revered master requests your presence. Please accompany this humble monk." Zhang Yixing observed the master before him. The monk stood approximately 178 centimeters tall, with a kind countenance, gentle eyes, and a demeanor exuding compassion. His ears hung evenly, and he wore a cross-collared monk's robe, draped with a vibrant red kasaya over one shoulder, complemented by a monk's skirt and a large cloak. Zhang Yixing immediately sensed that this master possessed an extraordinary grace and benevolence. Thus, he replied, "Master, you are exceedingly gracious. May I inquire as to the purpose of your summons?" In truth, Zhang Yixing had already surmised the master's intentions, yet he opted to feign ignorance. The monk continued, "You share a profound connection with the Buddha. Today, you have encountered a significant opportunity in transformation. I perceive you to be a person of great fortune, and I hope you will engage in acts of kindness, for this is the essence of our faith. Human desires are insatiable. If not controlled, they will bring endless troubles. To go with the flow does not imply passivity or complacency, but rather doing one's utmost while leaving the rest to fate. Life is love. It is what imbues life with meaning and joy. Some exist in the world, yet are untouched by it. The dust within the heart turns to nothingness. In this world, there are no fixed laws. Only through understanding can one grasp the nature of the formless. Matters of the world may seem unresolved, yet what harm is there in leaving them be? The righteous spirit fills the heavens and the earth. Good and evil are recognized by the heavens. A good person may be deceived by others, yet heaven will not be misled. In matters of difficulty, exert strength without force, and in dealings with those in distress, possess knowledge without words. A flower encompasses a universe. A tree embodies a fleeting life. A blade of grass signifies paradise. A leaf represents enlightenment. A grain of sand reflects ultimate bliss. A space embodies pure land. A smile encapsulates worldly ties. A thought conveys purity. The master spoke extensively, and Zhang Yixing believed he had finished, only for the master to add a few more words before falling silent, perhaps out of concern that Zhang Yixing might grow impatient. Zhang Yixing regarded each utterance from the master as profound wisdom, akin to golden advice. In conclusion, the master imparted, there are no insurmountable paths, only those who lack understanding. Flowers bloom and wither, clouds gather and disperse. Through pain, one gains composure. Through foolishness, one acquires wisdom. Through tears, one attains tranquility. Through laughter, one gains open-mindedness. With a heart free of distractions and compassion in your soul, once you have traversed a path, it is behind you. Broaden your perspective, and your journey will widen. Others may assist you temporarily, but only one person can truly support you throughout your life, and that person is yourself. Upon finishing, the master removed a prayer bead bracelet from his wrist and presented it to Zhang Yixing, softly uttering, Namo Amitabha, may you take care of yourself. Zhang Yixing emerged from the master's meditation room with a heavy heart. Chapter 40, Thanka. He inquired, Mom, what are you doing? Where's Dad? His mother, Wang Fengxiao, replied, Your father is watching television. Are you doing well out there? Got it, Mom. After exchanging a few more words with her, he ended the call. Zhang Yixing dared not linger on the conversation for fear that his parents might entertain unwarranted thoughts, doubting his commitment to worthwhile pursuits while away from home. He recalled the bracelet gifted by the master and was taken aback to realize that it must date back to the Tang dynasty. Each bead was plump and smooth, the Bodhi seeds imbued with the blessings of generations of venerable monks, rendering it a truly invaluable spiritual tool. During his encounter with the master, he refrained from employing his golden eye ability, concerned that it might be discovered. After completing his daily tasks, Zhang Yixing entered the Jade pendant space. While he hesitated to describe it as a scene of verdant hills and flowing waters, it was certainly evolving in that direction. He mused that with the enhancement of his cultivation and the space's absorption of sufficient spiritual energy, it might one day transform into a miniature world. The golden dragon fish had grown considerably, and the little blue had also matured into a formidable presence. With the expansion of the space, the little blue now enjoyed ample room to roam freely. No longer did Zhang Yixing need to cut its meat into smaller pieces. It directly drank the diluted spiritual spring water he had prepared. The night passed without incident, and the following midday, Zhang Yixing arrived at Barker Street. This place was far more bustling than the antique market he had visited days prior. Upon entering Barker Street, he first noticed the Qing dynasty government's residence for the Tibetan officials. He paused to admire the three-story structure, a splendid example of ancient Tibetan architecture, with its golden plaque bearing vivid characters. The street was narrow, teeming with a constant flow of people. While it was not a cacophony of voices, the lively chatter created a vibrant atmosphere, perhaps a testament to the thriving commerce. Zhang Yixing spotted a shop named Old Artifacts, but upon peering inside, he found it filled with tourist souvenirs, distinctive Tibetan bags, jewelry, and more. As he traversed one establishment after another, where the names promised authenticity, but the wares fell short, he followed the throngs of visitors. He observed that Barker Street was not wide, with few street vendors. Most stores were 2 or 3 stories tall. The business model seemed uniform, with each shop brimming with items and adorned with wares on either side of the entrance. Zhang Yixing felt overwhelmed by the sheer volume of goods, yet did not find a single true antique. Through his explorations, he gleaned a general understanding of the market's offerings. Numerous shops presented an array of items from Han, Tibetan, Manchu, and Mongolian ethnic groups, featuring saddle equipment, stationery, religious artifacts, silk textiles, carpets, thankas, weaponry, pottery, bronze, woodwork, cushions, turquoise, red coral, stone tools, carvings, clothing, coins, and ancient texts for various dynasties, including Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing. With this knowledge of the market's inventory, Zhang Yixing's interest began to wane. A businessman remarked that the current marketplace is far less favorable than it was in the 1990s, a time when genuine antiques were abundant. Zhang Yixing contemplated the prospect of encountering an authentic thanka, knowing well its profound significance and purpose. Thankas serve as vessels for the dissemination of Buddhist teachings, believed by Tibetans to bring peace, auspiciousness, and good fortune to their homes. They also symbolize the commitment to the Buddhist faith and are revered as sacred objects of worship. Thankas are a distinctive artistic expression within Tibetan culture, primarily referring to religious scroll paintings adorned with colorful silk and hung for veneration. With a history spanning over 300 years, they are treasures of Chinese artistic heritage. As Zhang Yixing ambled along, his mind was consumed by thoughts of Thangka history. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a shop that exclusively showcased Thangkas. He stepped inside, and his eyes widened at the sight of numerous artworks. Lacking any basis for comparison, he employed his golden-eyed ability to discern authenticity, discovering that among the dozens of Thangkas, only 3 were genuine antiquities. He inquired, "How much for these Thangkas?" The shopkeeper, noting Zhang's youth and Han ethnicity, immediately recognized him as a tourist. With a glint in his eye, he proclaimed, "These are my prized possessions, each priced at 80,000. Zhang Yixing smirked, retorting, "Come on, give me a fair price. They aren't worth that much." The shopkeeper replied, "Name your price, brother." Zhang boldly suggested, 500 each. The shopkeeper scoffed, "No way, 500 is absolutely unacceptable." Ultimately, after much negotiation, Zhang Yixing settled on 3,000 for the trio, despite the shopkeeper's protests. After completing the transaction, he held the 3 Thangkas in his hands, his heart brimming with joy. One depicted the Vajrapani Bodhisattva, another the Manjushri Bodhisattva, and the last the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. One Thangka dated back to the Ming dynasty, another to the Qing dynasty, and the last to the Republic era. As he was about to conclude his exploration of Barker Street, he chanced upon some appealing wrist beads and purchased a few. Among the contemporary crafts, he also secured a genuine 3-eyed Z bead. Content with his acquisitions, he prepared to depart. Unexpectedly, he encountered an elderly Tibetan woman emerging from a shop, clutching a Thangka. Her face marred by sorrow. She muttered to herself, "This is clearly an antique, yet they claim it's a modern craft. This Thangka has been venerated by generations in my family. How could it possibly be a fake? If not for my son's medical expenses, I would never part with this treasure." Tears streamed down her cheeks as she continued her lament. Moved by her distress, Zhang Yixing hurried to catch up with her. Wearing a warm smile, "Excuse me, madam, may I take a look at the Thangka you hold? If I find it appealing, please name your price. If it suits me, I will certainly buy it." The elderly woman regarded the young Han gentleman before her with a mixture of doubt and curiosity. The elderly lady said, "Young man, you are familiar with Thangkas. I must inform you that this Thangka has been venerated in my family for several generations. Were it not for the substantial amount of money required for my son's medical treatment, I would never consider selling it." Sighing, she continued, "Regrettably, I have visited several shops, and they all claim that this Thangka is not an antique. Some even brusquely ushered me out. Then he suggested, 'Grandma, let's find a more suitable place where I can examine your Thangka. It is rather inconvenient here with so many people.'" The elderly woman scrutinized Zhang Yixing for a moment before nodding in agreement. Thus, Zhang Yixing led her to a tea house within the Barker Street Market. Assisting her up to the 2nd floor, he poured her a cup of tea and said, "Grandma, there is no need to rush. Take a moment to drink some water. There are no insurmountable obstacles. Since you wish to exchange the Thangka for money for your son's treatment, I will first take a look at it, and if it seems satisfactory, I shall purchase it." The elderly lady fixed her gaze intently on the Thangka for a while, then rose from the tea table. Noticing a pristine redwood table devoid of any tea utensils in the tea room, trembling slightly, she approached it, with Zhang Yixing following closely behind. The lady placed her Thangka on the table and said, "Young man, examine it and see if I have spoken falsely. This Thangka has indeed been passed down through generations." Zhang Yixing cautiously unfurled the Thangka, revealing an image of green Terra. In fact, he had already sensed its antiquity upon first encountering the elderly lady, but within the market, he felt it unwise to directly express his desire to buy the Thangka from her. Zhang Yixing then said, "Grandma, allow me to purchase your Thangka. How much do you desire?" After a brief inspection, he rolled the Thangka back up and returned it to her. Upon hearing Zhang Yixing's words, the elderly lady felt a sense of relief, knowing that selling the Thangka would provide funds for her son's medical care. After a moment of contemplation, her wrinkled face flushed as she inquired, "Young man, since you wish to acquire this Thangka, could you possibly offer me 300,000? Zhang Yixing realized that the elderly lady was unaware of her Thangka's true value. The common folk are often the most sincere and kind-hearted. He was not one to exploit others' ignorance, so he sincerely replied, "Grandma, I can indeed offer you 300,000, but is that the amount required for your son's treatment?" The elderly lady nodded. Zhang Yixing felt a deep sense of admiration for her pure-heartedness. He continued, "Grandma, do you have a bank card? 300,000 is a considerable sum, and carrying such an amount alone is rather unsafe. How about this? I will accompany you to a bank and help you deposit the money safely. Filled with joy at Zhang Yixing's suggestion, the elderly lady agreed. He took her to a nearby bank in the Barker Street Market, where she, without a bank card, received assistance from the staff to open one. Zhang Yixing transferred 300,000 into her new account and then opened another card for himself, depositing 1 million. Zhang Yixing accepted the thanka handed to him by the elderly lady, and concerned for her age and possible unfamiliarity with bank cards. He took the liberty of explaining to her, through the bank staff, that her card contained 300,000. The elderly lady was overjoyed. After completing this task, Zhang Yixing should have taken his leave, yet he lingered. He said, "Grandma, allow me to accompany you to the hospital to check on your son's condition." The lady appeared somewhat puzzled. Zhang Yixing continued, "Grandma, I possess a modicum of medical knowledge. Perhaps I could provide assistance in treating your son." Upon hearing this, the elderly lady's spirits lifted even further. Together, they arrived at the hospital where her son was receiving treatment. Upon entering the ward and seeing the woman's son, Zhang Yixing felt a sense of clarity. He then said to her, "Grandma, I can treat your son's illness, but it cannot be done here. I must attend to him at your home." The elderly lady looked confused, prompting Zhang Yixing to explain, "This is a hospital, and should I cure your son here, it would create conflict with the hospital, as they do not wish for others to intervene in cases they cannot handle themselves." The elderly lady nodded in understanding. Zhang Yixing left his contact information, stating, "Once you arrange for his discharge, please call me." She nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to exit the ward, she suddenly recalled something and placed a card, which she had just obtained from the bank, into his hand. Zhang Yixing said, "Grandma, the funds on this card are a loan to you. Once your son recovers, you may repay me gradually as you are able." Initially reluctant to accept, the elderly lady eventually acquiesced, realizing that he was insistent. Zhang Yixing regarded the green Tarathanka and understood its profound meaning and symbolism. Tara, known as the Mother of Liberation, embodies hope and vitality, akin to the rejuvenation of spring. Hence, she symbolizes the continuity of life. Additionally, the name Green Tara encompasses 3 layers of meaning: green, crossing, and mother. Crossing suggests the act of guiding oneself and others to salvation, thus representing redemption. Tara also signifies the discovery of hope amidst chaos and the transition from negativity to positivity, embodying an uplifting spirit. Legend has it that Tara and White Tara emerged from the tears of Avalokiteshvara, who, out of compassion for all living beings, shed 2 tears that transformed into lotus flowers, eventually becoming Tara, the epitome of compassion. Wearing the image of Tara thus signifies tolerance and benevolence. The green Tara is revered among all forms of Tara, capable of alleviating 8 types of suffering: the sufferings of fire, lions, elephants, snakes, water, imprisonment, thieves, and non-humanities, earning her the title of the mother who rescues from 8 difficulties. Once in the vehicle, Zhang Yixing instructed the driver, "Please take me to Gudue Township in Jiangnan County. Rest assured, your fare is guaranteed. I intend to visit that area to purchase a few Tibetan Mastiffs." He added, "Just deliver me to my destination." Upon hearing the request, the driver readily agreed, and they proceeded to negotiate the fare for the journey. Zhang Yixing was aware of the distance from Daylight City to Sangnan Swame County. Thus, he was not easily swayed by the driver's words. After settling on a price, the driver swiftly turned the taxi towards Sangnan Swame County. After more than 4 hours of travel, they finally arrived at Gudue Township in Sangnan Swame County. Having settled the taxi fare, Zhang Yixing inquired about a breeding facility for Tibetan Mastiffs. Upon explaining his purpose, the owner of the facility was pleased and led Zhang Yixing on a tour of the Tibetan Mastiff breeding grounds. During his observations, Zhang Yixing noted 2 promising young Tibetan Mastiffs. The owner remarked, "Mr. Zhang, what you have taken a liking to are our purebred Mastiffs." He continued, "Currently, a typical 3-month-old Tibetan Mastiff here costs around 140,000, while purebreds generally start at 500,000. After some haggling, Zhang Yixing ultimately purchased 2 3-month-old purebred Tibetan Mastiffs for 900,000. Having achieved his goal, Zhang Yixing departed the facility, warmly bid farewell by the owner, who cheerfully stated, "We welcome your next visit." Zhang Yixing responded with a smile, promising to return. Once outside the facility, Zhang Yixing carried a cage containing the 2 young Mastiffs and continued walking until he found a secluded spot. There, he released the 2 little creatures from their cage and subsequently placed them, along with the simple iron cage, into the Jade pendant space. While Zhang Yixing's purpose in staying in Sumei County was to acquire Tibetan Mastiffs, he also had another destination in mind, Zhaxian County in Sangnan City, rumored to host a spiritual retreat known as Qingpu. This site has recently been developed into a tourist attraction. Zhang Yixing took a taxi to a location 15 li north of Sanji Monastery in Zhaxian County. Instead of entering through the main gate of the tourist site, Zhang Yixing chose to walk to the foothills of Nari Mountain, which was his intended destination, the Qingpu spiritual retreat. Surrounded on three sides by mountains and facing a wide valley of the Yarlung Tsangpa River to the south, Zhang Yixing was awestruck by the magnificent scenery before him. Nestled deep within the mountains, the retreat was characterized by babbling streams and lush vegetation. According to promotional materials, the area enjoys a mild climate year-round, free from severe winters or scorching summers, making it an idyllic location. This is likely why many esteemed monks and ordinary individuals have regarded this place as a sanctuary for self-cultivation and enlightenment. Legend has it that revered figures such as Jihu and Padmasambhava have practiced here, leaving behind numerous sacred traces. Zhang Yixing, irrespective of the picturesque views or promotional literature, felt a profound connection to the place. Thus, he found a suitable spot and sat down cross-legged to meditate, practicing the dragon ascension technique. At this very moment, within a radius of 100 miles of the sacred place of Qingpu cultivation, all the spiritual energy in the world surged toward him, coalescing into a rich essence that he gradually absorbed. Zhang Yixing had only just broken through a few days prior, and at this juncture, the spiritual energy he absorbed served to solidify his cultivation level. He could only take in the energy slowly, yet the space of the Jade pendant was anything but courteous, consuming the majority of the spiritual essence. He did not mind the pendant's absorption. The more it absorbed, the better it was for him. At this time, Zhang Yixing was enveloped in spiritual energy, glowing with an extraordinary brilliance. It was unclear how much time had passed when a faint mist, akin to smoke, began to swirl above his head. As the spiritual energy continued to flow in, the surrounding vapor thickened, almost transforming into liquid. Eventually, at a certain moment, the swirling mist shattered and vanished, revealing Zhang Yixing, who was seated in meditation. His brow was furrowed, and his clothes were soaked in sweat. Clenching his teeth, he endured for quite some time, and just as he was on the verge of giving up, he felt a sudden surge in his dantian, followed by an exhalation. At last, he had stabilized his cultivation at the pinnacle of the 8th layer of the qi refinement stage. A smile broke across Zhang Yixing's face as he glanced at the date, startled to find that 3 days had elapsed during this session of cultivation. Perhaps he had previously been in the Jade Pendant space and had not perceived the swift passage of time. However, this was different. Here was a sacred place for cultivation. He could not retreat into the pendant space for practice, for he sought the spiritual energy of this very site. Zhang Yixing contemplated places like Tubo and Anxi, vast and sparsely populated, ideal for cultivation. With this in mind, he rose and gazed into the distance, marveling at the wonders of creation. Over the next few days, he explored several scenic spots within the city of Nanshan, choosing not to venture elsewhere, such as Mount Everest. Yet in the depths of his heart, he harbored an unfinished matter. The elderly woman who had sold him the green Terathanka had not contacted him in several days. Did she doubt his ability to heal her son's ailment, or had some other circumstance arisen? He resolved to visit the hospital upon reaching Sunlight City. For if she did not believe, there was little he could do. Zhang Yixing adhered to his principle of not treating those who did not believe in him. Thus, he descended the mountain and, after approximately half an hour, arrived at the main entrance of the Qingpu cultivation site. After conversing briefly with the taxi driver, he boarded the vehicle, heading towards Sunlight City. After a 4-hour journey, the taxi arrived at a hospital in Sunlight City, where Zhang Yixing adeptly navigated to the 3rd floor of the inpatient department he had visited a few days prior. Upon reaching the original ward, he discovered that the elderly woman and her son were no longer in their beds. He then approached a nurse and inquired, "Excuse me, Miss Nurse, why is patient 306 not in their bed?" The nurse regarded him with a look of skepticism and replied, "Why do you ask? Who are you to that patient?" Zhang Yixing cast a bewildered glance at the nurse before him, puzzled by her inquiry regarding the whereabouts of the patient, which seemed to raise her suspicions. Thus, he succinctly explained that he had visited this ward a few days prior to see the elderly lady's son and had returned today to check on her condition, only to discover that both the elderly woman and her son were no longer in their original room. The nurse, upon hearing his explanation, understood the situation. She informed him that the patients had been transferred to another hospital 3 days earlier, as they had secured funds for better treatment. Zhang Yixing promptly inquired if she knew which hospital they had gone to, but the nurse shook her head, indicating that she did not have that information. He felt no particular disappointment and left the hospital. Perhaps the elderly lady had deemed him too young, perceiving his assurance of being able to cure her son's ailment as merely a polite gesture, a means of comforting her. Additionally, when Zhang Yixing had given her the bank card, she must have thought of seeking better treatment for her son upon discovering the substantial sum within. Previously, the lack of funds had compelled them to seek care at this modest hospital. After pondering for a while, Zhang Yixing found himself at an impasse. Nevertheless, he had included his home address when he had called the elderly lady, perhaps by fate's design, should her son's illness improve. She might indeed seek him out in Biling. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief. Upon departing the small hospital, Zhang Yixing reflected on the matters at hand in Sunlight City and promptly hailed a taxi to Sunlight City International Airport, where he purchased a first-class ticket to Kuan City in Cayenne Province. With 2 hours until his flight, he located a nearby fast food restaurant and casually grabbed a bite to eat before heading to the airport supermarket to procure some essential items. Finding a spot devoid of surveillance, he stowed his recent purchases in his Jade pendant space, then proceeded to the departure hall with his backpack. Following approximately 3 hours of flight, the direct international flight from Sunlight City safely landed at Kuan City International Airport. After a brief period, Zhang Yixing exited the airport and purchased a ticket from Kuan City to Mang City at the ticket counter. Time flew swiftly, and shortly after securing his ticket, he prepared for boarding after passing through security. Zhang Yixing felt rather disheartened, as the aircraft he had just boarded was the same one he had taken from Sunlight City. Not long after takeoff, he closed his eyes and feigned sleep. It seemed as though only a brief moment had passed when he heard the announcement from Mang City. Zhang Yixing slung his backpack over his shoulders and joined the throng of disembarking passengers, making his way to the taxi waiting area in the airport plaza, where he took a cab to Ruiqing. The taxi driver demonstrated professionalism by activating the meter and playing soft music as they set off. This was Zhang Yixing's first visit to Kuan City, and he was not entirely familiar with the area. Had he prepared in advance, he could have booked a direct flight from Sunlight City to Mang City, allowing for a brief stop in Kuan City before continuing on, thus avoiding the need to purchase another ticket and board the same flight once more, along with the disorientation of re-embarking on the aircraft that had just come from Sunlight City International Airport. Dazed, one learns from experience. Perhaps such foolish actions will not be repeated in the future. The vexation soon faded, as the taxi driver, appearing to be quite seasoned, navigated the roads with remarkable steadiness and speed. The journey from Mang City to Ruiqing City, spanning over 100 kilometers, was completed in just over an hour. Zhang Yixing requested the driver to take him near Jade before settling the taxi fare, leaving the driver in high spirits. Having generously received an additional 100 yuan for empty loading, Zhang Yixing scoured several hotels, only to find that all rooms were fully booked, as the Emerald Auction in Ruiqing City was just a week away, leading to an overwhelming demand for accommodations. Standard rooms, double rooms, and business suites had all been reserved. This was yet another instance of Zhang Yixing's inexperience. Had he conducted thorough research and made reservations online in advance, such troubles could have been avoided. As he contemplated the prospect of retreating to the mountains and residing in the Yupei space for meditative practices if no rooms were available, he was disheartened to discover that even the ordinary accommodations at the last hotel were fully occupied. Just as he prepared to leave, the attendant called out to him, "Sir, we still have a presidential suite available. Would you be interested?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yixing's spirits lifted immediately. How could he refuse such an offer? He smiled at the attendant and replied, "Thank you. Please assist me with the check-in process." Chapter 43, Yixing. The attendant's words lifted Zhang Yixing's gloom. He promptly presented his identification card to her, requesting her assistance with the check-in. The attendant, equally exhilarated, processed his reservation, perhaps motivated by a commission for booking a presidential suite, which explained her enthusiastic demeanor. In no time, the room was ready. After making the payment, the attendant cheerfully handed him his identification and room key. The room was located on the 19th floor, and Zhang Yixing took the elevator up. Upon entering the room, he was pleasantly surprised. The expenditure of over 10,000 yuan per day felt justified, especially given the scarcity of accommodations during the Emerald Auction. After placing his backpack down and refreshing himself with a shower and a change of clothes, Zhang Yixing ventured out for a meal. He also took out his phone and called Ouyang saying, "Hello, Ouyang, it's Zhang Yixing. I have just arrived in Ruiqing City. Please contact me when you reach here. Ouyang Qian expressed her delight at his arrival, assuring him, I will also be heading to Ruwei City soon. See you then. In the following days, Zhang Yixing explored the city alone, reaching out to his classmate Gao Pingyu. Hey fatty, what you up to? I just arrived in Ruwei City. Would you be interested in visiting? Gao Pingyu, surprised by Zhang Yixing's sudden trip, asked, Lao San, what brings you to Ruwei City? Zhang Yixing replied, There's an emerald auction in a few days, and I thought I might try my luck to see if I could strike it rich overnight. Let me take a chance, perhaps a bicycle could transform into a motorcycle. Upon uttering this, Zhang Yixing burst into hearty laughter and added, If you decide to come, my friend, do give me a call in advance. I have prepared a suite for you, perhaps even a presidential one. Should you come, you may find no regret. But should you choose not to, regret will surely follow. Another round of laughter ensued. After considering that he had already made a call home, he felt there was nothing more to attend to, and thus entered the Jade pendant space. Within this space, two little Tibetan mastiffs frolicked joyously. Since their arrival in the Jade pendant realm, these two delightful creatures have been well fed and nurtured with spiritual energy. In just a few days, their coats had become sleek and shiny, making them utterly endearing. Little Qing and Jinlongju had also grown considerably, much to Zhang Yixing's delight as he observed them with joy. After a while, he exited the Jade pendant space. His cultivation was now stable, but he sensed that opportunities for further breakthroughs might not arise in the short term. For now, he focused on practicing the dragon rising technique to solidify his internal energy and enhance his martial skills. Thus, he settled himself cross-legged on the grand bed in his hotel room, meditating and cultivating the dragon rising technique. He had not slept a wink throughout the night, yet felt no fatigue. His mind was clear and vibrant, invigorated with energy. Since acquiring the Jade pendant space, Zhang Yixing had scarcely slept, as he found the practice of the dragon rising technique far more fulfilling than slumber. By midday the following day, Zhang Yixing arrived at the Jigao Jade City, casually browsing, for the public auction day had yet to arrive. The market still operated on its previous business model. Zhang Yixing first examined the market's promotions and was astounded by the thriving Jigao Jade stone trade, which annually accounted for approximately 20% of Myanmar's total production. In reality, the total raw material entering the Chinese market from Myanmar each year was around 30, a staggering figure indeed. The majority of the vendors selling raw materials in this Jade city were Burmese merchants, with some locals participating as well. Yet the locals only occupied about 13 of the market stalls. The remaining 23 were owned by Burmese proprietors. The merchants engaging in trade here hailed from various countries, including China, Myanmar, Pakistan, India, and Nepal. Observing the current prosperity of the market, Zhang Yixing could not help but recall an adage, one cut brings poverty, another wealth. And yet another pierces the burlap. Betting on stones often results in losses, akin to stock trading, where only the house ultimately profits. However, Zhang Yixing perceived his situation akin to playing a transparent hand in a game of land cards. He was unafraid of failure. He had previously perused literature on jade and emeralds, gaining an awareness of the complexities of stone betting. One must tread carefully, for a superficial understanding could lead to ruin. Although luck plays a role in stone betting, there is also wisdom in the saying, luck is a form of strength. Thus, one must possess strength before one can speak of luck. Through diligent study, Zhang Yixing learned that successful stone betting necessitates an understanding of the 5 types of bets and a general comprehension of the subject, which could potentially lead to a prosperous future within the realm of raw jade. To begin with, if one mistakes the tender variety for the aged, one is destined to lose. Similarly, treating a new variety as an old one results in defeat. If one considers a variant to be a good type without any notable characteristics, such as unyielding mountain stones or water stones, one is bound to fail, for the odds of success are exceedingly slim. The essence of gambling in this context primarily revolves around the venue, as each location presents unique stones. A misjudgment results in a complete loss. When betting on mist, the mist must be both thin and transparent, typically manifesting in white or yellow hues to stand a chance of winning. Conversely, if the mist is short, thick, dark, or red, the odds of victory are virtually non-existent. In terms of color, the absence of it equates to defeat. Generally, one wagers on the true hue of green, which should be abundant, vibrant, and lively to increase the likelihood of a favorable outcome. Should the color be scarce, pale, diluted, tainted, dry, or mixed, the chances of winning diminish significantly. If the base is lacking, coarse, dry, watery, ceramic, dirty, black, soft, or chaotic, encountering any of these conditions will lead to inevitable losses. Additionally, when it comes to cracks, Those lacking discernment should refrain from betting altogether. Engaging in stone gambling entails risks, thus one must proceed with caution. In this moment, Zhang Yixing silently advises those eager for sudden wealth in Jade. Upon entering the market, he feels somewhat bewildered. The vast expanse covers over 60 acres, housing more than 400 shops and 1,200 meters of counters for raw jade and finished products, with over 1,000 merchants bustling about. The stalls stretch endlessly before him. It is said that the public auction does not occur within the market, but rather at the sports plaza in Ruiqing. Thus, those arriving at Zhang Yixing may include early visitors from across the nation or even international friends. Zhang Yixing refrains from purchasing finished products or raw materials, choosing instead to observe the raw jade stones. As he passes several stalls, he feels little inclination, opting not to activate his golden eyes ability. He senses that the current jade pendant space does not absorb all types of jade as it once did. Having undergone several upgrades, it now lacks interest in low-spirited jade. Thus, Zhang Yixing focuses on sensing the jade pendant space, which remains unresponsive. Just as he approaches a nearby stall, the jade pendant space responds with a subtle warmth. He realizes that this stall likely contains high-quality raw stones. Observing the offerings, he notes various types of jade, including yellow pear skin, black sand, and white salt skin, totaling approximately 70 to 80 pieces. Utilizing his golden eyes ability, he scans the stones and identifies a piece of yellow pear skin raw material with vibrant green jade flesh, exuding an intoxicating richness. This stone, resembling mountain rock with a slightly transparent skin, prompts Zhang Yixing to carefully examine all the raw stones at the stall. He identifies 9 pieces that hold the potential for jade. Not wishing to be overly decisive, he selects 5 pieces from the collection, one weighing 129 kilograms of yellow pear skin, another 78 kilograms of yellow salt skin, a 57 kilogram white salt skin, a 112 kilogram white salt skin, and a final piece weighing 21 kilograms of black sand. In truth, this 21 kilogram raw stone is merely a piece of worthless waste. Zhang Yixing must purchase the appropriate raw material. Under normal circumstances, if every piece of raw stone could yield a profit, he would undoubtedly find himself in a myriad of troubles in the future. For 5 pieces of rough stone, Zhang Yixing spent a total of 1.78 million. At this moment, the shopkeeper remarked, "Young man, would you like to see if it could be revealed? If it yields a profit, you could become wealthy overnight. If not, I have plenty of good rough materials available in my stall." Zhang Yixing rolled his eyes at the shopkeeper and replied, "Let us try revealing 2 pieces first. If they yield a significant profit, I shall be grateful for your kind words. If not, well, let us not dwell on that. Please arrange for the stone to be cut." Chapter 44. Revealing the Stone. Zhang Yixing casually selected a piece of white salt and sand skin raw stone, which could potentially yield a 5-fold profit, along with the essential black sandskin material. The shopkeeper summoned an assistant, who then transported the 2 pieces of jade rough to the cutting machine. The current cutting machines are far safer and cleaner than those of the past. Throughout the entire revealing process, there is no dust swirling about. They're also much easier to operate. As long as one can accurately determine the initial cutting point on the raw stone, the subsequent steps become considerably easier. The side to be cut is positioned against the machine S-blade, leaving the area to be removed exposed. The raw stone is then securely clamped in place using a device akin to a vise on the cutting machine. After securing the protective dust cover on top of the cutting machine, the power switch is pressed and the machine begins its work. The process is automated. There is no need for human intervention to pour water between the blade and the cut of the raw stone. The machine cuts each slice safely according to human intention. Of course, there is still work to be done, as every time a new cutting position is required, one must manually adjust the position and tighten the clamp, replace the dust cover, and press the power button again. After several repetitions of this process, the true nature of the raw stone will be revealed. In contrast, previous cutting machines were much simpler. They were merely large marble cutting machines. The revealing relied on the skill of the cutter, who would slowly press down on the machine S-handle, which fixed the cutting blade at one end while the other end held the handle. The vibrations during the cutting process were significant, testing the cutter's experience and skill. A misstep could result in the destruction of the raw stone containing jade. Furthermore, those older machines lacked dust covers, resulting in a cloud of dust during the revealing process, necessitating manual watering between the blade and the stones cut to cool it down. Operating such a raw stone cutting machine without experience was perilous, with no safety measures in place. Thus, it was common for revealing sites to employ skilled cutters with ample experience. Zhang Yixing, along with the shop assistant and the cutter, lifted the black sandskin raw stone onto the cutting machine's platform. The cutter then inquired how Zhang Yixing wished to proceed. Zhang Yixing scratched his head and replied, "Master, please cut it in whatever way you deem appropriate. I see you have been in this profession for many years and possess considerable experience. As a young traveler newly arrived in Ruiqing, I am utterly oblivious to the intricacies of stone gambling and cutting." The stone cutter raised his head to observe Zhang Yixing for a moment, then remarked, "Since you have no specific requests, I shall proceed according to my own judgment." Zhang Yixing responded promptly, "Very well, then let your expertise guide the cutting." The stone cutter examined the rough stone, adjusted its orientation, and secured it in place using the cutting machine's built-in vise. After closing the dust cover, he pressed the power switch, and an unpleasant cacophony erupted from the machine, the screeching noise proving quite irksome. The sound soon permeated the outside of the shop, drawing small clusters of onlookers towards the source of the clamor. In a brief interval, the machine's noise diminished, signaling to the seasoned stone cutter that the first cut was complete. He switched off the machine, waited for it to come to a halt, and removed the cut-off fragments, rinsing the surface with water. Suddenly, the stone cutter fell silent. "It's a bust." The gathered crowd leaned forward, straining to catch a glimpse of the incision. Upon seeing the outcome, a collective murmur arose. "A bust, indeed. It's utterly devoid of value." Unfazed by the result, Zhang Yixing calmly suggested, "Master, let's make another cut through the center to assess the situation. If there is no green there, we needn't proceed further." Acquiescing to his request, the stone cutter reoriented the rough stone, secured it once more, covered it with the dust shield, and after a span of several minutes, completed the central cut. The stone cutter executed his task with practiced precision, and the outcome was predictably grim, surpassing the disappointment of the initial cut. It was a complete failure. Observers expressed their dismay more acutely than Zhang Yixing himself. One exclaimed, "With such promising black sandskin material, how could it possibly lack green?" Another chimed in, "I was present when this young man purchased the material. He is nothing but a novice in stone betting, randomly pointing and buying 5 pieces from the owner," who was overjoyed. Disregarding the murmurs from the crowd, Zhang Yixing, alongside the stone cutter and the shop assistant, hoisted the white salt sandskin material onto the cutting machine's platform. At this juncture, the stone cutter inquired, "Young man, how would you like this rough stone to be cut?" Zhang Yixing contemplated the stone and replied, "Master, I am not well versed in this, but please make a thin cut along this side first." Understanding his intent, the stone cutter adjusted the stone's cutting face, secured it, and demonstrated his adept skills. After several minutes, a thin slice of stone skin was removed. With the skillful precision of his craft, the stone cutter declared, "Young brother, there is a haze forming. It appears there is significant potential for jade within this rough stone." Zhang Yixing responded, "Master, please adjust the position of the rough stone and continue cutting 2 centimeters deeper to see the results." The stone cutter complied, and approximately 15 minutes later, a new cutting surface was revealed. After a series of adept maneuvers, the cut surface was exposed to the onlookers. At that moment, a loud voice exclaimed, "Incredible, brother! This is high ice imperial green." A gentleman remarked, "Young brother, I represent Lao Feng Xiang Jewelry. Please refrain from further cutting. Our company has offered 2 million for this rough stone." At that moment, another voice interjected, "Lao Wang, are you attempting to take advantage of the young brother's ignorance of the market? With such exceptional quality and pristine Xinjiang green, your bid of 2 million is quite paltry." Thus, another individual proclaimed, "Brother, I am from Chow Tai Fook Jewelry, and our company is willing to offer 260,000. How about it, young brother? Please do not continue cutting. Sell to us." The calls to purchase resonated, yet Zhang Yixing remained unfazed by their clamoring. He addressed the stone cutter, saying, "Master, based on your expertise, please adjust the rough stone accordingly and endeavor to extract the jadeite swiftly." The shop owner, inspecting the stone's cut surface, promptly instructed his staff, "Hasten to procure firecrackers. Once the jadeite is unveiled, we shall celebrate with a bang." After a skilled session by the cutter, approximately half an hour later, a translucent, verdant jadeite emerged before the crowd, flawless and devoid of cracks, a high-grade, icy, Zhengyang green jadeite. The owner weighed the jadeite using an electronic scale, revealing a weight of 13 kilograms, which elicited further excitement. "Quick, set off the firecrackers," he exclaimed. The sound of firecrackers drew in a multitude of onlookers, all captivated by such a magnificent jadeite. None could resist its allure. Many expressed a desire to acquire this exquisite piece. Zhang Yixing then gestured towards the crowd. "Greetings, everyone. This is my first visit to Jie Gao Jade City. The successful extraction of this jadeite is purely fortuitous. I am entirely unversed in the jade market. If anyone is interested, please submit your bids. Write down the amount you believe this jadeite is worth, along with your personal information. The highest bidder shall prevail. Shop owner, please assist in providing some paper. Once everyone has written their bids, kindly pass them to me. Zhang Yixing's approach was a psychological strategy, as it was impossible to secure such a prized jadeite amidst so many eager buyers. Engaging in a chaotic exchange of bids would only muddle the process and allow others to undercut prices. Meanwhile, he eagerly anticipated a high sale price for his jadeite. Chapter 45. Purchasing a house. Over 20 individuals participated in the bidding, and within 5 minutes, Zhang Yixing received 27 bid sheets, with the lowest bid at $4 million and the highest at $780,000. Naturally, the jadeite would be sold to the highest bidder, who turned out to be a purchasing manager from Chowtai Fook Jewelry. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yixing received a notification confirming the receipt of funds. Upon receiving the payment, he handed over the freshly extracted jadeite to Manager Qian. Those who did not acquire the jadeite eagerly offered Zhang Yixing their business cards. A rather portly owner remarked, "Brother, should you come across any fine jadeite in the future, do not hesitate to contact me." Zhang Yixing replied, "Certainly," accepting the card with a pleasant affirmation. He also did not forget to reward the stone cutter, as he was not one to be stingy. He transferred 91,800 yuan to the cutter via QR code. Zhang Yixing, now a firm believer in divine favor, favored auspicious numbers in his transactions. The shopkeeper inquired of Zhang Yixing, "My young friend, do you still wish to inspect the 3 pieces of raw material on the ground?" The shopkeeper, having just witnessed the recent surge in the price of raw stones, had set off firecrackers, attracting a multitude of stone gambling enthusiasts in a short span of time. These newcomers had only heard of the recent price increase and were oblivious to the fact that just moments prior, there had been a significant drop. Upon realizing that the stones were purchased from the shopkeeper and having learned of the recent surge, the shopkeeper's inventory was nearly sold out within half an hour. Having sold out of raw stones, the shopkeeper felt grateful to Zhang Yixing. In good spirits, he readily agreed to Zhang's request. Consequently, Zhang Yixing captured photographs and videos of the 3 pieces of raw material and briefly signed an agreement with the shopkeeper before departing from the Jegao Jade City. Zhang Yixing then took a taxi to a village near the border. The taxi arrived at Yinjiang Village, a place divided by 2 nations. Zhang Yixing sought to explore whether there were any houses available for purchase in the village. He came across a well that bore the names of both nations. On the left, Huaxia, and on the right, Myanmar. By drawing a bucket of water from this well and drinking it, he essentially tasted the waters of 2 countries. He also beheld the most expensive border in the world, constructed from 5,068 pieces of jade in various colors. This jade border stretched over 400 meters, with one side adorned in yellow, symbolizing the expansive and tolerant border of Huaxia, while the other side, made of white jade, represented Myanmar, embodying integrity, purity, and dignity. Furthermore, the village featured the world's most costly bridge, embellished with 777 pieces of jade, valued an astounding 77 million. The number 7, in the religious context of Myanmar, is regarded as auspicious. Due to its location in a subtropical climate, the village was lush with verdant vegetation, and the air was refreshingly pure. Zhang Yixing found the village appealing, albeit it was a typical Dai ethnic village characterized by rich Dai cultural elements. Uncertain whether any houses were available for purchase or if they would be sold to Han people, Zhang Yixing inquired and located the village chief. Zhang Yixing stated, "I am a businessman from afar, visiting Ruiqing. I find the environment of our village quite pleasant and wish to purchase a house. Is there any available?" The village chief warmly responded, "Thank you for your kind words about our village, but currently there are no houses for sale." Zhang Yixing deemed this a reasonable response and bid farewell to the village chief before departing from Yinjiang Village. Yinjiang Village was only a short distance of a few kilometers from Ruiqing, and within a matter of minutes, Zhang Yixing arrived at a real estate agency. He acquired a standalone villa in a picturesque area at the urban-rural fringe of Ruiqing, nestled by the mountains and water, for 4.5 million. He felt that the property prices in this area were still quite reasonable. Given the substantial weight of raw stones that could not be easily transported, purchasing a house would provide a potential refuge for future visits to Ruiqing or Myanmar. After securing the property, Zhang Yixing returned to the Jade City, spending the afternoon meticulously selecting only the raw materials that offered exceptional value for money, leaving behind those that, despite containing jade, did not meet his criteria for cost-effectiveness. Although there are numerous stalls selling raw stones in the market, Zhang Yixing with his golden eyes and extraordinary perception, quickly assesses them. Typically, he spends just a few minutes in a shop before departing. Over the course of an afternoon, he procured a total of 236 pieces of raw stone, expending 27 million. With the Jade public auction just days away, he aims to extract some clear materials first to determine whether his classmate Ouyang Qian is interested. If she declines, he intends to reach out to various Jade merchants to secure additional funds for the auction. As the saying goes, the ship holds the bottom of the stack, and the roots of the fold. What seems to be the end often conceals much more. According to the Tingyue local chronicles authored by the Qing dynasty scholar Kai Tai, the region is rich in jade craftsmanship, producing thousands of exquisite items for trade across various provinces. This indicates that high-quality jade from Myanmar is transported through border towns like Kaiyun and Ruiqing into our country, with caravans of 7,000 to 10,000 horses frequently traversing the official routes from Myanmar to Kaiyun, carrying jade and other materials. Thus, the Kaiyun border area has a long-standing history in the jade trade. With such knowledge in mind, Zhang Yixing planned to explore the nearby mountains by the village that evening. After gathering the raw materials he purchased that day, he instructed the shop owner to deliver them to his newly acquired villa. Upon arriving, he was delighted to see a pile of raw stone resembling a small mountain in the villa's yard. After surveying the surroundings for any anomalies, he waved his hand, and with a thought, all the raw materials vanished from sight. The raw materials he acquired consisted of various skins, including white salt sand skin, yellow salt sand skin, yellow pear skin, and several other types. He then commenced cutting the raw materials with a kunwa knife, empowered by his vital energy. After approximately 4 hours of meticulous work, all the raw materials were unveiled, along with over 100 pieces of Hitian jade. Witnessing the myriad colors of jade on the ground, Zhang Yixing marveled at the creator's ingenuity in concealing such beauty within seemingly unattractive stones. In total, he extracted over 1,000 kilograms of Hitian jade and approximately 800 kilograms of jadeite. The Hitian jade seed material was limited, predominantly yielding exquisite white jade, including a few exceptional pieces. From the 239 raw materials, he uncovered a piece of glass-grade imperial green weighing around 10 kilograms, 3 pieces of high ice Zhengyang green totaling approximately 75 kilograms, and 27 pieces of ice green jadeite amounting to about 150 kilograms. Additionally, he found 1 piece of high ice chicken oil, yellow weighing about 11 kilograms, 2 pieces of violet jade weighing around 9 kilograms, and various other colors, totaling over 500 kilograms of clear materials. Zhang Yixing also recognized a shift with the jade pendant space. It no longer indiscriminately absorbed raw stones as it once did. Now, under his mental command, the space obediently refrained from absorbing the jadeite he wished to keep, perhaps indicating an upgrade that rendered it indifferent to stones imbued with only faint spiritual energy. Zhang Yixing harbored a desire to explore the jade mines of Myanmar, hoping to discover stones of exceptional spiritual resonance that would enhance his spatial abilities. He placed all his precious materials within the thatched cottage, apprehensive that, should the jade pendant's space grow too famished, it might indiscriminately absorb materials, leading to dire consequences. It was not inconceivable that the pendant's space had awakened a spirit of its own. Chapter 46. The Courtyard of the Old District. After a silent night, Zhang Yixing refrained from visiting the Jade City in Ruiqing the next day. With a backpack slung over his shoulders, he scanned for a shared bicycle and pedaled towards a distant area of the Old District, far removed from the jade market. His aim was rather aimless. He merely wished to indulge his curiosity. He pondered whether there might be hidden treasures, for Ruiqing had been a hub for jade trade since the Qing dynasty, where merchants transported raw jade from Myanmar, and it seemed improbable that a discerning individual had not concealed valuable stones over the years. Centuries had passed, and perhaps the original structures had long since vanished. Driven by curiosity, he wandered through the Old District, embracing the adage that one must cast a net, regardless of the catch. With this mindset, Zhang Yixing found his spirits lifted as he cycled through numerous alleys, observing several dilapidated houses. However, he gleaned little of interest from them. He approached an elderly man and inquired, "Sir, what has become of these houses?" The old gentleman replied, "Young man, you must be from out of town. The owners of these houses have moved to the city to purchase apartments, leaving this place awaiting future demolition by the government." Zhang Yixing thanked him and continued his leisurely ride. Suddenly, a large courtyard piqued his curiosity. He pedaled closer, discovering a traditional Sihiyuan, with a row of 6 grand tile-roofed rooms facing south, flanked by 2 slightly lower structures on either side. A broad entrance stood before him, its heavy door secured with a formidable iron lock, obscuring the courtyard's interior from view. Yet, this did not deter Zhang Yixing, activating his golden eye ability. He perceived the lush grass thriving within the expansive courtyard, suggesting it had long been uninhabited. Determined to learn more, he approached a nearby household, politely inquiring about the courtyard's owner. "Elder, may I ask where the owner of this property currently resides?" The elder regarded Zhang Yixing with a sigh and recounted. "This family once held great esteem. My grandfather spoke of them as a prominent household engaged in the jade trade. Following the death of the original owner, his son continued the business. However, he too has passed, and the grandson carried on the legacy. Alas, the grandson also departed this world a decade ago, leaving behind a son and a daughter. The son inherited the family trade, while the daughter married and chose to live her own life, indifferent to her brother's endeavors." The elderly gentleman eagerly revealed the family's secrets, allowing Zhang Yixing to glean a clearer understanding of their lineage. Zhang Yixing, with a respectful demeanor, approached the elderly gentleman and inquired, "Excuse me, sir, could you guide me to where I might find this sister?" After a moment of contemplation, the elder, suddenly alert, questioned, "Young man, what business do you have inquiring about this courtyard?" With a smile and utmost respect, Zhang Yixing explained, "Sir, I'm a recent graduate. The fresh air and beautiful environment here in Ruiqing have inspired my desire to establish myself in this area. My family has some financial means, and I am considering purchasing a home. I find this courtyard quite appealing and wish to understand the situation better." Noticing Zhang Yixing's handsome features and dignified presence, the elderly man lowered his guard and responded, "This family bears the surname Mu. According to the elders, they are descendants of the ancient Mu prince from the Ming dynasty. Though I cannot attest to the veracity of that claim. I have heard that she operates a jade carving workshop in Jiegao City with her husband. Perhaps you could inquire there for more information." After expressing his heartfelt gratitude and offering the elder a pack of fine cigarettes, Zhang Yixing bid farewell. He resolved to seek out the granddaughter of the esteemed Mu patriarch. Just as he mounted his bicycle to depart, he overheard the elder muttering, "What a once illustrious family, now reduced to this. Thankfully, that young Ming did not marry. Otherwise, he would have burdened some poor girl." Upon returning to the city, Zhang Yixing secured the shared bicycle and made his way to Jiegao City. After an extensive search, he failed to locate any jade carving workshops and found it peculiar. He approached a shopkeeper from whom he had purchased raw materials the previous day. "Excuse me, Boss Wang. Could you tell me where the jade carving workshop is located?" Boss Wang informed him that the workshop was not within the market, but rather in a different area nearby, providing precise directions. Zhang Yixing expressed his gratitude before setting off. Upon arriving at the street of jade carving workshops, he sought a proprietor by the surname Mu. However, the individuals he questioned appeared puzzled, asserting that there was no such owner on that street. Zhang Yixing, momentarily taken aback, then clarified, "I apologize, I misspoke. I meant the owner's wife is named Mu." The workshop owner, amused, replied, "In that case, there's indeed a workshop with a proprietress named Mu. It is called Chuan Shirujiao. You might want to check it out. It could be what you're looking for." Thanking the jade workshop owner, Zhang Yixing followed the directions to Chuan Shirujiao. He had prepared 2 pieces of jade and entered the workshop, stating, "Boss, I wish to have some jewelry crafted." Upon revealing the jade carver's eyes widened in astonishment. Zhang Yixing, mindful of the situation, refrained from displaying more materials. Having brought 2 kilograms of glass-type imperial green jade and 1 kilogram of ink jade, the young proprietor, in his 30s, hesitated to accept Zhang Yixing's request. He said, "Sir, please wait a moment while I call my father." His father was in the backyard carving. The old man emerged and, upon seeing the 2 pieces of jade on the table, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He muttered, "It has been many years since I have encountered such exquisite jade. Young man, whatever you wish to create, I will pour all my effort into it, and you can rest assured of my craftsmanship." Zhang Yixing explained the jewelry pieces he intended to create and inquired if the jade was sufficient. The old man gestured for a moment and decisively replied, "Young man, the jade you have is ample for your designs. However, I have a small request. I shall not charge you for my labor, but may I purchase the leftover scraps from your jewelry making? You need not worry about the price." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yixing smiled and replied, "Old sir, as long as you can craft my jewelry to perfection, I will pay you the market rate for your work, and the remaining scraps are yours without charge." The old man, excited by Zhang Yixing's words, stammered, "Young brother, that is absolutely unacceptable. I cannot accept your labor for free, and I must pay for the scraps as well." Zhang Yixing thought to himself, that in this materialistic age, there were few individuals like this old man who held such steadfast principles. He decided not to press the matter further and said, "Elder, just do your best in carving. If you ever seek fine jade in the future, perhaps I can assist you in finding it." The old man expressed his delight upon hearing this. After handling all the formalities for the carving commission, Zhang Yixing prepared to leave the jade workshop. Just as he had taken a few steps, it seemed he suddenly remembered something. He turned to the old man and said, "Elder, I see that you are also a senior of Awakens. This morning, while I was wandering about, I came across a large courtyard in an old district. Do you know to whom it belongs?" The old man glanced at Zhang Yixing and, with a hint of intrigue, replied, "Young brother, are you interested in purchasing that large courtyard? Nowadays, the youth prefer apartments or villas. Who would choose to buy an old courtyard?" Feigning ignorance, Zhang Yixing responded, "Elder, the truth is I am not from Ruiqing. I have just graduated and am currently unemployed. I came to Ruiqing for a visit, enchanted by its beautiful mountains and rivers, and I wish to find work here. Having never lived in an apartment, I feel a connection to single-story homes. Additionally, I enjoy exercising, and living in a high-rise would disturb the residents above and below. Therefore, this morning, I rode my bicycle to the old district to see if there were any houses that suited me. I found the courtyard locked, and when I asked the neighbors, they could not provide any information. Seeing you, an elder, I thought perhaps you might know something, so I casually inquired." The old man scrutinized Zhang Yixing for a moment, finding no reason to doubt him, and said, "Please, have a seat and let us discuss the matter of the house further." In Chapter 47, The Courtyard in Hand, the old man studied Zhang Yixing's eyes for half a minute before saying, "It seems we are destined to meet. I see your bright eyebrows and starry eyes, a noble demeanor, and an aura of righteousness about you. It must be a person of great fortune. How about it? Would you be interested in learning jade carving from my old man?" Zhang Yixing scratched his head and replied, "Isn't it said that one must start learning jade carving from a very young age? At my current age, my fingers have become stiff. Can I still master the art of carving?" The old man responded, "As long as you possess the desire to learn, you can certainly do so. I see you are not an ordinary person. Being a martial artist gives you a unique perspective. I wish for you to learn jade carving from me. My own son is quite dull-witted. He hasn't managed to grasp even a fraction of my skills." Zhang Yixing then suggested, "Old sir, how about this? Allow me to ponder for 2 days. The jade auction is in 3 days, and if I decide to proceed, I shall seek you out. Perhaps I might even bring back a piece of exquisite jade for you." Suddenly, Zhang Yixing feigned a moment of realization and inquired, "By the way, old sir, do you happen to know the owner of that grand courtyard?" Upon hearing Zhang Yixing's question, the old man sighed and recounted something quite similar to what he had discussed with an elderly gentleman near the courtyard earlier that morning. Zhang Yixing, maintaining a composed demeanor, remarked, "It seems you are indeed aware of the owner of that courtyard. Could you assist me in finding them? I have high hopes for that place." The old man then smiled broadly and replied, "Young man, is it any wonder we are fated to meet? The owner of that courtyard is my daughter-in-law." Zhang Yixing, feigning astonishment, asked, "Old sir, it cannot truly be such a coincidence?" The old man affirmed, "As fate would have it, it is indeed so." He then instructed his son to make a call. "Yuanqi, quickly call your wife and ask her to come to the jade carving workshop. Tell her it's important." However, his daughter-in-law was not at the workshop. They resided in an apartment in the city. Approximately half an hour later, a woman in her 30s arrived at the jade workshop. With her oval face, fair complexion, elegantly arched eyebrows, and bright, sparkling eyes, she exuded an aura of maturity refined by life's experiences. Zhang Yixing perceived that her graceful demeanor and the subtle allure of a mature woman were the results of life's trials, which had softened her youthful exuberance and dusted away the transient glories of her past. From the moment she entered, Zhang Yixing sensed that this woman possessed a remarkable intelligence, perhaps born of her keen insights into matters that remained unspoken. At that moment, the old man interjected, Come, young man. We have been chatting for quite some time without asking your name. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Meng, and I am Meng Huaigua. This is my son, Meng Yuanqi, and this is my daughter-in-law, Mu Chuanxia." Feeling a bit shy, Zhang Yixing replied, "Old sir, my name is Zhang Yixing. I hail from Lingcheng in Jianghuai province. A friend urged me to come here, mentioning an upcoming jade auction in a few days, so I decided to arrive early to explore this beautiful locale. Had I not come a few days sooner, it is likely we would not have crossed paths." After their introductions, Mu Chuanxia inquired, "Dad, why did you have Yuanqi call me here? Is there something you need to discuss?" After a moment of contemplation, she continued, "Since you intend to sell the house, what price do you think is appropriate?" The old man replied, "I'm not quite certain about that." Zhang Yixing interjected quickly, "Old man, Do you think this arrangement is appropriate? This area is part of the old town and may be subject to future redevelopment. The house is quite old and has been uninhabited for a long time, appearing desolate and neglected. I am currently able to offer double the local government's compensation standards for demolition. He inquired, "What do you think, sir?" The old man, along with his son and daughter-in-law, deliberated for a moment before the old man responded, "Young Zhang, how should we calculate the area?" Zhang Yixing replied candidly, "To be honest, I am purchasing this courtyard primarily so that I can practice without disturbing others, which is why I opted against a location in the city center. If I had bought a property there, I would have to undertake considerable renovations before it could be inhabited. I am not separating the price of the house from that of the courtyard. I propose a single price for the entire property. What do you think?" Due to the disappearance of Mu Chuanxia's brother, a report had been filed, and after several years without any news, the police were at a loss. This indicated that the transfer of property was being processed, as the owner had no other relatives besides an older sister. Mu Chuanxia was provided with documentation proving her sibling relationship with the property owner. To minimize the deed tax during the transfer, the contract between the buyer and seller stated the price as 1.2 million Longwu currency, although Zhang Yixing had actually paid 3.6 million. After a busy afternoon, Zhang Yixing obtained the property deed, and Mu Chuanxia received the 3.6 million that Zhang Yixing had transferred to her. The old man happily agreed to the arrangement. Thus, Zhang Yixing bid farewell to the family and took a taxi to the grand courtyard he had just acquired. The reason he was so eager to purchase this property was that, during his inspection with his golden eyes ability that morning, he discovered a hidden underground storage room within the old residence. The courtyard itself spans approximately 1.5 acres, bordered by buildings on 3 sides and a gatehouse. Within the courtyard, there is a modest pavilion, a rockery, and a well situated in the southeast, though it is currently dry. Utilizing his golden eyes ability, he observed that the underground storage room is roughly the size of an acre. Both the entrance and exit are the same, located behind the rockery, concealed by a mechanism. It appears that the dry well has always been devoid of water, serving as an air vent for the underground storage. Now was daytime, and although Zhang Yixing was aware of the situation, he refrained from entering the underground storage room immediately, deciding to wait until nightfall. He took out a shovel from the space within his jade pendant and began to tidy up the neglected courtyard, humming a tune that others could not comprehend. Chapter 48. The Astonishing Treasure Room. Time flew by, and soon it was deep into the night. Using his golden eyes ability, Zhang Yixing pressed firmly on a protruding spot behind the rockery, causing a crack to appear instantaneously. The fissure gradually widened until it was large enough for a person to enter comfortably. Zhang Yixing turned on his headlamp and entered the interior of the rockery, where he pressed down on an indentation, causing the recently opened passage to vanish from sight. Inside the rockery, a staircase leading downward became visible. After descending the staircase for a while, Zhang Yixing felt that he was nearly 10 meters below ground level. Upon arriving at the underground storage room, he was astonished. It was a vast chamber of approximately 300 square meters. Along 3 walls stood mahogany shelves, while the center was cluttered with over 20 mahogany boxes. Flanking these boxes were raw jade stones, each radiating an aura of high-quality jadeite, as revealed by his golden eyes' extraordinary vision. Zhang Yixing mused that even if the other items were disregarded, the sheer number of over 1,000 jade stones sourced from Old Pakong, Old Hajiang, and Zibi, if all cut, would indeed be breathtaking. Generally, jade from Old Pakong is renowned for its strong granularity, while that from Old Hajiang is celebrated for its delicate and lustrous texture. Zibi, on the other hand, is famous for its exquisite blue flower jade found at the bottom of water bodies. Zhang Yixing refrained from opening the boxes to inspect their contents, instead testing their weight with his hands, which confirmed they were quite hefty. Without further ado, he waved his hand, and all items in the storage room were absorbed into the space of his jade pendant. Following his intention, the raw jade stones were placed to the left of the thatched cottage within the pendant space, alongside the Hetian jade stones, while the mahogany shelves and their contents remained untouched, arranged in the same order to the right of the cottage. The mahogany boxes were positioned at the back of the cottage. This arrangement was due to Zhang Yixing's experimentation, which revealed that any spiritual substances placed within 500 meters of the thatched cottage could not be absorbed by the jade pendant space. Thus, to facilitate the absorption of spiritual energy, he ensured these items were situated beyond the 500-meter mark. The treasures he acquired were numerous and varied, including paintings, porcelain, bronze artifacts, and jewelry, which required no categorization. They were simply left as they had been on the mahogany shelves. Among the 20-plus mahogany boxes, Zhang Yixing had just used his golden eye to discern their contents, One box contained silver dollars, another housed Ming Dynasty silver ingots, and a third was filled with assorted copper coins. The remaining boxes were predominantly filled with gold ingots, with a smaller portion containing gold bars. Observing the pristine condition of these treasures, it was evident that the underground storage room constructed by the Mu family's ancestors was of exceptional quality, well ventilated and dry. Each painting had been individually safeguarded against moisture, and upon casually unrolling a scroll, Zhang Yixing found no damage whatsoever. Having exited the underground storage room, Zhang Yixing discreetly concealed the facade behind the rockery before leaving the grand courtyard. Utilizing his ability to compress distance, and with the assistance of his true energy, he returned to the hotel in less than half an hour. Naturally, bathing and brushing his teeth were essential. After completing these tasks, Zhang Yixing settled into a meditative position on a large bed in his hotel room to practice the Dragon Ascension technique. Following a night of cultivation, he dispelled the fatigue from the day's busyness. He then ceased his practice, rose from the bed, refreshed himself, and departed the hotel. He found a food stall and casually had breakfast before embarking on his journey for the day. After researching, Zhang Yixing learned that the Qin government had initially transported raw jade from Myanmar to a certain location on the border of Huaxia-Ruiqing, where there were processing factories and warehouses for stockpiling raw materials. Zhang Yixing, driven by a desire for fortune, contemplated the possibility of rediscovering a familiar place. He decided to commence his quest from Yinjing village. Upon arriving in the vicinity, nestled near the border of Myanmar and Huaxia, he began his exploration, first surveying the picturesque landscapes extending 50 kilometers to the left of Yinjing village. Despite encountering several promising sites, none yielded the treasures he sought. Undeterred, Zhang Yixing shifted his focus to the right, exploring the mountainous terrains adjacent to the border for another 50 kilometers. Suddenly, a mountain peak, notably lower than the surrounding summits, captured his attention. Observing the surroundings, he discerned that the feng shui of this location was distinctly superior to that of others. Standing atop this modest elevation, he activated his extraordinary ability, the golden eye, to peer beneath the surface. To his astonishment, he discovered a vast ruin beneath the mountain, decrepit structures and skeletal remains, the origins of which, whether human or animal, remained uncertain. He also noted stones of varying hues within the site. A thought struck him. This could very well be the remnants of an emerald processing facility from the Qing dynasty, buried for reasons unknown, perhaps a result of an earthquake or a mudslide. After centuries, the cause of its entombment was of little concern to Zhang Yixing. With renewed determination, he employed his golden eye to investigate the relatively modest-sized hill, uncovering the general location of the buried emeralds and the finished jade artifacts. Although most of the gems had suffered damage, the spiritual essence remained intact, allowing his jade pendant space to absorb their vitality. His haul was substantial, comprising 356 pieces of raw jade, varying in quality and size, the largest exceeding a ton, while the smallest was merely the size of a fist. However, he chose to leave any jade that lacked raw material in situ. As for the processed jade artifacts, they were predominantly ruined, leaving Zhang Yixing with no alternative but to collect the earth alongside them, allowing the jade pendant space to absorb their energies. This accumulation, albeit imperfect, promised future benefits, as he anticipated further enhancements for his jade pendant space over time. On his journey back, Zhang Yixing felt a swell of satisfaction, envisioning the wealth that could be generated from the over 10,000 pieces of rough jade, coupled with the raw stones in his courtyard and the Heqian jade. Not to mention the gold he possessed, he mused that opening a jewelry store would pose no challenge. Lost in thought, he suddenly recalled something important and promptly dialed his classmate, Gao Pengyu. "Hello, are you coming to Ruiqing?" he inquired. Gao Pengyu replied, "I'm on my way to the airport. I'll contact you once I arrive in Ruiqing." After exchanging a few idle remarks, they ended the call. No sooner had Zhang Yixing tucked his phone away than it rang again. "Hello, this is Zhang Yixing," he answered. "Ouyang Qian here. May I ask where you are and what you are doing?" she inquired. Chapter 49, Business with a Beautiful Woman. Zhang Yixing answered the phone. "Hello, Ouyang Qian. You arrived in Ruiqing last night. Why didn't you contact me? I wanted to welcome you properly." Ouyang Qian replied, "I felt it was too late to call you. So I didn't tea. The first thing I wanted to do this morning was to call you. How do you feel? Also, let us meet at a tea house called Yipin Sha Konting in Yusher City later." Upon receiving Ouyang Qian's location, Zhang Yixing made his way there, discovering it was a tea house. When he arrived, Ouyang Qian had already ordered a pot of tea and was waiting for him. As he caught sight of her, his heart raced. She was even more enchanting than the last time they met. She wore a pair of mid-heeled white leather sandals, showcasing her delicate, fair, and beautifully slender legs, which were nothing short of flawless. She had opted not to wear the usual black or flesh-colored stockings, perhaps due to the warm weather or to better display her lovely legs. Zhang Yixing, a studious young man who had dedicated his school years to academics, had seldom encountered such exquisite beauty. Her legs resembled the smooth, refined texture of mutton fat jade, radiating an ethereal glow. Ouyang Qian's graceful brows arched elegantly, her dark eyes glimmering like a pool of autumn water. Her delicate features, adorned with a natural look, exuded the purity and grace of a white lotus. Her long, golden hair cascaded down to her waist, reminiscent of an unattainable celestial being. Perhaps captivated by her beauty, Zhang Yixing blurted out, "Your hairstyle has changed. It looks even better than the last time I saw you at home. It truly accentuates your charm and makes you appear more lively and adorable." Ouyang Qian playfully responded, Hey, Zhang Yixing, I feel like you've changed too. You seem smoother than you were in school, effortlessly charming girls with your words. Tell me, do you have a girlfriend? Is she pretty? What does she do now?" Zhang Yixing awkwardly chuckled, Do you believe me if I say I've never had a girlfriend? Ouyang Qian scoffed, Come on, you're too handsome and your academic performance is stellar. Who wouldn't he like you? Hearing her rapid-fire comments made Zhang Yixing blush, rendered speechless and unable to respond. Ouyang Qian continued, You don't need to explain. Explanations are merely a disguise. Seriously, when will you bring your beautiful girlfriend to meet me? I'd like to vet her for you. Deciding not to offer an explanation, Zhang Yixing simply replied, All right, when I find a girlfriend who resembles you, I'll bring her to you for approval. At this, Ouyang Qian fell silent, biting her lip. After a moment, she shyly murmured, But there's no one exactly like another in this world, unless she trailed off. Zhang Yixing quickly followed up, Unless what? Ouyang Qian's face flushed. She answered, What do you mean unless? How would I know? At this very moment, Ouyang Qianfang's thoughts remained unspoken, leaving Zhang Yixing in a state of uncertainty. Thus, he shifted the conversation. By the way, how many people did you bring with you? He inquired. Ouyang Qian replied, I only brought along a master appraiser and 2 bodyguards whom my family insisted on sending. They always follow me at a distance wherever I go. Zhang Yixing acknowledged her words with an O. He then added, I heard that one cannot enter the Jade auction without an invitation. Will you be able to take me along to have a look? Ouyang Qian assured him, Of course. If I couldn't, why would I have informed you so early? Rest assured, one invitation can accommodate several people. Do you have any friends who wish to join us? Tomorrow, we can go to the Jade auction together. Zhang Yixing responded. You wouldn't believe it, but I have a classmate from Shijing who might come tomorrow. I'll need your help with that. Ouyang Qian chuckled. Help? Really? You flatter me. Why are you being so polite all of a sudden? By the way, I haven't asked you. Why are you bouncing around from Luoyi to Shijing and then to Anxi and now to Sunshine City? How do you find this journey, old classmate? Have you gained a lot? Suddenly recalling something, Zhang Yixing exclaimed, Oh, right, Ouyang Qian. Do you want some jade material? I've been in Ruiqing for a few days and have purchased quite a bit of jade rough at Sister Gao's jade market. I've managed to extract several pieces of excellent jade. If you're interested, I can reserve them for you. If not, I'll need to contact some gem merchants to liquidate them before checking the jade auction for good raw stones. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you serious? You mustn't be joking, Zhang Yixing. If they're truly good materials, I will take them all. Zhang Yixing glanced at Ouyang Qian and chuckled, Old classmate. Do refrain from boasting. My jade materials are of the finest quality, with the lowest grade being ice jade, so they won't come cheap. You are well aware of the current market prices for quality jade. He added, Even among classmates, we must be clear about financial matters. Ouyang Qian, slightly agitated, retorted, Zhang Yixing, you underestimate me. I lack nothing but money at the moment. Now tell me, how much jade do you have? Zhang Yixing cautiously replied, Approximately 200 kilograms. Ouyang Qian exclaimed, How much did you say? Clarify, Zhang Yixing. How much jade material do you possess? Zhang Yixing reiterated, About 200 kilograms, give or take. Ouyang Qian, now understanding, felt her face flush with surprise. Initially, she thought he had only a few kilograms, but now she was taken aback. Zhang Yixing added, I also have over 10 kilograms of glass-type imperial green jade, along with some Hutian white jade. This revelation left Ouyang Qian utterly flustered. I don't care, Zhang Yixing. You must sell your jade to me, especially that glass-type imperial green. Zhang Yixing replied, Selling to anyone is still selling, and don't forget we're longtime classmates. Ouyang Qian urged, Quick, let us grab a bite, and then take me to see your jade. What more can Zhang Yixing say? He can only heed the arrangements made by the enchanting lady. Furthermore, whether Zhang Yixing sells the jadeite of exquisite quality is of little consequence now. It is akin to the last precious raw jadeite in the public auction, far superior to the old pit jadeite he has procured from the Grand Estate. The answer is unequivocal. Most of the old mining areas in Myanmar have long been depleted, and the jadeite raw stones circulating in the market predominantly hail from newly established mines. Following Ouyang Qian's prompt, they soon finished their meal and, urged by her, took a taxi to the villa he had recently acquired. In a hushed tone, Zhang Yixing confided to Ouyang Qian that he had purchased the villa just 2 days prior, initially acquiring some rough jadeite without a place to store it, and, not wishing to process it in the market, had resorted to this rather clumsy solution. He then suggested, Ouyang Qian, please wait a moment. I will retrieve the exquisite jadeite for your inspection. In truth, Zhang Yixing had prepared for the sale of this jadeite, having purchased several organizing boxes to store them. He now utilized these boxes to transfer some of the exquisite jadeite from his collection, just a few days prior. He had even procured an electronic scale capable of weighing up to 100 kilograms. Among the items he extracted was a solitary piece of glass-type imperial green jadeite, which he intended to showcase to Ouyang Qian, a piece so vibrant it appeared to glisten with moisture. Ouyang Qian, overwhelmed with excitement, exclaimed, "Thank you, my old classmate. I must acquire this piece of glass-type imperial green jadeite." Chapter 50. The Jadeite Public Auction. Upon seeing the exquisite jadeite displayed before her, Ouyang Qian was beside herself with excitement, her words tumbling forth in a flurry. The piece of glass-type imperial green jadeite Zhang Yixing had presented weighed approximately 10 kilograms when first extracted, from which he had trimmed off 2 kilograms for jewelry crafting at a renowned jade carving workshop. Now, it weighed around 8 or 9 kilograms. Additionally, he revealed 3 pieces of high-grade ice-type Xinjiang green, weighing about 75 kilograms, alongside 22 pieces of ice-type jadeite, which included varieties such as red and yellow jadeite, spring-colored jade, a piece of ocean blue, and apple green, totaling approximately 120 kilograms. Ouyang Qian exhaled deeply, despite running a jewelry store. She had never before encountered such a multitude of high-quality jadeite. It was impossible for her not to feel exhilarated. After regaining her composure, she addressed Zhang Yixing, old classmate. I will take all of this exquisite jadeite. Please weigh it and let me know the total. Thus, Zhang Yixing weighed all the jadeite and noted the figures on a piece of paper. The stunning Ouyang Qian reviewed the weights, calculating the approximate value of the jadeite for half a minute before raising her gaze to Zhang Yixing. She then remarked, Zhang Yixing, these are all top-tier jadeite. If there were multiple bidders, your pieces would undoubtedly command a high price. However, as we are classmates, I shall allow you to benefit a little from this private transaction. Ouyang Qian proposed. How does a total of 350 million sound to you? Zhang Yixing found himself at a loss for words. His own valuation had not reached such heights, possibly due to his unfamiliarity with the true worth of high-quality jadeite in the current market. Given the exquisite jadeite on hand, it was not out of the realm of possibility to achieve an even higher price amid competitive bidding. Consequently, Ouyang Qian continued, old classmate, please provide me with your bank account number. Zhang Yixing presented his bank card to Ouyang Qian. Once the financial transaction was settled, they engaged in casual conversation while awaiting the arrival of the individual tasked with escorting the jade materials to Jinling. Suddenly, Ouyang Qian exclaimed, wait a moment, Zhang Yixing, did you not mention there were also Hetian jade materials? Why have I not seen you produce them? Zhang Yixing was taken aback, fearing he had miscalculated and overpaid. He replied, I was so busy earlier that I completely forgot. Do you wish to have a Hetian jade as well? Ouyang Qian responded, look, ISNT, that's stating the obvious. Quality Hetian jade is quite scarce in the market. Quickly, go retrieve it. If it suits me, I will take it all. Once more, Zhang Yixing descended to the underground storage room. Approximately 10 minutes later, he returned, cradling a storage box in front of Ouyang Qian. He did not show her the smaller pieces of Hetian jade, but the box contained around 20 pieces, weighing over 100 kilograms. After weighing them, they discovered it amounted to 113 kilograms. Knowing the weight, Ouyang Qian estimated a price, stating, Zhang Yixing, how does 113 million sound for this Hetian jade? Zhang Yixing thought to himself that aside from the initial purchase, the rest had been effortlessly acquired from the mountains. He replied, no need for such a high figure. A modest target will suffice. Ouyang Qian insisted, no, I cannot take advantage of you any further. That would make me feel guilty. Hearing this, Zhang Yixing chuckled. Since we have been friends since childhood, let us not allow money to overshadow our friendship. Trust me, just give me 100 million. It's not fair for you to bear all the burden. Ouyang Qian shot him a playful glare, retorting, "You are the one being fleeced." After about half an hour, a military Humvee arrived at the villa, from which emerged four stern-looking soldiers. One, possibly a lieutenant, stood at attention upon seeing Ouyang Qian and saluted, stating, "Miss, we have received orders from the commander to escort your materials. Please provide instructions." Ouyang Qian smiled gently. "There is no need for such formality. Just ensure these boxes are delivered to the Jinling Jinshi food jewelry store. I have already informed them, and they will be expecting you. Here is their contact number." She also handed them 2 packs of cigarettes, saying, "Take these, it can be tiring on the road, and smoking will help keep you alert." While waiting, Ouyang Qian had meticulously organized all the jade and Haqian jade materials by weight and quality, numbering them accordingly, and sent photographs to a deputy manager responsible for receiving the jade materials. After the group departed with the jade, Zhang Yixing and Ouyang Qian headed towards the city. Zhang Yixing said, "Ouyang Qian, let us meet tomorrow at the entrance of Relics Stadium." Ouyang Qian replied, "That works," and then drove off, parting ways with Zhang Yixing. Upon returning to the hotel, Zhang Yixing first called home, saying, "Hello, Mom. Have you eaten? I'm in Ruiqing now. Everything is fine. So you and Dad need not worry." His mother, Wang Fengxia, replied, "Safety first. Always be cautious no matter what." After concluding the call with my mother, I pondered what other matters occupied my mind. In a moment of whimsical impulse, I found myself dialing Zhao Shuya, who resided far away in the bustling metropolis. Our conversation lacked substance, merely a few minutes of idle chatter before I hung up the phone. I surmised that my classmate, Gao Pengyu, had yet to arrive in Ruiqing. Hence I refrained from calling him. Feeling that there was nothing pressing at hand, I settled into a meditative posture to practice the Longting Ju, awaiting the commencement of the Jade public auction at 10 o'clock the following morning. The night passed in silence, and shortly after I concluded my meditation in the morning, I received a call from Gao Pengyu. "Hello, Zhang Yixing, am I late?" he inquired. "I stayed overnight in Mongshu and just arrived in Ruiqing this morning." Zhang Yixing replied, "Not at all, my friend. By the way, plump fellow, just come to the entrance of the Ruiqing Sports Stadium. I'll be waiting for you there." After engaging in a bit more conversation, I ended the call. Today, Zhang Yixing opted for a single shoulder bag instead of his usual backpack. A welcome change given the summer heat in Ruiqing. He wore a baseball cap atop his head, his handsome features marked by a certain charm. His fair complexion radiated an appealing masculinity, complemented by deep, ocean-like eyes concealed behind stylish sunglasses. He donned a white t-shirt and a pair of washed blue jeans, finishing off his look with casual leather shoes. Standing at a height of 1.83 meters, he exuded an innate presence. As I approached the stadium entrance, I noticed Ouyang Qian accompanied by a middle-aged man, presumably around 60, while not far behind were the 2 bodyguards, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, whom I had seen the previous day. Noticing that Gao Pengyu had yet to arrive, I took out my phone, just as I was about to dial. I spotted my classmate, Gao Pengyu, approaching with a mischievous grin. Once all were gathered, Ouyang Qian produced the invitation, and the 6 of us entered the stadium through the ticketing entrance. The open-air stadium was expansive, yet it was filled with a multitude of attendees for the Jade public auction, primarily consisting of owners of Jade and gemstone businesses, along with their companions and appraisers. Upon entering, those wishing to purchase Jade rough stones were required to pay a deposit of 100,000 yuan to the auction committee and receive their designated number plate. Additionally, a few pricing lists needed to be purchased. However, those merely wishing to observe did not need to pay the deposit. Gao Pengyu opted not to pay the deposit nor collect a number plate. As he had arranged with Zhang Yixing to bid on any raw stone, he favored using Zhang Yixing's number, later settling the expenses between themselves. Once acquainted with the rules, we awaited the speeches from the officials to conclude the opening ceremony, after which we would be able to inspect the raw stones. Although it was Zhang Yixing's first experience with stone gambling, he felt a surge of anticipation. Chapter 51, Jade Rough Stones. After an hour filled with various officials delivering their speeches, the opening ceremony finally concluded, leading to the exhibition of the Jade rough stones for all to view. It has come to my attention that this public auction closely resembles the Jade auction model practiced in Myanmar. Perhaps it is a matter of adopting the positive aspects of others to enhance one's own efficiency. The auction is divided into 2 sections, the open bidding area and the sealed bidding area. The rough stones in the open bidding area are typically those that have been previously examined, showcasing exceptional external qualities, such as vibrant inclusions and a lack of cracks or blemishes. A considerable number of these exquisite specimens are indeed placed in the open bidding section. The term open bidding refers to the transparent process where interested parties can place bids on the same rough stone. During the open bidding, participants are seated at their designated spots, entering their identification numbers along with the stone's number and their offered price into the bidding device, followed by pressing the send button to complete their bid. Once the bidding time concludes, the final bids for the same rough stone are projected on a large screen, and the highest bidder prevails. After a rough stone is successfully bid on, the organizers present the next numbered stone for bidding. Typically, the open bidding for rough stones spans several days, depending on the quantity of stones available in the open bidding section and how many are presented each day. The sealed bidding process is comparatively straightforward. Bidders must first fill out their identification numbers on a pre-purchase bidding slip, along with the number of the rough stone they are interested in and their desired price. This completed slip is then placed into the bidding box located in the sealed bidding area, thereby finalizing their bid. Should a bidder feel their initial price was too low, they are permitted to submit another slip into the bidding box. The organizing committee considers the highest bid as the valid entry for the opening. Sealed bidding generally proceeds more swiftly. The identification number of the highest bidder and their offered price for the same rough stone are displayed in a scrolling format on a large screen, while the committee announces the results through audio equipment. In the event that multiple bidders offer the same price for the same rough stone, the committee intervenes to facilitate a resolution, either by allowing those involved to submit new bids or by having one party withdraw from purchasing the stone. For merchants who win bids but fail to make payment within the stipulated time frame set by the committee, the guarantee deposit is forfeited, and the individual is placed on a blacklist, prohibiting participation in Jade auctions for 3 years. This Jade auction features over 10,000 rough stones in total, with more than 3,000 located in the open bidding area. This section includes stones with windows, a few outstanding uncut stones, and a limited number of transparent stones. The rough stones in the sealed bidding area predominantly consist of uncut specimens, with only a few that lack green and fog being included. Upon understanding the bidding rules of the auction, Zhang Yixing found the process to be considerably simpler. He realized that the open bidding for stones numbered 1 to 1,000 would commence that afternoon. He dedicated an hour to examining the stones in the open bidding area, identifying several promising specimens he wished to acquire. Zhang Yixing's mind functioned akin to a computer, effortlessly retaining the numbers of the high-quality jade roughs he encountered, rendering the use of paper and pen unnecessary. He was aware that today 1,000 rough stones would be up for bidding, yet he only wished to acquire 3 of them, leaving the remainder unchallenged. In the shadow bidding area, he spent nearly 3 hours examining over 7,000 rough stones, committing to memory the identification numbers of those he deemed worthy of purchase. He refrained from completing the bidding form for the shadow area at that moment, opting instead to wait until mere minutes before the deadline, when he could employ his golden eye ability to peer into the bidding boxes and ascertain the highest bids placed by others, ensuring he secured the stones he desired. This was the only strategy he could employ. Otherwise, he might find himself outmaneuvered by the seasoned gemstone dealers who were wily veterans in the field. Upon exiting the shadow bidding area, Zhang Yixing sought out his portly companion, unaware of Zhang Yixing's prowess. The hefty man had been perusing stones in the open bidding area and eagerly reported his findings to Zhang Yixing, sharing the identification numbers of several jade rough stones he had his eye on. Zhang Yixing offered little in response, yet he insisted, "You must spare no effort to acquire the rough stone numbered 518. Should it result in a loss, consider it my misjudgment. Any financial shortfall shall be on my account." He concluded with a hearty laugh. The rough stone numbered 518 weighed 106 kilograms. Zhang Yixing recognized that its exterior was rather unremarkable, with only a small patch of emerald green the size of a fingernail. However, he had his sights set on the glass-type apple green, the glass-type spinach green, and another piece exhibiting high ice Zhengyang green. Although the colors of the 2 glass types were average, such specimens had become exceedingly rare. This did not, of course, account for the glass types residing within the jade pendant space. The announcement system of the organizing committee crackled to life, signaling that the bidding for stones numbered 1 to 1,000 was imminent. To facilitate his classmate Gao Pengyu's bidding, Zhang Yixing had previously submitted a deposit of 100,000 and received a bidding number, which he handed to the portly fellow. This arrangement allowed Gao Pengyu to fully engage in the thrill of the bidding process. As the bidding approached, Ouyang Qian located Zhang Yixing and inquired, "Among the stones numbered 1 to 1,000, which ones do you favor?" Zhang Yixing replied, Aside from the three I intend to bid on and the one that Fatty will pursue, there are roughly 7 or 8 other stones that possess potential for appreciation. He instructed Ouyang Qian to note the identification numbers of these stones. In turn, Ouyang Qian presented her own selection of stones for Zhang Yixing's consideration. Upon reviewing her 9 chosen stones, Zhang Yixing noted that at least 6 exhibited promising attributes, with one potentially yielding a 5-fold increase, and 2 others that might break, even despite their higher bidding prices. He cautiously remarked, "I hold reservations about these 6 stones." This response displeased the stone gambling expert Ouyang Qian had brought along, who, puffing out his cheeks in indignation, retorted, "What are you, a mere novice, no? Those stones exhibit outstanding qualities, and the depth of green visible under the light is impressive. I have been in the stone gambling industry for over 30 years. What do you know at your age? Even if you had been studying this since birth, it would only amount to a couple of decades." With that, he glared at Zhang Yixing, still brimming with defiance. Zhang Yixing's mastery of calmness is indeed remarkable. He remains unperturbed, recognizing that engaging in a quarrel with someone so self-assured is hardly worthwhile. He gazes at Ouyang Qian with a clarity of purpose and states, "You should be aware of the jadeite I sold you yesterday. If you trust me, do your utmost to bid on the 7 raw stones I have numbered for you. As for the raw stone that the master has recommended, the decision is yours. I shall refrain from commenting." Zhang Yixing reflects inwardly, noting the fortune of his companion, who fortunately managed to secure a raw stone at a minor loss. Had all 3 stones been acquired, the one he purchased would have perfectly compensated for the deficit. Regarding Ouyang Qian, she and her associates selected 9 raw stones, successfully bidding on 6. Although they faced losses on 2 stones while one yielded a 5-fold increase, overall, they incurred a deficit. Fortunately, among the 7 numbers provided by Zhang Yixing, they successfully acquired 4 stones. One of these, despite not yielding profit, fell within Zhang Yixing's highest bid range, while the remaining 3 stones appreciated significantly. Despite their bids exceeding Zhang Yixing's estimates, the situation remains favorable. These 4 stones promise substantial profit. Having observed the results, Zhang Yixing chose not to elaborate further and prepared to finalize the payment for the stones. Chapter 52. A reunion with glass-type jadeite. Upon departing the bidding hall, Zhang Yixing and his companion, Fatty, proceeded to the payment window. The total cost for Zhang Yixing's 3 raw stones was 1.26 million, while Fatty's 2 stones amounted to 1.59 million. Zhang Yixing focuses solely on the internal quality, disregarding external appearances, which led to fewer competitors for the stones he acquired, as many others still prioritize external characteristics. Although Fatty's 2 stones were not particularly large, their excellent appearance attracted more competition, thus raising the acquisition costs. Together, they transported the 5 raw stones to the cutting area. The organizing committee had efficiently arranged dozens of cutting machines in a row. Despite the encroaching darkness, the area was ablaze with light, as many eager individuals sought to unveil their newly acquired stones. Zhang Yixing and Gao Pingyu positioned themselves at a cutting machine. With a marker, Zhang Yixing casually drew several lines on Fatty's stone and instructed, "Master, please cut along the lines I just marked." The cutter readily replied, "Certainly, sir. Leave it to me." He applied a similarly casual approach to the other raw stone. Fatty, feeling a twinge of apprehension, queried, "Old 3, are you sure this casual approach is reliable?" Zhang Yixing laughed heartily. "Fatty, if I incur any losses, it falls on me. What is there to worry about?" "Huh, I focus solely on the outcome, not the process." Fatty opened his mouth, but no words emerged. After approximately half an hour of meticulous work by the cutter, Fatty's first raw stone was revealed. Unfortunately, its quality was subpar, yielding a 4 to 5 kilogram piece of oil green jadeite, which was ultimately purchased by a small businessman for 450,000. Next, the chubby man continued to unveil the second rough stone, which had merely been sliced 3 times. This piece resembled a triangular shape and was a vivid green jadeite, weighing approximately 40 kilograms. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Brother, I'll offer 30 million for this jade." Another voice chimed in, "Brother, don't listen to him. I'll give 35 million. Chubby Gao Pingyu was beside himself with excitement, thinking to himself, "I never imagined I would become a millionaire so easily. This is too simple." As his thoughts wandered, the bidding escalated to 41 million. At this moment, Chubby S' face radiated joy, a smile stretching from ear to ear. Ultimately, the jade was purchased by a gemstone dealer from Beijing for 43 million. The dealer transferred the funds to Chubby, who, after confirming the transaction, handed over the jade to the dealer. Next, Zhang Yixing began to unveil his own rough stone. Upon lifting the 50-kilogram piece of low-grade jade, the onlookers began to murmur, "Is this kid out of his mind? He actually dared to bid on such low-grade material." Another interjected, "You don't get it. Haven't you heard that low-grade stones can yield high-quality jade?" Yet another retorted, "Come on, as if you know, the odds are just too slim." "Even if the chances are minimal, there is still a possibility," someone else countered, unfazed by their comments. Zhang Yixing drew a few lines on the stone and instructed the master cutter, "Just follow the lines I've drawn." The cutter, pleased with the prospect of a generous tip, assured him, "Don't worry, I'll ensure a substantial yield." Chubby was exuberantly thrilled, undeterred by the dust flying from the cutting process, as he continuously poured water on the blade and the stone. After half an hour of diligent work by the cutter, a piece of approximately 20 kilograms of glassy spinach green jade was revealed. The crowd, previously buzzing with chatter, fell silent in disbelief, their mouths agape in astonishment. Zhang Yixing called Ouyang Qian. "Hey, old classmate, I just unveiled a piece of glassy spinach green. Do you want it?" Ouyang Qian replied, "Hold on, I'll come take a look." Without waiting for her, Zhang Yixing marked another line for the cutter to continue working. Another half hour passed, and a glassy apple green jade was unveiled by the cutter. By this time, the crowd had swelled, with at least 20 people calling out bids for the jade. This piece was slightly smaller than the previous one. Hearing the bids, Zhang Yixing stated, "Let us unveil one more piece before selling. We're running out of time." In truth, he wanted to wait for Ouyang Qian to arrive before deciding how to sell. Zhang Yixing marked the lines on the third rough stone for the cutter to continue. Gao Pingyu was in charge of watering the stone. The cutting proceeded swiftly, perhaps due to the cutter's growing expertise. The speed was impressive, and the resulting jade was pristine, with no damage to the flesh of the stone. As the 3 pieces of jade lay on the ground, the onlookers erupted into excitement, clamoring for Zhang Yixing to sell them the jade. Upon encountering the enchanting Ouyang Qian, Zhang Yixing gestured towards the jade materials on the ground, inquiring, "Would you be interested in these recently unearthed emeralds?" Ouyang Qian glanced at the jade and, feeling a touch of shyness, replied, "I can only keep 2 pieces, one approximately 20 kilograms of spinach green jade, and the other around 30 kilograms of ocean blue jade." She then whispered to Zhang Yixing, "I can only settle the payment for these 2 pieces once we reach Jinling." Zhang Yixing regarded her and nodded in agreement. Understanding the price in their minds, they refrained from haggling further. Consequently, Ouyang Qian instructed her bodyguards to place the 2 pieces of jade into 2 secure boxes. As the captivating Ouyang Qian walked away, Zhang Yixing pointed to a remaining piece of approximately 18 kilograms of glass-type apple green jade and asked, "Is anyone interested in this one? Besides this piece, I also possess some ice-type, high-quality jade materials. For those wishing to purchase jade, follow me after dinner to take a look. Whether you buy or not is of no consequence." Hearing Zhang Yixing's words, the eager buyers among the crowd became animated, many rubbing their hands in anticipation, determined to secure a few pieces of jade to alleviate the urgent needs of their jewelry stores. Shortly thereafter, one buyer called out, "Young man, I offer 50 million for this piece of jade. What do you say?" Another voice chimed in, "Such a substantial piece of glass-type apple green. And you're only offering 50 million? I'll bid 55 million. The bidding escalated, with nearly 20 individuals vocally competing, creating a cacophony that stirred confusion. Fatty Gao Pingyu grew impatient amidst the noise, which persisted for 3 minutes before one bold offer left everyone in awe, silencing further bids. Zhang Yixing ultimately sold the jade piece to a buyer named Qin Fun from Hong Kong, whose bid reached an impressive 108 million, approximately 6 million per kilogram. Zhang Yixing then expressed his gratitude to all present, stating, "Thank you, everyone. I shall treat you all tonight." No one among the gathered buyers wished to depart, knowing that Zhang Yixing had more jade to offer after dinner. As they left, he remembered to generously tip the stone cutter, scanning a QR code to send a bonus of 200,000, embodying his principle of sharing the wealth. He then led a throng of buyers toward a nearby luxury hotel. Although he was unfamiliar with any of them, he felt no fear. Sharing a meal could potentially pave the way for future business partnerships. Chapter 53, a modest auction upon arriving at the restaurant. The group of buyers began distributing their business cards to Zhang Yixing, who introduced himself along with his companion, Gao Pengyu. As he received numerous cards, Zhang Yixing contemplated the possibility of future collaborations with these individuals, realizing that not all peers must be rivals. Due to the size of the group, Zhang Yixing requested that the staff arrange a large private room accommodating 2 tables. The attentive staff member cheerfully informed Zhang Yixing, "Sir, We currently have an available private room suitable for 2 tables. Pleased with the response, Zhang Yixing expressed his satisfaction, guided by the attendant. They arrived at the hotel's grand private room, the gathering hall. The server first opened the door to the suite and then slid aside the partition between the 2 tables, revealing 2 large round tables, each capable of accommodating a dozen diners simultaneously. With such a sizable group, Zhang Yixing addressed the waitress, saying, "Dear young lady, considering our numbers, all of whom are here for the Jade auction and some of whom haven't had lunch, let's forego ordering. Please have the kitchen prepare the finest dishes your hotel offers. Just serve enough to satisfy us. Also, we have matters to attend to after dining, so we will only need beer. Please bring us some." The waitress inquired, "Sir, what type of beer would you prefer?" After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Yixing replied, "Just bring your best beer, along with 2 bottles of red wine, as I fear some may not enjoy beer." Pleased with such casual demands from the guests, the waitress was happy to comply, knowing she could choose higher commission beverages, particularly with the red wine, which often held its own secrets within the hotel. Zhang Yixing remained blissfully unaware of her thoughts as he engaged in lively conversation with the other esteemed guests while awaiting the meal. After about 10 minutes, hot and cold dishes began to grace the tables. The offerings were identical on both tables. In truth, chefs appreciate such ordering as allows them to serve dishes that typically linger unsold, presenting them as the best the hotel has to offer in the guests' minds. Not to say they were starving, everyone eagerly dug in, with red wine and beer flowing freely as they pleased. Zhang Yixing did not accompany each individual in drinking. Instead, after a communal toast, he shared drinks only with the heavier-set gentlemen. After a whirlwind of indulgence, approximately an hour later, the grand feast concluded. Zhang Yixing summoned the waitress, instructing, "Please assist in settling the bill." She cheerfully agreed, saying, "Sir, please hold on for just a moment." Accepting the bank card Zhang Yixing extended, she was informed that the password was inscribed on the back. The waitress happily proceeded to process the payment. The heavier gentleman, fully satisfied, felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Delighted by Zhang Yixing's arrangements, he eagerly grabbed the room key and hurried off. The remaining business magnates, intrigued, wished to accompany Zhang Yixing to see the jade treasures he mentioned. With their collective numbers, they were unperturbed by the possibility of any tricks from him. Over 20 individuals took 6 taxis, departing for the villa area Zhang Yixing had indicated. At the entrance of the community, the security was not overly stringent. Zhang Yixing casually handed them a few packs of cigarettes, stating, "These individuals are with me, here for a brief matter at the villa. We will be out shortly." The security personnel made no fuss, readily allowing the taxis to enter. After purchasing his residence, Zhang Yixing promptly proceeded to manage certain formalities with the property management. It is inconceivable that the security personnel were unaware of his personal information, which subsequently facilitated the entrance of 6 taxis into the premises. Typically, taxis are not permitted within the community. This was made possible by a particularly astute businessman who generously presented a substantial red envelope to the leader of the group. Upon arriving at the villa, Zhang Yixing requested the esteemed guest to wait in the living room, courteously explaining that he had only just acquired the villa, and it was devoid of furnishings, including refreshments to offer. However, he assured them that there was purified water available, and he would retrieve the exquisite jade materials for their perusal. After exchanging pleasantries, he temporarily left the guest's company, feigning a visit to the underground storage room. Approximately 10 minutes later, he returned, meticulously arranging boxes of jade gemstones before the astonished business owners. He casually remarked that the jade materials weighed around 600 kilograms, consisting solely of high-quality iced jade. He noted that other types would be available in the future, and he would make sure to inform them. The sight of such an abundance of premium jade left the owners visibly agitated. Some had been in the jade and gemstone trade for decades, and had never encountered such a collection in one place. Zhang Yixing urged everyone to remain calm and requested their attention for a few words before commencing the auction. He clarified that the highest bidder would secure each piece of jade, and he would only accept cash, bank transfers, or certified checks, explicitly stating that he did not accept personal or corporate checks. He emphasized the importance of trust in their inaugural business transaction and hoped for their understanding. He continued, "Without further ado, there are a total of 213 pieces of jade available. We may auction them one by one, or you may select your preferred pieces first, after which we will tally the prices. In the event of identical selections, bidding will occur, with the highest bid prevailing. The starting price for these raw stones is set at 1 million yuan per kilogram, with additional rates of 3 million, 5 million, or 7 million, depending on the quality and color of the jade." After over an hour of bidding, Zhang Yixing successfully garnered nearly 290 million yuan from the auction of the 213 pieces, which amounted to over 600 kilograms. As the delighted business owners prepared to depart with their acquired jade, Zhang Yixing interjected, "By the way, esteemed guests, I also possess some Hetian white jade materials. I wonder if any of you might be interested." Curiosity piqued. One of the owners inquired, "Is that true? How much do you have, and what are the prices?" Not every owner expressed interest, as some preferred to conserve their funds for future opportunities at the jade market. Zhang Yixing paid little mind to their decisions, as only 7 individuals chose to remain, while the others gradually exited. The safety of a jade was a matter of no concern for Zhang Yixing, as each departing owner was well versed in the nuances of the trade. The remaining owners each procured approximately 20 kilograms, and this time, Zhang Yixing opted against an auction format. Ultimately, he earned an additional 32 million yuan. Once the owners had left, he tidied the room, preparing to lock the door and depart the villa for his hotel. Suddenly, a group of 7 or 8 individuals approached him from various directions, each bearing an intimidating demeanor. Zhang Yixing curled the corners of his lips, contemplating how swiftly they had arrived, a throng of reckless souls. As he observed the few ruffians advancing towards him, Zhang's expression remained as placid as water, his gaze dripping with disdain. He chose to remain silent, biding his time. At that moment, he noticed a bald man adorned with a hefty gold chain and a tattoo of a small snake on his left shoulder. Perhaps in his mind it was a dragon, but to Zhang, it resembled a languid serpent. Clad in a t-shirt and beach shorts, with flip-flops on his feet, this man appeared to be the ringleader among the group. The ruffian spoke. "Not bad, kid. You made quite a sum today, didn't you? How about letting the brothers assist you in spending some of it?" Zhang Yixing, however, chose to disregard the man, fixing his piercing gaze upon the ruffian leader. The intensity of Zhang's stare sent a shiver down the leader's spine. Feigning a smile that was anything but genuine, the leader continued, "The third master sent us to invite you over." Noticing that Zhang made no move to comply, the ruffian leader pressed on, "What's the matter? Do you intend to force us to take action?" Zhang Yixing surveyed the ruffian leader and then the other thugs, a smile breaking across his face. He sought to understand why this so-called third master had summoned him. Having only recently arrived in Ruiqing a few days prior, he wondered if he had inadvertently crossed paths with such a local tyrant. Thus, Zhang secured the door of his villa and entered the van that the ruffians had arrived in, closing his eyes to rest, indifferent to where they might take him. After navigating through a labyrinth of turns, the van finally arrived at a grand estate. Zhang observed the buildings, recognizing them as aged yet imposing. At that moment, he held little interest in the estate's appearance. His thoughts were consumed with the intentions of the third master regarding his presence. The ruffian leader halted the vehicle at the entrance of the main house, while the other thugs remained behind, waiting at a distance. The ruffian leader made a call to the butler, stating, "Sir, please inform the third master that the guest has arrived." Zhang could easily surmise the content of the conversation from the leader's demeanor. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man in his 50s emerged from the main house, casting a fleeting glance at Zhang before saying, "Come with me." The butler guided Zhang into the expansive living room, adorned with antique calligraphy and paintings. A wall displayed a showcase filled with numerous porcelain artifacts, while a bronze cauldron stood in the corner. At the rear, a redwood 8 immortals table was set, and seated at a Wang Wali chair directly opposite the entrance was a man in his 30s, exuding an air of authority. Upon observing the man, one notes his impeccably smooth and fair visage, exuding a sharp and cold handsomeness. His eyes are profound and gleaming, framed by thick brows, complemented by a prominent nose and thin lips, which curve upward at the corners. Zhang Yixing mused to himself that not all notorious figures bear a fearsome appearance. Had this individual not provoked him, he would have deemed him a man entangled in dubious dealings. At that moment, the man spoke. "My apologies for summoning you here. I hope I have not intruded upon your time. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Ma, and my given name is Changguang. As I am the third in line, people affectionately refer to me as Master Ma-san." Master Ma continued, "You are quite impressive. Yesterday, you experienced a 3 consecutive price increase, followed by a banquet and an auction of jade materials. I have conducted an investigation into your background. You are a recent university graduate and have only just arrived in Ruiqing. I am curious as to the origin of your auction jade materials. Even if you initially procured a substantial amount of rough stones from Sister Gao's Jade City, it is improbable that each raw stone yielded jadeite. Regardless of how you acquired your jade expertise, I propose that you remain by my side and assist me in my endeavors." With that, he cast a confident glance at Zhang Yixing, who returned the gaze with a look of disdain directed at the presumptuous man. Zhang Yixing then replied, "Have you finished?" It became apparent that Master Ma's grandfather had been a member of the horse caravan, and his current estate was inherited from his great-grandfather, meticulously maintained through generations. After the passing of Master Ma's father, the family leadership fell to his elder brother, a position that remained stable for several years. However, as Master Ma matured, he grew restless with the status quo, coincidentally aided by his butler, a practitioner of ancient martial arts, who had suffered injuries while being pursued by enemies. After being rescued by Master Ma, the butler stayed by his side, assisting him for nearly a decade. With the butler's support, Master Ma orchestrated an accident that resulted in the demise of his own brother. The second brother, a meek and unambitious soul, was allowed to live, as Master Ma needed him. With the butler's help, Master Ma employed ruthless tactics to dominate the market, and several jewelers who defied him have met untimely ends at his hands. His malice is evident, and one cannot help but wonder if fate will not eventually catch up with such a morally bankrupt individual. Even if fate were to spare him today, Zhang Yixing would ensure he would not continue to thrive. Zhang Yixing, having gleaned this information from subsequent interrogations of the butler, decided it was time to take his leave. The living room now contained only the three of them. Master Ma spoke again. "Uncle Hong, since this young man is disobedient, let us dispose of him cleanly, without making a mess." The butler replied, "Rest assured, young master, this is not my first time handling such matters." Master Ma nodded, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Butler Hong stepped forward and casually remarked, "You foolish boy, there's still time to repent. Otherwise, this time next year will mark your death anniversary." Zhang Yixing did not even flinch, yet replied, "It seems you are not a virtuous person either. Over the years, countless innocents must have perished at your hands." Upon witnessing Zhang Yixing's calm demeanor in the face of impending doom, Hong's heart sank. Noticing Zhang Yixing's piercing gaze, he shivered involuntarily, beads of sweat beginning to form on his brow. At that moment, Master Ma called out, "What is the matter, Hong? Why haven't you made your move? Finish quickly. We still have another disobedient person to deal with." As soon as Master Ma finished speaking, a thud echoed through the room, followed by silence. He thought to himself, "This ungrateful outsider dares to provoke me. He doesn't even know how he will meet his end. Those who have defied me in the past are now long buried." Turning to glimpse Zhang Yixing's remains, he was met with an unbelievable sight. The usually invincible Hong was now motionless on the ground. Zhang Yixing disregarded Master Ma as thoughts and swiftly advanced toward Ma Chongwang, seizing him by the throat and lifting him effortlessly. "You wretched creature," Zhang Yixing declared. "You miscalculated in thinking you could threaten me." With bloodied hands, he contemplated crushing him on the spot, but ultimately decided against it, knowing that in a society governed by law, such a fate should be left to his enemies. However, he could not let this villain escape unscathed. He extracted several silver needles and inserted them into key acupuncture points on Ma Chongwang's head, channeling his energy through the needles to destroy specific nerves in Ma's brain, rendering him a fool. After this, Zhang Yixing began to inspect the room. Chapter 55. A return to the Jade public plate after dealing with Ma Chongwang. Zhang Yixing delivered a resounding slap to Hong. Upon regaining consciousness, Hong feigned confusion and urgently pleaded, "Please spare my life, sir. Everything I did was under Master Ma's coercion. Zhang, I beg you to let me live." Zhang Yixing offered no further words, simply stating, "If you wish to live, confess all the crimes you and Master Ma have committed over the years." Fearing for his life, Hong had no choice but to recount the shocking truths, while Zhang Yixing recorded every word on his phone to avoid any unnecessary complications. As he listened to Hong's revelations, Zhang's anger intensified. In a fit of rage, he destroyed Hong's dantian and, using the same method, rendered him a fool as well. With both of these notorious villains dealt with, Zhang Yixing felt a slight calm wash over him. He began to collect various antiques, paintings, and any valuable items from the room, intending to take them all. He envisioned using the ill-gotten wealth of these wretched individuals to establish a foundation dedicated to aiding the impoverished in the future. Zhang Yixing once again entered the courtyard, swiftly rendering unconscious all the ruffians he had encountered that day, subsequently using his inner energy and arcane methods to erase fragments of their memories. When they awoke, they would possess no recollection of having met him. Having completed these tasks, Zhang Yixing contemplated departing from this tumultuous place. However, an intriguing thought struck him. Could such a lineage of horse traders, spanning generations, truly lack a treasure trove? Zhang Yixing was well aware that the legacies of prominent families often entailed secrets, typically passed down orally. It was conceivable that with the sudden demise of the patriarch, such secrets might vanish into obscurity. Of course, this was merely Zhang Yixing's conjecture. He disabled the surveillance, retrieved the hard drive, and stored it within the Jade pendant space. He then proceeded to search each room, confiscating all illicit wealth of value to lay the groundwork for his future charitable foundation. Activating his golden eyes, a unique ability of perception, he discovered that nothing concealed could escape his scrutiny. Beneath the main house lay an underground storage room, approximately 1,000 square feet in size. Upon beholding the plethora of treasures, Zhang Yixing was overcome with exhilaration. This was akin to a windfall. Had Ma Changwang not provoked him, he would have never learned of the existence of Master Ma San in Ruiqing. Such occurrences may well be the whims of fate. Through the keen insight of his golden eyes, he discerned that the entrance to this underground chamber was not within the main house, but rather in another room within the courtyard. Only a cunning individual could devise such a ruse. Thus, Zhang Yixing ventured to the other room, locating the mechanism that led to the underground storage. With a gentle press, a square opening appeared in the floor, large enough for a person to pass through effortlessly. 10 minutes after the entrance had opened, Zhang Yixing slipped through, entering a passage that led to the underground storage of the main house. This subterranean vault contained treasures surpassing those in the grand estate he had previously acquired by tenfold. Faced with this astonishing sight, Zhang Yixing wasted no time, swiftly gathering all the treasures within the storage room. Within a mere 15 minutes, the once bountiful underground chamber was left devoid of all valuables. He pondered how long it would take to organize such a vast amount of wealth. Indeed, it would keep him quite occupied, utilizing his inner energy to shrink the distance. He arrived at the hotel in less than half an hour, where he sought out the butler of the presidential suite to gain access to his room. As it was already deep into the night, he refrained from disturbing his companion, Gao Pingyu, and instead requested the butler to unlock his room. While bathing, Zhang Yixing reflected on the bountiful haul of the night, even excluding the antiques, paintings, gold, silver, and jewels. The acquisition of over 10,000 old pit jadeite rough stones alone would drive most individuals to ecstasy. It is imperative to heed the dictates of fate. To eradicate malevolence and promote righteousness is a duty he must uphold. The ill-gotten gains of the wicked, those deserving of their fate, would form a cornerstone of his future charitable foundation. Zhang Yixing resolutely adhered to the great principle of conflict. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if one offends me, I shall retaliate. First and foremost, he would not instigate trouble. Yet, when confronted by nefarious individuals, he would show no mercy, ensuring that they could no longer perpetrate evil and endanger society. Currently, I find myself entangled with mere petty thieves. For now, I can only proceed cautiously, step by step. The world is rife with malevolent individuals. When I encounter them, I deal with them promptly. However, I shall not recklessly traverse the globe in search of malefactors. Zhang Yixing resolves not to dwell on his discontent or the injustices he perceives. It is, after all, a time of national peace and prosperity. He firmly believes that all vile miscreants can only lurk in the shadows, and when exposed to the light, they will inevitably crumble to dust. As today's auction is scheduled for the afternoon, both he and his companion, the portly one, abstained from visiting the Jade public auction in the morning. The portly fellow, Gao Pingyu, did not rise until nearly noon. After a brief refreshment, they set out together in search of a meal. Given the upcoming auction, they opted to forego alcohol. Gao Pingyu remarked, "What thoughts could I possibly have? Were it not for your phone call, I would have remained oblivious to the existence of such jade auctions. I initially came merely to observe, utterly ignorant of gambling on stones. Had it not been for you yesterday, I would have lost everything." Zhang Yixing, pleased with Gao Pingyu's words, nodded in agreement. He feared that this taste of fortune might lead Gao to become overly enamored with the art of stone gambling, which would be his folly. From the jade stone that Gao Pingyu had favored yesterday, it was clear that he was merely captivated by the stone's appearance. Thus, Zhang Yixing earnestly conveyed, "In truth, this is my first foray into stone gambling as well, yet I have undertaken systematic study and acquired some rudimentary knowledge. My success may simply be attributed to good fortune." Initially, Zhang Yixing spoke with utmost seriousness, but gradually, he infused a playful tone into their conversation, eliciting laughter from Gao Pingyu. The latter responded, "Rest assured, my dear friend, I shall never venture into stone gambling alone. Should my funds run dry, I will seek your assistance to elevate me. I do, however, propose that we record the exhilarating scene of today's Jade unveiling as a video and share it with our older brothers to see whether they feel envy or jealousy. From this point onward, I shall transition from a bicycle to a motorcycle. Zhang Yixing chuckled heartily, replying, your idea is rather amusing. But such a formidable task must be entrusted to you, the one tested by alcohol. With that, the two shared a knowing glance before erupting into laughter. Upon arriving at the Jade public auction, they found that the auction had yet to commence, so they perused the stones in the designated area. Although Zhang Yixing did not need to examine the stones, he feigned interest for the sake of his companion. Perhaps the unveiling of a single stone does not hold great significance, but it did instill in Awakens a sense of trust in Zhang Yixing's abilities. Without much contemplation, he stated, old classmate, I shall note down 10 stone numbers and the approximate highest bids for each during the auction. Awakens, brimming with gratitude, exclaimed, thank you, Zhang Yixing. I shall certainly treat you to a meal once the auction concludes. Zhang Yixing teased, do inform me in advance of your invitation so that I may prepare accordingly. Otherwise, I might find myself at a disadvantage. Awakens smiled radiantly, uttering no further words as she departed. However, this time, Zhang Yixing wrote to Awakens the number of the rough stone, a ratio of 3 to 7, with 7 pieces appreciating significantly while 3 remained rather ordinary. Zhang Yixing was keen to avoid tarnishing his reputation for consistent success, for even one with extraordinary prowess and martial skills would find himself ensnared in endless troubles, thereby losing the tranquility of life. Chapter 56, Name Mark. After assigning the rough stone number to Awakens, Zhang Yixing also wrote down 2 rough stone numbers for the chubby fellow, indicating the highest auction bids. Ha ha ha. Observing Zhang Yixing's mischievous grin, Gao Pingyu glanced at him but refrained from voicing his thoughts. At that moment, the auction hall of the organizing committee echoed with announcements. Attention everyone. Those wishing to participate in the name mark bidding should promptly head to the bidding hall, as the auction will commence shortly. Today's auction covers rough stone numbers 1001 to 2000. This same announcement played 3 times in succession. At that juncture, Awakens approached Zhang Yixing and the chubby fellow once more. She said, come on, old classmate, let us go in together. Zhang Yixing replied, all right. Thus, the group made their way to the bidding hall. Upon spotting Zhang Yixing, the master of stone gambling, while no longer dismissive as he had been the previous day, still exhibited traces of discontent on his face. Zhang Yixing, however, paid little heed to this master brought along by Awakens, thinking that whether he accepted him or not was of no consequence. Upon their arrival at the bidding hall, the group casually found a place to sit. Yet, scarcely 3 minutes had passed when a rather flamboyant young man slapped Zhang Yixing on the shoulder. He then remarked, hey, I heard you had quite the luck yesterday, acquiring 3 rough stones that all appreciated. What kind of luck is that? The shoulder slap was something Zhang Yixing had intentionally allowed, and he sensed that this young man, spoiled by his family, posed no real threat to him. Accompanying the flamboyant youth were an older man and 2 younger companions, forming a quartet. Zhang Yixing slowly turned his head, narrowing his eyes at the young man, and said, what do you mean? Do we know each other? Whether I gambled successfully or not is none of your concern. Are you just bored, or has your brain been caught in a door? Upon hearing Zhang Yixing's retort, the flamboyant youth was immediately incensed. He had never encountered someone so articulate. He exploded with rage, exclaiming, you arrogant brat, I've done my research on you. A freshly graduated country bumpkin. You stumbled into the auction house, and after one stroke of luck, I refuse to believe you can replicate it. In this era of information overload, news of Zhang Yixing's 3 consecutive successes, coupled with a lavish dinner invitation and an auction of notable materials, had inevitably drawn the attention of the observant. Perhaps this was the root of the flamboyant youth's disdain for Zhang Yixing. No matter how capable a person may be, lacking the robust foundation of a powerful family often leads to being bullied by self-important offspring of affluent families. They consider themselves superior, looking down upon those from humble origins, believing that wealth equates to righteousness, and that money can resolve all matters. The elderly man beside the young man in the flamboyant attire tugged at his sleeve and remarked, young master, did you not assure the elder that you would refrain from causing any disturbances at the public auction? What are you doing now? Forget it, young master. The bidding is about to commence. Let's find a place to sit. Mr. Fu shrugged his shoulders, his expression one of helplessness. At that moment, the young man in flamboyant attire spoke again. Hey, are you bold enough to take a gamble? I heard you sold a significant amount of jadeite yesterday. Would you dare to wager something substantial with me? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yixing felt a stir of emotion. After all, this was someone who had generously offered him a charitable fund. He silently expressed his gratitude for the flamboyant youth's cleverness. He then feigned nervousness, replying, "You think I would just gamble because you said so? What do you take me for? Get lost." The flamboyant youth, undeterred by Zhang Yixing's retort, interjected, "It seems you merely stumbled upon good fortune yesterday, you coward. If you truly had the skill to wager on rough stones, would you fear betting against anyone?" At this point, Zhang Yixing decided to abandon his pretense. He leisurely asked, "What kind of wager do you propose?" The flamboyant youth laughed heartily, declaring, "I am not afraid to reveal my identity. I will ensure you lose convincingly." Meanwhile, onlookers were drawn to the heated exchange between the two young men. Those who arrived late were unaware of the context and inquired of the earlier arrivals, "Old Wang, what is happening? Why is there a dispute in the auction hall?" Old Wang recounted the events that had just unfolded. He continued, "That young fellow seems destined to suffer a loss. He is the favored grandson of the Zhang family from Hong Kong's jewelry industry." An onlooker chimed in, "Ah, that explains his audacity." The flamboyant youth then scoffed, "I am indeed from the Zhang family. You need not worry about my ability to cover the stakes." Following a raucous bout of laughter, he inquired, "So, what is your decision? Have you come to your senses?" Zhang Yixing glanced at the flamboyant youth and replied, "Now tell me how you wish to wager. Stop rambling, as the bidding will commence shortly." The flamboyant youth proposed, "Very well, let us wager on the 3 rough stones auctioned today. The one who extracts a higher total value of jadeite shall prevail. The losing party must surrender their extracted jadeite to the winner. What do you say?" Zhang Yixing, with an air of disdain, responded, "Is that all?" The flamboyant youth retorted, "What is wrong with that wager? Are you afraid?" Zhang Yixing replied, "Indeed, I am intimidated by someone who boasts about being from the Zhang family." Realizing that he could no longer provoke the situation, Zhang Yixing suggested, "Here's the deal. I agree to your proposed wager, but I wish to add a little incentive. If you agree, we can proceed. If not, you can go play in the mud." The surrounding businessmen chuckled, and the flamboyant youth, perplexed, asked, "What additional incentive do you wish to include?" Zhang Yixing calmly stated, "Let the wager remain unchanged, but I want an additional 500 million as stakes. If you agree to this condition, I shall grant your wishes. Otherwise, prepare for the bidding to commence, and you may take your leave." The shaman remarked, "Do you possess 500 million? Surely, this is not merely an excuse to back down?" Zhang Yixing replied, "If you concede, then I shall indeed have it. Otherwise, your affairs are of no concern to me." At that moment, an elderly companion of Shamat began to dissuade him, saying, "Young master, I believe it is best to let this go. Do not wager." Yet, Shamat was beyond heeding the words of others. He declared, "Very well, it is settled. Once today's bidding concludes, we shall engage in a gamble." Before long, an elegant host graced the stage, followed by an opening address, leading into the bidding of rough stones numbered from 1001 to 2000. The competition today was notably fierce. When the bidding concluded, Zhang Yixing had acquired merely 4 rough stones. One was a glass-type imperial green, another contained 9 purple orbs within, alongside a sizable piece of violet jadeite weighing over 10 kilograms, boasting commendable clarity, with its purple hue reaching glass-like quality, while the violet jade was of high ice grade. He also secured a piece deemed likely to fail and another of high ice ocean blue. His strategy was to avoid drawing undue attention, intending to observe the internal conditions of the opponent's materials during the duel, ensuring he would not wager without confidence. Thus, he contemplated utilizing the inferior rough stone for the competition. He also procured 5 rough stones for the stout companion, including 1 glass type, 2 high ice, and 2 ice type. The companion himself acquired 1 piece of ice type jadeite. Due to the intense competition today, Zhang Yixing spent 5.21 million on his 4 rough stones, while the stout companion spent 9.36 million on his 6. Among the stones Zhang Yixing purchased for his companion, there was one that was slightly superior to mere refuse. At this juncture, the stout companion inquired, "How confident are you about the duel with Lao San?" Chapter 57, The Duel with Zhang Xiao. The two of them settled their payments and collected their 10 pieces of jadeite rough stones, instructing the organizing committee staff to deliver the materials directly to the processing area. As they emerged from the collection area, they coincidentally encountered Ouyang Qian. She said, "Tell Zhang Yixing that he has only successfully bid on 6 pieces." Zhang Yixing replied, "Not bad. We have managed to acquire 10 pieces between us." In his mind, he thought it was already commendable to secure 6 pieces. Upon discovering that 2 of the 6 pieces she bid on were unlikely to yield a significant increase, he felt relieved. Aware that Ouyang Qian was heading to collect her materials, he opted not to elaborate further. She merely remarked, "Why are you engaging in a duel with those individuals? Zhang Yixing? Zhang Yixing smiled and replied, "Rest assured, old classmate before parting ways." Zhang Xiao arrogantly declared, "Are you prepared, boy? Today, I shall delight in striking your face hard. The trifling consecutive increases shall be revealed for what they are." Zhang Yixing paid him no mind, merely glancing at his 3 pieces of rough material, 1 ice type, 1 high ice, and 1 glutinous type. Each stone weighed over 100 kilograms, collectively capable of yielding more than 100 kilograms of clear material. With this, Zhang Yixing felt assured, although he possessed the extraordinary ability of golden pupils for perception. Zhang Yixing was nonetheless apprehensive that others, unafraid of spending extravagantly, might secure superior jadeite rough stones. He insisted that the committee members act as judges, and upon learning of their intent to hold a jadeite rough stone competition with live demonstrations of stone analysis, the committee leaders were more than willing to assume the role of arbiters. They understood that such a contest would have unprecedented influence, serving to effectively promote their jadeite auction. 3 individuals from the committee arrived, 1 elder and 2 middle-aged men. Under the committee's supervision, Zhang Yixing and Zhang Xiao signed a contract, which contained the terms they had previously agreed upon. The contract was merely a formality. Zhang Yixing was not concerned about Zhang Xiao defaulting on his obligations. He presented 3 rough stones, one weighing over 80 kilograms, capable of yielding more than 30 kilograms of glass-type imperial green, another weighing over 120 kilograms, expected to produce approximately 70 kilograms of high-grade ice blue material, and a third, a decoy, which he had purchased for 670,000, intended to mislead onlookers. When Zhang Yixing's first rough stone collapsed, Zhang Xiao extracted approximately 30 kilograms of ice-type yellow yang green, exuding an audacious confidence. He incessantly mocked Zhang Yixing, while those betting on his victory hurled insults as well. Zhang Yixing feigned ignorance to their provocations. He carefully marked the other 2 rough stones and handed them to the stone analyst, instructing, "Master, please proceed with the analysis along the lines I've just drawn." The wait was tedious, and the noise from the stone analysis was quite distracting. However, such disturbances did not affect Zhang Yixing. Soon, the 3rd rough stone was being analyzed. This time, the waiting period extended to over 40 minutes. When the onlookers witnessed the clarity of Zhang Yixing's material, they erupted in excitement, even more so than when they unveiled their own stones. Some exclaimed that this single piece could easily outshine Zhang Xiao's offerings. Nonetheless, Zhang Xiao's rough stone was commendable as well, yielding a high-grade ice-type stone with an impressive weight of over 50 kilograms. Once the results were revealed, the committee did not need to announce the outcome. Zhang Xiao and his associates already grasped the result of the wager. At that moment, Zhang Xiao's face alternated between hues of blue and white, while those betting on his victory unleashed a torrent of insults towards every woman in his family. Meanwhile, a hefty individual completed his video recording, brandishing his phone with an air of superiority, declaring, "So, Zhang Xiao, it's time to settle the wager, isn't it?" Oldly succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing the explanation, many were astounded. One spectator remarked, "Strange occurrences abound yearly, but this year seems particularly rife. I had my eye on this young man during the last tincturing auction. It appears he has finally met his match. He always struts around the mainland with such bravado." The spectators paid little mind to whether Zhang Xiao was listening or not, presuming that this lesson would deter him from returning to the mainland in the future. The elder accompanying Zhang Xiao and his 2 bodyguards felt helpless. Accepting the outcome of the wager was a matter of principle, and in the glaring gaze of the public, Zhang Xiao dared not act dishonorably. Not only did he hand over the exquisite jade materials he had extracted, but he also presented Zhang Yixing with a bank draft worth 500 million. Following the conclusion of such a contest, Zhang Yixing expressed his gratitude to the 3 members of the organizing committee, saying, "Thank you, esteemed leaders," while simultaneously transferring a red envelope containing 100,000. The trio of committee members were taken aback by Zhang Yixing, a remarkably youthful individual, pondering whether his prowess in stone gambling stemmed from genuine skill or mere fortune. After they departed, the other business owners, disinterested in the lack of excitement, returned to their own affairs. Suddenly, one owner inquired, "Young man, are you selling the jade materials on the ground?" Zhang Yixing replied, "I apologize, but I still have several raw stones to unveil. Once I have revealed them all, I shall sell. For those who are willing to wait, please do so." While some rejoiced, others lamented. The hapless Zhang Xiao we left in disgrace, while the portly Gao Pengyu marveled at the exquisite jade material he had unearthed from his raw stone, overwhelmed by its beauty. Gao's raw stone had yielded 5 pieces of jade materials, and combined with Zhang Yixing's 2 pieces and the 3 pieces won from Zhang Xiao, they now possessed a total of 10 jade materials. Zhang Yixing retained 1 raw stone, choosing not to unveil it there. They relocated the 10 jade materials to a nearby open space, arranging them according to their quality, awaiting potential buyers among the jade and jewelry merchants. After observing the market over the past 2 days, Zhang Yixing realized that he had previously undervalued his jade materials, including the glass-like imperial green sold to Ouyangqian. This time, he intended to reference the prices from the public auction for his sales. It wasn't long before interested buyers arrived at the display of Zhang Yixing's jade materials. First, they sold Gao's 5 pieces, which, after intense bidding among a dozen participants, fetched over 110 million. Zhang Yixing's 2 pieces, along with the 3 won from Zhang Xiao, garnered a total of over 1,630 million. Upon receiving the transfers from the buyers, Zhang Yixing handed over the jade materials to several owners before he and Gao sought a place to dine. Feeling fulfilled by their success, Gao joyfully exclaimed, "Brother, tonight, we shall not return until we are intoxicated." To which Zhang Yixing responded, "Gao, do refrain. We have stone gambling tomorrow. If we drink too much and cannot rise in the morning, it would be disastrous." Gao instantly grasped Zhang Yixing's intent, nodding in agreement, and remarked, "I understand this principle. Brother, indeed, a common man bears no guilt, yet possessing treasures can lead to peril. Frequent gains from cutting stones are unlikely to be fortuitous." Chapter 58, Retribution. Gao Pingyu poured tea for Zhang Yixing first, then filled his own cup, the 2 brothers sipping tea while awaiting their meal. "If there are no worthwhile raw stones at tomorrow's public auction, I shall forego attending. What about you? Will you sleep or stroll about?" Zhang Yixing inquired. Gao replied, "If I don't go to the auction, I'll simply sleep in my room, leaving you to your own devices." Zhang Yixing said, "I shall neither attend the auction nor sleep. I intend to wander aimlessly. If I find something suitable, I shall purchase it, for I am not lacking in funds at present. Additionally, I must visit the bank tomorrow to deposit the bank draft into my account." As they chatted casually, the dishes and drinks arrived. "Gao Penggu Zimak, Lao San, you've been wandering outside for a while now. What are your plans for the future? One cannot remain confined to a single sphere. It is essential to traverse the globe and experience its wonders. I aspire to visit Hong Kong and the Myanmar across from Ruiqing. I also wish to explore the United States, small island nations, the Lighthouse Nation, and the Star-Spangled Nation, among others, countries that once invaded our land during the late Qing dynasty. Should the opportunity arise, I intend to pay them a visit, hoping to recoup some interest and contribute to my future charitable foundation." Gao Pingyu listened, his eyes widening in astonishment. He then exclaimed, "Wow, that is impressive, Sandy. I have to admit, you are the one I respect the most, haha. Let me toast to you." With that, he downed his drink in one go, and Zhang Yixing had no choice but to follow suit. After leaving the small restaurant, approximately 300 meters away, Zhang Yixing sensed something amiss. Suddenly, a van screeched to a halt beside them, leaving 2 dark streaks on the road. The door swung open, and 6 men emerged. It was evident that they were trouble. Without uttering a word, they swiftly surrounded Zhang Yixing and Gao Pengyu. Among them was a tall, dark-faced man with a scar across his cheek who spoke with a tone of disdain. "You little brat, taking money to avert misfortune for others. Brothers, let us take care of these 2. Just don't kill them." While Zhang Yixing remained calm and composed, Gao Pengyu was not as unfazed. He had never encountered such a situation and was terrified. He stammered, "What do you want? If you come any closer, I'll call the police." This is a society governed by law. Although he was a good friend and classmate of Zhang Yixing, he was unaware of Zhang Yixing's capabilities, having never witnessed him in conflict at school. The thugs paid no heed to his protests and raised their baseball bats to strike. In a swift and ghostly manner, Zhang Yixing seized the wrist of the foremost thug, and with a sharp crack, the thug's wrist broke. He then snatched the baseball bat as it fell and delivered a powerful kick, sending the injured thug flying across the street, where he lay motionless on the ground. The rest were soon dispatched with equal efficiency. Using the thug's own bats, Zhang Yixing inflicted identical injuries on the remaining 5, shattering their scapulae. Zhang Yixing had no intention of being overly brutal, but upon seeing the 6 thugs emerge, he assessed them and found none were of good character. At this moment, Gao Pingyu regained his composure and remarked, "Lao San, when did you become so formidable?" Zhang Yixing merely smiled, offering no explanation. He bent down to lift one thug and asked, "Who sent you?" He then tossed the thug to the ground without further concern. He picked up another thug, reiterating the same question, yet this thug, like the first, chose to remain silent. Zhang Yixing repeated his earlier action, and with another sharp crack, this thug was also thrown to the ground. Though the ruffians were injured, their wits remained intact. Just as Zhang Yixing was about to confront one of them, the ruffian hastily interjected, "I will speak. I will speak. Spare me, good sir." Zhang Yixing halted his hand and replied, "You exhibit wisdom. Those who recognize the times are indeed sagacious. Speak swiftly, for I have no leisure to squander on your trifles. It is Brother Kuan who has sent us to teach you a lesson." "Who is Brother Kuan, and how did he find me?" Zhang Yixing inquired. "Earlier this afternoon, someone approached Brother Kuan, providing him with photographs of you both, insisting that he teach you a severe lesson," the young ruffian explained. "Where can I find Brother Kuan?" Zhang Yixing pressed. "Brother Kuan is at the Dynasty nightclub," the ruffian replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yixing comprehended the situation and promptly crushed the phones of all 6 ruffians to prevent them from alerting anyone. He then hoisted them into a vehicle, applying pressure to the nape of their necks, rendering them unconscious. The ruffians bore only superficial injuries and would not perish. By the time he resolved matters at the Dynasty nightclub, they might awaken. He drove the vehicle to a secluded spot, securely locked the doors, though one window remained slightly ajar, allowing fresh air to circulate within. He discarded the keys into the roadside greenery before hailing a taxi to the Dynasty nightclub. Upon arrival, Zhang Yixing wasted no time, seizing a security guard by the collar and commanding, "Take me to Brother Kuan." The guards here were merely ruffians donned in security attire, which emboldened Zhang Yixing's approach. Ascending to the 7th floor via the elevator, they halted before a door where the ruffian guard knocked and announced, "Brother Kuan, someone seeks you." "Who the hell are you to disturb my mood?" Brother Kuan barked from within, engaged in light-hearted banter with 2 women, indulging in rather unseemly games that were not Zhang Yixing's concern. Zhang Yixing kicked the door, which yielded effortlessly, revealing a scene more scandalous than any adult film. It appeared that Brother Kuan knew how to enjoy himself. Paying no heed to the situation, Zhang Yixing pointed at the 2 women, commanding, "You have no business here. Stand aside and remain silent." The women scurried away, trembling in fear. "Are you Brother Kuan?" Zhang Yixing queried, noting Kuan clad in his red undergarments, deciding that he should wear no more. At this moment, the guide had vanished without a trace. Zhang Yixing seized Brother Kuan by the neck, dragging him to the sofa before him, and landed 2 swift slaps across his face. Brother Kuan's prominent yellow teeth were dislodged, flying across the room to embed themselves deep into the wall, as blood streamed from his mouth and nose. "Now, tell me, why have you sought to trouble me?" "Good sir, I wasn't wrong. Spare my wretched life," Brother Kuan pleaded. "It was the young master of Zhang's jewelry who ordered me to teach you a lesson. This is not my affair." Zhang Yixing delivered another 2 resounding slaps. Incredulous, "This does not concern you?" With his front teeth gone, Brother Kuan's speech became unclear, rendering his words indistinct. Zhang Yixing once again scrutinized this individual, discovering that he bore a striking resemblance to the notorious Master Ma. Although his toll on human life did not match that of Master Ma, within his establishment, the Royal Nightclub, there lurked a multitude of vile activities: exploitation, coercion into prostitution, drug trafficking, and other nefarious deeds. The existence of such a person posed a significant threat to the harmony of society, rendering his continued existence intolerable. Zhang Yixing rendered him unconscious and, retrieving silver needles, deftly administered a few acupuncture points, infusing him with a modicum of vital energy. In less than 3 months, he would meet his demise while seeking medical assistance. Nevertheless, Zhang Yixing chose to erase certain memories from Kuan Ge and the 2 women. "Fatty, keep watch here. I have some matters to attend to," he instructed. Chapter 59, Strolling Through the Flower and Bird Market. All these events had dealt a severe psychological blow to Fatty, who had once believed that the world was at peace, devoid of such chaotic incidents. His naivety was a result of his inexperience with the harsh realities of society. Patting Fatty on the shoulder, he remarked, "Why are you still awake? Do not worry. Tomorrow will dawn bright and sunny." The bond of brotherhood was everlasting, and Zhang Yixing had yet to recognize any frivolous acquaintances in his life. Perhaps he was merely a recent graduate on the cusp of entering society. After a night of cultivation, he sensed a slight enhancement in his internal energy as dawn broke. Zhang Yixing contemplated the necessity of locating the treasures required for the Jade pendant space. He decided to forego the Jade public auction today and instead visit the flower, bird, fish, and insect market in Ruijing, hoping to discover the flora and rare trees he desired. Upon arriving at the market, he was greeted by a vibrant display of blossoms. An intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, invigorating his spirit. The market streets exuded a warm and serene ambience, with each flower shop offering unique varieties and qualities. A kaleidoscope of colors dazzled the eye. As Zhang Yixing perused several flower shops, he caught sight of a shop across the way, where a lush tree with verdant leaves basked in the golden sunlight. He hurried over for closer inspection. Inside, the shop displayed an array of flowers, striking roses, vibrant peonies, exquisite foreign blooms, and the orchids that particularly captivated Zhang Yixing's interest, filling him with wonder. Numerous pots of orchids graced the shop, each exuding a mesmerizing fragrance. The flowers displayed various forms. Some were simple, others extravagant, and yet others delicately elegant, embodying the beauty of life with their radiant smiles. Some buds had yet to bloom, but were poised on the brink of opening. The slender, elongated leaves of the orchids were a deep, rich green, unfurling like the flowing ribbons of celestial beings. Nestled among the blooms were tender green shoots, recently sprouted. Stepping back to admire the orchids from distance, Zhang Yixing noted their diverse shapes and colors. Each pot of orchids concealed beneath a canopy of drooping, robust green leaves. The lovely leaves swayed gently in the occasional breeze drifting through the window, as if greeting onlookers with warmth and inviting affection from all who beheld them. Throughout history, regardless of emperors, generals, scholars, or poets, all have forged connections with the orchid, leading to a multitude of exquisite names attributed to this flower from ancient times to the present. The fragrant characteristics of the orchid have inspired various appellations, such as national fragrance, which stands as the highest honor for the orchid. Huang Tingjian, in his poem on the Quiet Fragrance Pavilion, posits that the virtues of the land may crown a nation as its worthy sons, and the beauty of women may define national grace. Thus, the scent of orchids becomes the national fragrance. Ancient fragrance describes a scent that is not only enduring, but also pure and elegant, as highlighted in the 7-character ancient poem Orchid Grove Melody, which states, "The subtle orchid wafts ancient fragrance daily, yet the beauty does not come, as the stream flows long. The orchid awaits the arrival of a beauty, for only she is worthy of experiencing its ethereal scent." Historically, the most appreciative admirers of these rare flowers were emperors and their consorts, as well as nobles of high rank. The comparison of the orchid to the fragrance of a ruler suggests it is a flower meant for imperial admiration. However, Confucius's reference to the orchid as a half-ruler seems to imply a king of fragrances, epitomizing purity and elegance, subtly enchanting yet with a reserved demeanor. Thriving in secluded valleys, Zhang Yixing has encountered numerous praises for the orchid in poetry and prose. Faced with such a plethora of orchids, he finds himself at a loss for words and decides to simplify his quest by purchasing several beautiful pots of orchids from the store. He acquires a variety of species including, for seasons blooming, fragrant concubine, golden prince, large phoenix orchid, fragrant orchid, red snow princess, golden abundance, and red noble concubine, among others. As the market lacks particularly rare varieties, he chooses to procure these and allow them space to flourish. In the future, he resolves to purchase any superior varieties he encounters, regardless of price. Rumor has it that a single pot of the esteemed Su Guanhe Ding orchid now exceeds 10 million Dragon Kingdom coins. Su Guanhe Ding is a highly prized orchid, unparalleled in both floral quality and plant stature. Ghost orchid and lotus petal orchid are also considered fine examples of this floral lineage. After acquiring the orchids, Zhang Yixing notices a bonsai before him, which turns out to be a small leaf, red sandalwood bonsai. Through research, he confirms its identity, noting the smooth gray bark and lush feathery leaves that taper to a point. The conical flowers bloom orderly at the tips of the branches, with some appearing in the twigs. The yellow flowers are in the process of blooming. Historically, red sandalwood is known to originate from the land of the 3 rivers, sparking his desire to visit this land of majestic mountains and rivers. He contemplates the possibility of obtaining such trees, recalling that red sandalwood also grows near the border of Ruiqing, prompting thoughts of future travels. Upon arriving at his villa, Zhang Yixing expresses his gratitude to the shopkeeper. After the shopkeeper departs, he stores all his recent acquisitions into the Jade pendant space. The orchids are arranged along the pathway in front of the thatched cottage, while the golden silk namu saplings are planted on the hillside. The koi are placed nearby the golden dragon fish in a newly conjured pond, controlled by his will. Chapter 60, Hidden Mark. With a cheerful demeanor, he remarked, "So, my chubby friend, you only just rose from slumber? I truly admire your ability to sleep in. Have you freshened up? If not, do so quickly. We shall venture out for a drink shortly. By the way, have you sent that video to our 2 companions yet?" To his astonishment, the chubby one admitted that he had not, having spent the entire day asleep, oblivious to such matters. A mere 15 minutes later, the two casually entered a quaint tavern, where they were pleasantly surprised by the delightful flavors of the dishes. After indulging in food and drink, the chubby one retrieved his phone to share with their distant comrades, Li Feng from the northeast and Qin Shaoxian from Jinling, the footage of their Jadestone competition with Zhang Xiao from the previous day. In less than 3 minutes, his phone began to ring, the call coming from their leader, Li Feng. Wow, Chubby, you've made it to Ruiqing. When did our third learn to gamble with stones? I was completely unaware. Exclaimed Li Feng. The chubby one retorted, There's much you don't know, my friend. Are you envious? Envious of you? Hardly. Just put me through to the third. I tire of your banter, Li Feng replied. With a hearty laugh, the chubby one responded. You can call him directly. I have another call coming in. Farewell for now. Just as he hung up, his phone chimed again, and simultaneously, Zhang Yixing's phone rang. Hello? Who is this? The signal is atrocious. I can barely hear you, the chubby one exclaimed, attempting to sound impressive. It's a call from Qin Shaoxian, he informed Zhang Yixing. At that moment, Zhang Yixing was also answering Li Feng's call. Hello, leader. What a surprise to hear from you. Is there good news? He inquired. Huh. It seems you've taken a page from our second book on how to impress since leaving school. Li Feng jested. Not at all, leader. I pride myself on my straightforwardness, Zhang Yixing replied. Could you refrain from mimicking our second? Honestly, what led you to Ruiqing to gamble with stones? Aren't you concerned about potential losses? Li Feng asked earnestly. Zhang Yixing then casually explained his arrival in Ruiqing. Upon hearing this, Li Feng expressed his amazement. You struck it lucky on your first bet and made quite a profit. However, remember, luck cannot be relied upon indefinitely. Know when to walk away. Avoid unnecessary conflicts with those who are irrelevant. It serves no purpose. Rest assured, brother, I abide by the principle of not provoking others unless provoke myself. However, should anyone seek trouble without cause, I will not stand idly by, Zhang Yixing asserted. By the way, the Jade auction will conclude in 2 days. Would you like to visit Ruiqing? You might just find another stone that appreciates in value, Zhang Yixing suggested. Perhaps not. Time is too constrained. Let's wait for another Jade auction in the future, and we can gamble on some stones together, experiencing the thrill of sudden wealth. Li Feng replied. In the course of their conversation, Li Feng added, When will you come to visit me? I assure you, you will have an unforgettable time. Zhang Yixing remarked, Certainly, my friend, should the opportunity arise, I shall undoubtedly visit and explore the bountiful black soil of northeast China, complemented by its stunning natural scenery. With that, he ended the call. While Zhang Yixing concluded his conversation, the second brother continued to engage in light banter with the fourth brother. Unperturbed by Gao Pingyu, Zhang Yixing enjoyed a leisurely chat with the fourth brother, sipping his drink and savoring his meal with great contentment. However, when Gao Pingyu handed the phone back to Zhang Yixing, he discovered that the dish he particularly fancied had already been consumed. Taking the phone, Zhang Yixing inquired, Fourth brother, what are you busy with now? Come join me for a drink. Fourth brother Qin Shaoxian chuckled. Third brother, it seems you've picked up some bad habits from the second brother. By the way, I heard from him that you struck it rich this time. When are you coming to Jinling? I must treat you to a lavish meal. Zhang Yixing replied, Dining is merely a trivial matter. I certainly plan to visit Jinling sometime. Being the ancient capital of the 6 dynasties. After exchanging a few more words, they both hung up. Once he returned the phone to Gao Pingyu, Zhang Yixing expressed, Brother, do you think our playful teasing might lead to any discord between the brothers? The portly one shrugged. What could possibly arise? We've known each other for years. We understand each other's personalities well. Rest assured, brother. With a crisp clink, the two raised their glasses and downed their drinks. After enjoying their meal and drinks, the duo departed from the tavern. The night passed without incident. The following day, after having breakfast, they made their way to the Jade auction. Today marked the commencement of the silent bid for over 7,000 pieces of rough jade, to be conducted over 2 days. Among the 30 million pieces of rough jade listed, Zhang Yixing found few that piqued his interest. He resolved to disregard any pieces of lesser quality. However, should Ouyang Qian seek him out today, he would gladly provide her with numbers for the promising rough jade he had in mind. Just as he contemplated this, Ouyang Qian's call came through, and she opened with, Congratulations, Zhang Yixing. You've done remarkably well in the competition. Haven to you? You must not be stingy this time. Treat me to a grand feast. Zhang Yixing chuckled. Do you think I could afford such a feast without the competition? Fear not. Whenever you desire a sumptuous meal, I am at your service. Ouyang Qian continued. By the way, Zhang Yixing, today marks the silent bid. Do you have any promising rough jade numbers to share with me? Zhang Yixing replied, Of course, there's no reason I wouldn't, especially since you're my esteemed classmate. I am currently in the silent bid area. Do come over. However, I must forewarn you, you need to thoroughly assess the rough jade numbers I provide, particularly as your expertise in discerning the quality of stones is paramount. The bidding for rough jade numbered from 1 to 3,500 would close promptly at noon. Zhang Yixing's task was to select the rough jade numbers he fancied from his preferred selections and inscribe them on the bidding sheet. He refrained from marking any bidding prices, as he aimed to secure his chosen pieces without fail. Only when time was running out would he observe the highest bid for the same piece of jade and then write down a slightly higher price than the others. Time flies swiftly. At 10 minutes to 12, Zhang Yixing commenced his actions, initially selecting less significant raw stones, those he would not regret bidding on even if they failed to meet his expectations. Under the gaze of his extraordinary ability, the highest bid for the specific raw stone he favored was vividly imprinted in his mind. Utilizing his ethereal footwork, only a fleeting shadow of Zhang Yixing could be perceived in the dark bidding area. Today, the auction would feature 500 raw stones, with the committee placing 7 bidding boxes in the dark zone. As the clock struck, staff members began to transport the bidding boxes away. Together with his companion, they submitted a total of 149 bids, including 39 raw stone numbers he had previously communicated to his friend. Upon successful bidding, all 39 stones would belong to his companion. Zhang Yixing himself bid on 110 stones, and in the final 30 seconds, he placed a bid exceeding the highest price for 7 raw stones that he deemed essential to acquire, provided all went as expected. The raw materials he bid on were likely to be successful. Zhang Yixing participated in the jade auction. Ultimately, it was decided that his third brother would accompany another stone gambling master from their family, along with 4 bodyguards, to depart from Hong Kong Island towards Rui City. Chapter 61. Resolutely defiant. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yixing, his intention to wager on a few raw stones for some profit to fund his future entrepreneurial endeavors would soon be met with unforeseen complications. Even if he were aware of these impending troubles, it would have made little difference. Around 3 in the afternoon, the auction hall's large screen displayed the winning bidder numbers, the corresponding raw stone numbers, and their winning prices. Zhang Yixing chose not to gaze at the screen. Instead, he proceeded directly to the payment window. The staff entered his bid number into the computer, which promptly displayed his winning raw stone numbers along with the total amount due. Not too shabby. Only 6 stones failed to win, all of which were the initial 6 he had submitted bids for. Zhang Yixing felt indifferent about these losses. 1 belonged to his friend, while the other 5 were his own. The 2 of them owed a total of over 67 million, with his friend responsible for over 12 million. At that moment, Zhang Yixing opted to pay for both their shares simultaneously. After completing all the necessary procedures for storing the raw stones, he and his friend prepared to leave the jade auction at the stadium in search of a meal. However, only a few steps into their departure, they were obstructed by several individuals. His friend, Gao Pengyu, was merrily conversing when suddenly confronted, bewildered by the interruption. Pondering what misfortune had befallen them this time, wondering why unwise individuals were persistently seeking trouble. Meanwhile, Zhang Yixing remained composed, standing quietly as he awaited a response. The individuals blocking their path remained silent, but a middle-aged man, approximately 40 years of age, broke the silence. Without lifting his eyelids, Zhang Yixing cast a casual glance at the speaker. The man stood at around 178 centimeters with a square face, small eyes, and a buzz cut, clad in an elegant suit, adorned with a Patek Philippe watch starting at $1 million and sporting a noticeable beer belly. With a disdainful look, he gazed at Zhang Yixing and exclaimed, "You little rascal have deceived our Zhang family jewelry and tricked my nephew?" Zhang Yixing replied nonchalantly, "Come on, have some dignity. When have I ever deceived your Zhang family jewelry? Who are you to act so grand in my presence? Do I even know you?" The man scoffed, "Of course. You don't recognize me. You, a country bumpkin, should consider yourself fortunate to be in my presence today. Otherwise, I wouldn't waste a single word on someone of your ilk." He continued, "Just 2 days ago, you cunningly tricked my nephew into a wager, winning from him jade worth nearly 10 billion. And you expect me to believe you've forgotten?" Zhang Yixing chuckled in amusement. "This is truly amusing. A minor loss has summoned the elder. Are you here to settle scores with me?" He then inquired, "What do you intend to do? Ensure I can't escape?" The beer-bellied man replied menacingly, "Do not underestimate us. Those who dare oppose Zhang family jewelry find themselves 6 feet under." Zhang Yixing acknowledged with a casual, "I see." Recognizing the bustling atmosphere of the jade market, he had no intention of engaging with such a man at that moment, nor did he feel the need to explain himself. He simply brushed the middle-aged man aside and proceeded to find a place to eat with his companion. However, as fate would have it, the middle-aged man assumed Zhang Yixing was intimidated and intended to flee. He commanded his 4 associates, Little Five, you and the others go apprehend this arrogant brat. Bring him to our lodgings and teach him a lesson. Make him repay every last cent he has taken from us. Zhang Yixing held no favorable impression of Zhang family jewelry and pondered how a family capable of distorting the truth and reversing right and wrong could thrive in business. For those who sought trouble, Zhang Yixing was never one to show mercy. Generally, mere mortals posed no threat to him, and he felt no urgency to subdue the approaching bodyguards. Seeing their companion defeated, the remaining 3 rushed towards Zhang Yixing from different angles. At that moment, his playful demeanor faded, and he soared into the air, elegantly evading their encirclement. With a flick of his wrist, he executed a technique known as the Dragon's Dance, using only 30% of his strength. After dispatching the 4 bodyguards effortlessly, Zhang Yixing employed a light-footed technique, swiftly arriving before the beer-bellied man who had threatened him. With a lightning-fast kick, the man was sent flying, landing with a thud against the concrete floor of the arena, his face meeting the ground with a painful greeting, leaving him bloodied and bruised. Zhang Yixing was understandably incensed. What manner of people are the Zhang family? They instigated conflict, and after the younger one was defeated, an elder stepped in. What more do they desire? It is imperative to adhere to one's principles. If one does not provoke me, I shall not retaliate. Thus, when he confronted the bodyguards, he acted swiftly, employing a strategy of speed, precision, and decisiveness to subdue his adversaries. Though he could have struck down the 3rd son of Zhang with a single blow, the constraints of contemporary society prevent such actions. For Zhang Yixing, as long as he remains loyal to his country and operates within its boundaries, he has no rival. He possesses both courage and capability, able to subdue those who dare provoke him at any moment. Those who challenge him shall find themselves singing a different tune. While his principle is never to initiate conflict, he will not cower in the face of aggression. He will strike boldly and without mercy. Ignoring the 5 men on the ground, he called upon his companion and departed. As he walked, he resolved to maintain humility, integrity, compassion, audacity, and meticulousness in his future endeavors. He would treat the weak with kindness and face the strong with bravery, dismantling any malevolent forces that dared to confront him, engaging in charitable acts, and remaining loyal to his friends. Upon returning to the small tavern from the previous day, his companion Gao Pengyu ordered food, while Zhang Yixing sipped tea, brimming with confidence and hope for the promising days ahead. Chapter 62. The Dark Mark Duel Appointment. The 2 brothers chatted while dining, and before they knew it, a bottle of liquor was nearly empty. Zhang Yixing remarked, "Let us refrain from further drinking. Indulging could lead to complications. We are far from home, and you are aware of the recent events." He never sought trouble, yet there were too many foolish individuals around, akin to flies that one cannot shoo away. Despite his initial fears regarding Zhang Yixing's prowess, Gao Pengyu grew to perceive him as an invincible presence, considering himself fortunate to have such a brotherly friend. Upon hearing his 3rd son's exaggerated report, old Master Zhang's beard trembled with fury. Without discerning right from wrong, he commanded Zhang, send over the phone, find an excuse to gamble with that little brat again today. You must win. Otherwise, how will our family maintain its dignity? And how shall we command respect in the gem and jewelry industry? In truth, Zhang San had been terrified the previous day, but after receiving the call, he felt rejuvenated, as if charged with new energy. When Zhang Yixing and Gao Pengyu arrived at the stadium, they saw a group of 8 or 9 individuals from Zhang Jewelry, seemingly awaiting their arrival. Zhang San bore a bandage on his face, while the ostentatious Zhang Xiao stood behind him, exuding arrogance. The rotund Zhang San sneered, "You finally arrived. Brat, I thought you might have fled. Yet, here you are, still bold enough to come to the Jade auction. Today marks your demise. Haha, I see you relished your victory a few days ago. Do you dare to wager with me again today?" Zhang Yixing thought it amusing, yet maintained a serious facade as he replied, "Who do you think you are to challenge me? Am I to throw away my dignity for a mere gamble? Begone. Do not disturb my mood, as I wish to increase my collection of jadeite rough." The onlookers erupted in laughter at Zhang Yixing's words. One bystander remarked, "This fellow is audacious, showing no regard even for Zhang San of the Zhang family." Another individual standing beside the speaker interjected, "Hush, you know nothing. Just a couple of days ago, Zhang Xiao from a Zhang family sought to duel this lad, only to lose not only the newly revealed materials he had just presented, but also an additional 5 billion yuan. The initial speaker exclaimed, "Ah, I see now. Hey, Lao Wang, if they were to duel again today, who do you think would win? Goodness, Lao Li, are you dreaming? How could I possibly predict such an outcome? As the saying goes, even deities find it hard to discern a fragment of jade. Such matters, akin to guessing the ripeness of melons, are dictated by luck. You speak the truth. There are many jadeite rough pieces available at this public auction, yet I have hardly secured any. The competition for the promising materials is fierce, and I have not succeeded in winning any bids, while I hesitate to stake on those of lesser quality. Alas, 9 out of 10 bets result in loss. This is an immutable law of our trade. How can we mere mortals alter it? One misstep could lead to total ruin. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yixing, he paid no heed to the spectators' discussions regarding Zhang San. Grabbing his companion, he made his way towards the clandestine bidding area of the jadeite auction. Zhang San, however, grew even more brazen, taunting, cowardly wretches. Having won by sheer luck once, you dare not gamble with us again? Truly, you are but a rustic bumpkin. The onlookers regarded the pair with a mix of amusement and anticipation, as if they were witnessing a divine encounter with fortune. Zhang San outlined the rules for the duel, similar to the previous occasion, but this time there would be 6 pieces of rough and a cash stake of 10 billion yuan. Zhang Yixing replied, I accept your wager. Having nodded in agreement, he contemplated how this new venture would invigorate his future charitable foundation. With the terms set, Zhang San ceased his incessant prattle, and they proceeded to the bidding area. Zhang Yixing submitted his bid for the jadeite rough numbered 218, employing the same approach as the day before. Yet this time he began his submissions over 20 minutes early, commencing with the lower value pieces. After placing several bids into the box, the time for submissions had elapsed. Even if others realized their offers were lower, there was nothing they could do to change it. This was precisely why Zhang Yixing timed his submissions meticulously, aiming to secure the desired rough numbered bids. The staff collected the 7 bidding boxes, and Zhang Yixing, along with his companion, exited the jadeite auction to find a place to dine. They abstained from alcohol, for the afternoon held the promise of fortune, and he needed a clear mind to receive it. Although waiting may seem tedious, the banter between the two of them renders the experience far from dull. Zhang Yixing inquired, Are you recording videos today, Fatty? To which Gao Pingyu, affectionately known as Fatty, replied, What do you think, Lao San? Should I still record? Zhang Yixing responded, I'll leave that to your discretion, but let us not cause too much excitement for those two. Their jovial conversation made time fly by swiftly. By 3:15 in the afternoon, the results of all bids were announced. Zhang Yixing and Fatty proceeded to the payment window together. This time, Zhang Yixing was quite fortunate. Nearly all the raw stone numbers he bid on were successful. Fatty, however, had 7 stones that did not win. Yet he still secured a total of 51 jadeite raw stones, expending 31 million huaxia coins. Zhang Yixing had submitted 160 bids, with 9 numbers failing to win, ultimately winning 151 jadeite stones, costing him over 110 million huaxia coins. Among these was a particularly large stone, weighing over 1,200 kilograms, for which he bid more than 30 million huaxia coins. Zhang Yixing pondered what the 6 jadeite stones brought forth by the Zhang family would reveal. If there was no necessity, he would personally assess that stone. After obtaining the payment receipts and the numbers of the successful jadeite stones, they located the staff. Fatty entrusted the committee to arrange the shipment of his winning stones to Shijing, completing all necessary formalities with the staff, and once the documents were secured, he had no further obligations. Although Zhang Yixing was aware of the internal affairs regarding Fatty's winning stones, he chose not to disclose this information. He advised Fatty, You must exercise prudence and ensure a steady flow of resources, even if you do nothing else for the rest of your life. These jade stones should suffice for your needs. If managed well, your future offspring may not have to struggle either. Fatty, upon hearing Zhang Yixing's words, was so overwhelmed with emotion that he nearly shed tears. Zhang Yixing further cautioned him, Above all, do not gamble with stones. If I find out you disregard this advice, I shall sever ties with you. Zhang Yixing feared that once someone tasted the sweetness of success, they might lose control, which could turn a moment of assistance into a lifelong burden. He had no desire for his brother to tread such a path. In Chapter 63, Dragon Soars in the Nine Heavens, Zhang Yixing temporarily placed his winning jadeite stones in a makeshift warehouse provided by the committee. He then accompanied Fatty to the stone assessment area, awaiting the arrival of Zhang Lao San and his entourage. He wished to first observe the 6 stones they would present before deciding on his own strategy. Zhang Yixing aimed to win, preferring to keep his cards close to his chest. Approximately half an hour later, Zhang Lao San and his group arrived at the assessment area. Zhang Yixing cast a glance at the 6 jadeite raw stones they brought, immediately gaining insight into the situation. Thus, Zhang Yixing inscribed the identification numbers of 6 jadeite rough stones and said to the portly Gao Pengyu, "My friend, please seek out the committee staff immediately and arrange for the release of these 6 jadeite stones. Subsequently, transport them to the stone unveiling area." Gao Pengyu accepted the paper from Zhang Yixing and hurried off to fetch the jadeite stones with great enthusiasm. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yixing, news had circulated regarding the Zhang family jewelers engaging in a wager with a newcomer to the stone gambling industry. A gambling company from Australia, sensing an opportunity, dispatched representatives on their private jet to Mang City and then rushed to Ruiqing, collaborating with the committee leaders to establish an external betting market for the competition between the 2 jadeite stones. Business people are inherently profit-driven. They recognize that those who participate in the jadeite public auction are not ordinary individuals, but rather affluent players. Thus, both the Australian gambling company and the Ruiqing jadeite auction committee aspired to make a significant profit. Upon hearing Gao Pengyu's words, Zhang Yixing promptly handed over a bank card without hesitation, stating, "Utilize the funds within this card to place a wager on my victory. Let's test the waters with 1 billion. As for the amount you choose to wager, I shall not interfere." Gao Pengyu, not lacking in intelligence, realized that since Zhang Yixing was prepared to stake 1 billion on his own victory, it would be foolish for him to remain passive. The rules and contracts for this duel had been notarized, likely at the behest of the gambling company. Nonetheless, Zhang Yixing was unaware and did not concern himself with such matters. He firmly believed that no one would dare to default on their debts after a loss and abscond without settling their accounts. Gao Pengyu informed Zhang Yixing, "Betting on Zheng Laosan's victory pays out at 1, while betting on your victory pays out at 118. I have placed all my bets on your win." Hearing this, Zhang Yixing chuckled inwardly, recognizing the underestimation of his prowess. With utmost confidence, he told Gao Pengyu, "My friend, the amount you've wagered may lead you to count your money to the point of cramping your hands. Be mentally prepared for that, haha." For this duel, all preparations were meticulously arranged, with the committee demonstrating exceptional support by employing 12 stone unveiling machines simultaneously, all while staff recorded the process on video. This was to prevent any disputes that might arise due to the substantial stakes involved, especially with the gambling company setting up external betting. Gao Pengyu remarked, "I wonder how much profit the gambling company will make this time?" Zhang Yixing responded dismissively, "Why should I concern myself with their profits?" After marking the jadeite stones he intended to wager on, he handed them over to the stone master, instructing, "Please cut along the lines I have drawn." The stone master assured him, "Rest assured, young master, I shall cut precisely along your lines." Now, Zhang Yixing felt a sense of tranquility, knowing that he needed only to await the results and prepare to count his earnings. 12 stone-cutting machines worked in unison, creating an overwhelming cacophony. Yet fortunately, this was a sports arena, sparing the surrounding populace from disturbance. In less than an hour, both parties had completely unveiled their 12 rough stones, revealing splendid jade. Under the illumination, various hues shimmered with a phosphorescent glow. Zhang Yixing's 6 jade roughs, save for one of inferior quality, saw a remarkable increase in value for the remaining 5. It was evident that Zhang Yixing, aware of the impending competition, deliberately chose to unveil a less desirable piece. Otherwise, how could he have acquired such a flawed stone? Among the 5 exquisite pieces, 2 were of glass quality and 3 of high ice quality. Notably, one high ice jade was deemed even more valuable than the glass variety, for it was a 4-color jade, often referred to as the jade of fortune, prosperity, longevity, and happiness. However, the 4 colors were intriguingly nuanced. The base of the jade was a translucent green, with a hint of brown intermingled. The middle section exhibited a natural red, embodying a dragon-like form, while the upper segment showcased ocean blue jade, varying in shade from light to deep, reminiscent of a breathtaking natural scene of a dragon soaring through the skies. Zhang Yixing marveled at how such treasures could form, a true testament to nature's wonders. Zheng Laosan's 6 jade roughs also experienced significant increases, revealing 1 glass-quality piece, 2 high-ice pieces, 1 ice piece, 1 glutinous piece, and 1 golden silk piece. The outcome was apparent, requiring no expert evaluation. Zheng Laosan realized he had been bested. With a dejected glance at the revealed jade, he, under the supervision of staff, transferred 10 billion huaxia coins to Zhang Yixing's bank account. With the support of the staff and a promise of remuneration to the organizing committee, Zhang Yixing auctioned off 10 pieces of jade, excluding the 4-color jade. Apart from the commission for the organizing committee, his bank account swelled by over 20 billion huaxia coins, leaving him in high spirits. The portly individual was equally elated, having made a substantial profit from the betting company. Armed with Zhang Yixing's bank card, he ventured to the betting company's office, instantly adding 18 billion to Zhang's account, bringing the total to 28 billion. When signing the betting contract, the personal income tax was to be covered by the betting company, sparing Zhang Yixing from that burden. Perhaps the betting company, in a rush, included a clause not typically present, operating under the assumption that Zhang Yixing was destined to win. In contrast, there was no such clause for Zheng Laosan's potential win. In this scenario of mixed fortunes, the external betting market, misled by the betting company and the Relics Jade Public Auction Committee, predominantly favored Zheng Laosan, as the organizing committee had extolled the virtues of Zhang's two stone-cutting masters. Their past successes in revealing jade of great value were widely publicized, amplifying the stakes in this betting landscape. Indeed, the organizing committee, having observed Zhang Yixing triumph over Zheng Xiao in their previous contest, recognized him as a dark horse with considerable potential for victory. Consequently, they meticulously promoted the Zheng family while merely portraying Zhang Yixing as a novice, an amateur in the realm of gambling stones, embroiled in a personal feud that led to the duel. Even with the bookmakers offering odds of 118, the number of bets placed on Zhang Yixing's victory was scant, illustrating the lucrative opportunity the bookmakers anticipated from this jadeite stone wager. The organizing committee also reaped the benefits, basking in shared success alongside Zhang Yixing, who was equally pleased. Subsequently, the president of the Ruiqing Jade Association, Wang Haiyang, approached Zhang Yixing, exclaiming, "Mr. Zhang, you have achieved fame in a single battle. Our association wishes to extend an invitation for you to join us." Zhang Yixing replied, "President Wang, I must decline the invitation to join the Ruiqing Jade Association. However, I would be open to visiting Myanmar with some esteemed members to explore the larger jadeite auctions." Wang Haiyang did not press further, and after exchanging phone numbers, he took his leave. Zhang Yixing departed with his companion, Fatty, from this enchanting realm. Upon Hai Pingyu's spirited laughter, he gathered his belongings and settled his bill at the hotel front desk. After leaving the hotel, he hailed a taxi to the stadium, which was noticeably less lively than the previous day, as many had already departed. Zhang Yixing sought out the staff to arrange for the transportation of the jadeite stone he had successfully bid on to his villa, which he had purchased days prior. After settling the temporary storage fee, transport costs, and unloading fees for the jadeite stone, he allowed the vehicle to depart. Noticing the absence of onlookers and any security concerns, Zhang Yixing transferred all the raw materials into his jade pendant space, ensuring nothing was left behind in the villa. He then approached the property management, paying 3 years' worth of fees in advance and requesting bi-monthly cleaning of the villa. Satisfied that matters were in order, he took another taxi to the old town courtyard. Sensing a more favorable environment than his villa, he sought a renovation company to restore the courtyard's original charm while modernizing the interior of the rooms. The exterior, courtyard, rockery, dry well, pavilion, stone table, and other features would retain their original layout post-restoration. He envisioned future winters spent in the south with his parents and sister. A delightful prospect indeed. Seated by the stone table in the pavilion, Zhang Yixing contemplated how to refurbish his grand courtyard, and before he knew it, the day had slipped away. Initially, he intended to visit the Yugaoshi Jade City to consult the master carver Meng Huaigua regarding the four-color jadeite, hoping for his expert touch to refine it, lest it remain unformed. Just then, his phone rang, and to his surprise, it was a call from Fatty. The stout Gaopingyu remarked, "Old 3, hurry up. My friend has already arrived in Xijing. I dared not fully disclose to my father the fruits of my endeavors in Ruiqing, merely stating that I came to visit you. I have procured some jadeite rough, intending to purchase a villa to store it. This is not deceit, merely a benevolent fib. I fear my elder might be unable to withstand the shock. Ha ha ha." After ending the call with Gao, Zhang Yixing mused that his friend had quite the cleverness. He exchanged a few playful jests over the phone, feeling a surge of joy. He then wandered through the various rooms, discovering that most of the furniture comprised old items, predominantly of common redwood, with only a couple of pieces made from rosewood and one from sandalwood. Zhang Yixing carefully stored the 3 valuable pieces in his jade pendant space, leaving the rest of the furniture for now. Without utilizing the golden eye's supernatural vision, he relied on his own knowledge, perhaps to hone his discerning eye. Should he find himself truly perplexed, he could resort to the golden eye's abilities. With a slight smile, Zhang Yixing remarked, "Perhaps it's merely a stroke of luck. Perhaps next time, the master you consult for selecting rough stones will yield even greater gains." He laughed heartily, adding, "If you refuse, I'll simply discard it, gifting it to you as a dowry, haha." Ouyang Qian, taken aback, responded, "Really? Zhang Yixing, those are your words. I truly won't give it to you. So don't weep later." With that, she chuckled. Ouyang Qian continued, "If you're coming, let me know in advance, so I can arrange for a few beauties to accompany you. My company is full of stunning women. If you don't come, you will surely regret it. Ha." At this moment, Zhang Yixing was at the 8th level of qi training, and he sensed even the slightest disturbance. He feigned ignorance, reveling in the joy of the recent call. Yet he felt an ominous presence approaching. Just as the assailant aimed to strike decisively, Zhang Yixing deftly pivoted, appearing to the left of the attacker. With a swift motion, he seized the killer by the nape of the neck, fingers pressing on a significant nerve, rendering the assassin immobile. Zhang Yixing effortlessly struck several acupoints on the assailant's body, leaving him as limp as a puddle of mud before tossing him to the ground. Supporting the killer's chin, Zhang Yixing extracted a false tooth from his mouth. The assassin, caught off guard, never anticipated such an effortless downfall today. Gazing at the now subdued figure, Zhang Yixing inquired, "Now speak. Why did you come to kill me?" Initially, the assassin hesitated to reply. Zhang Yixing pressed a few more points on his body, causing the assassin to writhe in discomfort, drenched in sweat before long. Zhang Yixing then struck his mute point, leaving the assassin voiceless and increasingly fearful. "Come to a resolution and nod if you understand. Otherwise, we shall continue," Zhang Yixing warned. The assassin quickly nodded like a chick pecking at grain. After a few more touches, Zhang Yixing restored his normal function. "Now, tell me who sent you." The assassin replied, "I do not know who it is. I received the task from Killer Platform." Zhang Yixing attuned himself to the rhythm of the assassin's heartbeat, suspecting that perhaps the killer truly did not know the identity of the employer. He then pressed further, "Which assassin organization are you affiliated with? And where is its headquarters?" The assassin merely shook his head. Zhang Yixing exclaimed, "Goodness, how can you be so oblivious? Then perhaps you should meet your demise." The assassin, who was reluctant to embrace death, quickly pleaded, "Sir, please do not kill me. I can offer you money." Taken aback, Zhang Yixing inquired, "How much do you possess?" The assassin, somewhat bewildered, replied, "I have little left. Most of my earnings over the years have been squandered in casinos. Currently, I hold only $1 billion. If you spare my life, I shall relinquish all of it to you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yixing perceived an unexpected opportunity, envisioning that this could serve as a foundation for his future charitable endeavors. Coincidentally, during the upcoming Jade auction in Ruiqing, the Swiss Bank Shanghai branch was establishing a temporary office to facilitate significant transactions, many of which involve foreign patrons, some of whom possessed Swiss bank drafts. Perhaps they had their own missions and sought out such grand financial venues for special endeavors. It was precisely due to winning that 500 million Huaxia coin Swiss bank draft from the notorious Zheng Xiao that he had discovered this temporary office and procured a bank card, which now contained only that sum. Now, recalling the assassin's desperate offer to buy his life, he thought of the recently acquired Swiss bank card. Chapter 65, Apprenticeship. Zhang Yixing applied a few precise touches to the assassin's body, allowing his hands to move, but rendering his legs immobile. He produced his Swiss bank card and instructed the assassin, "Transfer the funds to this account." In that moment, the assassin felt an acute pang of regret, his heart aching at the thought of losing his wealth. However, he recognized the futility of his situation. Money could be regained, but life, once lost, was irretrievable. Before long, the $10 billion was swiftly transferred to Zhang Yixing's Swiss account. The assassin, filled with an eager anticipation, awaited Zhang Yixing's decision. How could Zhang Yixing, faced with such a ruthless killer, allow himself to be swayed by mere money, permitting the assassin to continue his murderous ways? This was not a matter of morality. If he were to honor the unwritten code of the underworld with someone intent on taking his life, he would be a fool. He had family and friends to protect. Thus, his principle remained steadfast. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If one offends me, I shall take action. Enemies must be uprooted entirely to prevent future repercussions, while friends should be treated with the warmth of spring. As for the Zheng family of Hong Kong, they could not escape his retribution. Having dared to hire an assassin against him, the accounts would be settled in due time. Zhang Yixing seized the assassin and, employing his remarkable agility, swiftly traversed the dimly lit streets of the old city. Upon leaving the old district for a bustling thoroughfare, he discarded the assassin and vanished without a trace. Zhang Yixing hoped that from that moment forth, the assassin might live a carefree life, believing that his actions constituted a benevolent deed, thus reducing the world's population of merciless killers. In a hotel in Ruiqing, Zheng Laosan awaited news from the assassin platform. Feeling increasingly agitated, he He understood that the absence of any updates was indicative of bad tidings. If Zhang Yixing were not eliminated, he would soon find himself embroiled in trouble. The decision to hire the assassin was his alone, made without consulting his father or family. Now, if things were to unravel, he could only dread the consequences. As he arrived at the Chuanshi Jade carving workshop, the clock approached 10. He did not find the elder, but only the elder's son, Meng Yuanqi, present. Zhang Yixing greeted him warmly. "Hello, Brother Meng. Is your father not here?" Recognizing Zhang as the young man who had visited the shop days prior, Meng Yuanqi replied, "My father is inside the workshop, likely still carving your jewelry." "Ah, I see," Zhang Yixing responded, feeling more at ease and engaging in casual conversation with the young proprietor. Suddenly he inquired, "Brother Meng, if I were to open a jewelry store and procure jade materials myself, would you be able to handle the processing?" Meng Yuanqi replied, "I'm afraid that would be impossible. I cannot manage such a workload alone." Zhang Yixing pondered this and decided not to pursue the topic further. Time flew by, and as 11 approached, the elder emerged from the back of the workshop. Upon spotting Zhang Yixing, his face broke into a wide smile. "Ah, young man, you have finally arrived," the elder exclaimed. "So, did you find anything worthwhile at the jade auction?" The elder was taken aback when Zhang Yixing presented a piece of four-colored jade. This exquisite treasure, Zhang Yixing feigned modesty, was a stroke of luck. "What do you think, elder? Would you be interested in carving a bit, allowing it to shine before the world as a unique masterpiece?" The elder's excitement intensified at Zhang Yixing's words. Zhang Yixing steadied him, channeling a wisp of his energy, concerned that the elder's overwhelming joy could lead to unforeseen complications. He added, "Moreover, once this piece is carved, we can inscribe your name upon it. What do you say, elder? Are you interested?" The elder, brimming with enthusiasm, responded, "Young Zhang, if you truly allow me to create a piece from such an extraordinary jade, I shall have no regrets in this life." With a gentle smile, Zhang Yixing replied, "Elder, you speak too gravely. I assure you, as long as we collaborate sincerely, there may be even finer materials in the future for you to carve." Hearing this, the elder's joy only deepened. "By the way, I almost forgot in my excitement over your jade. Have you thought about my earlier suggestion for you to learn carving from me?" Zhang Yixing solemnly declared, "Elder, I have made my decision. I am prepared to learn the art of jade carving from you. However, I have two conditions that must be met before I can formally acknowledge you as my master." Old Master Meng replied, "Speak up, you rascal. I would gladly agree to 100 conditions if you wish to learn." Zhang Yixing responded, "Very well. You have my word that I take this seriously. The first condition is that I cannot commit to long-term residency in the jade carving workshop to learn from you, as I have many other responsibilities. However, rest assured, I will not leave until I meet your initial expectations." Upon hearing this, Old Master Meng was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded in understanding. "The second condition is that I intend to open my own jewelry company, which will require a jade processing factory. Thus, I hope that you, Brother Meng, can assist me in managing this jade carving factory. I promise that your annual salary will exceed your current earnings. Additionally, I would like your help in finding skilled jade carvers, and once the factory is established, you shall serve as its chief consultant." Old Master Meng chuckled. "You have grand ambitions, young man. It seems I have been outmaneuvered in taking you as my apprentice." Zhang Yixing replied, "Elder, this is no trickery. Our destinies are intertwined, and I wish to entrust the future of the jade processing factory to you for my peace of mind. Moreover, my jewelry company will pursue a high-end market, with the least of our jade being of the variety and the finest of Hetian white jade. In time, I will also seek out a few masters in goldsmithing. You can rest assured that whenever you feel the quality of the jade I provide is lacking or insufficient for the carvers, you are free to depart at any time. So what do you say, elder? Will you consider my proposal? Is everything you say true?" Old Master Meng inquired. "Of course it is. What benefit would I gain from deceiving you?" After some contemplation, Old Master Meng agreed. He added, "To establish the jade processing factory, we cannot remain on this street with the current workshop, as the space feels inadequate. Moreover, once the factory is operational, security must be prioritized. So I propose that we either purchase a plot of land or acquire an existing jade carving factory." Old Master Meng nodded in agreement with Zhang Yixing's perspective. "All right, young man, I can agree to your terms and will have Yuanqi assist you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yixing was overwhelmed with joy. He knelt before the elder and bowed 3 times with resounding sincerity. Then, he poured a cup of tea from the table and presented it to Old Master Meng, saying, "Master, please enjoy this tea." At that moment, Old Master Meng was elated. For years he had longed for a disciple, yet had not found a suitable candidate. Since meeting Zhang Yixing, he had grown increasingly eager. He recognized Zhang Yixing's intelligence and virtuous character, which ignited his desire to take him as an apprentice. Now that his wish had been fulfilled, how could old Master Meng not be overjoyed? Chapter 66, Learning the Art of Carving. Zhang Yixing has taken on the venerable elder as his master to learn the art of jade carving, fulfilling a long-held wish of the elder, who fears the tradition may fade into oblivion. Initially, he intended to pass this skill down to his son. However, despite years of practice, his son has yet to find inspiration, hesitating to work with quality jade for fear of ruining it. Lunch was a modest affair within the jade workshop. Simple home-cooked meals sufficed. As Zhang Yixing, raised in a rural setting, has never been one to be finicky about food. After the meal, the elder beckoned him to the workspace, presenting his personal insights on jade carving along with a handwritten manuscript titled Techniques of Jade Carving from the Ming and Qing dynasties, urging him to study it diligently. The elder inquired whether Zhang Yixing could discern the quality of jadeite, then elaborated on the significance of jade carving, one of the oldest sculptural arts in Chinese history. During the Shang and Zhou dynasties, the craft of jade making evolved into a specialized profession, with jade artifacts serving as ceremonial items and adornments. Throughout the annals of Chinese history, exquisite jade pieces have been regarded as treasures, particularly in ancient times when jade symbolized virtue and nobility, inspiring countless scholars and poets. Interestingly, jadeite was not recognized by the Chinese until the Qing dynasty. Prior to that, the term jade predominantly referred to Hetian jade. Today, jadeite is celebrated as a remarkable natural wonder adored by all. It comes in a myriad of colors, with feitsue denoting red and cui referring to green. The term jadeite has since become a commonplace descriptor, with many attributing its vibrant hues to vitality and an uplifting spirit. The unique beauty of jadeite remains a primary reason for its enduring popularity. If nature has bestowed jadeite with its ethereal charm, then the jade carving masters, through their exquisite craftsmanship and insightful creativity, breathe life into jade stones, Hetian white jade, Xiu jade, Dushan jade, Tianhuang, Zhonghua bloodstone, Balan bloodstone, as well as corals from the sea, showcasing the rich cultural and artistic heritage of jade, both domestically and abroad. Mastering the art of carving requires not only dexterity and skill, but also relentless practice and a humble willingness to seek guidance from adept mentors. Only through long-term dedication can one's carving techniques mature. Proficiency in carving extends beyond jade to materials like wood and tree roots. For instance, the ability to sculpt a dragon, a figure of majesty, poised and forward-looking, represents the pinnacle of a jade carver's artistry. There are numerous carving techniques, and even I have yet to master them all. Beyond traditional methods, there are round carving, flat carving, toe dowel, through carving, and openwork carving, among others. Mastery of these diverse techniques allows one to express profound artistry in jade and other sculptural materials. Feeling parched, the elder requested water, and Zhang Yixing dutifully poured him a glass. After sipping, the elder continued, noting that with access to quality wood, one can create even more beloved works, with themes ranging widely from flora and fauna to depictions of maidens, offering endless possibilities for artistic expression, as long as one possesses exceptional carving skills, with innovative designs that stand out among similar works and can elicit diverse opinions, all equally valid, that suffices. There exists a poem by Li Shangyin extolling the artistry of jade carving, titled Jints. The brocade zither has 50 strings, each string a pillar of youthful reminiscence. Zhuangzi's dream of a butterfly leaves one perplexed at dawn, while Emperor Wang's longing is entrusted to the cuckoo. In the vast sea, the moon shines, revealing tears upon the pearl. The sun warms the blue field, where jade emits a mist. This sentiment awaits remembrance, yet at that moment, it was all but a vague memory. In reality, men who can appreciate jade are often adept in their dealings and possess a profound understanding of life. Those deeply influenced by jade culture tend to embody qualities of openness, elegance, and affluence. The elder, perhaps weary from his discourse, ultimately remarked, "Enough for now. Focus on the books I have provided, and seek out some wood to practice your skills. You may also acquire some inexpensive jade materials for practice." Zhang Yixing nodded, affirming, "Master, I shall adhere to your guidance." Having pledged to diligently learn the art of carving, Zhang Yixing took residence in the jade carving workshop from that day forth. He absorbed the elder's insights and the teachings within Ming and Qing jade carving techniques, achieving a level of mastery that allowed him to retain information effortlessly. Upon concluding his reading, Zhang Yixing sought wood for practice and later visited the Jade Stone City to purchase a piece of raw stone. extracting a quality jade material for his training. A week later, the elder could hardly believe his eyes. Each time Zhang Yixing acquired a quality jade material, he would first conceive his design mentally, committing it to memory without the need for sketches. His hands danced like butterflies, skillfully crafting exquisite pieces in a remarkably short time. The elder joyfully exclaimed, "I have struck gold, truly struck gold." Another 2 days passed, and Zhang Yixing grew confident in handling any jade material. Although his pace slowed slightly, his extraordinary ability to perceive the structure and textures of jade, enhanced by his unique vision, enabled him to discern the essence of the stone. He could effortlessly eliminate imperfections and enhance the beauty of his creations. Time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. The elder observed all of Zhang Yixing's progress and felt he had little left to impart. From then on, it was merely a matter of time before Zhang Yixing produced remarkable works through continued practice. During this period, Zhang Yixing treated his master and the elder's family to a stay at the finest hotel in Ruiqing, wishing to express his gratitude for the immense benefits he had derived from the courtyard's affairs. "Upon my departure, I have preloaded the card with 50 million, and there are 2 matters I wish for you, dear elder, to remind the senior apprentice to assist with. The first concern is to locate a company specializing in the restoration of ancient houses to renovate the large courtyard. I have detailed the specific requirements on this card. The second matter is to ascertain whether there are any jade carving factories for sale in the vicinity of Ruiqing. If no existing factories are available, we shall procure land and establish our own jade carving factory. Master, please assess what is most suitable and proceed accordingly. Do not hesitate to spend, as any investment deemed appropriate is welcome. In the future, let us refrain from having my senior sister work for others. Though we share the bond of master and disciple, I shall treat you as a father, and my senior brother and sister are equally my family. Once the courtyard renovations are completed, my absence will render it essential to have someone trustworthy overseeing matters. Therefore, I wish for my senior sister to assist initially. When the jade carving factory is established, it will be necessary to have a reliable person managing the influx and outflux of materials." Chapter 67. The Journey Home. The next day, Zhang Yixing received several ornate boxes from the elder. Recognizing that they contained the jewelry he had requested his master to carve a few days prior, he did not open them. Instead, he handed his master a large cardboard box, though the elder was unable to lift it, so it was placed in the workshop. Zhang Yixing remarked, "Master, this box contains jade materials of high quality. Since you have no pressing tasks at hand, I thought it might serve as a pleasant diversion during your leisure time." The elder gazed at his newly cherished disciple, tears of joy glistening in his eyes. Zhang Yixing reassured him, "Do not worry, master." He then lowered his voice, adding, "Master, regarding that 4-colored jade carving, ensure it remains unseen by others. A common man may be innocent, yet possessing a treasure attracts envy." The elder replied, "Young man, I am well aware of such wisdom. You need not worry. I shall not even mention it to Yuanqi." Zhang Yixing chuckled at his master's words. "Master, once I conclude my affairs, I may visit Ruiqing. With the convenience of modern travel, it does not take much time." Thus, the master and disciple reluctantly prepared to part ways. As he approached the door, Zhang Yixing exchanged a few farewell words with his brother Yuanqi and presented him with a bank card. "Brother, this card contains some funds. When you have a moment, consider purchasing a vehicle. It will be a company benefit, so do not choose something too inexpensive. It may affect the future image of the company." He smiled softly at his brother before turning to leave. Watching Zhang Yixing depart, Meng Yuanqi stood frozen momentarily before bursting into laughter. He understood precisely why he laughed. Encountering Zhang Yixing might completely alter the course of his destiny. How could he not be joyous? Upon exiting the street of jade carvings, Zhang Yixing hailed a taxi, instructing the driver to head for Mang City. The journey was silent as he closed his eyes to rest. After approximately an hour, the taxi arrived at Mang City International Airport. Having booked his ticket online, he was set to fly from Mang City to Pengcheng Guanyin Airport. After collecting his ticket, he proceeded to the departure lounge to await security checks and boarding procedures. Before long, staff members began conducting necessary pre-boarding activities. Since Zhang Yixing had purchased a first-class ticket, the crowd was sparse, allowing him to find his seat comfortably. He smiled slightly, requesting, "Just a glass of water, please." Shortly thereafter, the flight attendant presented him with a glass of water. "Thank you," he replied politely. After drinking, he placed the cup in a secure spot, awaiting the attendant to collect it. Zhang Yixing harbored no peculiarities or inclinations towards flight attendants, nor was he preoccupied with the various terms like aerial combat, ground warfare, or vehicular skirmishes that others often mentioned. As a diligent student, he was largely oblivious to their meanings. Consequently, during his brief time aboard the aircraft, he closed his eyes to rest. The flight was scheduled to last approximately an hour and a half when an announcement resonated through the cabin. Are there any doctors among the passengers? An elderly gentleman has suddenly collapsed and requires assistance. The announcement repeated several times. At that moment, a man in his 30s rose, declaring, "I am a doctor. Please take me to the patient." Zhang Yixing, having understood the gist of the announcement, stood up, ready to assist. The patient lay on the floor of the aisle, an elderly man, accompanied by a visibly anxious young woman. She appeared to be around 21 or 22, adorned in a pale yellow dress. Her raven hair cascading down her back. With a graceful figure and a complexion as smooth as porcelain, her delicate, heart-shaped face featured elegant eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, a pert nose, and a petite mouth. In her moment of distress, she evoked a profound sense of sympathy. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man, upon noticing the young woman's beauty, became distracted, entirely disregarding the elder's condition. He gazed at her incessantly, his eyes roaming over her form, lost in admiration. The young woman, her voice trembling, pleaded, "I beg you, doctor, if you can save my grandfather, I will agree to any conditions you set, as long as they are within my power." The man, embodying the epitome of arrogance, lazily examined the elder's eyelids and felt his chest, then stood with his hands raised, stating, "My dear, it's not that I lack effort. It's simply that there are no instruments aboard this plane, and I cannot ascertain the nature of the elder's ailment." The audience, upon hearing his words, was left bewildered. It became clear that he knew nothing and had merely been posturing. Had it not been for the beautiful young woman, he might have remained seated in his place. Zhang Yixing felt an urgent need to intervene, fearing the elder might not survive without prompt assistance. He stepped forward, ready to provide aid. However, the earlier middle-aged man, noticing Zhang Yixing's intentions, immediately objected, saying in a condescending tone, "What do you think you're doing, young man? Do you know what illness this old man has? You cannot just act recklessly. Step aside, and let us wait for the ambulance at Guanyin Airport. Moreover, you are so young. Do you even possess a medical license? I doubt you do." At this moment, the young woman grew even more anxious, desperately observing the tension between the two men. She earnestly wished for her grandfather to regain his health. Zhang Yixing, with eyes as clear as a deep pool, turned to the young woman and said, "Do you believe in me? I can heal your grandfather." With no other options available, the astute young woman nodded, her eyes filled with hope, and replied, "I believe in you. Please, say my grandfather." As Zhang Yixing bent down to assist the elderly man, a middle-aged man intervened once more, attempting to obstruct his efforts. In a swift motion, Zhang seized the man by the collar and applied a few pressure points, rendering him immobile and unable to speak. At that moment, Zhang disregarded the bothersome quack and retrieved his silver needles, sterilizing them with alcohol. With a series of swift motions, he inserted 7 needles into various acupoints on the elderly man's head, followed by 2 more into his left rib. Infusing his vital energy, the 9 needles began to tremble incessantly. He then produced another needle and inserted it into the Baihui acupoint, shortly seeing dark purple blood flow out of the hollow needle. A flight attendant provided tissues to gently clean the blood that seeped out. Approximately 5 minutes later, the unconscious elderly man gradually regained consciousness. The young girl, filled with astonishment and no longer in tears, exclaimed, "Grandpa, you scare me to death." The elderly man chuckled heartily. "What is to fear? Grandpa is perfectly fine now." The girl helped him sit up straight. The elderly man sincerely thanked Zhang Yixing, saying, "Thank you, young man, for saving my life. Should you ever encounter difficulties, I shall assist you in return." Zhang humbly replied, "You are too kind, sir. It was merely a small effort on my part. No need for gratitude." He then took out paper and pen, writing a prescription for the elderly man. Zhang continued, "Sir, this may be an old ailment of yours. Take this prescription and procure the medicine as directed. It may not completely eradicate your illness, but it will certainly alleviate it. However, this is contingent upon your faith in my methods." The elderly man remained silent, nodding his head and then shaking it, satisfied that the elderly man was out of danger. Zhang approached the middle-aged man once more, casually applying a few pressure points. The man returned to normal, nearly frightened to the point of losing control. In Chapter 68, titled Acquaintance, Zhang Yixing initially intended to refuse the middle-aged man's threats, but ultimately acquiesced. The man, still shaken from earlier, glared intensely at Zhang and declared, "You, young man, are practicing medicine illegally. Mark my words, I will report you and see you imprisoned. Without lifting his eyelids, Zhang simply uttered one word, leave. Other passengers stared at the middle-aged man, bewildered. A moment later, two individuals seated in front of Zhang began to whisper among themselves. Old Wang remarked, today's doctors, devoid of instruments, can only prescribe tests, sending patients up and down for examinations. They lack any fundamental judgment, and after a slew of tests, they merely shake their heads at a pile of results. Old Wang interjected as if eager to respond. Doctors will say, just don't procure your medications from the hospital. Go to that health pharmacy across the street. They say everything you need is there, often at a far more reasonable price. I see your financial situation isn't particularly robust. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sharing this with you. Oldly added, hospitals are also driven by performance metrics. It's impossible for patients to receive treatment without incurring costs. Just look at how much you've spent today. It's merely the beginning with a few tests and examinations. After a prolonged silence, Old Zhao interjected, the patient has left the hospital, expressing immense gratitude. Little did he know that the physician had long since set a trap with the prescription. When patients purchase their medications from the pharmacy, it is customary for the establishment to reward the doctors who refer patients to them. The web of deceit is extensive for those afflicted with ailments. There seems to be no sanctuary, only predators sharpening their blades. Minor ailments are subjected to mild exploitation, while serious conditions are drained for all they are worth. For cancer patients, the extraction continues until they take their last breath, with the hospital never relenting. Old Sun, filled with indignation, remarked, it is pitiful how patients toil to save a modest sum, some even resorting to borrowing from friends and family, only to be deceived by hospitals with a myriad of justifications, countless tests, examinations, and the allure of miracle cures with imported medications. Once their resources are exhausted, the patients depart this world, and the hospital's performance flourishes, with accolades bestowed upon all involved. Old Ma chimed in. The salaries and bonuses they receive monthly and yearly are derived from the innocent patients, who serve as one-time cash dispensers. It cannot be said that all doctors are complicit, but one might assert that a vast majority, upon stepping away from their instruments, find themselves utterly powerless. Faced with patients, they can only gaze blankly. Some genuinely lack knowledge, while others, fully aware of the patient's conditions, hesitate to prescribe without test results to substantiate their decisions, fearing the repercussions of unwarranted responsibility. Old Wang sighed. Perhaps they have been frightened by the rampant medical disputes of recent years. Alas, the healthcare industry is hardly commendable at present. Zhang Yixing, hearing their candid remarks, felt a sense of helplessness. How many could truly articulate the genuine value of medications nowadays? Old Zhao continued. What I just mentioned about hospitals applies equally to the current educational system. Despite the government's repeated prohibitions against teachers conducting tutoring sessions, educational institutions for extra lessons proliferate on every street corner, with no signs of abating. They no longer call them tutoring classes. Instead, they are now referred to as weekend care programs, merely a change of nomenclature to continue the practice. I have heard that the fees are charged by the hour. One cannot forego these classes, as teachers only cover half the material in class, leaving the rest for students to catch up in tutoring sessions, lest they fall behind their peers. Old Wang chuckled. If that's the case, it resembles the fishing law enforcement practices of certain entities, does it not? Oldie replied, precisely. Old Sun added, moreover, remember when doctors and nurses were affectionately referred to as white-clad angels? Now, their demeanor towards patients is one of cold disdain, and the hospital's doors, facing south, seem to declare, if you are ill but lack funds, do not enter. In the past, teachers were revered as engineers of the human soul. Now, one might ponder what appropriate title reflects their moral standing. I cannot quite discern it. Finally, Old Wang decisively stated, all right, let's not dwell on these troubling matters any longer. It is time to speak of the good, the well, and the commendable, to affirm one's capabilities, whether they are genuine or not. Every profession has its share of bad apples. Rest assured, the state will eventually impose stricter regulations. Zhang Yixing observed these individuals, sensing their familiarity with one another. After a few more exchanges, silence enveloped them once more. As Zhang Yixing closed his eyes to rest, he was abruptly awakened by the announcement echoing through the cabin, indicating that the airplane was about to land. Upon exiting the terminal, Zhang Yixing strode through the VIP passageway and emerged into the airport square. Within a mere 10 minutes, an Audi A6 drew to a halt beside him. The young lady he had encountered on the plane beckoned him into the vehicle and promptly instructed the driver to commence their journey. As he settled into the car, he unexpectedly spotted the elderly gentleman he had assisted on the flight, who was now regarding him with a benevolent gaze. The elder then expressed his gratitude. "Young man, had it not been for your timely intervention today, I fear I would have met my end." "Thank you, my boy." A touch of bashfulness washed over Zhang Yixing as he replied, "Old sir, it was merely a trivial act. There is no need for such concern on your part." The car came to a stop in front of a private club, where the driver promptly exited to open the rear door, supporting the elder with one hand while skillfully holding the door frame with the other. Zhang Yixing mused to himself about when he might experience such attentive service. He alighted from the opposite side of the vehicle, with the young lady assisting the elder in leading the way, while he and the driver followed closely behind. They were guided by a man in his 30s to a private room within the club. The decor of the room was splendid, featuring a dazzling crystal chandelier and elegant, antique-style rosewood furniture that exuded an air of antiquity and grace. A luxurious cashmere carpet adorned the floor, and a grand landscape painting dominated the wall opposite the entrance, adding to the room's imposing ambience. The design of the private chamber was both simple and refined, offering an inviting atmosphere that promised guests a delightful sense of homecoming while remaining conducive to business discussions. The beauty of the room was striking, with several plush sofas arranged together, giving Zhang Yixing an immediate sense of spaciousness and opulence. As he entered the room, he noticed two individuals already seated on the sofas. Upon seeing the elder, they promptly rose and respectfully addressed him as father. The elder chuckled warmly. "You two have arrived early. Allow me to introduce my lifesaver to you. By the way, young man, I have yet to learn your name. How forgetful of me to not have asked on the plane. Had you not come here, it would have been quite difficult to locate you, my rescuer." Zhang Yixing replied, "Old sir, you are too kind. My name is Zhang Yixing. I am a recent university graduate from Lingbei Town in Lingshan County, Jianghuai Province, hailing from a rural background." The elder nodded appreciatively. "Ah, splendid. A fine young man indeed." He then gestured towards a middle-aged man. "This is my son, Wang Haichuan, and my daughter-in-law, Li Danny. This lovely girl is my cherished granddaughter, Wang Xiao. I am Wang Baohua, and this is Xiao Yi, and my secretary, Xiao Su." As the elder introduced them, Zhang Yixing shook hands with each in turn, expressing, "It is a pleasure to meet you all." Wang Haichuan then suggested, "Please, everyone, take a seat." Subsequently, the elder settled into the main position at the table, with his son, daughter-in-law, granddaughter, Xiao Yi, and Xiao Su to his left, while Zhang Yixing occupied the seat on his right. The dishes had been pre-ordered by Secretary Su, who, upon seeing everyone seated, instructed the waitstaff to bring out the food. The meal was served swiftly, and Zhang Yixing found it to be merely mediocre. Given that it was their first time dining together and they were strangers, a sense of awkwardness lingered in the air. Nevertheless, overall, the gathering was one of cordial hospitality. Chapter 69, On the Bus. The dinner was brief, lasting just over an hour. During the meal, Zhang Yixing took the opportunity to check the old master's pulse. Sensing no significant health issues, he remarked, "Old master, your health appears to be quite stable." He also offered the elderly gentleman some advice regarding his well-being. The old master expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, young Zhang. Without you, I might have lost my life. Please accept this card, though the amount is modest. It is my small token of appreciation." Zhang Yixing, feeling somewhat helpless, initially declined but ultimately accepted the gesture. The dinner was somewhat uncomfortable due to their unfamiliarity. They could neither discuss work nor indulge in light-hearted banter, leaving them to simply drink and eat. After the meal concluded, Zhang Yixing declined any offers of escort, exchanging polite farewells before departing alone. As he strolled along the broad street, he gazed at the enchanting night of the modern city, illuminated by vibrant lights and bustling with life. Towering buildings spread across various districts, creating a scene reminiscent of countless flickering lights. At that moment, Zhang Yixing felt a pang of reflection. Despite visiting this city several times, he had yet to find a place to call his own. A smile crept across his face as he mused that, with determination, he could attain anything he desired. In the past, it was said that urban life was rife with intrigue and a relentless pursuit of profit, lacking the simplicity and tranquility found in rural areas. However, the current countryside mirrors the city's ethos, with individuals chasing gains and relationships becoming increasingly superficial. Following over 40 years of reform and opening up, rural areas have gradually urbanized, facing severe environmental pollution, making it challenging for many to breathe fresh air. Zhang Yixing looked up at the starry sky, recalling a rhyme he had encountered. Flashing lights mimic daylight, tourists tread from place to place. Beautiful women leave lasting impressions, handsome men sip and savor time. Upon arriving at the hotel, He checked into his standard room. Zhang Yixing is a person who knows how to enjoy blessings and endure hardships. He placed his backpack down in the room and promptly called his master. "Hello, master, it's me. I've arrived home safely. You can rest easy now." After reassuring his master, he called his parents, saying, "Mom, I'm in Pengqing now. Everything is well. I'll be home tomorrow." Entering his personal space, he greeted his 2 Tibetan mastiffs, now significantly larger than when he first brought them home. Observing the 2 thriving pups, he suddenly felt inspired to name them. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Forget it. I'll just call you Wowo. Isn't that great?" Amused by the name he had chosen for his adorable dogs, Zhang Yixing burst into laughter, startling the little Qing, who retreated in surprise. Once he finished his tasks, Zhang Yixing settled into a meditation posture to practice his dragon rising technique. And the night passed in silence. The following day, upon awakening, Zhang Yixing felt invigorated and radiant. After completing his morning routine, he checked out the hotel and sought a place to enjoy breakfast before promptly hailing a taxi to the long-distance bus station. Once he boarded the bus bound for Lingsheng, he began to close his eyes and rest, feeling a sense of longing to return home. Not long after the bus departed the urban area, he noticed a somewhat endearing young man, approximately 18 or 19 years old, sitting in the middle of the bus. This young man was enthusiastically stuffing his mouth with calcium milk biscuits from the island city. However, perhaps due to the bus's bumpy ride or the young man's clumsiness, a sudden sound erupted. He inadvertently spat crumbs all over a well-groomed young man seated in front of him, covering his neck and hair in the process. The well-groomed young man immediately became incensed, grabbing the young man's collar, ready to retaliate. In that instant, a bystander intervened, casually remarking, "Brother, please refrain from resorting to violence. How could you possibly compare yourself to someone so innocent? If you physically assault someone with a diminished capacity for awareness, you might find yourself in legal trouble. I suggest you cool down. Once we arrive at the station, you can find a bathing center to wash off the frustration." The well-groomed young man, left with no choice, could only glare in exasperation. After a brief moment of silence, a kind-hearted individual offered a beverage to the young man, saying, "How could you possibly eat those calcium milk biscuits without drinking water? Quickly, have some of this drink to wash it down, lest you spray crumbs on someone else again. You should be grateful this young man has a good temperament. Otherwise, you might have faced dire consequences." Without a second thought, the young man unscrewed the cap and took a hearty gulp. Another voice chimed in, "Take it easy, don't choke on your drink." Just as these words were spoken, the initial bystander interjected again, "Let me see the cap you have there. I feel like I missed something when you opened it. Surely there can't be a grand prize, can there?" At that moment, the bus driver remained focused on the road, oblivious to the commotion within the vehicle. Suddenly, someone seized the young man's wrist, prying open his hand to retrieve the beverage cap. Upon examining it, this individual gasped dramatically, exclaiming, "Indeed, there is a grand prize. You struck it rich. Is there any fairness left in this world? Truly a fool's fortune." Another voice joined in, "Let me see that. Wow, it really is a grand prize." The young man exclaimed, "I won 500 yuan. To which someone retorted, "What do you mean? Just 500 for a grand prize? You're taking advantage of him. I'll offer 800. I'll bid 1,000. I'll go up to 3,000. Soon, more voices chimed in with competing offers. Amidst the chaos, a middle-aged man called out, Hey, everyone, quiet down. Let me see what prize it is." After a brief inspection, he declared, "This is a first prize worth 50,000 yuan. And let us not take advantage of the young man, aside from taxes. Anyone wishing to buy it must give him 40,000 yuan. You insolent fool. Who do you think you are? Have you lost your mind? How could this possibly be a first prize when it's clearly a third? Even if, as you claim, it is a first prize, we have already spent 40,000 to acquire this bottle cap, only to redeem a mere 40,000 in return. What a futile endeavor. Is it you who has lost your senses, or is it we who are deluded? Young man, step aside. I shall consult with Han Han. How about this? Han Han will give you 20,000, and I shall keep the bottle cap for myself." At this moment, Han Han appeared utterly bewildered. After some gesturing, Han Han finally conceded, stating, "I will sell it to you for 20,000. The individual then inquired, "Han Han, do you have a payment QR code? I can scan it." Observing this exchange, some passengers in the vehicle began to feel convinced, envious of the one who acted first. Although Han Han lacked a mobile phone, he possessed a payment code. The buyer scanned the code, and after a brief moment, he muttered in frustration, "Damn it, my balance is insufficient. I only have 3,000. Han Han, how about I pay you 3,000 now? And once I claim the prize, I shall settle the remaining amount with you." Han Han shook his head, then nodded, then shook his head again, leaving the individual utterly perplexed. Here was a chance to turn a quick profit of 20,000, yet the funds were lacking. Brother, it appears you are short on cash. Thus, I shall proceed to purchase this bottle cap. No, if you wish to buy it, how much can you offer? Once we claim the prize, we will distribute according to our contributions. I accept. Alas, I find my account has dwindled to merely over 1,000. It seems my mother has once again pilfered my funds. Brother, I too am lacking. It appears the grand prize eludes us. At this moment, the man who had been showered with crumbs from the neck down finally spoke. How much are you two short? Perhaps I can invest as well. But I have a condition. If you agree, I shall join. If not, then I shall withdraw. The brother replied, What is your condition? Speak. And if it is not too unreasonable, we shall acquiesce. The terms are simple. I shall purchase the bottle cap for 20,000, while you two contribute 4,000. I shall provide 16,000. This means I bear the majority stake, and thus hold the authority. I shall take the bottle cap to claim the prize, and you two may accompany me. We will then divide the winnings. Do you both agree? The brothers conferred for half a minute. We accept your terms. Thus, the three of them transferred 20,000 to Han Han. Zhang Yixing, having observed the entire spectacle, knew well who among the three was the fool. But it had no bearing on his affairs. He had reached his destination. Chapter 70. Purchasing a vehicle. The bus traveled smoothly, ultimately arriving at its final stop. Upon exiting the station, Zhang Yixing hailed a taxi and instructed the driver, to Zhang please. The driver responded affirmatively and promptly turned the vehicle towards the small village Zhang Yixing had mentioned. Within 3 minutes of the ride, Zhang Yixing smacked his forehead, realizing he ought to purchase a vehicle for convenience. Thus, he quickly amended, Driver, let us not proceed to Zhangjiawen village. Instead, take me to the 4S shop. The driver exhibited remarkable professionalism, promptly turning the vehicle towards the 4S dealership. In the office of the secretary of the Pengcheng Municipal Committee, Wang Haichuan summoned his secretary and instructed, Xiao Su, please arrange an investigation to discern the intentions of that Zhang Yixing concerning the old gentleman. With a wave of his hand, Secretary Su understood that he was to depart, unbeknownst to Zhang Yixing, who was leisurely strolling through the automobile sales market. Events were unfolding in the background. The plethora of car brands was overwhelming. After perusing several establishments, he found himself overlooked by sales personnel who, perhaps due to his youthful appearance, ignored him at 3 or 4 different 4S dealerships. Frustrated, Zhang Yixing perceived the superficiality of these individuals. No industry is immune to the prejudiced sales tactics that judge a person by their appearance. Having found no vehicles that piqued his interest in the previous dealerships, he thought to himself, surely, I will encounter a salesperson today who is proactive, enthusiastic, and embodies the customer is king mentality, providing me with exemplary service. Zhang Yixing was in search of an SUV, whether domestic or imported, as long as it caught his fancy. Upon arriving at a BMW 4S dealership, he noted the variety of models available, 3 Series, X5, 7 Series, across all trims. After observing for approximately 5 minutes, not a single salesperson approached him to offer a greeting or to elucidate the fundamental features of the vehicles. It seemed these salespeople had likely received identical training before commencing their roles. Each was adorned with meticulous makeup and flamboyant attire, a bevy of charming female sales representatives, all seemingly possessing an uncanny ability to discern which customers were capable of purchasing luxury cars. Engaged in light-hearted banter, they paid no heed to Zhang Yixing. Determined to explore another dealership, he pondered whether he would encounter the same sales tactics. Just then, a fresh-faced young woman, carrying a convenience bag, approached from outside and stepped in front of the group of chatting salespeople. Li Jia, she called, handing over the bag, which contained items she had requested. Xiao Zhang, please take a seat and rest for a moment, she urged. As Xiao Zhang was about to comply, he noticed a handsome young man observing the cars alone, prompting him to rise and investigate. However, Li Jie swiftly pressed him back into his seat, advising, Xiao Zhang, I have reminded you countless times, when someone enters the dealership, they may merely be browsing for pleasure or are genuinely interested in purchasing. Look at that young man. Aside from being somewhat handsome, what else does he possess? He appears to be a recent graduate, untouched by the rigors of society, merely seeking to enjoy the air conditioning and indulge in visual pleasure. If he were to purchase a vehicle from our dealership, I, Li Jie, would immediately go live to eat a loud snack. Xiao Zhang approached the direction where Zhang Yixing was inspecting the car. Sister Li, murmuring to herself, remarked, no wonder you haven't sold a single car in nearly a month. With your discernment, you might as well resign yourself to never selling one. The young lady, with a gentle smile, inquired, Sir, May I ask what type of vehicle you're interested in, and if you have a budget in mind? Zhang Yixing gazed at the girl speaking to him. She was elegantly simple, her natural beauty contrasting sharply with the previously encountered salespeople, who appeared as finely crafted artifacts compared to her authenticity. Zhang Yixing asked, "Could you please introduce the models you have and their respective prices?" "Of course, sir," replied the young lady eagerly. She proceeded to provide a detailed introduction. And as Zhang Yixing listened intently, his earlier frustrations began to dissipate. He then inquired, "Does purchasing a vehicle from your dealership include assistance with registration?" "Indeed, sir," she affirmed. "However, premium license plates incur an additional fee." Zhang Yixing responded with an understanding, "Ah, I see," feeling pleased with her explanation. He then stated, "In that case, I would like to purchase two X5S and one 7 Series. Please check the pricing, and once the contract is signed, I will make the payment. By the way, can your dealership deliver the car to my residence?" "Absolutely, sir," she assured him. "As long as the customer's requests are reasonable, we will provide excellent service." Zhang Yixing smiled slightly and said, "All right, please prepare the contract. I will wait for you here." The young lady, beaming with enthusiasm, suggested, "Let us proceed to the reception room together, sir. It won't take long. The contracts are standardized." She accompanied Zhang Yixing to the reception area. Sister Li, sensing something amiss, rushed over to confront them. With a serious demeanor, she instructed, "Xiao Zhang, please get this gentleman a cup of coffee. I will handle the rest of the business. You're still new here and may not be familiar with some procedures." Xiao Zhang, feeling disheartened, realized Sister Li was attempting to intervene. Frustrated but resigned to her authority as a newcomer, she suppressed her discontent, acknowledging the harsh reality of the situation. The young lady's eyes glistened with unshed tears, while Zhang Yixing's expression darkened, a storm of unexpressed anger brewing within him. Turning to Xiao Zhang, he asserted, "Today, I only wish to be served by you. If the situation changes, I shall take my business elsewhere." At that moment, Sister Li's demeanor shifted dramatically, her face displaying a mix of fury and disdain as she retorted, "You're not really considering a purchase, are you? It seems you're merely here to show off and flirt." Zhang Yixing, on the verge of retorting against this narrow-minded woman, was interrupted by the arrival of a hefty man, weighing at least 200 pounds, with a pronounced belly and a round head that seemed to sit directly on his shoulders, devoid of a neck. The man inquired, "What is going on here? Why all the commotion?" Sister Li, her face paling, fell silent, while the young lady, timidly, explained the situation to the hefty man. He glanced at Sister Li before asking, "Is what Xiao Zhang said accurate?" The plump manager smiled obsequiously at Zhang Yixing and said, "Sir, I'm the manager of this establishment. Should there be anything you find unsatisfactory, please do not hesitate to inform me directly. Do not let anger cloud your judgment. It is our staff who have erred, and I sincerely apologize on their behalf." As soon as he finished speaking, he bowed deeply before Zhang Yixing. The manager, brimming with enthusiasm, added, "Come, my friend, let us step into the office for some tea." Zhang Yixing, adhering to the adage of not striking a smiling face, had little to retort and chose not to linger on the matter. He simply stated, "I am looking to purchase 2 vehicles. I have already clarified the models with Miss Xiao Zhang." Upon hearing this, the manager was elated and promptly instructed Xiao Zhang to handle all the necessary paperwork. After a series of transactions, Zhang Yixing acquired 2 vehicles, swiping his card for over 3 million Huaxie yuan. As the arrangements neared completion, he said, "Please have one of the cars delivered to this address. I can only drive one away myself." With that, he handed the manager a note with a written address. The manager assured him, "Rest assured, I will ensure your satisfaction." He then added, "Sir, I also have a Land Rover Range Rover 44 V8 SV Autobiography LWB available, priced reasonably, with a luxury fully equipped model around 5 million Huaxie yuan." Intrigued, Zhang Yixing inquired, "Do you have in stock?" The manager replied, "Indeed, we do. This vehicle was not originally intended for our dealership. It was meant for a friend who unfortunately went bankrupt, leaving me in a predicament." Zhang Yixing remarked, "I see. Then let us take a look. If it suits my taste, I shall purchase it." The manager nearly wept with joy at Zhang Yixing's declaration. In Chapter 71, Harbor, the manager led Zhang Yixing to the storage room to view the Land Rover Range Rover 44 V8 SV Autobiography LWB, which Zhang Yixing found to his satisfaction. Without hesitation, he declared, "I will take this vehicle, boss." The manager, overjoyed by Zhang Yixing's decision, quickly instructed Xiao Zhang to process the paperwork for this troublesome vehicle. Zhang Yixing then added, "I have heard that you possess some desirable license plate numbers, priced at 500,000 Huaxie yuan, correct? I shall purchase a good license plate from you as well, thus saving me a trip to the vehicle management office." Encountering Zhang Yixing marked the happiest day for the plump manager and for Xiaozhang. While Li Jia and the so-called sharp-eyed salespeople were left regretting their missed opportunity. A villager remarked, "Look at this car. How did it come to our village?" Another replied, "Just look at how grand it is. It must be worth over 100,000. Indeed. I wonder if it's owned by someone from our village or if it belongs to someone visiting. Forget about beauty. Let us continue our game of chess." An elderly gentleman impatiently told another, "Haha, old Li, are you feeling envious? If so, just call your son and have him buy one too. Do not mention that scoundrel. He has been gone for so long, and not even a phone call. Indeed, who can argue otherwise? It is better to have than to lack. Even between husband and wife, there exists a chasm. I feel as though I have raised my son in vain. It is truly disheartening, pointing at mountains only to see them crumble, pointing at rivers only to witness them dry up. Each day is merely a struggle for survival. When one is healthy, it is manageable, but should even a slight ailment occur, it would be as if the moon has vanished, replaced by stars. Haha, old Li, do not be overly pessimistic. Our current life is 100 times better than before. The policies of the party and the state have truly benefited us. Otherwise, our lives would be quite difficult. The gossip of the villagers is unknown to Zhang Yixing, who has driven his car to his doorstep. Upon exiting, he opens the door and says, "Mother, how could you compare me to others? You know well how clever I've been since childhood. Rest assured, I merely took a stroll and managed to earn some money. I even bought a car. By the way, I did not consult you or father. But I also bought a car for both Uncle 2 and Uncle 3. I expect the dealership will deliver them shortly." Zhang's mother beams with joy, saying, "How could I be angry? When your grandparents were alive, your father and his brothers were always united. Now that they are gone, their bond has only strengthened. In the future, when you are able, be sure to help your uncles. They have it tough as well." Zhang Yixing replies, "Of course, mother." His mother, Wang Fengxia, adds, "How could he blame you? He was merely inquiring what you're doing out there." Zhang Yixing's maternal grandparents' family includes his mother, an uncle, and 2 cousins. But he is unaware of their current endeavors, as he is often busy with his studies. "Mother, I have also prepared a small gift for Grandpa and Grandma, which I would like you to present on my behalf. It feels more meaningful that way, don't you think? You have always had clever ideas since childhood. It matters not who presents the gifts. We are family." Then he inquires, "Why is there a car parked in our yard?" Wang Fengxia responds, as you say, "How could another's vehicle be in our yard? Is your son Shida's own purchase?" Father Zhang Guodong interjects, "That rascal. Where did he find the money to buy a car?" His mother replies, "If he isn't stealing or robbing, then it must be from his own hard work." Zhang Guodong chuckles, "If our son can earn money, I am at ease. Otherwise, we would constantly worry about him." Zhang Yixing assures, "Father, you need not worry. I promise I will not engage in any wrongdoing. I know this well. You are my son, Zhang Guodong, and I am well aware of your character," says Father Zhang Guodong. "By the way, what are Uncle 2 and Uncle 3 doing?" Zhang Yixing asks. He then suggests, "Father, why not call them to come over? I would like to gift each of them a car. Do you want one?" "I do not need one. You having a car is sufficient. As a farmer, what would I do with an automobile?" Father Zhang Guodong said decisively. Zhang Yixing replied, "Dad, those are your own words. Mom, Dad said he doesn't want a car. Look, I've already purchased them. What should we do now?" Mother Wang Fengxia responded, "What can we do? If he doesn't want them, I will take them. In a few days, I will sign up to learn how to drive." Haha, my mother is indeed clever. The family of 3 laughed and chatted. And it is undoubtedly true that home is a warm haven. As someone once said, money doesn't need to be abundant, just enough to meet our needs. A house doesn't need to be grand, just sufficient for living. Friends don't need to be many, just a few kindred spirits will do. Life is not about its length, but rather about being healthy. One must never let money languish in the bank while life slips away. What constitutes a home varies from person to person, and there's no fixed answer. It is akin to 2 sisters mourning. Only they truly know their own sorrow. Some say, happy families are alike, while each unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. Zhang Yixing firmly believed that their family of 4 is indeed a happy one. Time passed swiftly, and about 2 hours later, the 3 cars Zhang Yixing purchased were delivered by the staff of the dealership. Zhang Yixing took the receipt they handed him and signed his name, after which the staff departed from the Zhang household. With the departure of the dealership staff, the atmosphere in Zhang Yixing's home grew lively, as his 2 uncles and their wives arrived. Zhang Yixing pointed to the 2 brand new X5s and said, "Second uncle. Third uncle, these 2 cars are for each of you. That 7 Series is for Dad." "Sure to. Are you speaking the truth? Are these really for us?" Both uncles asked in unison. Zhang Yixing assured them, "Of course it's true. Would I, as the younger generation, deceive you? Haha, here are the car keys. Two identical ones. You two can take them at your leisure. If you don't, we can't possibly fit so many cars at home. The three fathers chuckled heartily. At that moment, father murmured softly, but the roads are so poor, who would want to ruin such fine vehicles? It would be great to have a pickup truck for hauling goods and for getting around. Chapter 72, Family Meeting. After dinner, Zhang Yixing and his father and uncles share their plans for the future. Zhang Yixing said, Dad, second uncle, third uncle, here's what I propose. First, let us transform our current living environment. Father, you will take the lead, and second and third uncles, you will assist him in contracting the Qinglong Mountain in our village. Then, we will negotiate with the village leaders to create a reasonable plan for the entire village, allowing villagers to find new places to build homes while redeveloping the current area. The first step is to construct a comprehensive building. In the future, the village should develop some ancient-style commercial streets reflecting the elegance of the Tang, Song, and Qing dynasties. 3 distinct yet interconnected streets. Additionally, the village collective can collaborate with our family through a land equity model, allowing future profits to be distributed among the villagers as dividends. Lastly, we will contract the villagers' land, giving them the option to buy it outright or to invest it as equity, empowering them to make their own decisions. The fourth proposal involves constructing vacation villas at a certain distance from the banks of the Qinglong River, which winds through the village, with the potential for future rentals or sales. The fifth suggestion entails cultivating tea trees and medicinal herbs on the contracted land of Qinglong Mountain, as I aspire to establish a pharmaceutical company that will require a substantial supply of traditional Chinese herbs. The sixth initiative involves utilizing the contracted farmland for vegetable greenhouses, while the large pond at the foot of Qinglong Mountain could serve as a fishery. However, it is essential to devise a means to connect this pond with the Qinglong River to maintain the water's clarity and vitality. The seventh point emphasizes the future establishment of a kindergarten, primary school, hospital, and nursing home within the village. It is crucial to keep these considerations in mind, as they will necessitate a considerable workforce, including management talent and laborers, primarily sourced from our village, with additional recruitment from neighboring areas if needed. Zhang Yixing continued, stating that the execution of these plans would require substantial effort, urging his uncles to resign from their previous jobs. If a cooperative agreement can be reached with the village, he envisions constructing a road from the village to the town, adhering to national standards, as poor road conditions will be a significant drawback once the village is developed. Regarding funding for these endeavors, he reassured them not to worry. He intends to establish a group company, allocating a portion of the shares to them, while expecting them to take their responsibilities seriously and manage their respective tasks diligently. As Zhang Yixing articulated his vision, the 3 elder brothers felt a surge of enthusiasm. His uncles clenched their fists, silently vowing to assist their nephew in achieving success, knowing that his advancements would also reflect honor upon them. Zhang Yixing emphasized the importance of negotiating a 70-year lease for Qinglong Mountain, proposing that the collective village land could be incorporated as shares, with purchases made from villagers willing to sell or invest according to their preferences. This represents the first step. Without it, subsequent plans would lack significance. I anticipate that the implementation of this plan may invite complications, yet I assure you that I can handle any challenges that arise. Additionally, the village will likely seek support from the town, which may attract attention from county or even city officials eager to benefit from the situation. However, should anyone overstep their bounds, I will not hesitate to take decisive action. I speak not from arrogance, but from the strength I currently possess. Hearing these words from Zhang Yixing, the 3 elder brothers felt a renewed sense of apprehension about potential future troubles. Yet, they were reassured by his optimism, considering that perhaps the current leaders truly serve the people. Meanwhile, at home, Zhang Yixing was outlining a promising blueprint for the future to his father and 3 brothers. In Pengcheng, Wang Baohua and his son Wang Haichuan were discussing Zhang Yixing. The elder Wang inquired if all concerns had been thoroughly investigated, to which he nodded affirmatively. Acknowledging the situation, he expressed gratitude towards the young man, recognizing that without his intervention, he might not have survived the flight. Furthermore, he noted that the herbal remedy Zhang Yixing had provided him had significantly improved his health over the past few days. On that day, when I presented my bank card, he initially hesitated to accept it. Perhaps he later comprehended that by accepting the money, we would no longer owe him a favor. This was not a matter of arrogance. Rather, he simply wished to avoid associating with those of higher status. Your cousin resides in the same city as that young man. A simple phone call to him, informing him of my intentions, would ensure that he looks after this young fellow. Yes, father, I shall call him shortly. Furthermore, I sense that this young man possesses remarkable qualities. After all, At such a young age, and with no medical training, how could he possibly possess such medical expertise? Thus, it is essential to cultivate a good relationship with such an extraordinary individual. In the future, please find an opportunity to visit his hometown on my behalf and ascertain if there are any needs for assistance. Yes, Dad, I have noted that. Wang Haichuan added. By the way, Father, during my investigation, I made another discovery. He and Ouyang Qian from the Ouyang family were high school classmates. The reason he attended the Jade auction in Ruiqing was that he went with Ouyang Qian. Old Master Wang replied, "Oh, is that so? Very well, I understand now. You may return to your affairs, but do not forget to call your cousin." With that, Old Master Wang dismissed his son and closed his eyes to rest. Wang Haichuan smiled awkwardly and exited his father's study. On his way back, Wang Haichuan called his cousin Wang Haishan to explain the situation. Wang Haishan expressed his intention to send someone to gather more information. Meanwhile, at the Zhang family in Hong Kong, Old Master Zhang engaged in a private discussion with his 3 sons. "I cannot swallow this humiliation. What about you? I heard that the youngest son once hired an assassin to eliminate him, but it failed, and now that assassin is rummaging through garbage in Ruiqing. Can someone explain to me what transpired in between? To deal with this individual, we cannot act on the mainland. We must devise a plan to lure him to Hong Kong or Australia. Only then will it be much easier to eliminate him. Anyone who dares to oppose the Zhang family must not be allowed to remain in this world." "Father, I heard that at the Jade auction in Ruiqing. It was not this young man who instigated the situation," Zhang Er said. "You have thoroughly investigated his home address, have you not? This simplifies matters greatly. Although it is said that misfortune does not befall family, few adhere to such a principle. You could invite a relative or friend of his to Hong Kong. I doubt he would refuse. Once he arrives, we can ensure he stays. By the way, wasn't there another young man accompanying him? Have you gathered information on him? If you have, invite him to Hong Kong as well, but refrain from involving his family for now." Zhang Er replied, "Understood, Father." With a wave of his hand, he dismissed his 3 brothers as if swatting away flies. Chapter 73. Contracting Qinglong Mountain. Zhang Yixing produced 2 pieces of black jade pendants and said, Uncle, each of you take one. Once you wear them, do not part with them." Both uncles gazed at the black jade pendants in their hands, their blood boiling with excitement, unable to part with them. After the uncles and aunts departed, Zhang Yixing handed a black jade pendant to his father, Zhang Guodong, along with a pair of walnut ornaments. He presented his mother, Wang Fengxia, with an imperial green bracelet, a pair of earrings, a ring, and another pendant. The jewelry gifted to his mother was all crafted from that exquisite glass-like imperial green jade and sculpted by his own master. Mother, in addition, these locally distinctive handicrafts were purchased while I strolled through Barker Street in Sunlight City. I shall entrust them to you for safekeeping. So you may present them to some relatives, but only when they arrive. Do not offer them proactively, lest we transform a good deed into a misfortune. Other than that, there is nothing more to discuss." The night passed in silence, and the following morning, Zhang Yixing commenced his day with a session of martial arts practice. After freshening up and having breakfast, he accompanied his father to the village committee. They sought out the village head, Zhang Guotai. Zhang Yixing addressed him, "Uncle, my father and I have come to a decision. We wish to lease Qinglong Mountain." Upon hearing Zhang Yixing's intentions, the village head beamed with delight. He promptly summoned several other committee members to deliberate on the lease of Qinglong Mountain. Zhang Yixing and his father, Zhang Guodong, waited outside for the outcome of their discussions. The village consented to lease Qinglong Mountain to Zhang Yixing for 70 years, charging 60 yuan per mu, encompassing a total of 517 mu. The lease payment was to be made in 10-year increments, with each subsequent payment increasing by 10. Zhang Yixing requested his father to sign the contract with the village on the spot. Once the contract was finalized, Zhang Yixing transferred the 10-year lease payment to the village's designated account. Zhang Yixing remarked, "It matters not. Whenever you have it ready, just inform me, and I shall come to collect it. I have no pressing matters at present, so allow me to drive you to the town." Upon arriving at the town government, Zhang Yixing parked the vehicle while the village head entered to handle some affairs. He patiently awaited in the car until his phone rang, the sound slicing through the stillness. "Hello, uncle, what is it?" Village head Zhang Guotai replied. "I just want to process the contract registration. The town mayor wishes to meet you after learning about the situation." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yixing mused internally, so that is the case. After hanging up, he made his way toward the entrance of the town government. The elderly guard at the gate inquired, "Hey, what business do you have here? Do you know where you are wandering?" He obstructed Zhang Yixing's path. Despite Zhang Yixing's explanations, they fell on deaf ears, and he had no choice but to call the village head. "Hello, uncle, This guard refuses to let me enter. Before long, village head Zhang Yixing arrived and spoke to the guard. Old Wang, this is my nephew. The town mayor wishes to see him, so please allow him entry. The guard, Old Wang, scrutinized Zhang Yixing briefly before permitting him to enter the town government courtyard. Upon reaching the mayor's office, he was greeted by a beautiful woman who seemed to be observing him. For a fleeting moment, Zhang Yixing thought he had entered the wrong place and stepped back to check the nameplate, which clearly read, Mayor's Office. Realizing he was indeed in the right location, he re-entered and found a professionally attired woman, her gaze assessing yet elegant. Zhang Yixing felt no trepidation. He perceived an ethereal charm emanating from her delicate features, which assured him of her undeniable beauty. Her demeanor was relaxed, devoid of any pretense, and her countenance bore a smile that spoke volumes even before she uttered a word, exuding an aura of grace akin to the fragrance of orchids. Her smile, however, did not diminish the commanding presence of a mayor, evoking a sense of deep respect. Zhang Yixing is acutely aware that throughout history, the descriptions of beauty, though adorned with countless exquisite phrases, lack a fixed pattern. In the Tang dynasty, a woman was deemed beautiful if she possessed a plump physique. Even to this day, the legend of Yang Guifei's voluptuousness persists. Yet in contemporary society, who still appreciates a fuller figure? A mere hint of extra weight prompts cries for weight loss. One cannot help but notice the proliferation of weight loss medications and institutions, sprouting like mushrooms after rain. In Zhang Yixing's eyes, a beauty can be categorized as either gracefully elegant or vibrantly alluring. Upon encountering the beautiful town mayor, he perceived her as a striking blend of beauty infused with a hint of heroism and grandeur, all while exuding an air of refined nobility. Zhang Yixing remarked, "That is quite acceptable." Without hesitation, he succinctly articulated his plans to the enchanting mayor, envisioning the immense benefits that could accrue to the village, the town, and even the county should these ambitions come to fruition. After listening to Zhang Yixing, an intellectually gifted individual, expound his meticulously structured and grand vision, one could only imagine the transformative impact it would have on the ongoing development of new rural areas, marking a monumental milestone. The mayor responded, "Regarding your earlier proposal to construct a 6-lane, two-way road from the village to the town, I can assist you in liaising with the planning department. You need not worry about that. However, I must forewarn you, do not leave me in the lurch. If I obtain the necessary approvals and you remain inactive, I will not take it lightly. Additionally, it is imperative to patiently and thoroughly address each villager's concerns to prevent any collective unrest." Zhang Yixing promptly assured, "Rest assured, Mayor, there will be no unfortunate incidents." Zhang Yixing, with a hint of playful banter, replied, "Do not worry, Mayor. I am a very pragmatic young man." As the words left his lips, both he and the beautiful mayor shared a laugh, to which she responded, "Let us hope so." Chapter 74, Obtaining a Passport. Zhang Yixing announced, "Father, I am heading to the city to apply for a passport." His father, Zhang Guodong, replied, "Go ahead, but do take care." Thus, Zhang Yixing drove away from home. Upon arriving at the County Public Security Bureau's Immigration Management Hall, he engaged in the necessary procedures, filling out forms, taking photographs, and providing copies of his ID, spending several hundred yuan to secure his passport, as well as permits for travel to Hong Kong and Macau. Everything proceeded smoothly until the staff informed him, "Sir, the documents you just applied for will not be available immediately. You'll have to wait a few days." Zhang Yixing responded, "That is perfectly fine." He then visited a local agency and inquired, "Is the boss available?" At that moment, a charming young woman appeared before him and said, "Sir, I am the owner here. How may I assist you?" Zhang Yixing glanced at her and stated, "I would like to apply for a business license. Can you assist with that?" The agency warmly replied, "Sir, that is certainly within our purview." After the agency owner agreed to help, the conversation continued. Zhang Yixing then articulated his expectations regarding his company, including its operational scope and registered capital, leaving his contact number so that they could reach him whenever necessary. After exiting the intermediary office, he drove into the city, seeking a landscape and architectural design firm to transform his ideas into reality, recognizing that without exceptional design concepts, this would be unattainable. His primary objective was to find a company with a focus on traditional architectural design. He was reluctant to approach design institutes, fearing complications and doubting their ability to keep pace with contemporary trends, often populated by antiquated professors. Perhaps he was merely being overly cautious. He discovered a firm named Genesis Landscape and Architectural Design Company, Limited. The receptionist welcomed him and inquired if he needed assistance. Zhang Yixing expressed his intentions, and the young lady escorted him to the meeting room, summoning the company's design director. The director, a woman in her late 20s, was tall with long legs. Her dark hair elegantly tied back into a lovely ponytail. Her natural beauty was striking, with expressive eyes and a fitted blazer that accentuated her figure. She wore a chic pencil skirt that fell just above her knees, complemented by alluring black stockings and white high-heeled sandals. "Hello, sir. I understand you wish to discuss a business opportunity with our company," she greeted. Zhang Yixing nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I have a project I would like to discuss. May I inquire about your name?" "Please, I am Lu Ruoxue. And you, sir?" She replied. "I am Zhang Yixing, from Zhangjiawan village in Lingcheng." He introduced himself. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Lu Ruoxue's face, quickly replaced by a warm smile. "Mr. Zhang, could you elaborate on your needs?" "Of course," he responded, sharing the scope and concepts of his desired design. Upon hearing his presentation, Lu Ruoxue's initial disappointment vanished, replaced by surprise and intrigue. She had not anticipated that a young man from a small village would possess such grand ambitions. If this project were to materialize, it would significantly enhance her company's profitability. Such a fortunate opportunity could not help but astonish her. "Is what you just said true?" Lu Ruoxue inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Do I appear to be a fraud? Moreover, what could I possibly gain from a company of your stature? I lack for neither wealth nor allure, and I am certainly not the type to pursue frivolous endeavors." Zhang Yixing replied with a laugh. Lu Ruoxue giggled. "You are quite the charmer. Shall we pause our conversation here for today?" Zhang Yixing suggested. "If you're interested in this business, please send someone for an on-site inspection. I desire a flawless design, not a mere collage sourced from the internet." Lu Ruoxue assured, "Rest assured, sir, without visiting the site, our company cannot formulate a design proposal." Zhang Yixing left his phone number and contact address. Rising, he took the delicate hand of the beautiful director, feeling a stir within him. What was happening? Could it truly be the influence of the cultivation method? He recalled that in the past, no matter how exquisite a girl was, he had never experienced such sensations. No wonder novels often depict dragons as lecherous. It seems that cultivating a method associated with the dragon indeed has its effects. Zhang Yixing thought to himself, "Let go of those chaotic matters. Regardless of the dazzling distractions of the outside world, I yearn for an everlasting love. However, should fate dictate otherwise, I must acquiesce to destiny and the will of the people." Alas, it is still too early to ponder these thoughts. As a mid-level official, it remains uncertain when he might be exceptionally promoted to deputy director. After bidding farewell to the beautiful director, Zhang Yixing departed from the Genesis Landscape Architecture Design Company. He drove around the city for a few more streets and stumbled upon a store selling live streaming equipment. On a whim, he entered and purchased the finest gear, including a small drone, and also acquired a camera for future use. Just as Zhang Yixing turned down a street, an elderly man suddenly rushed out from a narrow alley. At that moment, Zhang Yixing's speed was slow, and he promptly applied the brakes, bringing the car to a steady halt. Just over 2 meters away from where the elderly man lay. The elderly man did not expect the car to stop so abruptly, and he shifted slightly towards the front of Zhang Yixing's vehicle, appearing as though he had been struck. Muttering to himself, he began to bleed onto the ground. Zhang Yixing understood he had encountered scam. Remaining calm, he thought that on a rainy day, it was better to engage in a bit of justice, ensuring this group of fraudsters received a proper lesson. The elderly man lay on the ground, and soon a few individuals approached, revealing themselves as unsavory characters. Zhang Yixing maintained his composure, waiting for them to articulate their demands. One burly young man, with a face full of excess flesh, shouted, "What happened? Did this car hit you?" He demanded to know how it was possible that the man had been fine just moments before, but suddenly appeared to have been struck by a vehicle. He quickly donned an expression of feigned sorrow and outrage, berating Zhang Yixing. "How could you drive like that? Call the police immediately. We must ensure compensation for his medical expenses." At that moment, another individual interjected, "Hold on, let's not involve the police just yet. Look at this young man, driving a luxury car worth millions. He is certainly not an ordinary person. Perhaps he could provide some money to take the uncle for a medical checkup. Let's get his phone number and license plate. If the examination reveals no serious issues, we are fortunate. If there are significant complications, we can contact him later." At that moment, the onlookers unanimously agreed that such handling was quite appropriate. "Indeed, young man, look at how severely the elderly were struck by your vehicle. Compensating them a sum of money would resolve the matter. Surely, you do not wish to attract unnecessary trouble, do you?" Zhang Yixing inquired. "How much do you desire?" The man with a face full of excess flesh twitched his eyelids, Sensing an opportunity as he gazed upon Zhang Yixing's luxurious vehicle, his mind racing with thoughts. With a determined grit of his teeth, he declared, "You must pay my father 100,000 yuan, or else you shall not be allowed to leave." Zhang Yixing's expression darkened as he retorted, "Not only do I lack such an amount, but you must also compensate for my emotional distress. You have brazenly obstructed my vehicle and attempted to extort me. I am a person engaged in affairs worth hundreds of thousands at any moment. Pray tell, what do you propose I do?" The crowd, upon hearing Zhang Yixing's words, was left in utter bewilderment. How had their professional extortionist gang fallen victim to such a counterattack? Upon hearing Zhang Yixing's remarks, the spectators erupted in laughter. Some remarked, "This young man is utterly unreasonable. He crashes into someone and remains so arrogant. Just because he drives an expensive car, he thinks himself impressive. We should call the police. I have encountered many like him, wealthy yet unkind, bullying the weak without remorse. If this continues unchecked, our society's moral fabric will indeed deteriorate." Others among the crowd chimed in. "Who can disagree? Look how pitiful the elderly are on the ground. What kind of rich second generation is this? How have his parents raised him? He may appear handsome, but he is nothing but a facade, a polished exterior with a rotten core." The spectators buzzed with discussions, while Zhang Yixing paid them no heed. As several burly men charged menacingly towards him, Zhang Yixing, with an ethereal agility, slipped behind the ruffians, deftly touching each of them 3 times. He then turned to the elderly gentleman, tapping him once as well, causing the old man to spring up as if reborn. At once, the murmurs of the crowd silenced. Zhang Yixing parked his vehicle at the roadside and single-handedly dragged each of the ruffians to the curb, leaving them speechless and wide-eyed. He set up a tripod before them, affixing a camera for recording. Then, addressing the elderly man, he demanded, "Now, you shall recount when you began this deceitful practice and how many lives you have ruined." After gazing into the man's eyes for half a minute, the old fellow commenced his account, stuttering yet articulating his words clearly enough. He confessed, "We have been engaged in this business for nearly a decade now. We have lost count of how many we have harmed. Our group does not merely engage in staged accidents. We are guilty of numerous heinous crimes, including murder and arson." As the once helpless old man now recounted the methods of their gang's operations with a newfound clarity, the crowd began to comprehend the true nature of their actions. This was indeed a criminal syndicate. After the old man concluded his tale, Zhang Yixing touched him several times, rendering him incapable of speech or movement. A benevolent bystander had called the police, and just as Zhang Yixing finished his task, the officers arrived at lightning speed, led by a strikingly beautiful female officer. As Zhang Yixing handed over these scoundrels to the police, he gave each of them a final tap. The beautiful policewoman shot a glare at Zhang Yixing and imperiously commanded, "Shut your mouth and follow me to the station to complete your statement first." Zhang Yixing, feeling quite vexed, retorted, "Is there no justice in this? Why must I go to the station? Everyone at the scene witnessed what happened. I am the victim. Let us discuss this here, as I have pressing matters to attend to." The assertive policewoman replied, "You are hardly a saint yourself. I might just have to handcuff you." Zhang Yixing exclaimed, "What the hell? Have you lost your mind? Clearly, you misplaced your priorities." After finishing his sentence, he cast a few more lingering glances at the policewoman's chest. Laughing heartily, he added, "But I can't blame you. By the way, if you treat me with respect, I might just grant you a stroke of fortune. After this incident, a promotion and raise could very well be within your grasp. So what do you say, officer? Will you trust me just this once?" The domineering policewoman scoffed, "I trust you as much as I trust a ghost. Just behave yourself." She continued, "I didn't expect you, a pretty boy, to possess such remarkable abilities. Quite impressive." Zhang Yixing shrugged. "What is so impressive? I'm just an ordinary guy. These petty thieves are nothing but a minor inconvenience." He then added, "Sister officer, you don't see me as a villain, do you?" The policewoman shot back, "Your eyes betray your intentions. You hardly seem like a good person." Zhang Yixing protested, "What kind of gaze is that? How have I become the villain? If you perceive me as such, then it seems destiny has conspired against us, and you'll miss out on a splendid opportunity. Haha." The policewoman glared once more at Zhang Yixing before instructing her colleagues, "Let us take him in and wrap this up." Bewildered, Zhang Yixing had no choice but to accompany the officers to the station. He insisted on driving his own car, but the policewoman flatly refused. Consequently, the officers drove his vehicle, and he had to sit in the back seat with another officer beside him, feeling a whirlwind of frustration. Was there any fairness in this? At present, some civil servants are ineffectual, disinterested in substantial matters. Take this beautiful policewoman, for instance. If tasked with solving a major case, she would be at a complete loss. She wields the authority granted to her by the people to intimidate them instead. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yixing, today as policewoman epitomizes the abuse of power. In a reality rife with incompetence, mediocrity, and corruption, it's not uncommon. Zhang Yixing understood well that in the world, one must endure their fair share of adversity. In this ordinary realm, those with power and influence reign supreme. At this moment, Zhang Yixing could only internally lament. What else could he do? In truth, had he chosen to resolve the matter swiftly today, he might already be home by now. The world is indeed full of possibilities. Yet one cannot naively hope for easy solutions. Had he kept silent earlier, perhaps she wouldn't have taken it upon herself to drag him to the police station. Despite his frustration, Zhang Yixing now sat calmly, closing his eyes to collect his thoughts. Let her be strong. The gentle breeze sweeps over the hills. Let her be arrogant. The bright moon illuminates the great river. Zhang Yixing, embodying a carefree spirit amidst the tumultuous winds, chose to indulge the charming young lady in playful banter, considering it a delightful pastime. Otherwise, idleness could lead to frivolous thoughts, and he found himself chuckling at his own musings. Suddenly, the once serene room was filled with commotion as a beautiful police officer entered, accompanied by a colleague. Zhang Yixing had been resting with his eyes closed, only opening them upon hearing the noise, revealing the two figures who had just arrived. The youthful officer needed no further introduction. However, the enchanting policewoman appeared even more captivating than she had on the bustling street outside. Perhaps the sunlight had obscured her allure earlier, but now that she had approached him directly, he felt compelled to gaze upon her. It would be foolish not to, and thus he studied her intently, particularly focusing his gaze on the area roughly 20 centimeters below her collarbone and 20 centimeters above her navel. His eyes lingered there. The beautiful police officer, feeling somewhat bashful under his scrutiny, realized that while his gaze was not illegal, it certainly made her uncomfortable. Yet, Zhang Yixing boldly exclaimed, "Sister." This exclamation nearly caused her to faint from indignation, as she thought to herself that it was merely a slight difference in size, not worth such a dramatic reaction. His demeanor suggested he was inexperienced with such encounters, reminiscent of a naive child. The audacious female officer, internally resolved to teach him a lesson, thought to herself that she would show him what it meant to be in her presence. Hey, have you seen enough? You look rather ridiculous staring at a woman like that," she remarked, struggling to suppress a laugh at his foolishness. Zhang Yixing pondered that life resembled a theatrical performance, reliant on one's ability to act. Today was merely a foray into the worldly realm. However, the beautiful officer appeared intent on adopting a more serious demeanor as her colleague prepared to take notes. Name, gender, age, place of origin. At that moment, Zhang Yixing fell silent, rendered speechless. The officer, flustered, felt a hint of annoyance as she noticed his lack of response. She understood well that Zhang Yixing had committed no wrongdoing. It was she who sought to confront him, perhaps seeking retribution for his gaze upon her figure. What would he possibly fear from her? Zhang Yixing then spoke. "Young lady, I merely found you exceedingly beautiful, and my playful spirit led me to engage in some lighthearted fun with you. However, I suspect your interrogation of those scoundrels will yield little fruit. Before you brought me to the police station, I hinted at a great opportunity, a significant chance, yet you flaunt it like a peacock." He continued, "I have no time to spare for further games. Here, take this USB drive," he said, tossing it to the beautiful officer. "It contains information on a criminal gang involved in deceit, robbery, and even murder. You'll find the details of their hideouts quite enlightening. Enjoy your work. I shall take my leave, and do not trouble yourself to see me out. Farewell." Chapter 76, The Mayor's Invitation. After departing from the police station, Zhang Yixing felt a sense of disillusionment, realizing that his idle chatter with the beautiful officer held little substance. After all this time, he did not even know her name, and he lamented his ill-fated endeavor. Upon returning home, Zhang Yixing perfectly timed his arrival for dinner. After the meal, he handed the clothes he had purchased for his parents in the city to his mother, Wang Fengxia. "Mom, I took care of a few matters in the city today, and since I had some time to spare, I bought a few garments for you and Dad. Please have a look and see if they suit you." Naturally, he refrained from mentioning his light-hearted conversation with the beautiful policewoman, as he was far from foolish. Discussing it would only lead his mother to unnecessary thoughts. Silence was indeed the wisest choice. His father, Zhang Guodong, informed Zhang Yixing, "Today, the village committee issued a notice, which has been posted on the bulletin board at the committee's entrance. The villagers have seen it. The village is set to convene a meeting tomorrow to discuss matters of community development. It is particularly important to address your initiative in financing a road construction project. You are right, Zhang Yixing replied. Moreover, I have also made plans for the future. My sister and several cousins will be attending university. Even those who do not pass the entrance exams will still be supported financially. Those who excel will be rewarded, while those who do not apply themselves will face consequences. One day, Dad, you will be the first head of the Zhang family. Those who misbehave will no longer be included in our activities. With wealth, can we not find capable individuals to undertake significant endeavors? Do not rush into this matter. Take your time. In the past, we lacked money and enterprises, and there were no conflicts of interest among siblings, so everything appeared harmonious. However, once interests become entangled, everything changes. Nowadays, in large families, whether engaged in business or governance, there is always a head of the family. I'm aware of what you mentioned. It has been depicted in films and television shows. Fortunately, our family is just beginning. We are starting from scratch and must learn from the advanced management practices of other families. Establishing family rules is essential for sustainable development, ensuring that future generations can inherit and expand the family legacy, making the Zhang family a prominent lineage. Listening to Zhang Yixing's words, his father's face flushed with excitement. What do you think, Dad? Are you thrilled? Once I begin managing certain matters, and everything falls into place, I shall step back and leave the helm to you, the esteemed leader of the Zhang family. And how does it feel, Mom? You will be the matriarch. Zhang Guodong, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, sure to. Are these aspirations truly attainable? Of course, Dad. I also wish to acquire a piece of land to build a grand estate. From the outside, it should resemble a magnificent manor, with several villas inside, preferably one for each family, truly defining what a family is. It should resemble the gardens of Suzhou. What do you think, Dad? Are you excited? If so, let us take action. Rest assured, finances will not be an obstacle. Zhang Yixing eagerly shared one ambitious plan after another, which his parents perceived as somewhat fantastical. Yet, Zhang Yixing did not view them as mere illusions. He was determined to turn his visions into reality. Mom, when shall we visit Grandpa and Grandma? In a few days, once your sister arrives home, we will go see your maternal grandparents together. Zhang Yixing nodded in acknowledgement. All right, Dad, Mom, you should rest early. I too shall retire for the night. As Zhang Yixing rose to his feet, his phone unexpectedly rang. Glancing at the unfamiliar number, he decided to answer it nonetheless. Hello. May I ask who is speaking? This is Zhang Yixing. Hello, Zhang Yixing. I am Mayor Chu Xiaohan. Please come to my office tomorrow morning. I have a matter to discuss with you. Certainly, Mayor Chu. I will be there tomorrow morning. With the business concluded, Mayor Chu felt there was nothing more to say and promptly hung up. Zhang Yixing, hearing the beep on the line, also ended the call and proceeded to his room. Before he practiced the dragon ascendance technique, he would have believed that riding horses or being carried in a sedan was preferable to sleep. However, now that he had embraced the practice, he found it far more invigorating and infinitely more comfortable than slumber. The following day, shortly after 9 in the morning, Zhang Yixing arrived at the town government. The elderly guard at the gate did not hinder him. Instead, he leaned into the car window and said, Sir, Mayor Chu is expecting me. Without a second thought, the guard pressed the remote and the electric gate swung open. Mumbling to himself, he remarked, Another young man seeking the mayor. These wealthy youth are plentiful these days. Having visited once before, Zhang Yixing navigated his way to Mayor Chu's office with ease. He knocked on the door, and a voice from within called, Please come in. Upon entering, he beheld Mayor Chu and thought to himself, how splendidly she presents herself today. She was not clad in her usual professional attire. Instead, she appeared like a masterpiece, her complexion fair and delicate, as if sculpted by the hands of time, radiating a natural perfection. Her bright eyes sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky, reflecting wisdom and vivacity. Each flutter of her long eyelashes added an enchanting charm to her beauty. Her hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders in natural waves, the sunlight catching the tips and casting a golden sheen, as if draping her in a mysterious veil. Her lips were full and rosy, with the slightest upward curve hinting at a gentle smile that lifted the spirits of those who beheld her. Dressed in simple yet comfortable attire, she exuded a distinct allure. A loose white t-shirt paired with fitted jeans accentuated her graceful figure, while her sporty shoes combined practicality with style, infusing her presence with youthful energy. Though her attire was understated, it immediately conveyed her unique charisma. Her movements were elegant and poised, each gesture appearing effortless and fluid. As she walked, her posture was straight, her steps light, as if she were dancing with each stride. A sense of calm confidence radiated from her, captivating all who encountered her. She appeared to be no more than 28 or 29 years of age, though one should never presume to guess a woman's age, for such attempts often lead to misunderstanding. At this moment, Zhang Yixing couldn't help but notice that the charming Mayor Chu possessed a figure as enticing as that of Siren. Her golden tresses cascading gracefully down her back, radiating a dazzling brilliance. He mused inwardly that encountering such beauty daily was a test of his resolve in navigating the complexities of the mortal realm. He feared that a lapse in his self-control might lead him astray, a thought that sent shivers down his spine. With a gentle smile, he inquired, "Mayor Chu, is there something of significance that you wish to discuss? Couldn't it have been conveyed over the phone? By the way, here is the written material you requested." As he spoke, he extended the documents toward Mayor Chu, inadvertently brushing against her hand. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks, and Zhang Yixing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. In his mind, he fervently swore to the Buddha, the Taoist sages, and Jesus Christ that this was purely accidental, devoid of any intent. The two quickly returned to a semblance of normalcy. Zhang Yixing, the higher-ups have expressed their commendation for your willingness to personally fund the road construction in the village. However, they remain apprehensive about financial matters. Once funding is secured, many other issues will dissolve, as this project is a boon for the populace, Mayor Chu elaborated. Zhang Yixing perceived the bureaucratic, capitalistic demeanor they presented, their air of superiority casting doubt on everyone. As long as you can manage all the necessary procedures for the roadwork, we can establish a dedicated account for the construction funds, jointly overseen by both of us. I can initially deposit the funds into this account. What do you think? Mayor Chu, your assurance brings me comfort. Zhang Yixing. However, having just graduated, I find myself lacking in knowledge and connections. Would you be willing to act as my temporary manager for this road project? You can handle all the issues while I simply provide the funds. But it is imperative that you manage this role diligently, ensuring that all expenditures are justified. Any attempts by others to exploit my project will not be tolerated. As he observed the serious demeanor of the man speaking to him, Mayor Chu felt a tremor of respect. This was the mark of a true man. Zhang Yixing graciously opened the back door for Mayor Chu, but she glanced at him and remarked, "What is this? Is your passenger seat off-limits for me?" He replied, "I assure you, that was not my intention. Typically, leaders sit in the back, do they not? Well, you speak of typical situations, but today is anything but ordinary. Will you allow me to sit in the passenger seat? Then you can also ensure that I receive the best service as you fulfill your duties as my little chauffeur." She teased. Zhang Yixing thought to himself, "Alas, I've been outmaneuvered by Mayor Chu." Thus, he hurried around to the front of the car, eagerly opening the passenger door for Mayor Chu and assisting her with her seatbelt. Chapter 77, Opening a Bank Account. They arrived at the Industrial and Commercial Bank of Lingshan County. After finding a parking spot, Zhang Yixing parked the car and promptly opened the door for the lovely mayor, embodying the role of an exemplary subordinate. Due to the height of his vehicle, disembarking proved to be less straightforward than it is from a standard sedan. The charming mayor, adorned in a dress and high-heeled sandals, found herself in a predicament. As she stepped out, she lost her footing and teetered dangerously close to falling. If she were to land squarely on the ground, it would certainly be a spectacle. In a split second, Zhang Yixing, with uncanny agility, reached out and encircled her slender waist, deftly pulling the beautiful mayor into his embrace. The mayor's face flushed crimson, reaching all the way to her ears. At that moment, Zhang Yixing felt an exhilarating rush, akin to savoring royal jelly, as he was consumed by sweetness. Perhaps, in that instant when the mayor was about to tumble, he thought of nothing but preventing her fall. Perhaps, throughout the entire episode, he was uncertain of where to apply pressure with his hands. Thus, while his initial grasp around her waist was innocent, it was his subsequent upward movement that led to an unintended consequence, causing the mayor to blush and her heart to race. Mayor Chu urgently exclaimed, "Let go of me. Were you pressing?" It was only then that Zhang Yixing became aware of the implications of her words. He realized he had indeed pressed somewhere, albeit just a moment ago. Before she spoke, he had merely rested his hand there. "I apologize," he said. "I feared you might fall and did not intend to offend you. My sincerest apologies." Mayor Chu responded, "It's all right. You cannot be blamed. I must thank you." Zhang Yixing grinned broadly, remarking, "Not at all. Had I not intervened, you would have truly faced a most embarrassing situation." Mayor Chu retorted, "You exaggerate. It was not as severe as you claim." Zhang Yixing considered it merely a harmless mishap. Then secured the car doors, and together they walked towards the service hall. As noon approached, the hall was bustling with patrons attending to their business. Zhang Yixing first took a number from the ticket machine, then sat with Mayor Chu Xiaohan in the waiting area, engaging in light conversation as they awaited their turn. Truth be told, while the convenience of ATMs has improved banking transactions, the process for more substantial dealings at the counter has slowed significantly compared to the days before computers. Completing a single transaction now takes considerably longer. After approximately half an hour, Zhang Yixing's number was called, prompting him and Mayor Chu to approach the service window. "I would like to open an account and deposit a sum of money," he stated. The bank representative replied, "Certainly, sir. Please present your identification and fill out this form." Zhang Yixing produced his ID and handed it to the staff, subsequently completing the required form. A new bank card was issued, with a unique arrangement for the password. Both he and the mayor would need to input their respective parts simultaneously for any withdrawal. From the village to the town is roughly 8 kilometers, and Zhang Yixing deposited 200 million Huaxiao coins into his newly opened account. The reason for saving such a substantial amount of money is the anticipation of various unforeseen circumstances in the future. Of course, constructing a dual-directional 6-lane road does not require such a hefty sum. This relatively simple task took approximately 20 minutes, which was rather frustrating. It seems that the bank tellers today are somewhat unfamiliar with their duties. Meanwhile, Zhang Yixing requested, "Miss, could you please assist me in printing a deposit balance certificate?" The bank staff replied, "Sir, please hold on. It will be ready shortly." The purpose of Zhang Yixing's request for this certificate, which is essentially the deposit statement, was to present it to Mayor Chu. With this matter resolved, Zhang Yixing could leave the specifics to Mayor Chu, his temporary caretaker. As Zhang Yixing and Mayor Chu exited the Industrial and Commercial Bank of Lingxing County, they encountered a man approaching them with an unfriendly demeanor, casting several scrutinizing glances at Zhang Yixing. At that moment, Zhang Yixing felt utterly perplexed and asked, "Who are you? Why are you looking at me like that? Do we know each other? Besides, when have I ever had an enemy like you in the county?" The man retorted, "Don't speak so casually. There are plenty who admire me. Must I reciprocate all their affections?" Mayor Chu interjected, "Please step aside. We have matters to attend to." The newcomer insisted, "Xiaohan, this is also the wish of our elders. Please do not be stubborn. It's already noon. Let's find a place to eat and have a proper discussion. I have nothing to discuss with you. Whoever agreed with your views, go speak with them. And do not call me again. We are adults now. Marriage is a matter of personal choice, not a family affair." Mayor Chu replied with resentment. Zhang Yixing glanced at the man, who stood approximately 168 centimeters tall, weighing over 90 kilograms, with a pale complexion, small single eyelids, a flat nose, and thick lips revealing 2 prominent front teeth. He wore white leather shoes, black trousers, a patterned t-shirt, and sported a crew cut, adorned with a crucifix necklace and a Patek Philippe watch. To claim that this man was akin to a toad aspiring to court a swan is no exaggeration. Such a flawed individual dared to covet Chu Xiaohan, dreaming impossible dreams. It was one thing for him to fantasize, but his displeasure grew upon seeing Zhang Yixing and the beautiful mayor together. While his own dissatisfaction was inconsequential, his desire to trouble Zhang Yixing certainly posed a problem. "Xiaohan, who is this young man accompanying you? I've never seen him before. Care to introduce us?" the peculiar intruder inquired. Mayor Chu stated firmly, "There is no need. Please do not obstruct us any longer. I am truly busy." Ignoring her, the strange man turned his attention to Zhang Yixing. "Do you know who I am? And I genuinely do not know you. You would tell me your father's name, would you? Let me guess, your father is Li Gang, am I right?" The eccentric individual arrived, somewhat flustered, exclaiming, "Your father is truly Li Gang. My father, however, is Fu Boring, the chief of this county. Surely, you are aware of that." He continued, "I do not care who you are or what you do. You must keep your distance from Xiaohan, or the consequences will be dire." Zhang Yixing found himself inadvertently caught in this predicament. After all, he had merely engaged in a routine professional interaction with Mayor Chu. What had transpired? Initially, he had no desire to become embroiled in this unpleasant affair, but encountering such a fool, who sought to flaunt and create trouble, changed everything. With a look of disdain and contempt, Zhang Yixing recognized that fate had played a hand in this encounter. This fool had met his misfortune by crossing paths with him. "No matter whose son you claim to be, even if you are indeed Li Gang's son, I am unperturbed. Do not think that being merely Fu Boring's son grants you any special privileges." As their heated exchange escalated, a crowd began to gather, drawn by the commotion. Passers-by, having just completed their banking errands, along with others from various origins, converged on the scene. In an instant, dozens of onlookers surrounded them, whispering and pointing. "Isn't that the son of the secretary, Fu Laikai? That's the one." Someone cautioned, "Keep your voice down. We wouldn't want this noble scion to overhear us. He is a figure who commands respect in this county. Surely he won't hear. His focus is solely on those two. Indeed, the onlookers speculated that the young man might soon be in over his head, for this noble scion was known for his vengeful nature, perpetually engaging in mischief. Shielded by his father's influence, in the county, few dared to cross him. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yixing, the crowd's opinions were irrelevant to him. He thought, since you are the secretary's son, this matter should not be resolved through brute force, but rather through intellect, aiming to vanquish this contemptible individual with righteousness. Thus, he placed a hand on the noble scion's shoulder and said, before you draw conclusions, ensure you have investigated the matter. My relationship with her is of no concern to you. I have no desire to elaborate further or waste my breath explaining things to you. Who do you think you are, after all? Zhang Yixing's demeanor shifted. His expression hardened, radiating an aura of authority distinct from his earlier nonchalance. This powerful presence intimidated Fu Laikai, who trembled at the sight, contemplating that a wise man does not court immediate danger and should vacate the premises to devise a plan against this audacious upstart. Thus, he shot Zhang Yixing a fierce glare and turned to Chu Xiaoan, asserting, Xiaoan, think carefully about our situation. Otherwise, it may adversely affect the relationship between our families. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. We can discuss this further when you next visit the county. After this perfunctory statement, he hastily retreated, moving faster than a rabbit. Zhang Yixing, along with Mayor Chu, entered his Range Rover. The gathering crowd felt a sense of relief upon seeing the vehicle. One observer remarked, just moments ago, I feared for that young man, but it seems he is not an ordinary person. You can tell by the car he drives. Another added, indeed, this young man embodies understated luxury, unlike that Fu Laikai, who struts around as if he owns the world. Chapter 78. Inviting the beautiful mayor to dine on Western cuisine. After leaving the industrial and commercial bank's Lingcheng branch, it was time for lunch. Regarding the matters following Fu Lightsai's departure, Zhang Yixing felt no concern whatsoever. Regardless of whether he was the son of a mere departmental cadre or someone of a higher rank, as long as he stood on the side of righteousness, he remained unperturbed. Although the moral climate of society today is rather disheartening, with a clear delineation between right and wrong, it ultimately resembles the duality of yin and yang, dependent on one's own choices. Zhang Yixing steadfastly abides by his principles. If others do not wrong me, I shall not wrong them. Should they wrong me, I will certainly retaliate. He refrains from emulating Chow's mindset. If the world does not wrong me, I will wrong the world. Such a self-centered attitude, where everyone exists for oneself, is scarcely tenable in contemporary society. Having located the finest Western restaurant in the county, Zhang Yixing, who is not particularly fond of Western cuisine, found the occasion different as he was treating the charming town mayor, Chu Xiaoan. Many believe, particularly among women, that while they may not indulge in the mundane flavors of life, they relish the exquisite tastes of the culinary world. An occasional Western meal is perceived as both delightful and romantic. The server, noticing the distinguished couple, promptly assisted them in securing a table. Typically, diners order their preferred dishes themselves, and the server presented the menu to Zhang Yixing, who then handed it to the lovely mayor. This exchange was smooth, devoid of any awkwardness. Zhang Yixing remarked, ladies first, please go ahead. A simple lunch devoid of romantic pretense. The mayor casually selected her favorites, as did he. Given his lack of interest in Western fare and the fact that he would be driving shortly, he opted not to order wine or beer, settling instead for 2 soft drinks. 4 couples dining on Western cuisine. The general sentiment is one of indulging in endless luxury, savoring elegance and fashion, and cherishing their connection over a shared meal. In contrast, Zhang Yixing approached this lunch as a mere meal. The company mattered little, as long as the significant person found joy in it. It is said that half the joy of life stems from delectable food, and the other half from the company one shares it with. Zhang Yixing felt that this joy should primarily derive from one's spouse, perhaps with a touch of companionship from a friend who enjoys fast food. As he has yet to reach that stage in life, he refrains from drawing from experience. Currently, Zhang Yixing perceives dining on Western cuisine as an expression of taste, a feast for the eyes. Life is a blend of the mundane and the poetic. Enjoying gourmet food brings happiness, and relishing one's favorites while leading an exquisite life is the rightful path. He prides himself on not being swayed by foreign trends. In truth, the 8 culinary traditions of our homeland, with their time-honored imperial banquets, far surpass the allure of any romantic Western meal. He can only internally critique this phenomenon, as in reality, those who fawn over foreign culture are abundant. Foreigners, upon arriving in our land, are often treated as international friends, while many hesitate to challenge their behavior towards locals. Today's Western meal was consumed swiftly, as their relationship was purely professional. They were not lovers and had not indulged in any alcohol. Excessive romantic expressions typically associated with dining on Western cuisine hold no relevance for Zhang Yixing and Chu Xiaoan at this moment. Phrases such as fireworks are but gentle and the world is filled with romance fail to resonate. He finds warmth in the heart, and the steak merely warms the stomach. Currently, Zhang Yixing embodies the essence of solitary existence, where his joy is refreshingly uncomplicated. Life, in its true vibrancy, encompasses not merely poetry and distant dreams, but also the simplicity of daily sustenance. Not every day sparkles with brilliance. One can only hope that each day embodies health, happiness, peace, and warmth. Were everyone in the world to adequately care for their health and emotions, one would have already secured a significant portion of success in the grand theater of life, allowing for the liberty to arrange other life matters with ease. At this juncture, Zhang Yixing finds himself pondering the moment he might discover his other half, longing for a life imbued with warmth amidst a rapidly evolving society, rife with material desires and often marked by insincerity among individuals. In this era, where friendships and neighborly relations can be fraught with competition, he seeks a semblance of tranquility amidst the clamor of the bustling world. He yearns to share simple yet sophisticated experiences with a partner and children, ensuring that every day and night spent together is filled with meaningful rituals that convey the essence of companionship and happiness. As their Western meal concluded in a delightful and friendly atmosphere, Zhang Yixing beckoned the waiter, requesting the bill. The waiter replied, "Please wait a moment, sir." After settling the account, they exited the relatively commendable Western restaurant in their county and made their way to their parked vehicle. However, an unsettling scene awaited Zhang Yixing. Surrounding his car were a dozen or so individuals with vibrant hair colors, dressed in unconventional attire, unmistakably a group of ruffians aged between 18 and 20-something. Unbeknownst to them, this was the very car they sought, having recently arrived in the area and drawn to what was likely the only luxury vehicle in the county. The group was animatedly discussing the car, and as Zhang Yixing and Mayor Chu Xiaoan approached, one of the young men with green hair exclaimed, "Hey, can't you see we are discussing the car? You've interrupted us. Do you not realize?" Zhang Yixing, disinterested in engaging with the ruffians, simply retrieved his keys, unlocked the door, assisted the mayor into the passenger's seat, and fastened her seatbelt with a servile demeanor before closing the door. No sooner had they driven a short distance when one astute young man with red hair remarked, "Green brother, wasn't that the guy we were supposed to teach a lesson to? The country bumpkin?" A resounding slap echoed as green hair struck red hair on the back of the head. Fuming, "Why the hell didn't you mention this sooner? We searched high and low, and now he slips through our fingers." Red hair replied, "I didn't mean to keep it from you. I just didn't expect a country bumpkin to drive such a fine car." Green hair sighed, "Forget it, it's not all your fault. Get in the car. We're going to pursue him." The subsequent events concerning the ruffians were beyond Zhang Yixing's knowledge. He had not anticipated that this group of delinquents was seeking him out. According to the instructions of the beautiful mayor, their vehicle was directed towards the county government. Meanwhile, in the mayor's office of the Sioux City government, the secretary presented him with a document stating, "Boss, this is the matter you wish to be informed of." After meticulously reviewing the entire content, Mayor Wang Haishan was taken aback, pondering internally. Could this young man truly possess such capability? I find it hard to believe the information presented. How could a recent graduate, having barely completed a year since his studies, develop his career? The secretary reassured him, "This is indeed true. He has contracted the Zhangjiawan village of Qinglong Mountain for a period of 70 years, with the initial 10 years payment already deposited into the village's collective account. The document includes proof of his payment to the village's bank." "Ah, such matters exist," the secretary continued. "Additionally, it is rumored that he intends to personally fund the construction of a dual carriageway connecting the village to the town. Currently, the mayor of Bailing Town, Chu Xiaoan, is assisting him in liaising with the relevant departments, although it appears to be rather challenging. Some county officials have remarked that this is merely a publicity stunt. They doubt that a young person could possess such lofty ideals unless they were somewhat deranged or confused." With a resounding thud, Wang Haishan's palm struck the desk, startling the young secretary, who feared she had displeased him with her words. Wang Haishan glanced at her and reassured, "What troubles you? I was not addressing you." He then said, "All right, you may leave. I have grasped the situation." Wang Haichuan chuckled heartily and remarked, "Haishan, perhaps this young man is your lucky star." If you harness this opportunity wisely, your future could be quite promising. After uttering this, he inexplicably ended the call. Wang Haichuan felt a twinge of jealousy towards his cousin Wang Haishan, yet he considered it not entirely a negative situation. In his mind, he mused that should he have the chance, he would like to meet this enigmatic young man, as it might prove beneficial for him as well. Zhang Yixing kept his father Zhang Guodong's words close to heart, but chose not to voice anything at the moment. Merely understanding his father's sentiments sufficed for him. The following day, after breakfast, Zhang Yixing informed his parents, "Dad, Mom, I have no particular tasks at home, so I shall take a stroll outside." Upon hearing this, his father Zhang Guodong, slightly displeased, remarked, "If the child wishes to go out, let him. He is grown now. What is there to worry about? Besides, he is a boy. Can you truly be concerned about our son facing hardships in the outside world?" With that, he withdrew to smoke in silence. His mother, Wang Fengxia, cast another glance at Zhang Yixing and said, "Sure to, you are not a child anymore. It's time you consider finding a wife. That way, your father and I would also have something to occupy ourselves with. With little farm work currently, while we are still in good health, once you marry and have children, we could assist you in raising them." Zhang Yixing intended to leave home on foot. He had no plans to drive. Just as Zhang Yixing was about to step out of his home, he heard his father, Zhang Guodong, say, "Sure to, aren't you going out for a drive?" Zhang Yixing replied, "Dad, I won't be driving. I just want to take a stroll and clear my mind. Driving would be rather inconvenient." Upon exiting his home, Zhang Yixing walked along the dilapidated country road leading to the town. His pace was leisurely, and as he observed the state of the road, he felt a profound sense of reflection, hoping it would someday be repaired. Not long after arriving in the town, he noticed a bus to Lingcheng preparing to depart. The bus was not crowded, as many people opted for their electric bikes, motorcycles, or even private cars, leaving the bus primarily occupied by those unable to drive or from less affluent backgrounds. Zhang Yixing found a seat, settled in, and closed his eyes to rest, indifferent to the clamor of voices around him and the scenery outside. Often, he found that while he sought solitude, others sought him out. Just as he was immersed in his thoughts, a voice pierced through. "Hey kid, move to the window seat. It's better for the view, and I do prefer to sit here with my girlfriend." Unmoved by the brashness of the youth's words, Zhang Yixing merely uttered a single word: "Leave." The brash youth, accompanied by friends, sought to assert himself before his girlfriend, responding vehemently, "Do you even know who I am? How dare you act tough in front of me? You'll regret this." At this, Zhang Yixing slowly opened his eyes, casting a glance at the braggart. The youth sported disheveled yellow hair, a prominent overbite, and a gaudy gold chain around his neck, an obvious imitation. His attire revealed tattoos, but they were mostly concealed, only a glimpse of one peeking from his collar, as he had only fastened the bottom two buttons of his shirt. The braggart, incensed by Zhang Yixing's indifference, thought to himself that this kid was even more arrogant than he had imagined, contemplating a revenge once they arrived in the county. He then pulled out his phone and fumbled with it for a while before sending a message. Zhang Yixing, however, disregarded the youth's antics and continued to meditate. The bus soon arrived at the Lingxing bus station. As Zhang Yixing stepped outside, he was immediately surrounded by a group of rowdy youths. A smile crept onto his lips as he pondered the ubiquity of such individuals in any locale. Was this an inherent aspect of society? From ancient times to the present, wherever there are people, such phenomena seem to persist without change. Should it be said that existence itself is justified? And how do we delineate between right and wrong? These ruffians and ne'er-do-wells commit grave errors, but are constantly mired in minor transgressions. Engaging in brawls is an everyday occurrence for them, and they frequently resort to bullying the weak and oppressing the vulnerable. This has posed challenges for local precincts and left judicial authorities in a quandary. Yet, such matters are of no concern to Zhang Yixing. His focus lies solely on deciphering the intentions of these miscreants surrounding him. Was it merely a matter of a seat in a vehicle, particularly one he had occupied first? The audacity of these ruffians and the deplorable state of local security is beyond comprehension. One cannot help but wonder if the Public Security Bureau, the courts, and the Procuratorate can truly offer any sense of stability during the night. Zhang Yixing, observing the group of ruffians, remained unperturbed. With a graceful stride, he maneuvered among them, akin to a dragon dancing among phoenixes, delivering swift strikes and precise jabs that left all but the initial instigator sprawled on the ground. Upon concluding his display of prowess, he departed, leaving behind a cacophony of groans from the fallen miscreants. The bewildered instigator, trembling in fear, could do nothing but stand paralyzed, too frightened to utter another sound. As for the events that transpired thereafter, the police could handle the aftermath. Zhang Yixing had no need to intervene further. His actions had not been excessively severe, sparing them from injury or lasting harm. It was merely a minor reprimand for their habitual arrogance in the county town, a moment for reflection for these once bullish ruffians. Zhang Yixing hailed a taxi and proceeded directly to the 4S dealership where he had purchased his vehicle the previous day. Upon arrival, he discovered that they did not stock pickup trucks. However, the portly manager hurried over to him, exuding obsequiousness and enthusiasm. "Welcome back, Mr. Zhang. We are at your service once more. Pray tell, what may we assist you with this time?" The manager chuckled. "Your thoughtfulness is commendable, Mr. Zhang. It is rare to encounter a son so devoted to his elderly parents. I cannot speak for other places, but such filial piety is scarce in our Lingxin." Zhang Yixing mused internally about the notion of filial piety. After all, if a son could barely provide for himself, how could he honor his parents? This reflects a harsh reality. The grim state of society where graduates face unemployment and workers find their jobs vanishing as businesses collapse or fall into foreign hands, erasing many esteemed domestic brands. It is unjust to solely blame children for their perceived lack of respect, as they too face their own struggles. Though these thoughts lingered in his mind, Zhang Yixing kept them to himself. Instead, he replied, "Since you do not carry pickup trucks, I shall explore other dealerships. I wish your 4S store prosperity and success beyond measure." The plump manager, upon hearing Zhang Yixing's words, chuckled heartily and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for your kind wishes. I believe it shall be as you have said." As he escorted Zhang Yixing out of his 4S dealership, a twinge of disappointment washed over him. He had not anticipated that Mr. Zhang was in the market for a pickup truck, a model his establishment did not carry, thereby missing out on a potential sale. After departing from the plum manager's 4S store, Zhang Yixing meandered through the automotive sales plaza. He perused every dealership he encountered, yet not a single salesperson approached him with a greeting. It appeared that the sales staff had been trained by the same mentor, mirroring the lackluster service he had experienced the previous day. Observing Zhang Yixing's casual attire, they likely assumed he was not a serious buyer, hence their reluctance to engage him. Unfazed by the indifference of the sales personnel, Zhang Yixing remained focused on his objective of purchasing a vehicle, rather than seeking their services. The success or failure of these 4S shops held little significance for him. Persistence bore fruit, as he eventually spotted several pickup models that piqued his interest. While Zhang Yixing was engrossed in examining a particular pickup at one dealership, a voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. "Excuse me, sir, are you interested in this vehicle?" Turning to the source of the voice, he found a young woman, somewhat shy and blushing. He nodded in response, inquiring, "How much is this vehicle?" Pleased with her service, Zhang Yixing decided against considering domestic vehicles for the time being, opting instead to purchase the Ford Raptor. "Please prepare the contract and invoice," he instructed. The young woman was elated. She had mustered the courage to approach him, only to be ridiculed by several veteran salespeople who had scoffed. "Do you really think that young man can afford a car? He looks like he's south-dressed in street market attire. No wonder your sales figures are stagnant." To sell well, one must learn to read people, an unbreakable rule in our industry. As Zhang Yixing drove away in his brand-new pickup, the previously confident veteran salespeople were left speechless. The world and society were changing at a pace they could hardly keep up with, rendering their old wisdom obsolete. Chapter 79, Trials and Triumphs. Zhang Yixing had been waiting since the afternoon for the county magistrate, the beautiful Chu Xiaohan, to emerge from the government office. As she finally approached his vehicle, she climbed in, visibly irate. Zhang Yixing inquired, "What seems to be the trouble? Who dared to provoke the beautiful magistrate?" Chu Xiaohan, with a huff, exclaimed, "Who else could it be but those ineffectual individuals? This afternoon, I visited several departments, only to be told that I must pay the Transportation Bureau myself. They would handle the construction of a road, and other matters need not trouble the town." Zhang Yixing contemplated this and replied, "My dish has yet to grace the table, yet they have already begun to snatch it away. It seems they have been ravenous for quite some time, and such gluttonous behavior might lead to their undoing." Upon hearing Zhang Yixing's remarks, the beautiful town mayor, Chu Xiaohan, chuckled heartily. Zhang Yixing continued, "I merely seek policy support, yet they wish to take everything at once. Who are these people? It appears that the path to revitalizing my hometown's economy remains fraught with challenges. Perhaps I should reconsider. Let us abandon the road project and allow these individuals to revel in their own delusions. They can seek sustenance elsewhere." After returning home, he shared a brief account of the mayor's efforts to secure road funding with his parents, who listened with growing frustration. The common folk find themselves at the very bottom of society, while those idle bureaucrats remain indifferent to their plight, ensconced in their offices, oblivious to the winds of change in the community. They seize every opportunity to line their pockets, all while feigning integrity in public forums. Zhang Yixing visited the village head, Zhang Wutai, to discuss the road construction. The village head erupted in anger, calling them a bunch of ruthless opportunists. He declared, "Rest assured, if the county fails to deliver, I will rally the villagers to the city to demand accountability. Let us not forget, we still reside under the auspices of the Communist Party, and this small cabal will eventually be held to account." The village head added, "Stone, there are matters I prefer not to intervene in, but as long as you operate within the bounds of law and regulation, I will support your endeavors." Zhang Yixing inquired, "By the way, uncle, is there any progress on the village's redevelopment? Are there dissenters?" The village head replied, "Of course, there are dissenters. Deli Urgu is the loudest among them. His arrogance knows no bounds." Zhang Yixing suggested, "Uncle, please compile a list of those opposed and their concerns. What do they desire in return for their opposition? If need be, I could simply construct a large estate myself." The village head, anxious, cautioned, "Little Stone, you must not entertain such notions. Our village is fortunate to have someone like you, willing to contribute to the welfare of our community. Some individuals merely need time to understand." Zhang Yixing proposed, "How about this? We can appraise the value of every household in the village. Those willing to purchase townhouses in the future can use the appraised value of their old homes as part of the payment. For those uninterested in the townhouses, they may sell their properties to me outright. Furthermore, you must assure the villagers that the future townhouse prices will be quite reasonable. They can form a supervisory committee to oversee the construction costs, as I will only charge the cost price. Let us lay everything out transparently and draft agreements with the villagers. The villagers have articulated their concerns, and we are committed to accommodating their reasonable demands. However, if the majority of villagers remain opposed to these terms, we shall abandon the plan. I see no necessity to collaborate with those who possess a narrow vision. Should the enterprise flourish in the future, unforeseen complications may arise. Moreover, it is imperative to communicate clearly with the villagers that upon the establishment of vacation villas and tourism facilities within the village, they will be entitled to dividends in the form of shares. These shares are inheritable but not tradable, and the dividends will be exclusively for the villagers, with no such benefits extended to outsiders. All these agreements must be documented for the villagers to sign and endorse. My intention is not to profit from the villagers, but to ensure that the entire community of Zhangjiawen can emerge from its current predicament. I envision a future where our village stands as a model of modern civilization, where the elderly are cared for, the youth receive education, the sick have access to medical care, and young people need not venture elsewhere for employment, as we will also employ individuals from neighboring villages. Furthermore, should all villagers consent to my vision, we shall initiate a complete freeze on the household registrations within our village, permitting no new entries, except for women who marry into our community. It is essential for every villager to recognize that what we possess is unparalleled, and what exists elsewhere is even better here. I also plan to establish 2 factories, though I am concerned that our village may be too small and underpopulated. I assure you, dear uncle, that I am not merely spinning tales. It is crucial that you unite the mindset of all villagers promptly, so I may proceed with the next steps. If consensus cannot be reached in the short term, I may find myself occupied elsewhere, possibly delaying the implementation of our plans. In truth, Zhang Wutai is more anxious than Zhang Yixing. This opportunity is too promising to overlook for anyone with sound judgment. Zhang Yixing remarked, "Mother, I shall adhere to your arrangements." He could not disclose the origins of the mystical water. Thus he had yet to devise a plan to have his parents unknowingly partake of the essence from the Jade pendant space. Consequently, he informed his parents that he was retiring for the night and left their company. Upon entering his room, Zhang Yixing accessed the Jade pendant space. With the breakthrough in his cultivation, his control over the space had become effortless, allowing him to manipulate any object within it at will. The mountains within the Jade space had risen significantly since his last visit. The ironclad stone orchids he had propagated had flourished into a lush expanse, and the wild tea tree he acquired in Anshi had grown splendidly, with all his cuttings thriving. The orchids purchased in Ruiqing were thriving, exhibiting remarkable growth compared to when they were first bought. The small leaf red sandalwood had also been planted on the mountain, as confinement within a pot would hinder its growth. He had yet to organize the treasures obtained from the 2 underground storage rooms. Aside from being aware of the jadeite, raw stone, he also planned to visit Myanmar, as it is outside the domestic sphere, facilitating the acquisition of additional jadeite raw stones. He intended to place them 500 meters beyond the thatched cottage in the jade pendant space, allowing it to freely absorb spiritual energy. The upgrade of the space would only bring benefits to him. Remembering the initial moment when I acquired that image adorned with the script of a small island, I pondered that it might lie nestled within the vast mountains of Myanmar. I feel compelled to explore this possibility once I have sorted out certain personal matters, and I aspire to establish a charitable foundation. Without this endeavor, a sense of unease lingers in my heart, potentially disrupting my meditative state. Reflecting on the myriad of events that have transpired over the past few months, I realize there is much to address. Moreover, if my master in Yixing successfully procures the jade carving factory, I will need to visit and deliver raw materials. The security of the factory is also a pressing concern. In contemplating security, I am reminded of my friend Li Zhuang, and I find it necessary to take some time to engage in conversation with him. The weight of my responsibilities grows increasingly burdensome, prompting me to summon Shao Qing, as well as Wawa and Bang Bang. After enjoying some leisure with them, I ventured to observe the golden dragonfish and the koi. Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind, and I heard a rumbling sound from the other side of the mountain, revealing a path leading directly to the misty depths of the jade pendant space, a winding, expansive gorge. In my mind, I envisioned utilizing this gorge to collect seawater when I encounter the ocean in the future, enabling me to cultivate rare seafood within my space, such as sea cucumbers, abalone, Chinese ornamental lobsters, large yellow croakers, grouper, and particularly bluefin tuna. The scope of my endeavors is indeed extensive. Thus, I focus my thoughts once more, creating another broad channel leading directly to the misty jade pendant space, adjacent to where I nurture the golden dragonfish. It is essential to raise a portion of freshwater fish as the fauna within my space remains insufficient. I plan to explore the mountains of Myanmar to see if there are any creatures to capture and bring into the jade pendant space for cultivation. Additionally, Ouyang Qian has been pressing me to visit Jinling, stating that if I do not, she will withhold payment for the 2 pieces of jadeite. I also received a call from my friend Gao Pingyu, who has recently purchased a villa, upgraded his vehicle, and mentioned that his girlfriend prospects are looking promising. Observing his carefree life brings a mix of admiration and envy. I have previously cautioned him that the sale of jadeite rough should be approached with caution. Discretion is paramount, for one can incur suspicion if others perceive any irregularities. I recalled the painting by Mr. Qian, the Tai view of the spring, and could only respond affirmatively, indicating my awareness of the situation. Concurrently, I resolved that all the antique calligraphy and paintings in my possession would remain untouched for the time being, to be preserved until the conditions are ripe for establishing my personal museum. Currently, my status is modest, and I am not yet regarded with the esteem I desire. It is only when people recognize who Zhang is that I can implement my plans. In the future, searching for ancient shipwrecks in the sea could also be a promising avenue for development. With space at my disposal, I feel a sense of dominion over the world. I shall act as I please, and should anyone challenge me, they will learn that Zhang Sanyi possesses insight beyond the ordinary. Chapter 80. An Unexpected Visitor. Zhang Yixing's life continues in tranquility, for I am merely a minor figure at present, wealthy yet constrained by my plans, awaiting the right opportunity to act. Today, I intend to venture into the county to procure some vegetable seeds to experiment with in the jade pendant space. In Feng Gao's office, he was engaged in a conversation with a middle-aged man. Feng Gao said, "Lao Wang, you must take a team to Zhangjiawen village and speak directly with Zhang Yixing. Whatever means necessary, ensure he agrees to cooperate and transfer the funds to our designated account. At that point, you can simply spend a few million to repair a rural road." Lao Wang replied, "Leader, won't this approach cause any issues?" Feng Gao reassured him, "What problems could arise? We will publicly announce that Zhang Yixing contributed nothing. The funding for the rural road comes entirely from the relevant authorities. If it weren't for the chaotic state of the initial excavation, the local populace would have voiced their grievances and the authorities wouldn't have stepped in. If they had more funds, they would have constructed a proper asphalt highway." Lao Wang remarked, "You are truly astute, leader. I cannot believe I overlooked these matters." Feng Gao thought to himself, had you been capable of this reasoning, you would also be in a leadership position. He continued, "That Chu Xiaohan is quite disobedient. We shall deal with her in due time. Now, hurry and take care of this matter." Upon leaving Feng Gao's office, Lao Wang spat vehemently. "What nonsense! No wonder no one invests in this place. This is hardly a governing body. Feng Gao, you are nothing but a scoundrel who devours everything without remorse." Though he too was corrupt, he prided himself on being a principled kind of corrupt. Unlike Feng Gao, who robbed openly, He believed his actions were merely opportunistic. Meanwhile, Zhang Yixing was driving to the county town to purchase seeds. Lao Wang and his associates emerged from their vehicle. One of them approached Zhang Yixing and inquired, "Is this the residence of Zhang Yixing?" gesturing at the stout middle-aged man beside him. "How audacious you are! Who do you think you are barging into my home?" Zhang Yixing retorted, preparing to enter his car, dismissing the group he deemed as worthless nuisances. At that moment, the group noticed Zhang Yixing's vehicle and collectively gasped, realizing they had misjudged the situation, having intended to show off in front of Lao Wang, a trivial endeavor akin to Zhang Fei eating bean sprouts, merely a trifle. Another brash individual spoke up. "How dare you speak to us in such a manner? Our leader Wang has business to discuss with you. Hurry and invite him into your home, serve tea, and be attentive." He added, "Consider yourself fortunate. Were it not for our leader Wang's approachable nature, you may never have had the chance to meet such a prominent figure." Zhang Yixing nearly burst into laughter. A mere minor character was being referred to as a great leader. "Who you are, I do not know. Where you come from or where you are going is of no concern to me. I am a farmer, and you are leaders. What business do you have with a commoner? Speak and let me hear." As Zhang Yixing leisurely spoke, he scrutinized Wang Shouli's face. Although Wang held a relatively minor position, he navigated his tasks with remarkable finesse. Otherwise, Feng Gaolu would not have entrusted him with this mission. Upon discerning Wang's true nature, Zhang Yixing remained unfazed and employed his mind-reading abilities to gauge the thoughts of this elder. To his astonishment, he discovered that at that very moment, Wang was cursing Feng Gaolu in his mind. Thus, Zhang Yixing gleaned a fair understanding of Wang's sentiments. Aware of their intentions, Zhang Yixing patiently awaited their opening move. "Xiao Zhang," Wang began, "I trust you have no objections to this form of address. We find ourselves at your doorstep, which is hardly conducive to business discussions. Might we step inside your home for a more detailed conversation?" Earlier, upon encountering the group, Zhang Yixing had deployed a simulated aircraft camera, which now hovered above them on a branch of a ginkgo tree. Every movement was captured on video, as he wished to avoid any interminable troubles. Thus, collecting evidence was deemed essential. Upon entering the courtyard, Zhang Yixing did not invite them to sit. "Please, state your business swiftly. I have pressing matters to attend to." Seeing Zhang Yixing offer no courtesy, not even a seat, Wang Shouli thought to himself that he could endure anything for now. Once the money was in hand, he would show Zhang Yixing what he was truly capable of. "A few days ago, Mayor Chu approached me regarding personal investments to construct a road. Is there any truth to this?" "Yes, indeed. Is it illegal for me to personally fund road construction?" Zhang Yixing glanced at Wang and replied, "Please continue. I shall consider your words carefully." At that moment, Zhang's parents, overhearing Wang's assertions, felt a surge of astonishment. How could such a matter arise? Initially, they had no intention of intervening, trusting their beloved son to handle everything. Now they stood by listening intently. "Please proceed." "I am listening," Zhang urged. Wang Shouli licked his lips and continued, "Our budget department has conducted a preliminary assessment, estimating the cost of the road project to exceed 30 million. Our primary purpose today is to ascertain whether your funding is sufficient. Otherwise, we cannot commence work blindly, as this would impose significant hardships on the villagers, issues that our department must carefully consider." "Wang, have you finished your account?" Zhang interjected. "If you have more to say, please continue. If not, you may take your leave, as I have matters to attend to in the county." Frustrated, Wang exclaimed, "Xiao Zhang, we are here to discuss work. I implore you to rectify your attitude." With a cold laugh, Zhang Yixing replied, "What would you consider a proper attitude? First and foremost, you must adhere to the unified directives of the relevant departments and avoid any reckless construction. It is imperative to conduct thorough groundwork investigations, ensuring that the roads built serve the public responsibly. It is imperative that shoddy construction does not occur. Otherwise, good endeavors may transform into detrimental ones. Your reasoning is quite sound. Furthermore, if you wish to expedite the construction of the road while ensuring quality, reliance on the relevant departments is essential. By coordinating with various entities such as planning, land, transportation, and government, we can streamline the process for you. Now, Xiao Zhang, my proposal offers you only benefits, devoid of drawbacks. Consider, as a freshly graduated university student, your network is virtually non-existent. Merely possessing financial resources is insufficient for accomplishing tasks. Do you now grasp my meaning? What follows? Please continue. Then, you would transfer the funds to the designated account of our pertinent department. You need not worry about a thing. You may travel as you please, visiting any location of your choice. After all, to construct a road, as per your specifications, do you have any lingering concerns? If you comprehend this, let us proceed with drafting a contract. You will remit the funds, and we shall undertake the road construction. I understand you have 200 million, correct? Thus, kindly transfer that sum to our designated account, and we shall build the dual 6-lane road according to your desires. Should excess funds arise, we will return them to you, and if there is a shortfall, our department will supplement it. Xiao Li, please present the contract for Xiao Zhang to sign. That is acceptable. Take your time to consider. Xiao Zhang, there is no rush. With a command from old Wang, the group departed in a flurry. Zhang Yixing smirked disdainfully and remarked to his parents, "Mom and Dad, I wish to visit the county town." "Go ahead, but be careful on the way," they replied. "Understood. Mom, you need not worry." After saying this, Zhang Yixing set off in his car towards the county town. Chapter 81. Purchasing Seeds. Zhang Yixing drove his beloved car and swiftly arrived at the agricultural supply market in the county town, parking his vehicle with care. He inquired about the seed-selling section and gradually made his way there. The market was vast, and it took him several minutes to locate the area dedicated to seeds. He had no intention of purchasing grain seeds, as cultivating them in his space would be a waste. Only rare items would suffice within his domain. After surveying several vendors selling vegetable seeds, he opted not to haggle and casually purchased a variety of seeds: tomatoes, bell peppers, cucumbers, potatoes, green beans, eggplants, bok choy cabbage, radishes, as well as cantaloupes and watermelons. Having acquired the seeds, he exited the agricultural market. Zhang Yixing placed the seeds into his Jade pendant space, first utilizing his backpack as a tool. Subsequently, all the seeds dispersed automatically, each heading toward different plots, as he mentally guided them into the designated areas he had conjured. With the seeds purchased and sown, another task was completed. Thus, Zhang Yixing headed towards Gupi, intending to visit the Grand Canal, searching for a location with good water quality to fill the newly established freshwater river in his space. Before long, he found the perfect spot, parked his vehicle, and walked towards the riverbank, his mind wandering to the canal's history. Recalling the historical accounts from his school days, he reflected on the Grand Canal's construction, which began in the spring and autumn period. It is the longest and most extensive ancient canal in the world and one of the oldest canals known to mankind. It is renowned alongside the Great Wall and the Kara system as one of the 3 monumental engineering feats of ancient China, still in use today. Zhang Yixing is aware that the Grand Canal is named as such because it begins in Yuhang to the south and extends to Zhujiang in the north. Traversing the provinces of Zhejiang, Jiangsu, Shandong, and Hebei, as well as the municipalities of Tianjin and Beijing. It connects 5 major river systems: the Haihe, Yellow River, Huaihe, Yangtze, and Qiantang rivers, with its primary water source being Lake Weishan. The Grand Canal stretches over approximately 790 kilometers. During the spring and autumn period, the state of Wu excavated the Han Canal to launch an attack on the state of Qi. The Sui dynasty significantly enlarged and linked it to the ancient capital of Luoyang, extending it to Zhujiang. During the Yuan dynasty's renovations, Luoyang was abandoned in favor of a direct route to Yanjing. Thus, the Grand Canal has a history of over 500 years since its inception. One cannot help but admire the wisdom of the ancients. The state of Wu forged a waterway for military endeavors, while Emperor Yang of Sui repaired the canal for the sake of enjoying the beauty of the peach blossoms. At that time, many must have denounced him as a tyrant. Yet today, the Grand Canal has made substantial contributions to people's lives and livelihoods. Zhang Yixing now believes that one must view the development of events through a historical lens, while also adopting a dual perspective in evaluating past occurrences. Unable to change the past or control the future, he is determined to find a convenient spot from which to access the canal for water. Remarkably, he indeed discovers a suitable place. He finds a relatively flat stone to sit upon, plunging one hand into the water. Although invisible to outsiders, Zhang Yixing can perceive that under his mental control, the water in the canal surges forth with a grandeur reminiscent of the Three Gorges Dam releasing its waters, flowing majestically into the freshwater channel he has created within the Jade pendant space. Approximately half an hour later, the freshwater channel is filled, and he is astonished to find that the inflow has also brought in a number of fish and shrimp. With the freshwater channel brimming, all that remains is to introduce some fish. Having concluded this task, Zhang Yixing rises from the warm stone he had been seated upon. Casually, he glances toward a nearby expanse of reed marsh, which forms a low yet cohesive water embankment. An unusual occurrence piques his curiosity. Fearing he might be mistaken, he utilizes his golden eyes to gain a clearer perspective. This time, there is no doubt. Nestled within the depths of the reeds appears to be an amphibious backpack, akin to those used by special forces, quietly resting at the bottom of the water. He strides forward for over 20 steps, approaching the marshland, reaches into the water, and with a mere thought, it seems as though the water in the center of the reeds is instantly drained, along with the backpack, into his space. He surmises the contents of the backpack and releases some water from the Jade pendant space to cleanse the 2 areas he has visited, taking precautions against unforeseen troubles. Although unafraid, he prefers to avoid complications. After dinner, Zhang Yixing's father, Zhang Guodong, informs him of a visitor who came by that morning, asking various questions before leaving inexplicably. A segment of officials today seems to serve solely their own interests, attracted to profit as flies are drawn to filth, compelled to indulge in lavish feasts. Were it not for the current harmony of society, where could corrupt officials find refuge? I have a premonition, Zhang Yixing remarked, that this matter will soon come to the attention of those in power. His father, Zhang Guodong, questioned, "What leads you to believe that?" Zhang Yixing replied, "I cannot quite articulate it. It's merely an instinct." Zhang Guodong continued, "Stone, our family is in a good place now. If they do not support your plans, we shall let it be. We could simply relocate to the house you purchased in the south. When your sister takes her college entrance exams, she can apply to schools down south." Zhang Yixing responded, "Dad, I have pondered these thoughts as well. You and Mom need not worry. Any malevolent forces are not to be feared. Unless absolutely necessary, we shall not depart. The south will merely be an occasional refuge for us. In the future, we can acquire more properties across the nation, treating them as lodgings for our travels. I want both you and Mom, along with my sister, to live healthily and free from financial burdens. Once I marry and have children, Mom, you will have plenty to occupy your time. Everything is merely temporary for now." Zhang Guodong remarked, "You still have marriage on your mind. You seem not at all anxious. It's about time you find a girlfriend, lest all the good ones be taken by others." Zhang Yixing chuckled, "Dad, that won't happen. The finest woman is surely waiting for your son." After departing from his parents, Zhang Yixing locked himself in his room and ventured into the Jade pendant space to inspect the contents of a large bag. Upon opening it, he discovered 200 gleaming yellow fish and some American dollars. 2 small bags contained diamonds. Zhang Yixing felt a wave of frustration. Contemplating charity, he was struck by a headache. Where could he find someone capable of managing such a fund? Presently, he was but a lone commander. Yearning for the day, he could assemble his own team. Thoughts of his friend, Li Zhuang, crossed his mind. He wondered what that fellow was up to and resolved to call him the next day. He then closed his eyes in meditation, beginning his practice of the Dragon Ascension technique. Currently, at the 8th level of Qi training, he found it challenging to break through to the 9th. If only the Jade pendant space could upgrade, it would provide him with more energy, facilitating his cultivation breakthroughs. Chapter 82. The Phone Call. His mother, Wang Fengxia, urged, "Go ahead, there's nothing much to do at home. Drive slowly and be safe." Zhang Yixing replied, "Understood, Mom. You can rest easy." After leaving his home, Zhang Yixing drove towards Suqing. The pace of societal development is swift, evident to any discerning observer. Roads and bridges are well constructed, and in certain areas, efforts are made to enhance the rural landscape amidst new rural developments, alleviating the burden on residents. Generally, the government funds these improvements, transforming the backward conditions of some rural areas by revitalizing villages near attractive roadways. A stunning scenic line is established between the roads and the villages, with rows of 2-story buildings standing proudly along one side of the highway. The construction of these houses adheres to a unified government plan, which has also provided certain subsidies. The villagers express considerable satisfaction. When venturing outdoors, the common folk often articulate a sentiment. Without the benevolent policies of the party and the state, we, who rely on the land for sustenance, would never dream of inhabiting such splendid homes. In some households, walls bear uplifting slogans, ensuring that whether leaders conduct inspections or passers-by traverse the picturesque villages along the elegant roads. The rows of buildings symbolizing the new rural spirit add considerable charm to the natural scenery. I have witnessed a village that, once characterized by filth and disorder, has undergone a remarkable transformation through careful planning and construction. Leaders frequently cite this locale as a prime example. Thus, when addressing some young officials who lack diligence, they remark, "Bestowing the governance of this area upon young son has proven wise in recent years. I was resolute in my decision to appoint him here. Little did I anticipate that young son would truly exceed my expectations, transforming a region once steeped in poverty into one of notable progress in just a few short years." Observe how the disparity between rural housing and urban residences is diminishing. The dilapidated homes of yesteryear have given way to the orderly and pristine abodes of today as villagers, exemplified by the village I just passed through. This transformation speaks volumes. It reflects the genuine concern of our current leaders for the well-being of the populace. They are attuned to the needs of the common people, diligently striving to improve their lives. When the quality of life for the citizens rises, when they are well-fed and warmly clothed, can they still raise grievances with abandon? Consider this. The citizens now enjoy stable and fulfilling lives. What could possibly prompt them to seek redress? Does this not illustrate the capabilities of our leadership? The rural landscape has been irrevocably altered, providing sustenance, employment, and financial means to the populace. The common folk are elated, especially since, before Young Sun's governance, many residents have become habitual petitioners. Now, not a single one remains. When assessing a leader's effectiveness, we must observe the daily realities of the people, their sustenance, shelter, and livelihoods. As the citizens thrive, so too does the merit of our officials, which is not only substantial but deeply rooted. Thus, in promoting and appointing leaders, we must evaluate their capacity to serve the people and the extent of their accomplishments. Of course, no one is flawless. We must adopt a balanced perspective when appraising situations. This morning in the city, adhering to the leader's directives, we undertook a thorough examination, learning and reflecting without a predetermined route. As for lunch, it is unnecessary to mention, given that we have a summary meeting in the afternoon, and thus, abstaining from alcohol at midday was prudent. Today, this leader set an exemplary standard. Zhang Yixing pondered over the tasks left undone and suddenly recalled that he had forgotten to purchase the seeds of traditional Chinese herbs the day before. Thus, he made his way to the local agricultural market. After some inquiries, he discovered the section dedicated to seed sales. To his delight, a variety of commonly used herb seeds were available, including ginseng, Polygonum multiflorum, astragalus, Panax notoginseng, Pinellia, peony, and other medicinal seeds essential for his personal formula. These seeds were to be nurtured within his Jade pendant space, allowing him to cultivate superior varieties before embarking on extensive planting on the land he had leased on Qinglong Mountain. Having secured the selected herb seeds, he placed them in the trunk of his vehicle, intending to find a place to dine before exploring the antique market, pondering the possibility of stumbling upon a hidden treasure. "Hello, may I ask who this is?" came a voice on the other end of the line, surprised by Zhang Yixing's courteousness. "Greetings, Mr. Zhang. I apologize for the abruptness of my call and hope I am not disturbing you," the caller replied. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Secretary Chun, serving Mr. Wang Heo from Sucheng. He requested that I reach out to you as he wishes to meet and discuss some matters. May I inquire where you are currently situated, Mr. Zhang? I can arrange for a vehicle to collect you." "Wait a moment," Zhang Yixing replied. "Could you clarify who Mr. Wang Heo is and from which city he hails?" "I apologize for the lack of clarity, Mr. Zhang," Secretary Chun explained over the phone. Feeling a sense of unease, Zhang Yixing pondered why someone he did not recognize would seek him out. However, he kept his thoughts to himself. "Let us do this, Secretary Chun. There is no need to send a vehicle. I am currently in Sucheng. Just let me know the location, and I shall arrive shortly." "Very well," Secretary Chun responded. After approximately half a minute, the phone rang again. "Mr. Zhang, please proceed to 178 Fina East Road, where you will find a tea house named Xian Kolai. I will await you at the entrance." "Thank you, Mr. Zhang, and see you shortly." "See you soon," Zhang Yixing replied before hanging up. It took him half an hour to travel from the agricultural market to the Xian Kolai tea house, as directed by Secretary Chen. Upon finding a parking spot, he secured his Range Rover. Unbeknownst to him, Secretary Chun was standing at the entrance of the tea house, observing Zhang Yixing's vehicle and thinking to himself, "This individual possesses some wealth. It seems he is not to be underestimated. No wonder the boss wishes to meet him." As Zhang Yixing stepped out of his car, he approached the tea house entrance, where he spotted a middle-aged man watching him. He sensed this was the secretary who had called him. Zhang Yixing refrained from speaking first, allowing Secretary Chun to initiate the conversation. "Are you Mr. Zhang?" "Yes, that is I. You must be Secretary Chun?" Zhang Yixing replied. "Indeed," as you ascend the stairs. "Your employer awaits you in the room." Secretary Chun leads the way, with Zhang Yixing following closely behind, arriving at a private chamber on the third floor. Secretary Chun steps forward to open the door, inviting Zhang Yixing to enter first, while he trails behind. Inside the chamber sits a robust middle-aged man, savoring his tea. Zhang Yixing glances at the man, noting his imposing stature and seemingly boundless vitality, with large eyes gleaming with a sincere light. Upon further observation, Zhang Yixing discerns that this individual enjoys a prosperous career, seemingly destined for longevity. Yet, it remains uncertain whether he can seize every opportunity that comes his way. A failure to recognize and wisely employ talent could lead to unforeseen troubles. Secretary Chen addresses the middle-aged man, saying, "Boss, Mr. Zhang has arrived." The man nods and replies, "You may leave now." "Understood, boss," Secretary Chen responds. From a moment Zhang Yixing entered the private chamber until Secretary Chen's departure, the middle-aged man neither rose nor introduced himself. Nor did he extend a handshake, merely glancing at Zhang Yixing before resuming his tea drinking. Zhang Yixing, feeling slighted, muses to himself, "How dare you summon me only to treat me this way? It seems you have miscalculated." He refrains from speaking, pouring himself a glass of water and leisurely sipping it. The chamber now enveloped in silence, the only sound being the occasional slurp of tea. Time swiftly passes, and after approximately 5 minutes, the middle-aged man breaks the silence, asking, "Are you Zhang Yixing from Zhangjiawen village?" The man inquires further, "Do you not recognize me?" Zhang Yixing replies, "I do not." The man continues, "Since you are unfamiliar with me, allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Haishan, the second in command of this city." Zhang Yixing simply responds with an "oh" and remains silent. At this moment, Wang Haishan begins to feel perturbed. Here is a recent university graduate, displaying such composure in the presence of the city's second in command. This young man appears extraordinary. In conversations, leaders typically prefer to maintain control and authority. Yet, today he encounters Zhang Yixing, who does not adhere to conventional expectations, a rather unusual occurrence in his extensive bureaucratic experience, leaving Wang Haishan somewhat disconcerted. Chapter 83. Communication. Realizing his usual approach is ineffective with this young man, Wang Haishan shifts tactics. "Do you know why I sought you out?" Zhang Yixing remains silent, simply shaking his head. "The entrepreneurial spirit you possess is commendable, but have you considered that real life is not akin to your academic environment? In reality, you must adeptly manage various relationships to facilitate your career and ensure the smooth execution of your plans." Zhang Yixing listens attentively, refraining from interruptions while Wang Haishan expounds his insights. Internally, he feels vexed, questioning whether all leaders adhere to such a script. Wang Haishan glances at Zhang Yixing once more, observing him calmly, sipping his tea, seemingly an unyielding listener. It appears this young man is akin to Su Shu entering Chao's camp, silent yet perceptive. Wang Erheo pondered, how can such a young child possess such cunning, composure, and an unflappable demeanor? It is rather infuriating to witness. Yet I have come to realize that this lad is capable of great endeavors. Frankly speaking, I find your presence quite agreeable. The reason I sought this meeting today is that I have been entrusted by others. Initially, I had no intention of disclosing this matter to you, preferring to observe you from the sidelines. When you truly encounter insurmountable challenges, I would then extend my assistance. To my surprise, your initial plan was thwarted by others. What do they intend to achieve? You are an astute individual and should be able to discern their motives. If you choose not to compromise, they cannot fulfill their desires. Zhang Yixing remarked. Then let us seek someone who genuinely serves the public, a person wholeheartedly dedicated to their work, rather than one preoccupied with personal gain. Wang Erheo agreed, stating that he merely wishes to accomplish certain tasks without infringing upon others' interests. At times I reflect on how, in our nation, those who initially enter the workforce often possess commendable intentions. However, as they gradually ascend the ranks, various factors influence their transformation. They gain the capacity to serve the people, becoming public servants who understand the nuances of their roles without adopting an air of superiority. It is said that in some countries, public officials rarely act with reckless abandon. A glance at our surroundings reveals that we are not lagging behind other nations. Even the bandits and tyrants of ancient times would tremble in the presence of these public servants who prioritize the welfare of the people. They genuinely attend to the suffering of the populace, with corruption being a rare occurrence. Wang Erheo elaborated, comparing the current road construction project to a blessing for the citizens, which will ultimately garner support. There are indeed those who recognize the importance of serving the public good. However, Wang Erheo soon expressed concern, speculating that some individuals might be driven by greed, especially upon witnessing the considerable costs of the project. I worry for you. What might they gain from this endeavor? Perhaps beyond winning the people's hearts, they may harbor ulterior motives. Pursuing achievements is a natural expectation, as tangible results signify that one is diligently working. Yet, they do not seem to seek accolades for their own sake, nor do they genuinely wish to contribute to the road improvements. Zhang Yixing replied, "Fortunately, I am merely a farmer with a singular desire for results and no other demands. Moving forward, I hope to collaborate effectively with the relevant departments. I have contemplated that they will likely employ 3 strategies to assist me. First, because I am a farmer, one rooted in agriculture for generations, and a recent university graduate with no connections, I aspire for assistance without overstepping. Second, when the road is completed, I do not wish for undue publicity surrounding my efforts. I hope that the relevant departments will work closely with me in the future to contribute to the development of my hometown. This is not mere exaggeration or boastfulness. It is the reality of the situation. In truth, many affluent individuals perceive the poverty of the common people as an original sin. I aspire to transform the landscape of Zhang village, ensuring that no individual remains in poverty." "Ah, young lad, do you perceive the situation with such clarity?" Wang Erheo inquired. "Mediocre. I rank 3rd from the bottom," Zhang Yixing replied with a smile. "Do you remember the elderly gentleman you saved on the plane? He is my uncle, and it was he who urged me to look after you," Wang Erheo continued. Zhang Yixing responded, "Oh, that was merely a chance encounter, a spontaneous act. I firmly believe that any conscientious doctor would extend a helping hand." Wang Erheo glanced at Zhang Yixing, remaining silent. "His health must be improving, I presume?" Zhang Yixing asked. "Indeed, my cousin mentioned over the phone a few days ago that the old gentleman's health and spirits have significantly improved. It was also the old man who asked my cousin to call me," Wang Erheo replied. Reflecting on this, Zhang Yixing mused, "Had you been from Pengcheng, my cousin would not have called me. Could you share your overall plan with me?" After Zhang Yixing employed his insight into Wang Erheo's thoughts, he discerned that Wang did not seek to manipulate him for personal gain. Rather, he appeared inclined to assist in the development of his hometown and to achieve commendable results. This was something Zhang Yixing could certainly embrace. In today's leadership, many pursue achievements for the sake of performance, with few motivated by self-interest or the interests of friends and family. Those ineffectual officials of the past have long been purged from the ranks. The existence of individuals who merely occupy their positions, living off taxpayer money without contributing a single penny to the public good, sometimes even engaging in nefarious deeds, seems to have vanished. Zhang Yixing believed such individuals were once rare. Now, they likely no longer exist. Thus, the ensuing conversation unfolded in a congenial atmosphere, during which Zhang Yixing meticulously shared his comprehensive plan with Wang Erheo. Eventually, he added, "These are merely my preliminary and unrefined ideas. The successful implementation of this plan will require numerous efforts: the construction of roads, the development of housing for villagers, the renovation of the original village, along with the management of the Qingshan Mountain I have contracted. Additionally, I intend to establish an agricultural development company with a tripartite shareholding structure involving the village collective, all villagers, and myself, in which the villagers' land will be converted into shares. In the future, villagers will no longer need to seek employment elsewhere. They will work in their own company, receiving monthly salaries and annual dividends. I assure you, the income they receive will surpass what they would earn through external labor. Therefore, I am in need of a team capable of designing the overall plan, a construction unit for the engineering, and elite talents for company management. Furthermore, I am not hesitant to disclose that I intend to establish a personal charitable foundation, which will also require skilled individuals. The foundation will have a substantial scope, focusing initially on assisting the impoverished in our region, such as schools, hospitals, and others in need. In the aforementioned plan, I express my intention to construct a hospital in Zhangjiawen village, aspiring to recruit skilled physicians and to surpass the excellence of tertiary hospitals in every aspect. Currently, I possess nothing but a vision, devoid of the necessary infrastructure, medical equipment, or nursing staff. Additionally, there are plans for a kindergarten, a village elementary school, and a nursing home. Without the guidance of a capable leader, relying solely on my own efforts, the realization of these plans will prove to be exceedingly challenging. I must also candidly admit that I harbor reservations about certain individuals in this region. The overall performance in some areas is dismal, and the only existing Lingbai stone trading market has been under contract for years. It seems that under the current management, the market has devolved into a mere scheme to exploit resources, with no genuine intent to operate it effectively. Recently, I encountered the son of a certain individual, who exhibited behavior akin to that of a ruffian. One must wonder if his father is oblivious to such conduct. A person incapable of managing his own child certainly cannot lead the populace towards prosperity. The unequivocal answer is that he cannot. Thus, for the local economy to flourish, a competent leader is imperative, someone who actively assists and ensures the subsequent tasks are executed diligently. I am prepared to express my satisfaction towards those who extend their support. Presently, matters beyond road construction are beyond my purview and inclination to manage. The responsibility now lies with you. When a child cries, one hands them over to their mother. But what if the child misbehaves? You understand this better than I do, so I shall refrain from displaying my ignorance before you. Wang Erheo. The execution of my plan must proceed swiftly, necessitating the assistance of those who genuinely prioritize the welfare of the people over personal gain. As for those who seek to create trouble for me, I shall maintain my stance. For those who sincerely wish to aid in the completion of my plan, there will be camaraderie and goodwill. However, social miscreants who contribute nothing tangible will find themselves lamenting their futile endeavors. Should they desire to indulge while sabotaging efforts, I shall be the one to hinder their attempts. This is not mere rhetoric. Upon concluding my thoughts, I casually picked up the ashtray on the table, gripping it lightly with both hands, and let the fine powder fall through my fingers. The ashtray vanished, leaving Wang Erheo in a state of bewilderment. Speechless for a considerable time, Zhang Yixing then remarked, "Thank you, Wang Erheo, for taking the time to meet with me amidst your busy schedule. I appreciate it. My actions are guided by the matter at hand, not by personal sentiments, and I assure you I will not act recklessly. By the way, when Secretary Chun settles the bill shortly, please remember to compensate the tea house for the ashtray. I have other matters to attend to, specifically picking up my sister from school. I must not be late." With that, he rose and exited the private room, reminding Secretary Chen at the door, "Your boss may require your presence inside now." He then left the tea house with a subtle smile. Chapter 84. Picking up my sister upon leaving the tea house, Zhang Yixing noted that he still had time, so he drove towards the first high school in the city. Unbeknownst to him, after his departure, Secretary Chun heeded Zhang Yixing's words and promptly entered the private room. Upon seeing his boss lost in thought, he was startled, fearing that something had transpired between Zhang Yixing and his superior. He then took a closer look and realized that things were not as he had initially perceived. The boss's complexion appeared somewhat abnormal, a pale hue tinged with yellow, and he couldn't quite discern the exact color, but it was certainly not green. At the same time, he noticed the boss's peculiar gaze fixated on a small mound of white powder on the table. As Zhang Yixing arrived at the entrance of the school, he discovered he was late. The area was teeming with parked vehicles, leaving him no choice but to find a distant spot to park and walk towards the school gates. It wasn't long before the school day ended. Having informed his sister, Zhang Yiyu, in advance that he would be picking her up, she was overjoyed at the prospect. As the children began to pour out of the school, Zhang Yixing spotted his sister, who was eagerly scanning the crowd, searching for her brother. He waved to the little girl, and soon she came bouncing towards him, standing at 170 centimeters tall, clad in her school uniform, her hair tied back in a ponytail, and her pretty face free of makeup, radiating a refreshing beauty. She wore a pair of flat canvas shoes and hopped excitedly toward Zhang Yixing, enveloping him in a warm embrace. At that moment, a curious student remarked, "Look, Zhang Yu is hugging a handsome guy. Quick, look," she asked, getting into his car. Another chimed in, "Wow, she must be sponsored by a wealthy benefactor. I wouldn't be surprised. Do you even know what kind of car that is?" "No idea," came a reply. "You really don't know? A friend of mine is a car enthusiast, and I've seen a promotional poster of that model at his place. It's the latest version of the Land Rover Range Rover 44V8 SV, just launched this year. Do you know how much it costs? The base price is over 5 million yuan. Is that for real? I've never seen anyone drive such a car before." "TSK, you clearly live under a rock." Another student interjected, "Hold on. Let us not jump to conclusions. I genuinely believe Zhang Yu is not that kind of person. I heard her say her brother was picking her up today, right? I just noticed that the handsome guy looks somewhat like Zhang Yu. That is more like it. Now, let us disperse. Look, their car has already vanished." In a flurry, a group of male and female students scattered away. Meanwhile, seated in the car, Zhang Yu was in a state of bliss, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she marveled at everything around her, utterly unable to find the words to express her joy. In essence, she was indescribably happy. Zhang Yixing asked, "Little Yu, do you need to buy anything?" His sister replied, "Brother, what could I possibly need while at school? If I need anything, I'll wait until I go to university, then you can treat me. Otherwise, I want to let you off the hook." Zhang Yixing responded, "Oh, you know I'll fulfill any of your wishes as long as you want. But right now, your primary task is to focus on your studies, aiming for your ideal school next year." Zhang Yu said, "Brother, rest assured, I promise I won't lag behind you. I also want to attend Yanjing University." Zhang Yixing replied, "Little Yu, you made that promise. If you truly achieve it, I will give you a grand surprise. Zhang Yu promptly inquired, what kind of surprise, brother? Zhang Yixing replied, I cannot divulge it just yet. Revealing it now would spoil the surprise. All surprises hinge upon your ability to gain admission to a prestigious school. Zhang Yixing continued, brother, you are quite mischievous. Can't you tell me now? Zhang Yu implored. I cannot. From this moment on, as long as you diligently study, everything you desire will eventually come to you. How about I help you become a true princess? Zhang Yixing proposed. I would prefer not to be a princess. They lack freedom. I'd rather simply be your sister. A sister's heart is not so greedy. She is but a content little soul. Giggling away, Zhang Yu responded. Very well, I shall honor your wishes. I will protect you and ensure that both our father and mother live joyful, healthy lives. Zhang Yixing affirmed. Look at you. It's clear you're boasting. You must treat the matter I just mentioned with utmost seriousness. Do not recklessly harm innocent girls, Zhang Yu advised her brother. Rest assured, dear sister, I am not that kind of person. If I were, given my current circumstances, both in resources and capabilities, I would have countless girls approaching me with fervor. Zhang Yixing retorted. You make a valid point. Our family has no such individuals. Zhang Yu summarized. Zhang Yixing laughed heartily. Indeed, you speak with remarkable insight, dear sister. Furthermore, everyone claims that when a man acquires wealth, he turns corrupt. You must ensure that I do not fall into such a fate. Or else do not blame me if I become estranged. Zhang Yu said earnestly. Sister, have you not heard that when women gain wealth, they can also turn corrupt? You are still young and have yet to step into society. As you mature, you will come to understand, Zhang Yixing explained to his sister. Zhang Yu remained silent for quite some time. Zhang Yixing contemplated the current realities of life, reflecting on the myriad of establishments such as KTVs, bathhouses, and dubious massage parlors, places adorned with alluring names, yet serving as havens for vice and crime. Alas, this may well be a parasitic manifestation of societal development. Where there is darkness, there exists light, and what exists must have its rationale. Are you not aware that there have been no incidents of violent crimes in recent years? Perhaps society provides spaces for these individuals, thereby dissuading them from resorting to desperate measures. This might indeed be an inevitable byproduct of a harmonious society. Currently, there are numerous freelancers who, without seeking investment or loans, harness their own efforts for advancement while contributing to taxes and undergoing health checks. Their contributions foster social stability. At times, this group can genuinely stimulate local economies and elevate regional GDP. If your entertainment venues gain fame, foot massage parlors thrive, and bathhouses see long queues. Skilled technicians can attract tourists from afar, who will then contribute to the local economy through their expenditures on necessities. This is akin to having a phoenix drawn to the flourishing parasol tree. As GDP rises, leaders ascend in their careers, and a segment of the populace becomes affluent. Society harmonizes, and the citizens find contentment in their lives. Everywhere is filled with a sense of enjoyment and warmth. Fortunately, Zhang Yixing is now a practitioner. If he were an ordinary person, it would be quite troubling to drive, while his mind wandered to various chaotic thoughts. His ability to remember everything and multitask seamlessly perhaps illustrates the difference between a practitioner and an everyday individual. The Land Rover Range Rover drove steadily, and after more than an hour, it arrived at his hometown, Xinjiawan village. Upon returning home, his mother had prepared his sister's favorite dishes. As soon as the little girl got out of the car, she flew into her mother's embrace like a swallow. Mother Wang Fengxia gently stroked her daughter's head, yet playfully scolded, Child, how old are you now? Still acting like a baby. The younger sister pouted and replied, Mom, I'm not acting spoiled. I just really missed you. Wang Fengxia continued, Xiao Yu, hurry and wash your hands to get ready for dinner. After we eat, I'll show you the gifts and clothes your brother bought for you. Zhang Yu joyfully asked, Really, Mom? When did brother buy me gifts? Why didn't you tell me over the phone? It would have made me happy earlier. Zhang Yixing interjected, I was worried it might distract you from your studies. So I didn't mention it beforehand. Bad brother. You didn't tell me anything when you picked me up just now either. Zhang Yu pouted, feigning anger. Zhang Yixing found himself at a loss for words, pondering how unreasonable the little girl had become. As she went to wash her hands, Wang Fengxia informed him, Shit, his mother told me that Mrs. Li from next door visited again today, saying her uncle's daughter is very beautiful and has just graduated. She wants to introduce you to her. Zhang Yixing had grown accustomed to such occurrences. After all, he believed in adapting to circumstances. This is simply how life unfolds. People care about their reputations, and the wheels of cars are made of tough rubber. Once a person loses their sense of shame, they become invincible. Some relative Zhang Yixing had never even met before were now appearing in droves, a constant stream that was both bothersome and unavoidable. After all, they claimed to be relatives, and when his parents counted, they realized there was indeed some connection. Today, Zhang Yixing chose not to mention his meeting with the second city official to his parents. He thought it prudent to keep certain matters to himself to prevent unnecessary worry for the elderly couple. Earlier that morning, he had received a call from Lu Ruoxue, the director of the city's landscape architecture design company. Lu said, "Mr. Zhang, I would like to visit your village in the next few days to conduct a site visit, so I can create a design plan that meets your expectations." Zhang Yixing replied, "Sure, Director Lu. Just let me know when you're coming, and I'll pick you up." Just after concluding Lu Ruoxue's call, his phone rang again. It was his classmate, Ouyang Qian. Zhang Yixing answered, "Old classmate, what brings you to call me now?" Ouyang Qian responded, "How could I possibly give you orders? How have you been? What have you been busy with? If you're not too occupied, could you come to Jinling soon? I need your help with something. If you don't come, your 2 jade pieces will really be confiscated." Zhang Yixing contemplated that once he obtained his passport, he would first travel to Jinling, and then from Jinling to the bustling metropolis, and from there, catch a flight to Hong Kong Island. Alternatively, he could directly journey from Jinling to Hong Kong Island as well. As he mused over his hectic schedule, he couldn't help but wonder what pressing matter could possibly compel Ouyang Qian, that little girl, to incessantly call him. If it were a proposal for him to become a son-in-law, he would dismiss the notion outright. Zhang Yixing had no intention of marrying in this lifetime. In Chapter 85, he found himself at his grandparents' home. Alone in his room, he ruminated over his worries, while his sister remained in their mother's room. Likely captivated by the gifts their mother was presenting her, he chose not to intrude upon their moment. Their father, too, seemed disinterested in their affairs, engrossed instead in the television. In a world where sustenance and water were no longer scarce, yet electricity remained elusive, the advent of modernization had left many in disarray. Mobile phones and computers were rendered useless, causing a palpable unease among the populace. It seemed that regardless of age, whether young or old, the transition from hardship to ease could be fleeting, and the reversal from ease to hardship even more so. Reflecting upon his own circumstances and those of those around him, Zhang Yixing believed his perspective to be profoundly accurate. Respecting his father's television time, he stepped outside, aimlessly wandering, greeting neighbors as he passed, his third uncle, fourth aunt, and fifth uncle. Not having ventured far from home, he felt a newfound ease in conversing with others. Eventually, he encountered no more villagers and thought of his friend Li Zhuang, prompting him to make a call. "Hello, Li Zhuang. This is Zhang Yixing," he greeted. Upon recognizing his good friend's voice, Li Zhuang expressed delight. "What brings you to call me today?" "Nothing much," Zhang Yixing replied. "If you're free, let us meet for a drink the day after tomorrow." Li Zhuang chuckled. "Sounds good. We'll touch base then." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they ended the call. Zhang Yixing playfully poked his sister, Xiaoyao's nose, saying, "Silly girl, there's no need to thank me. This is but a trifle. Your main task ahead is to focus on your studies. Aim for a degree in finance, accounting, business administration, or electronic information. Don't bother with other aspirations. Once you excel, and our family business expands, your assistance will be invaluable. With a solid education, everything else, cars, homes, will be within reach." I've also discussed with our second and third uncles about planning for their children's education, ensuring they can contribute to our family's enterprise. I intend to implement a reward system. Those who excel will be rewarded, while those who do not will find no entry into the family business. This is no idle threat. You can confirm with our parents. I plan to establish several factories, and I need trustworthy talent. I cannot rely on outsiders. Rest assured. "Big brother," she teased. "Have you become a mother hen now?" "Haha. Yes, tomorrow you could drive us to the grandparents' home." "All right, I'll head to bed now. You all should rest early as well. We could buy anything needed for our grandparents tomorrow in town." Zhang's mother remarked, "There is no need to purchase anything. They are all of an advanced age, and there are certain items they would be unable to consume, resulting in a needless waste. Let's discuss it tomorrow." After completing a cycle of cultivation, he felt a discernible enhancement in his abilities and decided to cease further practice. He firmly believed that diligence would yield rewards. Concurrently, he pondered various matters, thus opting to halt his training after a single cycle. In truth, Zhang Yixing was acutely aware that cultivation was akin to challenging fate itself. Throughout the journey, one might encounter numerous trials, yet with perseverance, unexpected joys would surely follow. He recalled the words of great figures who once proclaimed that contending with others is infinitely enjoyable, but battling against the heavens is even more delightful. This world does not bend to one's will. Many lessons are only learned through loss, and only then do we come to cherish what we have. Since heaven has favored him, he must remain steadfast in his heart and strive diligently for self-improvement, not only for himself but also for his family and friends. Simultaneously, Zhang Yixing contemplated the treasures within his possession. It is said that true treasures belong only to the virtuous. To encounter, yet not seize them, is to defy fate. Just like the items he had acquired recently, had he chosen to report them to the authorities, he might have found himself embroiled in trouble. In such instances, prudence is indeed necessary. He resolved to use any ill-gotten gains for charitable foundations, as only then could he find peace of mind. He also planned to leave a legacy, for as the saying goes, a person's name endures, and a wild goose leaves its call. He intended to tread an unusual path to acquire more ill-gotten wealth, and to deal with malevolent individuals, particularly those who deserve punishment, without mercy. Each adversary would be subdued in turn. Moreover, there exists a moral code. One must not steal. It is essential to remain true to oneself, and to let things unfold naturally without provoking others. He would learn from the strengths of others, embracing a multitude of ideas. For true greatness lies in inclusivity. Yet, he must not become complacent or overestimate his abilities, for complacency leads to inevitable downfall. Throughout history, even those endowed with extraordinary strength, no matter how formidable their physical prowess, have never managed to contend against the might of the state. Zhang Yixing believed that mastering the Dragon Ascension technique was for the purpose of enhancing his health, ensuring longevity, and protecting his loved ones. However, he recognized that he must operate within the confines of the nation as policies, laws, and regulations. For instance, if the local authorities were free to commit heinous acts without consequence, their graves would be overgrown with grass. Recently, they had called him, inquiring if he had reached a decision, after which Zhang Yixing promptly blocked their number. He resolved to associate only with virtuous individuals and to shun those lacking compassion and filial piety. He would live with clarity, avoiding the allure of beauty that does not belong to him, and engaging in kindness without indulging in gossip. When dealing with enemies, particularly those who are ruthless and provoke him, he could not afford to show weakness. If he could strike, he would do so, and if not, he would ensure they were deprived of the means to retaliate. After hearing Wang Haishan's account, Wang Haichuan expressed his astonishment, not expecting this young man to have such plans. If successfully executed, it would indeed be a monumental achievement. Unfortunately, he was not from Pengcheng. Otherwise, the involvement of his cousin would have been assured. Then, Wang Haichuan inquired over the phone, "How do you wish to handle the current situation?" "I intend to first replace the county chief to evaluate the outcome. If it proves ineffective, then a more drastic approach will be taken. Although this method may appear simplistic and somewhat harsh, it could yield immediate results, serving at the very least to instill a sense of caution in certain individuals." After discussing a few matters, we concluded our phone conversation. The reason Zhang Yixing considered Wang Erheo was due to his ability to employ mind-reading techniques on him, discerning his thoughts and intentions. Moreover, a simple face-to-face meeting revealed that if this individual dedicated himself earnestly, there might still be prospects for further advancement in his career. Otherwise, he would merely be a fleeting presence. As for Wang Erheo's phone conversation with Wang Haichuan, Zhang Yixing was unaware of it. As soon as Zhang Yixing entered the car, his mother inquired about the number of items purchased and whether assistance from supermarket staff was required for delivery. "Not much," he replied. "You can ask my sister if you don't believe me," and he winked at her. His sister, a clever little girl, understood her brother's implication without difficulty. The car headed towards their grandparents' village, which was not too far away, approximately 20 kilometers to a place called Wangjua. The village was relatively small, comparable in size to Zhangjiawan, with little distinction in appearance from the current state of Zhangjiawan. As the vehicle approached the village entrance, it caught the attention of some older individuals who were idly chatting. "Look, who are those people coming to our remote, impoverished area, a place where even birds seldom linger? Who knows? Perhaps they are merely some idle souls seeking leisure in our mountains." I felt a twinge of frustration. I had often visited those mountains and found little of interest. The rugged trails posed a risk of stumbling. Today's youth, born under the red flag and nurtured in comfort, could scarcely comprehend the essence of hardship. Spending their parents' money, they embark on spontaneous journeys, which seem to define their lives. Regardless, once their funds are depleted, their parents will replenish them. Houses and cars have long been prepared by their parents, liberating them from the need to strive. For their parents have saved enough for their lifetime expenses. Despite the fact that only the elderly remain at home, they are perhaps influenced by the news and dramas they consume, speaking candidly, yet incorporating contemporary literary expressions. Thus, one should not be astonished to hear rural folk engaging in light-hearted banter that occasionally includes internet slang. The car came to a halt at the entrance of their grandparents' home, and the sister hurriedly leaped out to knock on the door. In a short while, the door swung open, revealing their uncle, who, several years older than their mother, now bore an appearance marked by time. Perhaps a reflection of the life's burdens, often referred to as weariness. Zhang Yixing attributed this to the quality of life, encompassing factors such as stress, physical exertion, and inadequate nutrition. He observed that rural individuals, even at the same age, appear significantly older than their urban counterparts in their 20s. Hearing the commotion, their grandparents approached the door, and upon seeing their grandson and granddaughter, they were overcome with joy, tears of happiness streaming down their faces. "Come quickly, sure to. Let me see my little Yu," exclaimed their grandmother. "Oh, my dear, how you've grown." At this moment, the parents also alighted from a vehicle. When my sister knocked at the door earlier, my uncle had opened it without noticing the car. My grandparents were so engrossed in their joy that they overlooked everything else. Zhang Yixing had parked the car to the right of the entrance, not directly in front of the door, and they all walked towards the courtyard together. Feng Xia inquired, "How'd you both emerge from that car?" "Oh, brother, that is the new car that Shirtu just purchased, and he also bought one for Guodong, although he seldom drives it, claiming that fuel is too costly." Upon seeing their daughter and son-in-law arrive, my grandparents were even more delighted. Although their residence was not too far away, visits were infrequent. Today, with the entire family of 4 present, how could the elderly not be elated? Grandmother said, "Dongxiang, quickly go buy some vegetables. We must properly entertain my precious grandchildren." Uncle replied, "All right, Mom." He then prepared to ride his electric bike to the town. At that moment, Zhang Yixing hurriedly interjected, "Uncle, there's no need to go to town. We have already purchased everything on our way here." He then requested his uncle's assistance in unloading items from the trunk of the vehicle. Chapter 86, My Cousin's Wedding. Uncle, upon seeing the multitude of items, over 20 in various boxes and bags, was taken aback. Mother, spotting the collection, immediately shot a stern glance at my sister, saying, "Come here, Xiaoyu. When did you learn to lie?" Xiaoyu replied, "Mom, this isn't my fault. Blame your son. He was the one who made me say that." "Mother," Wang Fengxia retorted, "so you just repeat what your brother says? Do you not see me as your mother?" Xiaoyu, feeling a bit aggrieved, responded, "No matter what, you will always be my dear mother." She then stuck out her little tongue and made a silly face before rushing to her grandmother's side. It is said that children have keen eyes. Her aunt, too, was oblivious, failing to notice the car parked to the right of the entrance. Thus, when she saw her sister-in-law's family of 4 had arrived, she felt a twinge of suspicion and began to ponder how to prevent her husband from foolishly assisting her sister-in-law's family. With 2 children in school and relying on a few acres of land at home, they could hardly make ends meet, and troubles often led them back to their maternal home, which was not a charitable establishment. The aunt's internal grievances were unknown to anyone at that moment. Arriving late and in a rush, she had not seen the car at the entrance, nor had she noticed the items being unloaded. Hence, her confusion was quite understandable. Laughter echoed in the main room, primarily due to Xiaoyu entertaining her grandmother. Zhang Yixing shared amusing anecdotes from his time studying away from home. During this time, he handed a pair of ornamental walnuts to his grandfather, explaining that they were treasures meant for him to enjoy. Listening to her mother-in-law, the daughter-in-law appeared somewhat displeased. However, upon seeing the pile of items on the ground, her expression brightened, and she cheerfully said, "Mom, you chat with my sisters. I will go prepare dinner. It will be ready shortly." Despite her various changes in demeanor, the aunt readily agreed to go prepare the meal. Zhang Yixing observed everything keenly, yet he remained unfazed, for he understood that this is simply the nature of life. Every family grapples with their own tribulations. As long as his grandparents were living well, that was sufficient. In the past, he lacked the means to assist his grandparents, but circumstances had changed. Now, aiding them would also bring joy to his mother, perhaps serving as another form of filial piety. Nevertheless, he reminded himself that providing a fish is less beneficial than teaching one to fish. He grasped the adage that kindness can breed resentment. From his observations, he discerned that his aunt was not a benevolent individual. Her greed was excessive. To navigate such familial relationships positively, one must adopt the mindset that enduring loss can be a blessing, while also maintaining a careful balance. Individuals like her often harbor distorted perceptions. She wishes for no one to surpass her in fortune, believing that what others possess is rightfully hers, while her own belongings remain sacrosanct. Consequently, should she perceive that you have something and do not share it, she would harbor resentment. A twisted logic indeed. Thus, encountering such relatives can be quite vexing. However, Zhang Yixing was unperturbed. He believed he could adeptly manage these complex situations. As he was to drive shortly, he refrained from drinking, leaving his grandfather, uncle, and father to enjoy the liquor they had purchased from the supermarket. Wuliangye, a brand Zhang Yixing favored for its aromatic profile. During this time, he presented his uncle with a dark jade pendant, saying, "Uncle, wear this regularly and do not take it off. It brings benefits." How much his uncle could comprehend was beyond his control. Should he choose to sell it, that was his prerogative, as he and the pendant were not destined to be together. Since acquiring the pendant, Zhang Yixing had come to believe that fate operates in mysterious ways. Whether others believed in this was of no concern to him. He had accepted it as truth. He then addressed his grandmother and aunt, presenting them with two exquisite Hetian jade bracelets, one for each. These bracelets were intricately crafted by him, stunning in their beauty. He refrained from gifting them jadeite bracelets, reasoning that the older generation might be more familiar with Hetian jade, lacking a profound understanding of jadeite. Although jadeite has been revered in China for centuries, it was predominantly circulated among the upper echelons of society. The common folk only began to appreciate it following the reform and opening up period. Additionally, Zhang Yixing fashioned a set of jewelry from premium Hetian jade for his mother and sister, which his mother had stored away. Even on the day of their visit to his grandmother's home, she did not adorn herself with jewelry, leaving it to his sister to wear. His sister remarked, "Mom, why aren't you wearing any jewelry?" To which their mother, Wang Fengxia, replied, "There are some things you do not understand." Zhang Yixing chose not to disclose the potential value of the bracelets to his grandmother and aunt, fearing that if he did, they might stow them away and forfeit their intended purpose. After all, is it not said that one nurtures jade for 3 years, and jade nurtures a person for a lifetime? Upon hearing her sister-in-law's words, their mother nodded in agreement, saying, "Understood, sister-in-law. We will all come." His aunt, pleased by her sister-in-law's words, anticipated the gathering of their family of 4. From their subsequent conversations, Zhang Yixing learned that his cousin had ventured into the workforce shortly after graduating from junior high school at the tender age of 17. In rural areas, children often commence their education later, which results in them being older than their urban counterparts upon completing junior high. Years have swiftly passed since then, transforming his cousin from a mere boy into a young man. Through his labor, he met a young woman from the south, whose family expressed an interest in having him marry their sole daughter. Initially, his family opposed the idea, as one can imagine the considerable sacrifices required for a rural man to secure a wife, and they feared their financial circumstances would prove inadequate. Ultimately, they had no choice but to relent. This situation incited considerable frustration in his grandfather, who, despite his ire, could not contribute financially and was left to stew in his vexation. Furthermore, it was said that the young woman was of average appearance and somewhat portly, whereas Zhang Yixing knew his cousin to be quite handsome. However, reality often shatters dreams, and financial constraints limit one's options. Zhang Yixing chose not to intervene in this matter. After all, there exists a saying that a fair official cannot adjudicate family disputes. He possessed some wealth now, but if he were to suggest to his uncle and aunt that they abandon the marriage for his cousin and allow him to find a better partner with his financial assistance, the potential repercussions of such a decision were uncertain, and no one could predict how their lives might unfold. While Zhang Yixing had some skill in fortune-telling, he was not foolish enough to engage in actions that could yield unfavorable outcomes. Relatives are just that, relatives, and maintaining a certain distance often fosters enduring relationships. If one were to take on every matter, not only would they fail to achieve a favorable outcome, but they might also invite resentment. In discussions among adults, Zhang Yixing remained a respectful younger generation, refraining from interjecting. When asked about various matters, he skillfully diverted the conversation, never uttering a single unvarnished truth. He understood that a benevolent lie could serve as a form of responsibility to all involved. Were he to declare that he possessed billions, it is likely that none present would believe him. Knowing the outcome, why would he even bother to speak, if not to add to his own burdens? Thus, a timeless adage applies aptly to many families, relatives, and friends. It is best to speak little when one is not directly involved. After a hearty meal and feeling that their discussions had sufficiently unfolded, Zhang Yixing beckoned his mother aside, saying, "Mother, please wait a moment." He then hurried to the car outside, retrieving 20,000 yuan and 2 bottles of unmarked water. It was not that Zhang Yixing was miserly or unwilling to give more. He understood that elderly people, unless ill, seldom spend money. This tendency to save throughout their lives is perhaps a common trait among the elderly, as they often scrimp and save solely for their children. Zhang Yixing said, "Mother, please give this money to Grandma." His mother, Wang Fengxia, hesitated momentarily before accepting the money he offered. He preferred that his mother present the funds to his grandparents, believing it more appropriate. Zhang Yixing then quietly explained to his grandfather the intended use of the water, cautioning him about certain effects it might have, and instructed him not to inform anyone, indicating that only he and Grandma should consume it. After discussing the matter, Zhang Yixing felt that there was nothing more to address. Thus, he exchanged a few courteous words of farewell with his grandmother, grandfather, uncle, and aunt.